Chapter 1. The Forest of Star Do and Huo in the estate of the White Tiger Duke of the Xing Luo Empire. A youthful figure opened the door to the outside world. The boy, around 11 or 12 years of age, bore an expression of unwavering resolve that surpassed that of his peers, with eyes radiating a disdainful intensity uncommon for one so young. Mother, may your spirit watch over me from the heavens no matter the toil I must endure. I shall return one day, and I will trample everything here beneath my feet. From this moment forth, I shall bear your surname. Adopting the name Huo Yuhao after uttering these words, he cast a lingering glance at the place he had called home for over a decade, before resolutely turning towards the Star Do forest. He sought strength, the kind potent enough to challenge the entire Duke's estate. And to realize this ambition, he needed the power of soul rings on the outskirts of the Star Do forest. A boy leaned against a great tree by a gentle stream, resting. Despite his tender age, he appeared youthful, with dark blue short hair. Exuding an air of languor after an indeterminate period, he languidly stretched, then vanished beneath the tree's shade. Sigh, I've waited so long, where's Huo? How is it that I've crossed into this world of unparalleled challenges? The plot here is truly exasperating. Huo, a pawn in a game for life, and the higher-ups of Shrek Academy all seem rather flawed, while the only one reminiscent of Huaxia, the Prince of the Sun and Moon, is also quite abnormal, not to mention that old coin in the sky, perpetually watching. How vexing. The boy's voice echoed from the treetop as he contemplated the time and environment surrounding him, unable to suppress his complaints. Before long, his hair became a tousled mess from his own fidgeting. However, it seems that Tang San can no longer meddle in the affairs of Douluo, a continent. This world must have undergone significant changes during my transit. The Silver Dragon King appears to have awakened, and there's that elusive figure from the far north. Could it be the formidable Zhang Yue from the Star Thief, and the demigods of the Sun and Moon? If they were to intervene, surely those unforeseen elements would have been discreetly dealt with by now. Yet I have heard no word of any such occurrences. It seems that he is indeed unable to influence the matters of Douluo continent. Still, it is quite bothersome. I have no way of knowing whether the plot has shifted. Alas, I'll cease to ponder it. I shall simply let things be. After all, being granted a second chance at life is already a boon. The boy's demeanor grew slightly more serious, his expression turning grave for a moment, but quickly fell once more into a frown. How utterly frustrating. I've been waiting here for 3 days, and Huo is still absent. There's but one path. I cannot possibly miss my opportunity. Perhaps the heavens, unable to bear the incessant grumbling, took pity, for soon a slight figure emerged at the end of the path. Huo, with blue hair and eyes that seemed to hold the essence of stars, though he appeared malnourished and fragile, as if a mere touch would topple him. There's a small river ahead. Let us take a moment to rest and resolve our midday meal. Beyond lies the Star Do forest, and I shall become a soul master. Mother, I promise. Huo Yuhao declared. Clenching his fist in a self-encouragement, he rolled up his trousers and sleeves and stepped into the river to catch fish unbeknownst to them. All of this was observed by the young boy perched in the tree. Habitually, he rubbed his nose, furrowing his brow. Before resuming his nonchalant demeanor, the boy quietly watched as Huo Yuhao busied himself with the renowned delicacy of do, the grilled fish. He then retrieved his lunch from the 5 spatial gemstones in his possession, a substantial beef skewer. Oh my goodness, how delightful. The people of Douluo truly lack culinary appreciation who would choose grilled fish when barbecued meat is so much more enticing. Sighing, he reflected, this storage soul guide increasingly appears juvenile. After my parents recognized me in this life at the age of 4, they gifted me something reminiscent of the divine spirits I admired in my childhood, a storage soul guide identical to the one wielded by Mao Ling Yuxuan. Although it looks impressive, it feels rather childish gazing at the soul guide adorned with red and blue gemstones. He shook his head in resignation. He then produced some juice and settled in to enjoy the unfolding scene. Ah, Beibei, what is that delightful aroma? Let's go. The scent is wafting from up ahead. A melodious and cheerful voice rang out, startling Huo Yuhao, who resembled a frightened, wounded creature poised to flee. After all, Huo Yuhao was currently a novice, unable to even best a wind baboon. Following the direction of the voice, he spotted 2 figures approaching alongside the stream. Leading the way was a girl appearing to be around 15 or 16, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, clad in a light blue outfit that accentuated her youthful exuberance. The boy behind her sported blue hair, exuding an air of elegance and amiability. Huo Yuhao, unbeknownst to himself, gradually relaxed. Little brother, your grilled fish smells incredible. Are you selling it? The girl exclaimed, skipping a few steps to stand before Huo Yuhao. Although he had seen beautiful girls before, it must be noted that our Huo Yuhao had been single for 11 years. Having never experienced romance as the enchanting maiden approached, Huo Yuhao's face began to redden. The girl, noticing his bashful demeanor, chuckled lightly. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be shy. Then, I shall not hold back with that. She seized a piece of grilled fish and took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. At that moment, the boy behind her sauntered over, exchanging a knowing glance with Huo Yuhao as he addressed the girl Xiaya. The young lad hasn't eaten, yet why do you indulge first? Big brother, he'll share with you. Yuhao offered, extending another grilled fish to the boy. The boy paused for a moment before replying. Little brother, please eat first. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. Did you catch these fish from the river? It's quite all right, I'll just catch more, Huo Yuhao replied, preparing to go fishing again. However, the boy stopped him, walking slowly toward the riverbank. If we consume your fish, how can we allow you to fish again? Let me take care of it. What say you, Xiaya? Beibei, how do you address me? The young girl cast a fleeting glance at Beibei, causing Huo Yuhao to blush even deeper. Although the girl had yet to fully blossom, that single glance was imbued with a captivating charm. Upon witnessing this, the boy hastily raised his hand in surrender. Teacher Xiaya, I shall take my leave to assist my younger brother in catching fish, he proclaimed, dashing off as though pursued by some dire beast. After lunch, the boy and girl took a moment to rest together. The boy turned to Huo Yuhao and introduced himself. Greetings, young brother. I am Beibei, and this lovely lady beside me is Tang Ya. Overhearing Beibei's words, cast him a sidelong glance before turning to Huo Yuhao. You may also call me Sister Xiaya, she said, leaning against Beibei's shoulder to rest. Greetings, brother Beibei and Sister Xiaya. I am Huo Yuhao, he replied, settling into a contemplative silence. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Boy, the young lord of the border town, Gu Feng. Brother Beibei, Sister Xiaya, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Huo Yuhao said after a brief respite, setting off toward the Stardow forest. Beibei, do you think Brother Huo is here for soul hunting as well? He seems rather young. Should we not assist him and invite him to our Tang sect, as a gesture of gratitude for his treating us to grilled fish? Tang Ya mused, watching Huo Yuhao's departing figure. Beibei, upon hearing this, playfully pushed Tang Ya's forehead with his finger. A suspect, you're merely craving his grilled fish and wish to devise a reason to bring him along to cook for you. Nevertheless, he did treat us, so perhaps we ought to lend him a hand. Let us go. Xiaya. Beibei gently ruffled Zioya's hair. Goodness, this Douluo continent is truly a breeding ground for love-struck souls and ethereal maidens. With the likes of Tang San and Bibi Dong from the first generation, and Huo Yuhao and Beibei from the second, it gives me quite the headache. However, we must not allow you two to pass. Ilex, I wonder if I shall be chosen yet. Whether selected or not is inconsequential. I merely came to try my luck. A boy perched upon a tree shrugged before gradually revealing himself before Beibei and Tang Ya. Forgive me, but you must remain here with me for a moment, he softly instructed Beibei and Tang Ya. Positioning himself in their path, Beibei squinted at the sudden appearance of the boy, pausing his intent to venture into the forest in search of Huo Yuhao. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Is this path yours? If you don't step aside, don't blame me for being impolite, Tang Ya declared, her dissatisfaction evident as she assumed an assertive stance. Unfazed, the boy casually dug at his ear and then blew on his hand before speaking. Firstly, I wouldn't have dared to obstruct you if I feared your response. Secondly, I am not Hey, I am Gu Feng. Lastly, I am intrigued to see how a distinguished Shrek Academy student would act impolitely with that. The boy crossed his arms, observing Tang Ya, and Beibei intently. Young brother, kindly step aside. Since you are aware that we are students of Shrek, it would be courteous of you to let us pass. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite, Beibei stated, his words barely escaping his lips before Tang Ya took action. The dark blue-silver grass surged forth like a horde of venomous serpents, rapidly advancing towards Gu Feng, closing the distance in an instant. Beibei's arm crackled with blue lightning, propelling him forward in pursuit of the blue-silver grass. Troublesome, Gu Feng muttered as a swirling mass of black gas began to emanate from beneath his feet. The dark clouds expanded violently, forcefully dispersing the blue-silver grass and sending Beibei reeling backward. Gu Feng's hair transitioned from blue to black, growing uncontrollably until it cascaded down to his waist. Ethereal, immovable king, Gu Feng intoned silently, summoning a towering figure composed of black mist, a 5-meter-tall, half-giant materializing in the center of the road. The giant bore a resemblance to the youth. As if it were a grown version of him, the black giant's hands coalesced the swirling clouds into a formidable black sword, which descended with terrifying force, cleaving the air as it aimed for Tang Ya. First soul skill Blue-Silver Entangle. Second soul skill Thunderous Strike combined with first soul skill Thunder Dragon Claw. Beibei and Tang Ya's eyes widened in alarm as they unleashed their proud soul skills against the descending giant sword. An explosion erupted as the black sword was shattered by the thunder, and in the next moment, the image of the other shore flower materialized beneath Beibei and Tang Ya's feet. Ethereal other shore flower, the black gas, surged upward from beneath Beibei and Tang Ya, while the thunder crackled violently, attempting to counter the onslaught of the black clouds. Beibei maintained the thunderous strike, reluctantly expending significant soul power to shield Tang Ya from a sudden assault. Seeing this, Tang Ya also halted, employing the blue-silver grass to form a barrier, assisting Beibei in fending off Gu Feng's ethereal other shore flower. Ha! 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 Heavy breaths escaped Gu Feng's lips. Damn, it appears I have overexerted myself. My body cannot keep pace. Remembering the star thief, Liuxing, is absurd. Truly, an ordinary person achieving the title of Demon Lord is quite overwhelming. Ugh, this is unbearable. I seem to be a bit useless. Just using 2 skills of ethereal has left my body feeling strained. However, thankfully, these 2 have been temporarily incapacitated. It seems I must hasten to secure the 3rd soul ring. Although this soul ring cultivation method is quite inferior and carries significant side effects, I only require the power it grants to accelerate my bodily growth and enhancement. Well, these 2 actually managed to hold their ground. It seems novels have misled me somewhat. I genuinely thought the denizens of Douluo were laughably weak. My parents were right. With my current strength, I would be easily defeated by a moderately powerful soul emperor. I foolishly thought they were jesting. Never mind. My body is too small to withstand this power. I shall address it later. Gu Feng mused as he stealthily retreated upon witnessing his ethereal other shore flower being thwarted. Cough, cough. Who on earth is that fellow? Is he an evil soul master? Yet, if he were, why'd he not kill me and Tang Ya? Right, Tang Ya. Tang Ya, are you all right? Beibei, dragging his injured body, hastily approached Tang Ya. Upon seeing that she had not sustained severe injuries, he let out a sigh of relief. Beibei, I'm fine. Most of the impact was absorbed by you, so I haven't been harmed. What about you? That scoundrel seemed intent on murder. How infuriating. I wonder how little brother Huo Yuhao is faring. Tang Ya gazed at the battered Beibei. With rising anger, she harbored considerable resentment towards the one who had thwarted their efforts to assist Yuhao, not to mention injuring Beibei in the process. Had it not been for Beibei's timely intervention, she would have suffered grave injuries, potentially jeopardizing her acquisition of the 3rd soul ring. The more she contemplated, the more her ire towards Gu Feng intensified. Xiaya, please protect me while I recover for a moment. It seems little brother Huo will have to fend for himself, Beibei said, preparing to regain his strength now that Tang Ya appeared to be relatively unharmed. Encountering such turmoil before even entering the forest had dampened his spirits. Meanwhile, Gu Feng leaned against a tree, observing Huo Yuhao as he approached, slowly adjusting his own state of mind, feeling quite displeased. Damn it, I'm really fed up. I still can't get used to the continent. It's as if a fight can erupt at any moment. Although the borderless city is tolerable, I'm uncertain about the Sun Moon Empire. However, here in Douluo, it's clear that soul masters are indeed a cut above the rest, ready to engage at a moment's notice. Yet, I suppose the fault lies with me. If someone were to block my path, I would likely feel incensed as well. But honestly, I never anticipated that the Shrek folks would resort to ambush tactics. Truly, they live up to their Tang sect reputation. Gu Feng's hair had now transformed back into short blue locks, as under normal circumstances, he would suppress the ether elements within him. His body could barely withstand it, rendering even cultivation impossible, as the ether aggressively expelled the absorbed soul power. Nevertheless, he gradually absorbed the essence of the world, slowly fortifying his physique. Ah, I wonder if my parents will come looking for me once they discover my quiet escape. However, they probably won't, considering that over a decade ago, an anomaly appeared on the continent. Although most people cannot perceive the ominous phenomenon, we in the top-tier powerhouses are certainly aware of it. I can't help but ponder if that rift is somehow tied to our group of outsiders. It's rather perilous, and how coincidental that the rift lies right near my home. Fortunately, the strongest beings emerging from that rift are merely titled Douluo. My father, a super Douluo at level 98, should be able to protect it. Speaking of which, his martial soul wow. It's the sun shooting bow. How absurd. A soul ring can only be used once, and after its deployment, it requires a day to cool down. Yet, the power it wields, I haven't witnessed it firsthand, but it must be formidable. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have told me that no one can withstand his attacks when he truly goes all out. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. Gu Feng touched his nose once more, unable to alter this ingrained habit. Contemplating his next course of action, he reflected on his escapade to evade an unwanted marriage. Initially, he intended to visit the Shrek Academy of Douluo too, yet he had just delivered a sound thrashing to Mu N's great-grandson. This could be rather troublesome. Nevertheless, it should not pose a significant issue if they dare to target me. I can always summon my parents after all. My mother is a formidable super Douluo of the 97th rank. However, invoking parental intervention might spell disaster, considering her angelic martial soul, and not just any angel, but a six-winged angel. Yet I trust Shrek would show my parents some respect, given that the Abyss Rift has long been under our family's guardianship. It seems our family's prowess is known across the continent, but few would dare to offend us lightly, alas. I, the young city lord, find myself in a dire predicament without a home. To return to it truly is exasperating. At merely 11 years of age, I'm already bound to an engagement, and the girl is over 6 years my senior truly. There is no possibility of remaining here. Forget it. Why ponder so much? Let us take a break and await Huo Yuhao's summons for Electra. Gu Feng contemplated for a moment, then reclined against a tree. Observing Huo Yuhao, who approached at his feet, he slightly squinted his eyes, gazing at the sky, lost in thought once more, contemplating some unknown matter. Chapter 3, Huo Yuhao's Commencement. Tianming and Elderly. Gu Feng gazed at Huo Yuhao, who had already reached the base of the tree, hoping that circumstances would unfold as he envisioned. However, even if they did not, it mattered little. The only reason Gu Feng dared to stealthily follow Huo Yuhao to witness the monumental moment of the first soul ring in a million years was due to the unique nature of the ether. Under circumstances where Gu Feng does not actively reveal himself, even the unparalleled Douluo cannot perceive his presence. After all, someone who can elude the watchful eyes of a 98th level super Douluo possesses a modicum of confidence. Gu Feng once again retrieved a bottle of wine from his glove. Gazing at our unparalleled protagonist, classmate Huo Yuhao, as he engaged in a life-and-death duel against the formidable Wind Monkey, a soul beast that nearly achieved the feat of slaying a god. Witnessing Huo Yuhao nearly being bested by such a trivial adversary, Gu Feng wore a look of utter disbelief, even unable to restrain himself from placing a hand upon his forehead. I had harbored a modicum of expectation for Huo Yuhao, who, without his enhancements, truly displayed a lack of skill, even struggling in combat. However, this spectacle was quite entertaining, alas, without a soul-guided device to document the event. I am left with nothing to preserve this moment, chuckling to myself. Gu Feng observed as Huo Yuhao was pursued by the wind baboon beneath the tree, earnestly enjoying his melon. At last, after a relentless tug-of-war, our god-slaying wind baboon collided with the white tiger dagger, resulting in the emergence of a white 10-year soul ring. Could it be that this soul beast is merely a decade old? I shall undoubtedly become a soul master. I am determined to avenge my mother. Huo Yuhao gazed at the soul ring of the wind baboon, intending to absorb its essence as he slowly approached the creature, injured yet resolute. Here it comes. Gu Feng sensed an oppressive aura drawing near, and without a moment's hesitation, he recognized it. On the edge of Star Dough. The terrifying mental pressure could only belong to that insect. At last, I have encountered a soul master with a mental attribute. Alas, if only I could shed tears. My face would surely be drenched. Suddenly, the earth split open with a tremendous rift, and a colossal, snow-white insect adorned with 10 golden patterns emerged from beneath the ground. Remarkable. You can speak. Are you a 100,000-year soul beast? Huo Yuhao regarded the massive white insect before him, which exuded a mental pressure as profound as an abyss. Yet he felt no trace of fear. You are the true white insect. I am the only million-year soul beast in the Douluo continent, the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Fear not, for I shall not harm you. Rather, I will elevate you to become the most gifted individual in this world. The heavenly dream eye silkworm, true to its origin, began to weave grand aspirations for our young Huo. How intriguing. What a coincidence. Or could it be that this is the favored child of Douluo? Endowed with innate first-level soul power, encountering a million-year soul beast, the heavenly dream eye silkworm, at the very first soul ring? Even more astonishing is that the heavenly dream eye silkworm, in its weakened state, willingly chose to become the soul ring of this fellow, a million-year first soul ring, additionally bestowing an uncertain second ice attribute martial soul. Presumably, once they fuse, it will also come forth, holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars. There is no one in this world akin to me, Ilex. I have created an extraordinary artifact, a being capable of shattering the entire divine seal continent. Yet I am drawn to one who is innately insufficient. Gu Feng observed the conversation between Huo Yuhao and the heavenly dream eye silkworm, his gaze drifting towards the horizon as he pondered in silence. As Huo Yuhao and the ice silkworm began their fusion, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy emanated, rendering all nearby individuals and soul masters within a radius of 10,000 miles utterly dazed. In that fleeting moment, the sky abruptly tore open. unleashing a torrent of gray mist that surged towards the space between Huo Yuhao and the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The ethereal cloud dragon materialized, its white vapor coalescing into the form of an eastern dragon, soaring toward the encroaching gray mist. Atop the dragon stood a youth with azure hair, poised defiantly before the halted gray flow. This confrontation established a precarious equilibrium. On one side stood the heavenly dream and the merging Huo Yuhao. On the opposite was Gu Feng on his cloud dragon, and finally, the gray mist embodied the remnants of a divine consciousness, Ilex. Damn it. Where did these two come from? Why was I oblivious to their presence before? Gu Feng thought, his attention drawn to the standoff between the person and the remnant. The entire situation was precarious, and yet, Huo Yuhao's ongoing fusion with the ice silkworm left him with no viable options. Eldery, I require your assistance. Just as these words hovered on his lips, the gray mist charged towards the merging figures of Huo Yuhao and the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Gu Feng cast a lingering gaze at Huo Yuhao, then deftly maneuvered the cloud dragon and turned to depart. Sigh, indeed, was there truly no opportunity? It matters not. I shall devote myself to the utmost development of ether. The deities of this world should not pose a challenge for me. Yet, I wonder if I can attain strength comparable to that of the demon lord Lu Xing from the original narrative. It seems rather unlikely. Lu Xing single-handedly decimated an entire hell, and to conclude his efforts with the apocalyptic cannon that obliterated it completely. The crux of the matter is that hell exists as a higher-dimensional universe. The gods of Douluo, it appears they cannot contend with the demon lord. Even if Douluo is not as feeble as the prominent figures speculated in my previous life online, they still cannot rival the demon lord. Gu Feng sat upon the head of the cloud dragon, immersed in deep contemplation. Thoughts of the dreaming ice silkworm, Ilex, the demon lord Liuxing, and the realms of hell, along with the blood of the damned, flooded his mind. Indeed, Gu Feng bore no trace of hellish blood. Had he possessed it, he would not resort to mere chance in seeking Ilex's assistance. Though the utilization of ether within this Douluo universe does not induce the adverse effects of retrogression, the sheer potency of ether instilled in him a sense of trepidation, preventing him from wielding its full might, as his body could not withstand it. Alas, it seems he must gather that unpalatable whale gel. However, only the millennium-old variety now holds any significance for him. He recalled that Shrek possessed a piece of millennium-old whale gel. Perhaps he could procure it in due course. Yet, why did he experience phenomena akin to Liuxing's when exerting ether to its fullest, despite lacking hellish blood? Could it be that some essence of infernal lineage resided within him? Yet that seemed implausible, for his body exhibited no signs of such a condition, leaving him perplexed. Gu Feng found himself increasingly perplexed as he pondered, his thoughts swirling chaotically, leading to a disheveled mess of hair. He decided to set aside his confusion and first tackle the acquisition of the third soul ring. Although this soul ring seemed utterly useless, having had its soul power forcibly consumed by the ether, leaving it devoid of any soul skills. He was uncertain whether the subsequent soul rings would possess such abilities. At the very least, Gu Feng had not discovered any soul skills in his first and second soul rings. Gu Feng spent yet another day searching the outskirts of the starry expanse, ultimately discovering a specimen of the formidable golden bamboo, estimated to be around 3 millennia old. Employing a variety of techniques, he successfully secured the soul ring. His soul ring configuration consists of the first soul ring from the solitary bamboo, aged approximately 700 years, the second from the blue silvergrass, aged 1,200 years, and the third from the golden bamboo, aged 3,000 years. Due to the influence of the ether, Gu Feng's martial spirit did not inherit his father's sun-shooting bow nor his mother's angelic spirit. It is worth noting that during the awakening, his martial spirit was initially meant to inherit his mother's angelic spirit, a divine entity from millennia past. However, during this awakening, the ether within his body shattered the angelic spirit into fragments, which subsequently fused into his being. This transformation rendered Gu Feng's martial spirit uniquely his own, leaving him in a state where one could argue he possessed no martial spirit at all. This incident alarmed both his parents, but fortunately, no further complications arose. The matter remains a secret between Gu Feng and his parents, who publicly declared that his martial spirit had mutated into its original form. Next, he intends to spend time at Shrek Academy, as the sun and moon are too distant and the route is perilous, teeming with malevolent spirit masters. It is wiser to proceed with caution. He had initially hoped that with the ether at his disposal, he could face any adversary without fear. Yet he finds himself unable to contend even with a moderately skilled Soul Emperor, as his body cannot sustain the ether's output. Frustrated, he contemplates his 6-year sojourn at Shrek. Pondering the prospect of marriage at 18, the thought irks him. He recalls nearly being betrothed before the age of 12. Resigned, he decides to visit Shrek and perhaps admire the young ladies there. Gu Feng was chattering to himself atop Yunlong, but as he continued, he became overwhelmed. Clutching his head and rolling about on Yunlong, he made his way towards the entrance of the Starry Realm. Meanwhile, our protagonist Huo Yuhao encountered Beibei and Tang Ya, and, true to the original narrative, he joined the Tang sect. Thanks to Huo Yuhao's fortuitous luck and assistance, they successfully helped Tang Ya acquire her third spirit ring, a mandala snake aged 1,800 years, with her soul skill mirroring that of the original tale. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, he marveled, "Wow, is Shrek really this vast?" It dwarfs the Wild City by a significant margin. Although the Wild City may not boast a large population, it is predominantly inhabited by formidable individuals. There are hardly any weaklings, and yet, I seem to be the weakest among them at present. Gu Feng pondered over the notion that he might indeed be a true novice. However, upon further reflection, he realized that he was merely 12 years old. In the desolate city, apart from him, the youngest individual was presumably his betrothed, whom he had fled from. Yet, she was nearly 18. Not even a resident of the barren city. It was rumored that she possessed a twin martial soul, remarkably powerful. A broken-tier soul king capable of overwhelming an ordinary soul emperor, and was on the verge of breaking through to the rank of soul emperor herself. Why dwell on such thoughts? I have yet to even lay eyes upon her. Surely, she cannot possibly be attending Shrek Academy as well. Hiss, that is implausible, utterly unfathomable. As it seems there were no twin martial souls in the inner court during this period of the original narrative. Indeed, it is absolutely impossible. Gu Feng discreetly utilized the city lord's seal belonging to his elder to forge a letter of recommendation. By presenting this letter to the admissions personnel, he would be able to register. Chapter 4. Admission and the Performance. Gu Yuna and Gu Chioer provided their ages, names, martial souls, and soul power levels before proceeding to Q. The admissions officer, a bespectacled teacher, exuded a gentle demeanor that instilled a sense of comfort. 11 years and 7 months. Gu Feng stated, "My martial soul would be considered my own, and I am a soul master of level 32. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed teacher." Upon concluding his remarks, Gu Feng proceeded towards the school. Another soul master? Are there truly so many under the age of 12 this year? And there's another soul sect member, along with that girl from the academy. This year seems to boast an abundance of prodigies. Wang Yin adjusted his glasses and shook his head. In the next moment, he paused abruptly. Wait, the martial soul is his own. Isn't that the innate martial soul? Hiss, where has that little fellow gone? Turning around, Wang Yin could no longer see Gu Feng's figure. Alas, I suppose I shall have to wait until after the class assessment to address this. Shrek City is indeed vast. At least significantly larger than a major city from my previous life. Yet, it lacks the vibrancy of those grand urban centers. It seems I cannot return, so be it. As Gu Feng strolled along the path, he reminisced about the prosperous world of his past life, a realm of peace and harmony. Everything around him now felt almost surreal. Yet, having lived in this place for nearly 12 years, he understood that overthinking often led to unnecessary troubles. Why ponder so much? One must simply act as one ought to. If the sky were to fall, there would always be someone tall enough to bear its weight. Shrek Academy, renowned as the foremost institution on the continent, is situated in the eastern part of the city, occupying nearly 1/3 of Shrek City's expanse. Gu Feng gazed at the class division displayed on the bulletin board. Class 1 of the first grade, he sighed, as it was likely that the peculiar Zhou Yi would be teaching that class. Gu Feng's forehead throbbed with veins upon witnessing the division of classes. Having perused the original work, he found himself at a loss for words regarding a teacher like Zhou Yi. What a nuisance. He hoped she would not resemble her counterpart in the novel. After all, this world has undergone numerous changes, and if it were to mirror the original entirely, well, it seems he is currently at a loss for recreational activities. Home? Perhaps not. He feels as though he might shed a layer of skin. Given the circumstances, he might as well endure it. If it becomes unbearable, he could always discreetly deal with her in the evening. According to Shrek's temperament, as long as he does not eliminate her, there should be no significant issues. Yet, that does not seem entirely accurate. The malevolent fire phoenix in the original work appeared to be unharmed. So, in this realm, does one possess the freedom to act as one pleases? Regardless, he decided to let things be. Although he had his mother's safety net, it would be prudent to refrain from utilizing it. For doing so would only lead to being brought back. Gu Feng gazed for a moment, contemplated his overarching objectives, and then ambled towards the dormitory with his hands clasped behind his head. Room 107, that is my abode. Upon glimpsing the doorplate, Gu Feng swung open the door, only to be met with a cloud of dust that enveloped him, darkening his countenance instantaneously. What on earth is this? This dormitory is even more absurd than those in my previous life. Gu Feng stood frozen at the threshold, utterly bewildered. Etheric storm. White clouds swirled and gradually coalesced into a miniature tornado, swiftly dispersing the dust that had pervaded the dormitory. Gu Feng meticulously tidied up the dormitory with measured patience, then hurried to the corridor, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Huo Yuhao and that peculiar amalgamation of a person should be arriving shortly, ready for the spectacle. Greetings. I am Qin Feng, also residing in room 107. I appreciate your efforts in maintaining cleanliness. Let us share the duties henceforth. And I look forward to your companionship in the coming years. A short while later, a boy with gray-white hair approached, exchanging pleasantries with Gu Feng. Hello. I am Gu Feng. That sounds agreeable. Let us take turns each day. Come, Lao Chun, let us enjoy the show together. With that, Gu Feng playfully draped his arm over Chun Feng's shoulder as they leaned over the railing, eagerly awaiting the entertainment. Wait, what are we watching, Gu Feng? What exactly are you doing? Chun Feng's expression was one of bewilderment, reminiscent of an innocent university student. They're coming. Silence, everyone, let us relish the moment. Gu Feng exclaimed, excitedly producing a watermelon and offering half to Qin Feng. Following Gu Feng's gaze, Qin Feng spotted two boys on the lawn before the dormitory, preparing for a confrontation. His spirits lifted, as the exuberance of youth often finds joy in the chaos of conflict. Huo Yuhao activated his spirit eyes, and a 10-year white soul ring gradually ascended from behind him. Wang Dong, observing this white soul master, scoffed, you think just because you possess a 10-year soul ring, you're formidable? I want to even need to unleash my martial spirit to deal with you. With a swift motion, Wang Dong propelled himself towards Huo Yuhao like an arrow, his speed astonishing as he arrived before him in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right foot, aiming a direct kick at Huo Yuhao's chest. As that foot approached, Huo Yuhao, with his spirit eyes keenly discerning the trajectory, decided to teach Wang Dong a lesson. He sidestepped and executed a sweeping kick. Wang Dong was taken aback, surprised that his roommate not only evaded his strike, but also retaliated. Reacting swiftly, he raised his right foot and, leveraging his left, performed a back kick to evade Huo Yuhao's sweep. While Huo Yuhao was still in the process of rising, Wang Dong supported himself with his hands and aimed a kick at Huo Yuhao's neck. Huo Yuhao, incensed by Wang Dong's disdainful attitude, recalled his days at the Duke's estate, and a surge of anger coursed through him. He forcefully blocked the kick with both hands, then lunged at Wang Dong. Wang Dong had never encountered such an unorthodox approach from an ordinary person. He was taken by surprise and found himself toppled onto the grass. Remarkable. Is Huo Yuhao this decisive? Surely, the analysis from his spirit eyes contributes to his prowess, Gu Feng mused, one hand stroking his chin while the other crossed over his chest in contemplation. The boy with pink hair underestimated his opponent. Even when hunting rabbits, one must exert full effort. He has taken his adversary lightly. Observing the unfolding farce, Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. He could easily dispatch such opponents with a single sword strike. However, his roommate remained an enigma. Let us go grab a meal together. Classes commence tomorrow. Gu Feng decided to cease indulging in the gossip, as the subsequent developments appeared to lack intrigue. He then accompanied Qin Feng to enjoy dinner together. Gu Feng observed Qin Feng walking ahead, seemingly recalling something. How intriguing. The real world diverges significantly from the original narrative. The 9 treasures, the 7 killing sword. I wonder if the one with the bone dragon martial soul has arrived. He then leisurely followed Qin Feng. Class 1, this must be the place. Why is this building so vast? After searching for quite some time, I am utterly bemused. Gu Feng gazed at the classroom of Class 1, feeling quite disheartened as he discovered that the classroom was located on the opposite side of the staircase. Well, I belong to Class 9. So I shall take my leave. Qin Feng looked at Gu Feng, somewhat speechless at this lively character. However, his intuition suggested that this was not the true nature of his roommate. There was an undeniable air of mystery about him. The inheritor of the 7 kills. Does one's instinct for swordplay prove so accurate? Gu Feng watched Chun Feng's departing silhouette, unable to make sense of it all, before entering the classroom. Arriving early, he quickly found a seat at the back by the window and drifted into slumber. Those who are here to fight, stand up. Groggily, Gu Feng raised his head to see an elderly woman standing at the podium, seemingly seeking trouble. To his surprise, 4 individuals rose to their feet, 2 boys and 2 girls, instantly becoming the focus of the entire class. 4 of them, those 2 girls seem rather off. Gu Feng eyed the 4 standing figures, preparing to indulge in some gossip. You 4, explain the reason for your altercation, Zhou Yi remarked coolly, casting a glance at the quartet before inquiring. I am roommates with Wang Dong, and we had a minor conflict that led to a fight. The issue has been resolved, Huo Yuhao stated, explaining the reason behind his scuffle with Wang Dong. I couldn't stand that fox, so I gave her a beating. Who knew she couldn't take it? The spirited blonde girl declared nonchalantly, crossing her arms as she stood there. Gu Chioer, well done. But next time, be a bit gentler, don't leave anyone incapacitated. Zhou Yi's mood visibly brightened upon hearing that her rival's classmate had been bested by Gu Chioer. And you, Gu Yuna, what is your situation? Zhou Yi inquired of the girl whose beauty seemed almost otherworldly, with silvery hair and pale purple eyes resembling precious gems. Her visage appeared as if the Creator had bestowed upon her all that is beautiful. Similar to Chioer, that tiger and his fiancée were quite bothersome and disrupted my reading. After reminding them once, I had no choice but to personally ensure their silence. Gu Yuna replied calmly, as though this entire affair bore no significance to her. In her heart, such trivial matters paled in comparison to her reading. Oh, the Silver Dragon King and the Emperor Beast. Given that the Divine Realm cannot intervene in Douluo continent, even the Silver Dragon King has emerged. Yet, what does it matter to me? Gu Feng initially felt quite astonished, for he had never anticipated that even the Silver Dragon King would emerge. However, upon further reflection, he realized it bore no significance to him, and thus dismissed it. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Yuna had captured his shocked expression upon hearing her name. This fellow is rather peculiar. Does he know me? Or is he aware of my true identity? Gu Yuna regarded Gu Feng with a profound gaze, pondering her thoughts. Aside from the 4 of them, everyone else was required to run 100 laps on the playground. Zhou Yi observed Gu Yuna and Huo Yuhao as they concluded their discussion, instructing the remaining individuals to listen attentively. Indeed, this fellow is just as insufferable as depicted in the original narrative, evoking a sense of revulsion. Gu Feng watched Zhou Yi on the podium, feeling a throbbing headache. He could not discern whether it was fortunate to encounter such a teacher or if she was merely fortunate herself. Chapter 5. The First Battle with the Soul Emperor. How did Zhou Yi ascertain that those individuals completed their 100 laps when she had not personally counted them? Furthermore, in the original narrative, did those she expelled truly fail to finish? Something seems amiss. Shrek currently lacks the surveillance of future generations, and she is still in the classroom. Even if she were not, how could she possibly know who failed to complete the laps among such a large group? Hold on, could it truly be as I suspect? Gu Feng appeared to have conjured a certain realization, raising his gaze to the classroom. If that were the case, it seemed to make sense. After standing on the playground for a while, Gu Feng seemed to resolve himself to a decision. With a deep breath, having been granted a second chance at life, why should he continue to suppress himself as he did in his previous existence? As long as he remained true to his conscience, that sufficed. Thus, let him discover whether reality aligned with his imaginings. Zhou Yi. Moments later, Gu Feng seemed to transform into a different individual, feeling significantly lighter, as if the shackles binding him had been released. The ethereal cloud dragon surged forward, propelling Gu Feng at an astonishing speed, completing 20 laps in a remarkably short span. Subsequently, he dissolved the cloud dragon's form and joined the main group in their run. Soon after, Huo Yuhao and his companions joined in as well. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as depicted in the original narrative, with Huo Yuhao, with Wang Dong's assistance, safely completing 100 laps. Next came what was referred to as the expulsion segment. Gu Feng smiled, eager to see if the forthcoming events matched his expectations. Zhou Yi, with an impassive expression, turned to the students and calmly announced, "Those whose names I call, step forward. Cheng Cheng, Xiao Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shengwan Qintian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao, Gu Feng." With the exception of Gu Feng, the remaining students slowly stepped forward. You 10 are no longer required to attend. From this moment onward, you are no longer students of Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi stated matter-of-factly. Why? One student, perplexed, challenged Zhou Yi, unable to comprehend the reason for this decision. Zhou Yi smiled. Dissatisfied? His name is Huo Yuhao. Had he not completed 100 laps, he too would be among you. However, he accomplished the task. I never stated that mutual assistance was prohibited. Wang Dong aided him of his own accord. Should anyone wish to offer assistance during the run, they are welcome to do so. But did anyone help you? I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. The result is that Huo Yuhao finished 100 laps, while you did not. Now leave, or I shall obliterate your martial souls. Applause erupted as Gu Feng leisurely stepped out from the ranks. His composed demeanor, coupled with an unflinching expression in the face of Zhou Yi, drew everyone's attention toward him. Are you truly certain we did not finish? Have you counted? How can you ascertain who completed 100 laps and who did not? Is your martial soul of the spiritual type, teacher? Can you stand by your words? Gu Feng gradually approached Zhou Yi, standing not far from her. His words laden with skepticism towards Zhou Ying. A peculiar smile danced on his lips. Could it be that this boy had discerned something? Unlikely. He was merely an 11-year-old child, incapable of such insight, surely feigning composure. Beneath Zhou Yi's mask, her face paled. Yet none were privy to the subtle shifts in her expression save for Gu Yuna. My words stand as evidence. How could I, as a teacher, wrongfully accuse you students? Are you daring to openly question me, the Soul Emperor? Zhou Yi articulated slowly, her tone intensifying as she pronounced Soul Emperor, 6 soul rings materializing beneath her feet. The oppressive aura of the Soul Emperor surged toward Gu Feng. Ah, it seems my suspicions were indeed validated, the shameless old woman. These few should be among the students whose soul power barely meets the requisite standard. I have familiarized myself with your teaching methods. You have expelled numerous students. For a myriad of reasons, the remaining students do indeed boast a high rate of advancement. Yet is it not due to your expulsion of those who fell short? These 9 must surely be the ones with the lowest soul power in this batch. Well, they have been dismissed, so be it. As for myself, you must think I have taken far too little time, do you not? By the time you emerged, I had already completed 20 laps, though you likely remain unaware. Old woman. Gu Feng, while mocking, berated the old woman Zhou Yi. Although Zhou Yi indeed wore a mask resembling an elderly woman, she was only in her 30s. Gu Feng's outburst was entirely unprovoked. You insolent brat, you're courting death. Zhou Yi exclaimed in fury, immediately launching an attack on Gu Feng. Old hag, I have tolerated you for far too long. You foolish simpleton, do you think I lack temper? Gu Feng had long endured the foolishness of Zhou Yi. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he took decisive action. 3 soul rings swiftly emerged from beneath his feet, and in the next moment, these rings transformed into shimmering particles that surged into Gu Feng's body. A burst of black mist erupted, instantly propelling the nearby Zhou Yi away. The Red Dragon, embodying Zhou Yi, erupted in flames. His hands morphed into dragon claws, and a layer of crimson scales adorned his body. He charged directly at Gu Feng. Ethereal, the unmoving king of light. A black half-figure materialized behind Gu Feng, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Zhou Yi's head. Zhou Yi's advance faltered. His pupils constricted as he retaliated with a punch directed at the 10-meter-tall shadow. The impact of their clash sent shockwaves, creating a wave of air that hurled all first and second-ring students nearby into the distance. A black greatsword appeared in the shadow's grasp, slashing toward Zhou Yi. The playground was struck by a deep pit, 1 meter in depth and 4 meters in radius. Zhou Yi slightly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. But the force of the greatsword still sent him flying over 10 meters, strands of hair swirling in its wake. Ethereal, the flower of the other shore. Black patterns emerged where Zhou Yi landed, and in the next moment, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the ground, soaring skyward. First soul skill, Dragon's Body. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Fifth soul skill, Body of the Flame Demon. Zhou Yi activated 3 amplifying soul skills in an instant, absorbing all the damage from the ethereal flower of the other shore, sustaining minimal injury. Ethereal, Cloud Dragon. Ethereal, Wind Tiger. Ethereal, Judgment of 10,000 Swords. A black cloud dragon and a massive tiger charged at Zhou Yi, while countless swords suspended in the air coalesced into a colossal sword dozens of meters in length, plummeting towards him at breakneck speed. The air was sliced apart, and the terrifying aura compelled students nearby to retreat several meters. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed throughout the arena, until Wang Dong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is this guy one of us? Going toe-to-toe with the Soul Emperor and overpowering him at that? This Soul Emperor is from Shrek Academy. It can't be real, can it? Ah, Huo Yuhao. What are you doing? Wang Dong suddenly cried out in distress, as Huo Yuhao awkwardly lowered his hand. You said it was a dream, right? If it hurts, that means it's not a dream. Huo Yuhao retorted, activating his spiritual eyes to observe the battle on the playground. Guina and Gu Qiu exchanged a glance, their expressions turning serious. They had previously thought little of the soul masters of this era, but to their astonishment, they witnessed a soul sovereign overpowering a soul emperor, a scene akin to a low-tier 1,000-year soul beast clashing with a 10,000-year soul beast. It was utterly absurd. Although Gu Yuna is capable of such feats, her status as the Silver Dragon King inherently elevates her strength. Presently, it resembles a form of re-establishment, which is indeed understandable. Gu Qiu, in her desperate struggle, can also manage to contend with a soul emperor using her third soul ring, albeit only with great difficulty. However, retreat remains a viable option. Yet, the individual on the playground, the young man with blue hair, who has now transformed into a figure with long black hair cascading to his waist, is relentlessly overpowering the soul emperor. With the fourth soul skill, Flame Dragon Roar, a thunderous bellow forcefully disrupted the Cloud Dragon and Wind Tiger, while the colossal sword that had descended from the sky was shattered. Zhou Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. Enduring such an intense onslaught, even with the activation of 3 enhancement soul skills, proved to be quite taxing for her. Blood gradually trickled from the corners of Gu Feng's mouth, his body unable to withstand the intense utilization of ethereal energy. Yet, as time was still brief, he resolved to finish this swiftly. Ethereal, cloud lock, dark chains descended from the heavens, ensnaring Zhou Yi's limbs, preparing to lift her into the air. However, her struggles caused the chains to quiver incessantly. Ethereal, cloud burst, a substantial mass of dark mist coalesced in Gu Feng's hand, compressing relentlessly until it formed a spherical shape. The black orb spun in his grasp, continually absorbing the elemental energies of the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhou Yi felt a chilling sense of foreboding, a lethal instinct bombarding her mind as she beheld the suspended black sphere in the studentess' hand, her brain screaming warnings. Sixth soul skill, Hellfire. Zhou Yi now found herself filled with regret. She could never have anticipated the presence of such a monstrosity in her class. For now, her only option was to block this impending attack. Crimson flames erupted from her mouth, surging forth to shatter the chains and rush toward Gu Feng. The black orb also hurtled toward her, and in an instant, they collided, triggering a violent explosion. The ground of the playground was plowed asunder. Just as the shock wave threatened to engulf the crowd, a figure appeared before it, extending a hand to shield against the onslaught. This explosion, capable of obliterating ordinary soul emperors and severely wounding high-tier soul emperors, was effortlessly diffused. In the next moment, the figure materialized between Zhou Yi and Gu Feng, easily intercepting the fiery assault from both. With a gentle push, they were sent flying. Zhou Yi, now disheveled, resembled someone who had endured the wrath of a soul-guided cannon, while Gu Feng appeared relatively unscathed. Yet, the truth was that Gu Feng had suffered far greater impact. After all, his surprise attack, a brief, unelaborated combo, had merely wounded Zhou Yi, without inflicting serious harm. The damage from the cloud burst was substantial, yet it had been mitigated by Zhou Yi's sixth skill. Now, Gu Feng found himself unable to bear the strain. Chapter 6. Yin Xiaozha, it is time to cease this. Should you continue to fight, do not blame me for being ungracious. The figure's gentle voice resonated, though the dissatisfaction etched on his face revealed his rising anger. All students of Class 1, assemble at once. The figure addressed the dozens of students at the periphery before turning to the 2 instigators of this chaos. You too, come here. He then proceeded toward the only area that remained somewhat intact, as much of the playground lay ravaged. Gu Feng stood rooted, regulating his breath. The figure waved a hand, sending a surge of light toward Gu Feng, restoring 70% of his injuries sustained in battle. The remaining 30% would require his own gradual recovery. Greetings. I am Yin Xiaozha, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department. Could someone enlighten me as to what transpired here? A student and a teacher engaged in a fierce altercation, the scale of which resulted in the devastation of a significant portion of the playground. What could this possibly mean? Especially on the very first day of the new academic year? Yin Xiaozha, suppressing his fury, reflected on the chaos of the day. As the Dean of the Martial Soul Department, he was already burdened with responsibilities, particularly with the internal assessments scheduled for today. Little did he anticipate that a teacher from the external department would clash with a student, and astonishingly, the student had the upper hand in the confrontation. While the element of surprise played a role, such behavior was utterly outrageous. Had it not been for the student's extraordinary prowess, Yin Xiaozhi would have swiftly expelled him. At that moment, Huo Yuhao stepped forward to provide a detailed account of the incident. Upon hearing the explanation, Yin Xiaozhi cast a penetrating glance at Zhou Yi. Having lived for so long, he could easily discern Zhou Yi's intentions. This was not the first time she had resorted to such tactics. But it appeared that this time she had encountered a formidable opponent. Classmates, please return to your classrooms for self-study. Gu Feng, you should accompany them as well. Zhou Yi, come to my office. Yin Xiaozhi addressed the students with a veneer of cordiality before suppressing his ire and directing a stern remark at Zhou Yi, then hastily departing. Just you wait, little brat, Zhou Yi muttered, never having faced such a significant setback before. However, before she could finish her thought, Gu Feng boldly interjected, old hag, do you think I'm afraid of you? If necessary, I'll gladly engage in another round. I want you back down until you're left unable to care for yourself. His words nearly provoked Zhou Yi into another confrontation, but ultimately, she chose to storm off to the principal's office. As Gu Feng turned to walk towards the classroom, Wang Dong, with a face full of astonishment, exclaimed to Huo Yuhao, Yuhao, is this really not a dream? Is he truly our age? Goodness. I would confront that old hag directly. This guy is truly formidable, and it seems he is only from the third ring. How can there be such a vast disparity between people? Huo Yuhao, shaking his head, replied as he walked, just look at the playground, and you'll know it's not a dream. Besides, if you possessed that classmate's strength, I believe you would be even more arrogant. Wang Dong, you stop right there. How am I being arrogant? You rascal, clarify that for me. Wang Dong chased after Huo Yuhao towards the classroom. Sister, who do you think is stronger at the same stage, him or those who became gods thousands of years ago? Gu Qiu'er gazed at the classroom and, after a moment, inquired of Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna, observing the playground after the battle, sighed softly. Well, what do you think, Qiu? In your case, at the same level. Gods from thousands of years ago might not stand a chance against you. But can you defeat that fellow? Gu Yuna shook her head and proceeded towards the classroom. Aware of why Qiu'er had posed that question, she had just emerged from the Stardow forest, and as the transformed imperial beast. Her talent was indeed among the pinnacle of this continent. Her martial soul, the golden dragon, could contend with divine martial souls. Only to suddenly realize that there were indeed formidable individuals beyond comparison. Indeed, encountering such freaks is a rarity over tens of thousands of years. It seems futile to compare oneself to them, Gu Qiu'er mused, following Gu Yuna to the classroom. Had Gu Feng been privy to Gu Qiu'er's thoughts, he would have undoubtedly chuckled, for while he might not know much, he was certain that there were powerful individuals on the side of the sun and moon. After all, with the 8 elements of star stealing, 6 elemental fluctuations were present on the sun and moon's side, and there was also the extreme north. With the likes of Tsangyu, the Ice Empress, truly a pinnacle of combat strength. The body sect also had one, though the situation was unclear. Shrek was likely to have one as well, alongside the 2 elusive soul beasts from overseas. There might be even more powerful beings. Considering that the anomalies from 12 years ago only represented the 8 elements, soul beast phantoms, ancient giants, and ice elemental anomalies. Who knows whether only these few have descended upon Douluo, or if there are even more. Returning to the dormitory, Gu Feng lay back on his bed, reflecting on the events of the day, growing increasingly agitated. That old hag was truly more irksome than the little fairy from his previous life. Initially, he had intended to endure, but what a folly that was. He could hardly bear it at all. With the foundation laid by his mother's previous gifts, he decided to confront the situation directly. Gu Feng, the news has spread like wildfire. Someone in Class 1 got into a fight with their homeroom teacher on the very first day, and astonishingly, they managed to overpower the teacher. I was skeptical at first, but after seeing the wreckage of the playground, I believe it now. It's absolutely ridiculous. Gu Feng, you're from Class 1, right? Do you know who it was? Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Feng immediately inquired about Gu Feng, enthusiastically recounting the day's sensational events. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Feng turned to see Gu Feng staring at him as if he were a fool, causing him to abruptly halt. Why are you looking at me? This matter is known throughout the entire Shrek Outer Academy. I am uncertain whether the Inner Academy is aware, but among the Outer Academy, everyone knows there is a formidable presence in Class 1. They simply do not know the identity of this individual. As Chen Feng spoke, he noticed the increasingly peculiar expression on Gu Feng's face, prompting an uneasy sensation within him. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, Gu Feng, could that person possibly be you? His voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible, and had it not been for Gu Feng's keen senses, he might not have caught the latter part of the question. Gu Feng glanced at Chen Feng, lightly nodded, stretched lazily, and casually remarked, as long as you know, don't spread it around. I've been asleep for nearly a day. Let us go eat. With that, Gu Feng strode out. If memories served him right. Today was the first day for Huo Yuhao to sell fish, and he was eager to sample it. Whoa, Brother Feng, wait for me. I'll go call the young lady and that fierce girl, Wu Feng, to join us. Chen Feng, recovering from his shock, hurried after Gu Feng. Yuhao, this grilled fish is truly delightful. Today, my sister and I are remarkably fortunate. If you continue to sell grilled fish, my sister and I will certainly support your business. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek assistance from me and my sister. Apart from that pervert in the outer courtyard, my sister is probably the strongest. Gu Chioer chattered excitedly while devouring the grilled fish. Hearing this, Gu Yuna shot a glare at Gu Chioer and quietly continued to savor the fish. Despite her youth, Gu Yuna's charm momentarily captivated our classmate, Hua. For she was indeed the most beautiful girl in Douluo. Huo Yuhao, could you serve each of us a grilled fish? A voice chimed in, causing Gu Chioer to freeze in place as she turned to face the center of today's campus bus. She stealthily maneuvered behind Gu Yuna, causing Gu Yuna's forehead to nearly bulge with veins. All right. Gu Feng, are they your friends? Huo Yuhao inquired, observing the trio trailing behind Gu Feng, 2 girls and a boy. The boy exuded a sharp aura, while the red-haired girl bore a striking resemblance to their homeroom teacher. The blonde girl radiated a natural charm. Both girls were quite attractive, especially the blonde, who approached Gu Chioer's level of beauty. Yes, this fellow is my roommate, Chen Feng. The 2 girls are Ning Tian and Wu Feng. I suppose they can be considered friends. Please serve us each a grilled fish. I wish to taste your culinary skills. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, before taking his fish to join Chen Feng and the others. My goodness, Brother Feng, does that mean you're the protagonist of today's event? I feel like we're not even from the same world. This is utterly absurd. The 2 girls, engaged in their meal, were astounded to learn that Gu Feng was the highlight of the day. Chen Feng promptly relayed Gu Feng's situation to Wu Feng and Ning Tian. For as a bodyguard, certain matters could not be concealed from his master. Upon hearing this revelation, Ning Tian stared at Gu Feng, rendered speechless. However, after absorbing the news, she fell silent, lowering her head in contemplation. At that moment, Gu Feng noticed the blonde girl adorned with bunny ear hair accessories approaching, signaling yet another intriguing development. Her exquisite features seemed to have materialized straight from an anime, captivating all in attendance. Enough chatter. It appears we have a spectacle to witness. Let us quietly enjoy the unfolding scene. Gu Feng invited the 3 of them to enjoy a leisurely moment while watching a performance, and he produced several apples from his soul guide to share with everyone as they settled in for the show. Hello, could you spare me 2 apples? He was asked. Gu Feng, I find the fish a bit dry, said Gu Yuna, gently tugging at her hair as she approached with her sister Gu Chioer, stopping beside Gu Feng. Of course, here you go, Gu Yuna. Let us watch the show and enjoy the fruits together. Gu Feng replied, his gaze fixed intently on the tussle between Huo Yuhao and the blonde senior, without sparing a glance at her. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Gu Yuna's eyes as she expressed her gratitude and joined the others in their fruit feast. At that moment, Chen Feng leaned in closer to Gu Feng, whispering conspiratorially, Brother Feng, are there other beautiful girls in your class? Is she called Gu Yuna? What type of boy does she fancy? Gu Feng turned his gaze towards Chen Feng, who was right there. If he had any inquiries, he could very well ask them himself. Do not disturb me while I indulge in gossip, Gu Feng remarked, before shifting his attention to Huo Yuhao, who appeared poised to savor the unfolding drama. But is it true that individuals from Douluo are so young, yet already contemplating romance? I had assumed that the heir of 7 kills would be solely devoted to the sword. Could it be that Gu Yuna's allure is simply too potent? Never mind. Savoring the gossip is of greater significance. Why ponder such matters when they bear no relevance to me? Gu Feng absently rubbed his nose and dismissed the thoughts, returning to his enjoyment of the spectacle. Chapter 7. The Twin Stars of the Outer Academy. Jiang Nan, as the girl adorned with a golden-haired rabbit ear headpiece was about to depart, a deep voice resonated. Kid, do you dare not sell? A golden soul coin shot in from a distance, embedding itself directly into the barbecue grill. followed by a large hand reaching for the last 2 grilled fish at Huo Yuhao's stall. Upon hearing that voice, Huo Yuhao instinctively activated his spiritual detection. Just as the hand was about to seize the fish, he evaded it with Tang Sek's Xian Jade hand coupled with Ghost Shadow Mistransmission. However, Huo Yuhao did not anticipate that the hand, missing its target, would plunge directly into the barbecue coals, a heavy aura enveloping him as another hand grasped his shirt, lifting him off the ground. A golden flash darted into the figure's arm, and immediately, dark blue-silver grass ensnared the figure, accompanied by a sharp cry. Su Sanshi, release Yuhao. That fish belongs to me. With that, she employed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to push Su Sanshi aside. The sound of the blue-silver grass exploding resonated as Su Sanshi broke free from its confines, water swirling around him, and a substantial shield materializing in his grasp. Su Sanshi charged towards Tang Ya, shield in hand. A dragon-transformed arm struck forcefully against the shield, generating a tremendous wave of energy at the point of impact. I say, Sanshi, you first lay hands on my junior brother, and then you intend to attack my little Ya. What, do you wish to brawl? The voice belonged to Beibei and Tang Ya, who had previously been intercepted by Gu Feng at the entrance of Stardo. Beibei, keep a close watch on your little Ya, Su Sanshi remarked as he relinquished his shield. After a brief tussle, he extracted a dragon whisker needle from Tang Ya that had been lodged in his arm, albeit at the expense of a Xianshui Dan. Beibei, your little Ya is quite ruthless, a dragon whisker needle, no less. It's excruciating, Su Sanshi complained while rubbing the spot where the needle had been. Well, who told you to set your sights on my newly recruited Tang Sek disciple and attempt to snatch my grilled fish? Tang Ya, munching on the fish, replied with a mouthful, rolling her eyes at Su Sanshi's foolishness. Nan, the fish Yuhao grilled is absolutely delectable. You should give it a try, Tang Ya suggested, addressing the stunning beauty before her. As I walked over, I gently linked arms with Jiang Nanan. A smile illuminated Jiang Nanan's face as she reached out to accept the grilled fish handed to her by Tang Ya. She took a delicate bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is truly delicious. Where did you find such a talented disciple, Xia? Jiang Nanan inquired softly. Observing this, Su Sanshi rushed toward Jiang Nanan, exclaiming, Nanan, if it's this tasty, I'll buy it for you every day. His face radiated eagerness. However, upon seeing Su Sanshi's approach, Jiang Nanan's expression darkened instantaneously. With a swift motion, she lifted her right foot and delivered a striking blow to Su Sanshi's head. With a thud, the once boisterous Su Sanshi collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Huo Yuhao instinctively shuddered, taken aback by the unexpectedly ferocious demeanor of the seemingly gentle senior. Do you think Nanan is quite violent? Beibei approached and gently patted Huo Yuhao's shoulder. Huo Yuhao nodded instinctively. After all, anyone witnessing the scene would find it surreal. Well, Nanan is actually very gentle. But only towards this guy, Beibei explained, shaking her head as she pointed to the sprawled Su Sanshi on the ground. After finishing her explanation, she stroked her chin, as if uncovering some monumental secret. Once Su Sanshi managed to rise from the ground, he appeared utterly dejected. He then charged at Beibei, engaging in a heated dispute, which ultimately led to the two of them agreeing to a duel at the Soul Fighting Arena the following morning, coinciding with a school-wide holiday. Speaking of the holiday, it was orchestrated by someone who was currently enjoying the spectacle. Yet, that individual remained indifferent to it all. Wow, I can't quite grasp this situation. What is going on with that turtle and that rabbit senior? Do you know? Gu Qiu'er, looking bewildered, pondered for a long while before turning to Gu Feng with her query. Well, this matter is rather intricate. It's best not to pry, little one. You've had your fill of gossip. Now, let us all return to our respective homes. Farewell, Feng. Gu Feng cast a gaze of bemusement upon Gu Qiu'er, shaking his head and folding his arms behind his head as he departed. Chen Feng, equally perplexed, shot a strange glance at Gu Qiu'er before following suit. Gu Yuna approached, gently patting Gu Qiu'er's shoulder, shaking her head in silence before turning away. Throughout this encounter, Gu Qiu'er remained utterly bewildered, feeling a profound sense of disconnection from them. Wait for me, sister. What is happening? Please explain. Wu Feng observed the departing group, equally confounded, scratching his head and inquiring of the still-present Ning Tian, young master. Do you comprehend any of this? I certainly do not. Ning Tian, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at Wu Feng. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately chose silence. mirroring Gu Yuna's earlier gesture as he patted Wu Feng's shoulder and left, leaving Wu Feng in a state of utter confusion. The following day, at the Seoul Arena, a throng awaited the duel of the twin stars from the Outer Academy. They had clashed numerous times before, yet seldom had a victor emerged. Today, they returned to the arena, uncertain if a definitive outcome would finally be reached. I'm so tired. Feng, what is there to watch? I'd rather return and sleep. Gu Feng yawned, expressing his discontent to Qin Feng, who had insisted he come to witness the brawl. Brother Feng, I understand your prowess, but these are the twin stars of the academy. Are you not curious about their abilities? Most of the Outer Academy has gathered, Qin Feng remarked, observing Gu Feng's drowsiness before fixating on the arena, despite the absence of any visible figures on the field. Knowing the outcome in advance, with nothing of interest to behold, and anticipating a swift defeat, he mused whether it would be more prudent to return to slumber. Yet, was Huo Yuhao already resorting to deceit? Was this his own idea? Or had Tang Ya instructed him in the art of cheating? Gu Feng pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Huo Yuhao, who sat just a few seats away. After a brief contemplation, he decided to sleep, thinking to himself, what does it matter to me? As long as the cheating does not fall upon my shoulders, it is of no concern. The ensuing events unfolded as per the original narrative, with Huo Yuhao engaging in deceit, while Beibei, in a remarkable display of skill, swiftly eliminated Su Sanshur, leaving him utterly bewildered. Subsequently, the group returned to the audience seats, at which point Wang Dong stormed out in a fit of anger, directing his ire towards Huo Yuhao. Following this altercation, Wang Dong expressed his desire to join the Tang sect, to which Tang Ya responded by stating that the new students must reach the top 8 in the assessments. Gu Feng, have you come to witness the battle between Brother Beibei and Senior Su Sanshur? Huo Yuhao approached with Wang Dong and Beibei. Gu Feng realized that sleep would evade him this night, especially considering the lingering animosity between Beibei, Tang Ya, and himself. What a hassle! I truly do not wish to encounter that little fairy, Tang Ya. Nevertheless, in a school of this size, one is bound to cross paths eventually. This matter must be resolved sooner rather than later. Gu Feng observed the approaching group, consisting of Huo Yuhao and Tang Ya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rising to his feet, he stretched languidly and moved his limbs, for it was highly probable that a confrontation awaited him. It's you. You, too, are a student of Shrek. Tang Ya was momentarily taken aback by Gu Feng's countenance. She had not anticipated encountering this individual, who had previously obstructed her path at Stardo. Beibei, noticing the blue-haired youth before him, intervened to halt Tang Ya, who was poised to take immediate action. With a gentle smile, he extended his hand and said, Greetings. Are you Gu Feng, the junior? You bear a striking resemblance to someone I encountered earlier. Are you also a newcomer this year? Gu Feng cast a glance at the smiling Beibei before shifting his gaze to the gritting teeth Tang Ya, unable to suppress a chuckle. Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. I initially thought today would be rather dull. Alas, I must ask, Senior, do you find this kind of probing entertaining? I am indeed that person. So, what are you and your fellow seniors planning to do about it? Engage in a bout. Gu Feng's laughter faded, and he regarded Beibei and Tang Ya with a cold stare. Tang Ya, unable to contain her anger at the boy before her, declared, If a fight is what you want, then so be it. I am not afraid of you. With that, she prepared to strike, but Beibei intervened, raising a hand to stop her. Very well, I too wish to witness the prowess of our junior, Beibei responded, nodding at Tang Ya as if to say, Leave it to me. She then quietly observed the young man before her. Gu Feng, upon noticing the two individuals before him, promptly turned and made his way towards the battle arena. His voice echoed back, Let us engage in a match. Once concluded, we shall dismiss the past. At that moment, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong sensed something amiss. Was there a conflict between Brother Beibei and Teacher Xiaoya regarding Gu Feng? Oh dear, this could spell disaster. Huo Yuhao exchanged glances with Wang Dong, and then urgently grasped Beibei's sleeve, imploring, Brother Beibei, Teacher Xiaoya, perhaps it would be best to let it go. Huo Yuhao intended to recount Gu Feng's impressive victories, but before he could finish his thought, Tang Ya poked Huo Yuhao's forehead, chiding him. Whose side are you on, Yuhao? Beibei is a high-ranking soul master. We should witness Beibei deliver a sound thrashing to that fellow. She waved her hand as if victory was assured. After another shared glance with Wang Dong, they both shook their heads in resignation, allowing events to unfold. On one side stood the monstrous classmate who had clashed with a teacher on the very first day of school, and on the other was the brother who had aided him. Huo Yuhao resolved to exert all his efforts to help his senior prevail in this battle. At that moment, a spectator noticed that another pair had taken to the arena, unable to contain their astonishment. Is there still someone else dueling today? How delightful. But that lad on the field seems to be a first-year student, doesn't he? A girl exclaimed, Sister, look quickly. Isn't that Gu Feng? Who is he daring enough to challenge? Gu Qiu'er, unable to contain her excitement, jumped up and seized Gu Yuna's shoulders, shaking her fervently. Qiu'er, calm down. Just watch. And we shall soon see. I am rather curious myself, Gu Yuna replied softly, gently patting Gu Qiu'er to signal her to sit down, while she observed the unfolding scene in the arena, eagerly awaiting what would transpire next. Chapter 8. Ouyang's son. The referee regarded the two competitors, a first-year novice and a fifth-year twin star. He felt a headache coming on. The referee despised such intergrade duels. They were not only strenuous but also troublesome. Senior, how about this? After this match, regardless of the outcome, shall we agree to wipe the slate clean? Although Gu Feng was not particularly concerned about the repercussions of the incident that had transpired at Stardo, he preferred not to prolong matters, as he did not wish to encounter Tang Ya seeking trouble in the future. Rest assured, after this match, our past grievances shall be resolved, Beibei replied graciously, then turned to the referee to indicate that he was ready. You and I shall resolve our differences? Intriguing. Does that exclude Tang Ya? You are quite clever. Mu Beibei? Gu Feng pondered Beibei's earlier statement, sneering slightly before shaking his head and directing his gaze towards the referee. Young master, look. Isn't that Qin Ji's roommate? I believe his name is Gu Feng. Wasn't he the protagonist of yesterday's school-wide incident? What brings him to the battle arena? Wu Feng and Ning Tian exchanged surprised glances as they observed Gu Feng and Beibei on the battlefield. I don't know, but let us watch. We might as well see just how formidable the one who caused such a stir truly is. Feng Mei, let us observe together. Perhaps he will appear in the new student assessment, Wu Feng suggested. Ning Tian shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the arena of combat. Master, I wish to challenge that azure-haired youth on the battlefield. Perched upon the young man's shoulders were two diminutive creatures, a small black monkey and a palm-sized black and red frog, both standing steadfastly. At that moment, a golden-haired boy spoke to the instructor overseeing the arena, standing there and observing Gu Feng. The youth appeared delicate and fragile, yet exuded an unsettling aura. Gu Feng and Beibei turned their gazes toward the youth upon hearing the words. Beibei glanced at him briefly before returning to await the referee's signal, while Gu Feng studied the boy with the yellow hair, then shifted his attention to the two small beasts that appeared to be ordinary animals perched on his shoulders. How delightful. Referee, both he and I are first-year students. After this match, I trust one can have a duel with him? Gu Feng proclaimed, pointing at the yellow-haired youth. The referee nodded and instructed the yellow-haired boy to temporarily vacate the arena. Wait patiently, Sunday. Once they finish, you can challenge him. That senior, named Beibei, won't last long unless that individual desires to prolong the encounter, the young man murmured to the monkey resting on his shoulder. I can hardly wait to engage him in battle. You two refrain from interfering. Allow me to have my fair share of combat first. The yellow-haired youth nodded, quietly observing the arena. The earlier encounter with the yellow-haired boy felt somewhat perilous. Nevertheless, Gu Feng resolved to settle matters swiftly. Initially intending to spend time with Beibei, he decided to expedite the resolution. As the referee departed, blue lightning erupted, and Beibei's arm transformed instantaneously. At that moment, a mental wave connected with Beibei. Huo Yuhao had intervened to aid Beibei in cheating. With the third soul skill, Dragon's Fury, Beibei's lightning surged once more, propelling him towards Gu Feng while unleashing the Thunder Dragon Claw mid-attack. So you have indeed resorted to cheating, Huo Yuhao, Gu Feng remarked, glancing toward Huo Yuhao's position before squinting at the rapidly approaching Beibei. Ether, cloud veil. White clouds descended from the heavens, obstructing Beibei's path. The Thunder Dragon Claw struck against the cloud veil, creating ripples, yet ultimately, the cloud veil remained steadfast in front of Beibei. Ether cloud chains. 5 white chains extended from the cloud veil, swiftly ensnaring Beibei. Although Gu Feng did not exert his full strength, Beibei, a mere 3-ring soul master, was incomparable to the likes of Zhou Yi. Furthermore, Gu Feng's current power far surpassed what he could wield in Stardo. The cloud chains lifted Beibei, suspending him above the arena. Gu Feng observed Beibei in silence, as the latter struggled in vain against his bonds. The arena fell into an eerie silence, only broken when the referee announced Gu Feng's victory, with the sound of swallowed breaths echoing throughout. Few dared to speak aloud. All were stunned by the spectacle. An annihilation of a three-ringed soul master. A first-year student defeating a fifth-year twin star. Goodness, could it be? Gu Feng has just obliterated that senior with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. Wu Feng turned rigidly towards Ning Tian, hoping for the affirmation he yearned to hear. However, Ning Tian merely nodded in silence. The cloud chains unceremoniously flung Beibei from the arena, and the next moment, dust erupted across the battleground. All eyes in the arena were fixed upon the latest turn of events, and it could only be said that today's battle was indeed worth witnessing. As the dust settled, a black monkey, nearly the height of an adult, emerged onto the battleground, followed closely by a golden-haired youth who bore a black and red frog perched upon his shoulder. Hee, it has been quite some time since I last engaged in a fight. Let us have a bout, the monkey proclaimed, its words surprisingly human-like. In an instant, it vanished from sight. A thunderous clash erupted, and the next moment, Gu Feng was sent flying to the edge of the arena, nearly knocked out by the monkey's powerful strike. What on earth? A talking monkey? Could it possibly be a 100,000-year spirit beast? Yet, that seems implausible. Sister, what is that creature? It's incredibly formidable, Gu Qiuer exclaimed, startled by Gu Feng's predicament. The martial spirit Gu Yuna uttered two words softly. Her attention now fully engaged in the battle. Even she was observing the monkey-like martial spirit with newfound seriousness. Hey there, young one, you wouldn't be so weak, would you? The monkey inquired, not pressing its advantage, but instead folding its arms and regarding Gu Feng with an amused expression. Gu Feng brushed off the dust from his attire, squinting slightly as his blue hair gradually darkened to black, cascading down to his neck, tilting his head in contemplation. The ether cloud battle armor, forged from dark vapor, formed a strikingly futuristic suit, inspired by an anime he had cherished in his youth, the Vanguard Bardel GA-17. The monkey observed the shadowy figure before him, erupting into a boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. Come. Let us engage in a glorious battle. In an instant, both the man and the monkey vanished from sight, unleashing a cacophony of violent clashes, yet few could discern their fleeting forms. With each confrontation, small craters marred the arena, and in the blink of an eye, the battleground became riddled with pockmarks. Cough. This fellow is extraordinarily formidable. My apologies, Xiaoya. At that moment, Beibei returned to the side of Huo Yuhao and Tang Ya. Su Sanshur patted Beibei's shoulder, shaking his head, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet uttering nothing. He merely gazed at the destruction unfolding in the arena. Ah, Yuhao, you look so comfortable asleep. What are you all up to? A voice echoed in Huo Yuhao's mind, Tianming Iceworm, infused with astonishment, as if it had encountered something extraordinary. Well, why is this one here? Is Shrek truly this perilous? The Tianming Iceworm seemed to sense an immense threat, trembling as it spoke. Tianming, you're awake. What were you saying just now? Huo Yuhao mentally responded. Nothing of consequence. Yuhao, I must advise you to steer clear of those two engaged in combat. They possess considerable strength, and it seems they harbor hidden powers. And that silver-haired girl over there, if you encounter her, evade if possible. I shall take my leave for now. Do not call for me while she is present. With that, Tianming imparted crucial information before vanishing, leaving Huo Yuhao calling out in vain. That aura felt reminiscent of that powerful insect. Gu Yuna observed the arena, sensing the absence of the creature's presence before returning her attention to the ongoing battle. With a thunderous clash, two figures staggered back to the verge of the nearly ruined battleground. The man and the monkey regarded each other quietly. The monkey then glanced at the blonde youth at the edge of the arena and spoke. I cannot sustain this level of combat for long. You must feel the same. Let us settle this with a single strike. Underneath the armor, Gu Feng's expression appeared somewhat grave as he nodded and subsequently released the flowing cloud battle armor. This monkey must be the martial soul of that golden-haired youth, who seemingly possesses a twin martial soul. Has he not exerted his full strength? Well, it seems he has not. However, I doubt I could overpower him now. No, perhaps not, judging by the expression of that golden-haired youth. He likely has some form of limitation as well. He. Young one, are you prepared? The monkey exclaimed, his body erupting with a dark crimson aura. 3 purple soul rings ascended behind him, radiating a brilliant purple light. Dark cloud flow boots, a fortified physique, and a dark flame scepter appeared. Black boots manifested upon the monkey's feet, and his fur glimmered with brilliance. His left arm split open, and from the fissure, he withdrew a bone as tall as a person. With a resounding thud, a black-red staff materialized in his hand, exuding the formidable aura of a soul emperor. Ethereal, cloudburst. A sphere of black energy materialized above Gu Feng's hand, revolving ominously and emitting a terrifying presence. The monkey thrust his staff into the ground, causing crimson fissures to emerge where it penetrated the earth. The black sphere surged towards him, prompting the monkey to swiftly withdraw his staff, unleashing a red energy blade that sliced through the ground towards Gu Feng. The collision site between the energy blade and the black sphere caused the arena's surface to erupt outward until it settled before the monkey, Gu Feng, and the golden-haired youth. As the clash subsided, a massive pit, several meters deep and 100 meters in radius, marred the arena, prompting Gu Feng to cast a long glance at the golden-haired youth. I concede, two voices resonated simultaneously in the hushed arena. Gu Feng and the golden-haired youth exchanged glances. And in the next moment, the latter smiled. Hello, I am Ouyang Sunday. I hope that when we next engage, we can both unleash our full potential. With that, he turned and made his way out of the arena. Gu Feng, that is my name. I look forward to our next encounter. Gu Feng's voice echoed as he too departed from the arena. Chapter 9. Ouyang's son and Gu Feng. Following the conclusion of that fierce battle, Gu Feng and Ouyang's son gained notoriety throughout the entirety of Shrek. One was in Class 1, while the other was in Class 4. Their dormitories were soon inundated with students eager for gossip and spectacle, though ultimately, it bore little significance. Following the confrontation between Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, notable factions across the continent embarked on an investigation. However, both individuals remained shrouded in mystery. After all, one is the reclusive young lord of the borderland city, known only to its inhabitants and the party seeking to arrange a betrothal with Gu Feng. As for Ouyang's son, his enigma deepens further. Gu Feng, if you wish to sleep, do so in your own dormitory, shouted Zhou Yi, slamming the table as she glared at the figure dozing by the window in the back row. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng cast a glance at Zhou Yi, rose to his feet, and made his way outside, for he had no desire to attend the lessons of that elderly matriarch. Several days had passed since the duel, during which various events had transpired. For instance, Gu Feng's dormitory roommate had changed to Ouyang's son, leaving one to wonder whether the academy sought to better understand them or merely surveil them. Zhou Yi's punishment had been mitigated, courtesy of her husband, the vice dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Ultimately, the class teacher remained the same as in the original tale, with Huo Yuhao serving as class leader, while Gu Yuna assumed the role of vice class leader. Gu Feng, in his wisdom, chose not to provoke Zhou Yi, and she ought to be grateful for that. Due to Tang Ya and the Tang sect, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong had little connection with Gu Feng. Instead, Gu Feng had forged a strong friendship with Ouyang's son. The two beasts shared a dormitory, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Yuna, however, would occasionally appear before Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, leaving one to ponder her intentions. Ning Tian from the Nine Treasures frequently sought out Ouyang's son and Gu Feng, yet the latter two largely disregarded her presence. Feng, aren't you attending class? Ouyang's son exclaimed in surprise, noticing Gu Feng beneath the trees by the sea god lake. Approaching, he plopped down beside him. Squeak. This lad has probably clashed with that old hag again. During her classes, he always seems to stir up trouble. Sun bounced over, nonchalantly commenting. The monkey perched on Ouyang's son's shoulder was named Sun, while the frog was called Ouyang, though the latter generally remained asleep and seldom spoke. Sun and Gu Feng had become quite the mischievous duo, with Ouyang's son often playing the role of mediator. Wying, what about you? You should be in class as well. Why have you come here? You aren't one to sleep through lessons or skip them, Gu Feng remarked, glancing at Ouyang's son before turning over to resume his slumber. You brat, what? Do you want to fight? Sun bared his teeth at Gu Feng, conveying a challenge that demanded justification. Witnessing this, Ouyang's son quickly reassured Sun, having grown accustomed to their antics since they had become dorm mates. Today we have a practical lesson. You know Sun's prowess, and Ouyang's direct strength is only slightly inferior to his. They are no longer on the same level as their peers. The teacher has permitted me to engage in free activity. Ouyang's son took the opportunity to settle beside Gu Feng, leaning against the tree for respite. Wying, why did you come to Shrek? After a brief repose, Gu Feng stretched and inquired. Me? There is nothing I cannot disclose. My family originally hails from overseas. You might be somewhat familiar with that. In this era, deities cannot meddle in the affairs of the continent. My family sent me here to explore opportunities for ascension to divinity, Ouyang's son replied, his tone pensive as he embraced his legs. Upon discussing the continent, Sun's monkey visage took on a serious demeanor. After Ouyang's son finished speaking, Sun accompanied Ouyang's son, and the three of them seemed to offer each other solace. What about you? Why have you come here? Gu Feng had not anticipated that Ouyang's son's reason for coming here was to attain divinity. He fixed his gaze upon Ouyang's son, and after a moment, a genuine smile broke upon his face, akin to the expression one bears upon encountering a true friend. When I first became aware that deities resided in the heavens and could intervene in the affairs of the continent, I contemplated leading a tranquil life as a minor lord in the outskirts. However, I later learned that the connection between the gods and the continent had been severed. Although I do not know when the deities may descend again, I am determined to grow stronger during this interval, strong enough to instill fear even in the gods themselves. For the first time, Gu Feng expressed his innermost thoughts to another person. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he found himself in a predicament. He was too young, his body unable to withstand the power of ether, and the soul rings held no benefit for him. Unable to cultivate soul power, he could only explore the applications of ether, a pursuit he had diligently engaged in for years. Ouyang's son gazed at his seemingly nonchalant friend in astonishment, and after a moment, they both shared a genuine laugh. Though their ultimate goals might diverge, they were united in their understanding that the divine entities were their common adversaries. Shall we delve into our respective circumstances? Ouyang's son suggested, acknowledging their alliance. Gu Feng nodded in agreement, prompting a smile from Ouyang's Sunday. Let me share my situation first. I am the holy son of the current generation of Sea God Island, not the Tang San who ascended to divinity millennia ago, but the holy son of the original Sea God Island prior to that. Sea God Island split into two factions thousands of years ago. One adhered to the will of the old sea god, safeguarding the ocean, while the other followed Tang San's intent. Since the old sea god bequeathed his divinity to Tang San, those loyal to the old sea god became significantly weaker. Nevertheless, they still possessed considerable strength, yet Tang San pursued them relentlessly. The Huo sect and Sea God Island participated in that massacre. I am uncertain whether Shrek was involved. As he spoke, Ouyang's son's tone grew heavy, revealing the complexity of unspoken truths. I belong to the faction of holy sons from Sea God Island that was hunted down. However, we have long since retreated from the ocean, having sought refuge on the mainland a millennium ago. Our strength has been somewhat restored. Yet we remain inferior to the might of Sea God Island and the Huo sect. I will find a way to avenge this grievance in due time. Ouyang's son briefly outlined his own faction and the motivations behind their potential conflict with the divine. My circumstances are somewhat similar, albeit tragic in their own right. My father is an adopted son. Though he often fears my mother, their love is profound. I find myself envious of their bond. My mother wields the six-winged angel as her martial spirit, an ancient, divine-level spirit that once belonged to the spirit hall. The narrative is rather cliché. Yet their conclusion mirrors yours. They concealed themselves until the gods could no longer interfere in the mortal realm. However, they hold little faith in the powers of Douluo continent. Having witnessed all factions take part in that ancient war, they actually harbor a favorable view of the sun and moon, especially since the current emperor is nearing his end and the crown prince is rather peculiar. Otherwise, they might have allied with the sun and moon by now. Personally, I find the atmosphere of the sun and moon to be far more relaxed than that of Douluo. However, I fled to escape an arranged marriage and to witness the prowess of Shrek, the ones who defeated the spirit hall a millennium ago. Gu Feng reclined under the great tree, resting his head upon his hands, as if narrating a tale. It appears we are destined to be good friends, and our family's influence is currently intertwined with the sun and moon. I have stealthily ventured out, hoping to investigate whether Shrek was involved in the siege of Ur. Ouyang's son chuckled softly in response. It seems to be the providence of fate. At this moment, two youths embark upon an uncertain path together. They remain oblivious to the outcomes that await them, yet they are assured in their resolve not to regret their choices. Feng, do you have a backup plan for your time at Shrek? Ouyang's son inquired suddenly. Haven't you prepared any contingencies? Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang's son with an expression of bewilderment, almost embarrassed by the question. Of course I have a plan. I merely wish to know if you were prepared, so that if the need arises to flee, I can take you along, Ouyang's son replied earnestly. Rest assured, I am well prepared. Thank you. My family resides at the confluence of Star Luo, Sun and Moon, and the Star Do. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you will lend us your assistance, Gu Feng said, seeming to contemplate something serious. Certainly, no problem. Ouyang's son nodded in agreement, and the two resumed their conversation, delving into various bits of gossip. It was only when Gu Feng spotted certain humanoid figures and a stitched creature that he exclaimed, "Oh dear, what luck! With these two appearing here, the phoenix should be on its way as well. How troublesome." He rubbed his forehead as he observed Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong approaching not far from them. "Feng, son, something is rushing across the lake." Ouyang's son seemed to sense an impending danger and alerted them. They exchanged glances, rising to their feet, ready for action. Meanwhile, our classmate Huo Yuhao remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, playfully bantering with his cross-dressing roommate. "Yuhao, look, it's Gu Feng and Ouyang's son." "I didn't expect to see them here," Wang Dong whispered, tugging at Huo Yuhao's sleeve. "Gu Feng, Ouyang's son, what a coincidence. Are you out for a stroll as well?" Though their relationship was somewhat strained due to Tang Ya, it was not entirely unfriendly, and Huo Yuhao greeted them warmly. "I suggest you take a look at the lake and make your escape if necessary. Otherwise, son and I may not be able to assist you," Gu Feng said, glancing at Huo Yuhao before crossing his arms and watching the approaching crimson figure alongside Ouyang's Sunday. At that moment, Huo Yuhao spotted the red figure, and his instincts went into overdrive. "Wang Dong, we need to move quickly," Huo Yuhao urged urgently. Although puzzled, Wang Dong complied, and they hastened towards the academy. Chapter 10. The Phoenix and the Transfer Student's Son. That creature appears quite perilous. We should strike first. Those who delay may find themselves in dire straits. "Let us confront it together," Gu Feng said, eyeing the ever-approaching fiery silhouette. A fiery silhouette surged through the waves, charging directly towards Gu Feng and Ouyang's Sunday ethereal blades. Shrouded in dark clouds, descended upon that figure in a frenzied assault. Yet, the speed of the figure showed little sign of waning. Before the blades could strike, they were vaporized by the intense heat radiating from her form. "Playing with fire, are we? Son, lend me your shield. I shall deliver a substantial blow," Gu Feng declared, initiating the gathering of ethereal energy. Behind him, a black sphere gradually took shape, rotating and absorbing the elemental forces of nature, steadily increasing in size. With a thunderous crash, the crimson figure sent splashes soaring above the waters of the sea god lake. Sun unleashed his full power, striking the figure with his staff, sending it hurtling away. One hand gripped the staff while the other shielded his eyes from the blinding light, observing the figure that had been flung several meters away. "That creature's demeanor seems somewhat off," Sun remarked. "Feng, Yang, prepare for a hasty retreat. We may not be able to handle this." As Sun heightened his vigilance, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He recognized that he was currently outmatched. The only reason he had managed to strike the figure away was due to its peculiar state. The figure, now submerged in the water, appeared threatened, and 6 soul rings emerged, with the first and third glowing brilliantly. The aura emanating from it left Sun utterly stunned. "We cannot fight this. We must flee." In an instant, Sun relinquished his combat form, transforming back into a diminutive monkey and scampering onto Ouyang's son's shoulder. "There's no chance we can win, but before we escape, we must ensure that creature remembers this encounter." Gu Feng cast a glance at the increasingly formidable crimson figure. Squinting slightly as he lifted his gaze towards the island at the center of the sea god lake, a gentle smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. The ethereal black sun, a diminutive black sun, rose beside the sea god lake, spinning as it gradually drew everything in its vicinity towards itself. Once enveloped, all matter was compressed and annihilated in a swift dance of ether, the energy released from this obliteration being drawn into the orbit of the small black sun. The sun expanded, its gravitational pull intensifying. The flames surrounding the figure were gradually consumed by the sun's voracious appetite. "Let us depart swiftly." Gu Feng summoned a cloud dragon, hoisting Ouyang's son onto its head, and ascended into the sky, directing their flight towards the academy. Sensing impending danger, the crimson figure activated her 5th soul ring. Her arm radiating light as a small, jet-black phoenix manifested in her grasp, soaring towards the ever-enlarging black sun, now 6 meters in diameter. A deafening explosion erupted, sending water from the lake soaring dozens of meters into the air before cascading back down. The figure was propelled into the lake by the force of the blast. What was that sound? Yuhao, what transpired behind us? Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao had reached the outskirts of the sea god lake's forest, mere meters from escape. Wang Dong paused, panting. As a second-ring novice, he had exerted himself to carry the burden of Huo Yuhao this far, leaving him utterly drained. "I am uncertain. But it must be Gu Feng and Ouyang's son at work, Huo Yuhao replied, equally astonished as he glanced back. The explosion had occurred hundreds of meters away, yet its reverberations reached them through the trees. A wave of heat swept through, causing the leaves to sway violently. The ferocity of the battle was palpable, as even the shockwave was terrifying. Pondering briefly, Huo Yuhao's gaze softened as he observed the academy in the distance. Another gust of wind surged, uprooting leaves, and they beheld a shadowy dragon soaring past them towards the academy. The vague outlines of two figures could be discerned atop the dragon's head. Could it be? Huo Yuhao exchanged a glance with Wang Dong, swallowing hard as he prepared to assist Wang Dong in fleeing. In the next moment, an oppressive heat descended, and Wang Dong was rendered unconscious by the violent shockwave. How dare you harm my chosen one? The heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed Huo Yuhao's peril and urgently intervened. A chilling aura extinguished the flames, enveloping Huo Yuhao in frost. Perish! The heavenly dream summoned a finger, condensing the cold energy at Huo Yuhao's fingertip. A beam of ice-blue light struck the head of the crimson figure, sending her crashing down. The heavenly dream ice silkworm attempted to deliver a finishing blow but sensed something amiss, ultimately retreating back into Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea. Subsequently, Huo Yuhao collapsed beside Wang Dong. Shortly after his fall, two figures emerged from the direction of the inner courtyard. One was the teacher who had previously assisted them in restoring the Tree of Life martial spirit, while the other was the dean of the martial spirit department, who had appeared after Gu Feng's altercation with Zhou Yi. Dean, Xiao Tao is here, and there are two new students from the outer courtyard as well. Fortunately, they merely fainted from the impact. The teacher of the Tree of Life martial spirit reported to Yan Xiaojia after examining the two outer courtyard students. The lingering aura here resembles the breath of an ancient ice dragon. Does the outer courtyard still harbor students with ice attributes? After pondering for a moment, Yan Xiaojia suddenly raised his head, as if struck by a revelation. Teacher Zhuang, please escort Xiao Tao back to the inner courtyard first. I will inquire about the situation once these two children awaken. Yan Xiaojia glanced at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong lying on the ground as he spoke to Teacher Zhuang. Yuhao, you need to be more cautious lately. Do not venture into dangerous places again. If I hadn't arrived in time this time, it could have ended badly for us. Do you understand? The heavenly dream ice silkworm delivered a reprimanding yet affectionate blow to Huo Yuhao's mental realm, despite being a mere insect without a fist. Yes, Brother Tiandream, I understand. Thank you, Brother Tiandream. Huo Yuhao rubbed his head, soothing the imaginary ache, as he expressed his gratitude. All right, it's time for you to leave. There is a tidal Douluo waiting for you outside. The heavenly dream ice silkworm waved his hand, giving Huo Yuhao a gentle nudge out of the mental sea. Before Huo Yuhao could fully comprehend what Tiandream had said, he found himself awakened. Principal? Hello, Principal. Huo Yuhao looked at Wang Dong, who appeared anxious for him, and then at Yan Xiaojia beside him. He promptly turned and stood upright. Hello, I would like to know who that ice-type soul master is who assisted you. This is of utmost importance to me. Of course, here are 2 soul ascension pills as compensation for you. Yan Xiaojia, without beating around the bush, directly posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Sorry, Principal, I do not know. However, I did see a cloud dragon emerge from the lakeshore while I was unconscious, and after that, I cannot recall anything. Huo Yuhao calmly shifted the topic to Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, concealing the involvement of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Is that so? Very well, I understand. Remember to keep this matter confidential. The consequences could be severe. After his statement, Yan Xiaojia soared toward the inner courtyard, intending to ask Xiao Tao if she had any impressions upon her awakening. Damn it, power. If I possessed strength, would I still be treated like this? Huo Yuhao reflected on Yan Xiaojia's dismissive attitude and the paltry compensation he had received, recalling his childhood experiences that had bred resentment within him. Yet, no one noticed this emotional turmoil, save for a soft sigh that escaped Huo Yuhao's mental sea. What on earth is that thing? The heavenly dream ice silkworm observed the gray sphere, which emitted a sound before falling silent. After scrutinizing it for a while, he could not discern its nature and subsequently found a place to lie down and sleep. Xiao Tao, do you realize you nearly made a grave mistake this time? Just a moment ago, 2 students nearly lost their lives due to your reckless behavior at the shores of the sea god lake. Yan Xiaojia cast a reproachful gaze at Ma Xiao Tao, who sat by the window, yet after his admonishment, he sighed deeply. Teacher, I assure you, I believe my malevolent energy will not spiral out of control again in the near future. Was there anything that transpired during my lapse? I have a vague recollection of two individuals intervening. Ma Xiaotao softly spoke to Yin Xiaozhe while gazing out the window. She then leaped down, inquiring further. There was an ancient ice dragon's aura where you lost consciousness. The two students who intervened were likely from the outer academy. Though it remains uncertain whether one of them possesses ice attributes, Yin Xiaozhe recounted the findings to Ma Xiaotao. You should also attend the freshman assessment at the outer academy. Perhaps you might encounter that ice attribute soul master, Yin Xiaozhe remarked before departing, as he was preoccupied with numerous matters. The explosion near Sea God Lake had caught the attention of most individuals from the outer academy, and he needed to address the ensuing issues. The two students who can briefly unleash Soul Emperor level strength, you mean? I shall indeed observe the freshman assessment, Ma Xiaotao contemplated while reclining on her bed, before sitting up to begin her training. At the outer academy, a black cloud dragon descended at the edge of the playground. As Gu Feng and Ouyang's son dismounted from it. Can you actually control that contraption you created? We nearly got swept away, Sun exclaimed, playfully ruffling Gu Feng's hair as he landed atop him. Gu Feng's lips twitched in irritation as he seized Sun and tossed him back into Ouyang's son's embrace. This was merely a miscalculation. It was my first attempt at this technique, and minor issues are to be expected. After all, we are unscathed, Gu Feng defended himself. Gu Feng's voice grew fainter, for this matter was indeed his responsibility. Given their capabilities, escaping effortlessly would have been a trivial task, especially since that individual was rather oblivious at the time. As a result, Gu Feng ended up creating a small son. And that figure had yet to inflict any harm upon them, nearly leading to their own unintended departure. Feng, unless it is a matter of life and death, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling with such uncertain ventures, Ouyang's son remarked, placing a reassuring hand on Gu Feng's shoulder as they made their way toward the dormitory. Alas, Ouyang, do you not trust me either? Gu Feng called out while following Ouyang's Sunday. The following day in class, Zhou Yi entered and promptly struck the desk. Speak up, Gu Feng. Was it you who caused the explosion at the Sea God Lake yesterday? Do you have any evidence? Whether I did or did not, what concern is it of yours? Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, gazing out the window, dismissing Zhou Yi, as it had become a daily routine to oppose her. Today, we have a transfer student joining our class. Her name is Lan Shui. Please extend a warm welcome, Zhou Yi announced. Hello everyone, my name is Lan Shui, came a melodious voice. A girl with pink hair stood at the podium, clad in Shrek's red uniform, exuding an astonishing aura. Yet, there was a warmth about her that made one feel inexplicably at ease. Chapter 11, The Inner Courtyard, Lan Shui. Gu Feng widened his eyes. Gazing at the girl on the podium, Lan Shui, with her pink hair, radiating an aura imbued with warmth and luminosity. He suppressed his own presence, striving to diminish his visibility. Yu Na stared at the girl on the stage, frozen in her seat. The pureness of the light she exuded surpassed even that of the Light Dragon King. How could this be? What is this sensation? It feels so comforting. Being near her eases my spirit immensely. The moment Lan Shui stepped into the classroom, Guqiu air felt a sudden lightness envelop her. Bowing her head, she shielded her forehead with her hand, revealing a crimson vertical pupil that seemed to discover something. She then closed her pupil and glanced at Wang Dong. Seemingly deep in thought, Huo Yuhao gazed at the incoming girl, entranced, as if he sensed the gentle warmth reminiscent of his mother. A solitary tear slipped down his cheek, fleeting as a whisper. Wang Dong observed Lan Shui and was suddenly struck by a brief headache, although it dissipated almost instantly, prompting him to dismiss it from his mind. Behind Wang Dong sat a petite girl with a ponytail, her eyes fixed on Lan Shui, sparkling with admiration. What a beautiful girl! Xiao Xiao, upon catching the girl's glance, felt her cheeks flush crimson and hastily lowered her head. Zhou Yi looked at Gu Feng, quickly averting her gaze, momentarily astonished. Why was he no longer opposing her? Could it be that? Zhou Yi glanced at Lan Shui beside her and suddenly smiled, though her smile appeared rather terrifying to her classmates. Given that her mask resembled that of an old woman. Lan Shui, there is a seat next to Gu Feng. You may sit there for now, Zhou Yi instructed, pointing to the seat beside him before turning to exit the classroom. Oh, what a nuisance. The moment that girl entered, I felt my control over the ether wavering. If she comes any closer, I fear the ether may erupt at any moment. Gu Feng gazed at the approaching Lan Shui, as if having made a pivotal decision. He discreetly placed his hand beneath the table and quietly retrieved a bracelet from the soul-guiding device, adorning his wrist with it. The ethereal energy within him swiftly settled into tranquility. This bracelet was a unique soul artifact from his mother's household, comparable to an 8th-level soul guiding device in the realm of the sun and moon, albeit possessing rather trivial functions. However, it was perfectly suited for the current situation. The artifact's effect was to suppress the tumultuous surge of soul power within one's body, typically employed during the absorption of soul rings to facilitate the acquisition of higher-aged soul rings, albeit only slightly easing the process of absorption. In the past, Gu Feng was frail, and due to the overwhelming power of the ethereal entity within him, his mother modified a fragment, ultimately discovering that it could suppress the ethereal energy residing in Gu Feng's body. However, the side effect was that he could hardly mobilize the ethereal energy. Any forced manipulation could likely lead to turmoil. Lan Shui sat beside Gu Feng. Just a moment ago, she could sense the vibrant presence of light elements. But now why had they become so dormant? Was it due to him? Lan Shui discreetly glanced at Gu Feng, seemingly lost in thought. What an eclectic gathering of beings there is in Shrek now. Just look at the strange characters present. Take Huo Yuhao, the child of fortune, for instance. Then there's Tang San's daughter. Though she appears to be a patchwork creation, she doesn't seem like one at the moment. Furthermore, there's the Silver Dragon King and the Imperial Divine Beast. While they have not yet made their presence felt, who can predict what may suddenly transpire? And then there's Ouyang's son, who seems to embody the essence of a child of destiny even more than Huo Yuhao. Strength, influence, talent, luck. Luck is a different matter altogether. That cannot be compared. And now, Lan Shui? Is she belittling me for not having watched Stealing Stars? Mastery over light, surely. The ultimate expression of light is time itself. How formidable. I wonder if Tang San could perhaps seize upon that. Yet, it appears Lan Shui is merely a slacker, wielding the strongest abilities, yet executing the weakest maneuvers? As Gu Feng pondered, he seemed to uncover a blind spot, and instinctively turned his gaze toward Lan Shui. Hello, Gu classmate. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Lan Shui inquired, noticing Gu Feng's unwavering gaze, her voice gradually diminishing. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Oh, I was just wondering why your school uniform is red. It's completely different from ours. Gu Feng quickly redirected the conversation. In that instant, the entire class seemed to have uncovered some juicy gossip and was fixated on the two of them. Wow, I never imagined I would find myself in the midst of such drama. Gu Feng felt a wave of discomfort under their scrutiny. Well, you see, I was previously attending classes in the inner academy, but due to my age, the dean summoned me to the outer academy for a time. As for what comes next, I'm sorry, I can't disclose that, forgive me. Lan Shui playfully stuck out her tongue, tilting her head, and flashed a smile at Gu Feng. Wow, truly the leading actress of Stealing Stars. Peeling back the layers must reveal something dark within. As seasoned actors, it's hard to say who could outshine the other. Gu Feng gazed at Lan Shui in her adorably charming demeanor, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him. Oh, so you are a student of the inner court? Your soul power must be quite formidable, and your martial spirit should be equally impressive. However, as he contemplated these inquiries, the atmosphere shifted. Enough of your giggles during class. Gu Feng, if you have something to say, you may as well return to your seat, interrupted Zhou Yi, who had mysteriously reappeared at the lectern, disrupting Gu Feng's intended questions. Gu Feng glanced at Zhou Yi, realizing only now how admirable she truly was. He quickly stood up and addressed her as teacher, then discreetly slipped out through the back door. At that moment, the entire class fell silent. Was it not just moments ago that Gu Feng had referred to Zhou Yi as an old woman? Could it be that he was under some form of enchantment today? Wang Dong suddenly exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Huo Yuhao patted Wang Dong's shoulder, signaling him to look at the podium. Wang Dong stiffly turned, clenching his fists at the sight of Zhou Yi. You better get out of here too, Wang Dong. Later, in the dormitory, Ouyang's son lamented, Yang, we have a problem. A student from the inner court has come to our class. Gu Feng, dejected, vented his frustrations to Ouyang's son about the day's events. Oh, you actually fear a student from the inner court? That seems improbable. Do you perhaps have some incriminating evidence they possess? Son questioned, munching on a banana larger than his hand, his expression one of puzzlement as he regarded Gu Feng, who was often embroiled in mischief within the outer court. What happened? Feng, is there an issue with that inner court student? Ouyang's son interrupted, sensing that Son was about to launch into a tirade of mockery. Given his familiarity with Son's tendencies, this is serious, Yang. You must remember the anomalies from over a decade ago. She is undoubtedly one of them. Gu Feng stated with a calm demeanor, delivering a revelation that sent shockwaves through the room. An astonished silence enveloped the dormitory. No way, you can't be serious. Good heavens. This is... Sun exclaimed, dropping his banana, utterly flabbergasted and appearing quite endearing in his bewilderment. Feng, if your speculation holds any truth, that individual's strength must surpass ours significantly. After all, our families cannot compete with the long-standing might of Shrek Academy. However, the two of us need not fear her together. Your concerns likely lie elsewhere. Ouyang's son contemplated aloud, acknowledging that anomalies were a common phenomenon. And Sun's reaction was simply one of shock. Indeed, she is from the inner court. It is unclear why she has ventured to the outer court. Regardless, we should remain cautious in the coming days, lest we find ourselves on the receiving end of a severe thrashing from a girl. Hiss. Gu Feng contemplated a certain possibility, quickly shaking his head to dispel the perilous thoughts that clouded his mind. Why don't we invite Ouyang to discreetly probe that fellow in the inner courtyard? Sun suddenly interjected. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son exchanged glances at Sun's suggestion, then simultaneously shook their heads and retreated to their beds, wary of becoming reckless like Sunday. It was absurd that this foolish monkey would even consider confronting a particularly young student from the inner courtyard within Shrek Academy. The crucial point was that they might not even prevail in a confrontation. How could one possess such audacity? It could only be said that he truly embodied the essence of a monkey. Once a fight ensued, there would be no escaping the aftermath. However, Sun failed to grasp this, his mind in a muddle. Ouyang opened his eyes, leaped beside Sun, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Enough, monkey. Stop overthinking and get some rest. You're not suited for strategizing. Your role is merely to brawl. He then hopped back onto Ouyang's son's shoulder, stunned by the slap. Sun realized the truth in Ouyang's words. Brawling was indeed his forte. Thus, he too sought rest. Embodying the essence of a monkey, his intelligence plummeting to a negative value except in moments of conflict. And so 2 months passed. After that day, Sun and Gu Feng rarely attended classes. Their days were spent either at the Sea God Lake or embroiled in mischief. Ouyang's son constantly found himself managing the aftermath of their antics. Zhou Yi approached director Du Weilin on multiple occasions, demanding stern punishment for Gu Feng, yet each time, the matter dissolved without consequence. Lan Shui formed a close friendship with Gu Yuna and Gu Chou'er from her class, though their ulterior motives remained a mystery. As in the original story, Huo Yuhao became friends with Xiao Xiao. He was now the busiest individual in the academy. After attending his morning classes in the martial spirit department, he would spend his afternoons studying the crafting of soul tools in the soul tool department. The upside was that within 2 months, Huo Yuhao had risen to the rank of a level 1 soul engineer. He also found time each week to sell grilled fish, gradually becoming familiar with Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan Nan. Thanks to Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, the entire outer courtyard was fervently training. And Huo Yuhao had surpassed his original prowess, now a level 19 soul master. Unbeknownst to them, the assessment for the new semester was fast approaching, an evaluation that would determine their class divisions and the resources available to them. Moreover, this was the inaugural assessment of the continent's foremost academy. Securing the top rank would yield substantial rewards. Huo Yuhao, prepare the team roster for me and submit it. Zhou Yi said coolly, glancing at Lan Shui. It was evident that her class would undoubtedly claim the first position. Even Ouyang's son from class 4 stood no chance against Lan Shui. In fact, they could potentially secure 2 of the top 3 positions, and with astute maneuvering, perhaps even all 3. Gu Feng and Lan Shui shall be grouped together. Huo Yuhao, you need not concern yourself with them. Just ensure the other groups are arranged appropriately. Zhou Yi seemed to have recalled something, and after offering a reminder to Huo Yuhao, she stepped outside. Chapter 12, The Peculiar Group Assessment. Feng, how do you intend to approach the entrance examination? Ouyang's son found Gu Feng, who was lounging and dozing off, and settled beside him. What else is there to do? Just go through the motions. It suffices to put on a show. I doubt I will take action. Lan Shui is in the outer academy. Although it is not entirely impossible to act, I fear that Shrek might resort to underhanded tactics later on. My ethereal energy and her light are simply too harmonious. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively and turned over, nonchalantly speaking. After a moment, he suddenly stood up and grasped Ouyang's son's shoulder. Son, you must push her down when the time comes. Then we both can secure the first and second places. As Gu Feng spoke, his eyes sparkled with the contemplation of this possibility. Ouyang's son rolled his eyes at the suggestion, shaking off Gu Feng's grip, his expression laden with disbelief. What kind of daydream are you having? We have no information on that girl, while Shrek has at least some intel on us. Besides, she might be even stronger than us. How could I possibly take her down? Why don't you do it? Gu Feng paused, reflecting. Well, you might have a point. Forget it. Let's just relax. However, I suspect we will face numerous restrictions. Otherwise, the others wouldn't stand a chance at all. He reclined on the grass, speaking languidly. Indeed. That seems likely, but who knows? Are you aware of the assessment format? After a moment, Ouyang's son recalled something and gazed quietly at Gu Feng. Isn't it just a fight? Are there any other rules? Gu Feng looked bewildered. After so many years, who could remember the precise details? Major events lingered in his memory, but the minutiae of such trivial matters eluded him. I figured as much. How would someone who rarely attends classes know? Let me enlighten you. First, there's the points competition. Win, and you earn a point. Lose, and you receive none. The competition is conducted in groups, with each group required to engage in 10 matches, eliminating half the teams. Following that is a round-robin tournament where 10 groups compete in one venue to determine the strongest. The progression to the top 64 follows thereafter. Teams eliminated in the points competition will face expulsion. That's about it. Quite straightforward, really. Ouyang's son explained the assessment rules meticulously. He wasn't particularly concerned about the regulations. After all, with his full effort, no one in the outer academy could rival him except for this slacker and the enigmatic Lan Shui. Their capabilities remained uncertain since he had never faced them at full strength. This format is quite bothersome, but I can't shake the feeling that something unexpected will occur. After hearing the troublesome rules, Gu Feng sensed something amiss. However, unable to resolve his thoughts, he decided to dismiss them. For their strength in the outer academy was unparalleled, truly exceptional. On the day of the competition, numerous venues were designated across the outer academy, with all first-year students eagerly anticipating this assessment, save for a few incapable individuals. Greetings, everyone. I am Douluo, the director of the Martial Spirit Department of the Outer Academy. We shall now commence the allocation of venues and groups. Due to the peculiar circumstances this year, I have an announcement to make. In venue number 1, there are only 8 teams, representing the top 8 of this assessment. Should any team believe themselves stronger, they may challenge directly. The winners will remain in venue number 1. The losers will start anew and compete in the points competition. Of course, considering the number of participants, we will disclose the information of all students in venue number 1. Furthermore, each participant is allotted a single day for challenges. Next, we present the roster for Arena 1. Group 1, Gu Yuna, Gu Qiu'er, and Xiao Yuxuan. Gu Yuna possesses the spirit of elemental manipulation, classified as a soul master of the 4th ring. Gu Qiu'er wields the golden dragon spirit, recognized as a soul master of the 3rd ring. Xiao Yuxuan bears the spirit of the timekeeping bell, a 2nd ring soul master. Group 2, Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Xin Feng. Ning Tian commands the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, a 3rd ring soul master. Xin Feng is equipped with the 7 killing sword, also a 3rd ring soul master. Wu Feng possesses the red dragon spirit, classified as a 2nd ring soul master. Group 3, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, and Shuiji. Dai Huabin wields the evil-eyed white tiger spirit, a level 40 soul master. Zhu Lu possesses the spirit of the nether spirit cat, recognized as a 3rd ring soul master. Cui Yiji bears the 9-tailed fox spirit, a 2nd ring soul master. Group 4, Xiaohuan Yue, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo. Xiaohuan Yue commands the spirit of the Pippi elephant, a 3rd ring soul master. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo both wield the hare spirit, classified as 2nd ring soul masters. Group 5, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong is a dual spirit master, possessing the goddess of light butterfly and the Haoyan hammer, classified as a 30th level soul master. Xiao Xiao also wields dual spirits, the 3 lives town soul cauldron and the 9 phoenixes flute, a 30th level soul master. Huo Yuhao, with his main spirit of the spiritual eye, is a 20th level soul master, having advanced to level 20 just the day before the assessment. Group 6, Lan Shui, whose spirit is light, classified as a 4th ring soul master. Group 7, Gu Feng, with the spirit of the body, recognized as a 3rd ring soul master. Group 8, Ouyang's son, a dual spirit master with the Ouyang and Sun spirits, classified as a 3rd ring soul master. After announcing the members of the 8 groups for Arena 1, Du Weilin cast a glance at Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, but chose to remain silent. Proceeding to arrange the assessment matters. Due to the limited slots available in Arena 1 and the single day allotted for challenges, any participant who recklessly challenges without the capacity to resist and is swiftly eliminated will have their entry disqualified. To assist with this, we have invited a teacher from the Inner Academy for medical assistance. I hereby declare the commencement of this year's freshman assessment. Upon hearing the rules, Ouyang's son glanced at Gu Feng. Hey, you don't think you're a harbinger of misfortune, do you? He remarked, sensing trouble. Sun leapt from Ouyang's son's shoulder to Gu Feng's head. Get off. How would I know if the academy truly conjured any trouble? Gu Feng adeptly caught Sun and tossed him back to Ouyang's Sunday. Now, I invite the participants from these 8 groups to enter their respective arenas. Those wishing to issue challenges may proceed as well. Once Du Weilin concluded the announcement of all the rules, the assessment commenced. After Gu Feng took the stage, he retrieved an assortment of snacks and a blanket from his soul guide device, nonchalantly settling onto the arena to enjoy the spectacle. You rascal. It's not right to indulge in snacks alone, Sun remarked, noticing Gu Feng's feast. He promptly dashed from arena number 7 to join Gu Feng in his revelry, much to Du Weilin's chagrin, who shook his head in disbelief. Goodness, this fellow is quite audacious. Has no one stepped up to teach him a lesson? Do you have any idea why arenas 6 and 7 are devoid of challengers? A voice chimed in. Huo Yuhao cast a glance at Gu Feng, a flicker of envy crossing his features before he inhaled deeply, steeling himself for the impending battle. Sister, is Gu Feng truly this brash? It seems rather amusing. I shall give it a try. Yu Qiuer mimicked Gu Feng's actions, indulging in snacks with an air of confidence. Guyana observed the spirited Gu Qiuer with a shake of her head, retrieving a soul guide textbook and feigning indifference as she began to read. My word. You two young ladies are quite the pair, Chao Yuxuan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he silently assumed the role of an observer, gathering intelligence on the other groups. Alas, he was the weakest, and despite his desire to partake in the leisure, he found himself relegated to the sidelines. Seeing this, Ouyang's son also sat down to rest. Aside from their trio, others in the various groups began to issue challenges. The 2 individuals from Group 78 were formidable, earning their respect, yet one could not fathom how a soul master dared to defend an arena single-handedly. A team approached arena number 6, where Lan Shui stood guard, ready to challenge her. She cast a disdainful glance at the 3 fools before her. 3 second-ring novices, how dare they attempt to confront me? Lan Shui pondered, frustration bubbling within her. Taking a deep breath to calm her agitation, she recognized that her reputation was understated. Her solitary defense of the arena should have been a clear indication of her strength to anyone with a modicum of sense. How could such dimwits disrupt her composure? Her gaze shifted from the snacking Gu Feng to the attentive Ouyang's son, veins throbbing at her temples. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great soul masters were sent flying from the arena. Lan Shui's figure flickered, and apart from a select few, the others were oblivious to how the trio had been ousted. In the aftermath, the areas surrounding the arenas guarded by Lan Shui, Gu Feng, and Ouyang's son were deserted, as the crowd gravitated towards the 5 front arenas. Did you see that clearly? Sun squinted, his expression grave. No, I only caught a glimpse of blurred shadows, but it was sufficient to block them, Gu Feng contemplated, responding to Sun, though his expression was less than favorable. Gu Feng and Sun Du fell into silence, for the speed they witnessed was indeed beyond their capability to contend with. Gu Feng glanced at Ouyang's son, who shook his head and subsequently closed his eyes to rest. Let it be, there's no need to engage her seriously. A casual response will suffice. Come, let us enjoy the show, son, Gu Feng suddenly chuckled, addressing Sunday. Upon hearing this, Sun lifted his gaze to Gu Feng and, after a moment, joined him in laughter. You, my friend, are right. It's not a matter of life and death, so there's truly no need to exert ourselves. With a shake of his head, Sun also settled in to watch the spectacle unfold. Among the 8 arenas, the last 3 and the first 3 had no challengers, save for the initially tenacious trio. Each of the first 3 arenas boasted 2 soul masters as a foundation, while the latter 3 were no different. The 2 prodigies from the outer academy, along with a girl who was potentially on par with them, rendered anyone who dared to challenge them as mere fodder. Thus, our classmates Huo Yuhao and the sisters Lan Su and Lan Luo found themselves in a predicament. Huo Yuhao's team was well-rounded, possessing output, control, and defense, complemented by Huo Yuhao's uncanny ability to foresee the battlefield, though they managed to hold their ground. They were still facing the entirety of the first-year newcomers from the outer academy, which included several formidable groups. They encountered an adversary whose martial soul was a mirror, capable of replicating Wang Dong. Had it not been for Huo Yuhao's foresight, Wang Dong would have found himself in dire straits. Similarly, Xia Huanyue's group faced challenges. Xia Huanyue himself fared well, as his martial soul was a pai elephant, nearly impervious to the attacks of the new students. However, his companions, the sisters Lan Su and Lan Luo, struggled. They came across a team that possessed a soul master, and the hidden martial soul fusion technique, intended as a trump card, was forced into the open. They had no choice but to secure victory in today's match. Winning would grant them a place in the top 8, while a loss would eliminate them from contention. After the conclusion of today's competition, their group would enjoy a 3-day respite, awaiting the completion of the other competitors' matches before drawing lots for the quarterfinals. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son are faring well. Yet Huo Yuhao and Xia Huanyue's teams are undeniably fatigued. Huo Yuhao and Lan Luo have even faced elimination from the arena once. Nonetheless, they ultimately triumphed in the competition, albeit with some trepidation. Chapter 13, Light and Ether. I feel so drowsy. Gu Feng squints his eyes, appearing as though he has yet to awaken fully. Today marks the quarterfinals, and they are all summoned to draw lots. Gu Feng was once again dragged over by Ouyang's son, still battling his sleepiness. The finals consist solely of their 8 teams, along with a few senior students and teachers from the inner academy. The announcement of the draw results is made, and Du Weilin reveals the outcomes for the participating contestants. First match, Gu Feng vs. Lan Shui. Second match, Ouyang's son vs. Gu Yun's team. Third match, Ning Tian's team vs. Dai Huabin's team. Fourth match, Huo Yuhao's team vs. Xia Huanyue's team. In an instant, Gu Feng awakened from his slumber upon the conclusion of the group assignments. Ouyang's son, upon witnessing the absurdity of the groupings, could not help but gaze at Gu Feng in astonishment. Lan Shui, was it a stroke of fortune or a hidden agenda? Gu Feng quietly regarded Du Weilin in the stands before turning his attention to the several figures clad in red uniforms among the audience, alongside Yin Xiaozhe and a disheveled drunkard clutching a chicken leg. Had they been orchestrated into this arrangement? Bowing his head, Gu Feng's calm voice emerged. Hey, kid, what's wrong? Steady yourself. What's the matter with you? Your aura is fluctuating so drastically. Sun rushed to Gu Feng's side, attempting to counsel the unsettled youth. Feng, if you wish to strike, then do so. When the time comes, if things go awry, we can resort to our contingency plans and make our escape. Shrek is no longer merely an academy. Ouyang's son clapped Gu Feng on the shoulder and gazed up at the clouds above. All right. Gu Feng uttered a single word before silently ascending the stage. In his previous life, Gu Feng was merely an ordinary individual who enjoyed reading novels. Though he harbored aspirations, reality proved to be quite harsh. His path had been predetermined since high school, and he had encountered injustice during his internship. Yet, he understood that this was beyond his control. Despite leading a relatively good life in this world, the engagement brought forth memories of past grievances, reminding him that certain things are inescapable, hatred and that glimmer of light. However, he recognized that such engagements were commonplace in this world, prompting him to venture out, seeking solace and to better comprehend his surroundings. Now, Du Weilin observed the poised contenders and gestured to commence before retreating from the arena. Gu, I never expected to encounter you so soon. Are you prepared? Lan Shui tilted her head, smiling as she greeted Gu Feng. Ha! Laughter erupted. Aren't you eager to ascertain the power within me? Then come forth. Gu Feng removed the bracelet he had been wearing. Lan Shui watched him intently, her eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The moment the bracelet was cast aside, the ether surged. A black vortex enveloped the entire arena. A colossal beast, towering 100 meters, ascended from the ground, its tail sweeping across the stage, stirring up immense clouds of dust. This behemoth occupied 1/10 of the final arena. Given Gu Feng's previous skirmish with Zhou Yi, the entire school was aware, leading to an expansion of the arena for the quarterfinals. Otherwise, the beast would have claimed half the platform. The air resonated with a violent sonic boom as a titanic hand descended from above toward Lan Shui. Debris flew, and a massive pit formed upon the stage. Miraculously, Lan Shui found herself atop the beast's arm, untouched by even a speck of dust. A roar erupted from the beast's maw, directed at Lan Shui, unleashing a torrent of dust and causing the entire arena to tremble. The audience instinctively rose to their feet. My goodness, such a brutal display. It seems that young man is truly incensed. Sun rested on Ouyang Sun's shoulder, gazing at the tumultuous scene unfolding in the arena. Indeed, I find myself rather vexed. Weak against weak, strong against strong, yet not a single match of disparity to witness. Am I not as formidable as they? Ouyang Sun remarked with a hint of indifference. However, those familiar with Ouyang Sun knew that he too was irked this time. Ah, let them behold your true prowess. Ouyang Sun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter as he watched the arena. A colossal beam of light erupted from the dust of the battlefield, revealing a gaping wound in the chest of a colossal beast. Ether meteor black dots appeared in the sky. In the next instant, meteors plummeted, their thunderous roar resounding endlessly, illuminating the ground with a flickering golden brilliance. Clouds of dust surged in the arena, a golden light weaving through the gaps left by the falling meteors. A blade of light soared from the arena, growing larger as it shattered the meteors above. Black patterns spread through the dust, and a black beam shot skyward. Lan Shui's figure danced upon the surface of the beam, using it as a springboard. A massive black sword descended towards Lan Shui, and in an instant, the dust on the arena was swept away by a powerful gust. Gu Feng stood atop the shadowy dragon, surveying Lan Shui, who leaned against a mere sword hilt. Gu Feng's hair had transformed entirely to a deep black, cascading down to his waist, emanating a dark aura. Lan Shui's once pink long hair had turned into a brilliant gold, and her pupils had shifted to a silvery hue. She wielded two luminous swords, while a massive black sword materialized in Gu Feng's grasp. The air was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle as the dark figure clashed with the radiant one. Three swords intertwined in a fierce embrace. Lan Shui was propelled from the point of contact, transforming into a beam of light mid-flight, hurtling towards Gu Feng with increased velocity. A scar of 100 meters appeared on the arena floor as the black sword plunged into the ground, halting the retreating figure. Gu Feng gazed at Lan Shui, drawing forth his heavy sword, his flowing hair obscuring his crimson eyes. Golden patterns emerged behind Lan Shui, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. As a colossal beam of light surged towards Gu Feng, the air around its edges crackling with searing heat. A dark cloud shielded Gu Feng from view. A thick mist enveloped the arena, parted by a Z-shaped passage. With a sweeping motion of the heavy sword, the dark figure was sent crashing to the ground, creating crater after crater. Then, a flash of black light erupted, accompanied by a sonic boom at the point of impact, sending the golden figure hurtling away, only to accelerate midair. The black shadow and the golden silhouette increased their speed, until the arena was filled with nothing but the sight of two radiant streams of light colliding and separating in a dizzying dance. On the ground and in the air, the clashes of black and gold light intensified, each collision producing a thunderous explosion. Was this truly a battle between a third and fourth ring? The scale of the conflict had escalated beyond the comprehension of even a seventh ring without their martial souls activated. Such thoughts raced through the minds of all present. The audience, clad in crimson uniforms, rose to their feet in astonishment. Among them, a woman with red hair could no longer contain her exclamations. What on earth? Is this the destructive power and combat prowess of a third and fourth ring? Wasn't Lan Shui barely able to contend with high-level soul emperors back in the inner court? At this rate, a high-level soul emperor would be obliterated in an instant. Is that why Lan Shui is the most concealed talent of the inner court? Ma Xiaotao blurted out the collective thoughts of the inner court members. No, perhaps there is another who could reach such heights. But that person is not here. The cold, aloof figure with black hair countered Ma Xiaotao's words, recalling the silhouette adorned with fox ears, shivering involuntarily. The black and golden lights separated once more, coming to a standstill on opposite sides of the arena. Wounds of various sizes erupted from Gu Feng's body, with the blood and vital essence seeping from them forming a mist that dispersed into the air. However, the speed of healing was astonishingly swift. Lan Shui bore no injuries, yet her breathing was labored, as if she had engaged in an exceptionally strenuous exercise. Chapter 14. The Ultimate Radiance. Lan Shui took a moment to steady herself. The brilliance flickered. A black-red aura surged violently, and a shadowy figure sliced through the air currents. The collision persisted. The golden light sword deflected the heavy black sword, while another light sword swiftly pierced the chest of the dark figure, causing the heavy sword to recoil. The golden figure was sent flying to the edge of the arena, expelling a copious amount of blood and kneeling on the ground. Flecks of golden light twinkled within the blood, which evaporated instantaneously upon being expelled. The arena was unrecognizable, engulfed in swirling black and golden flames. The shadowy figure cast its gaze down at the chest pierced by the golden sword, and in the next moment, the sword was withdrawn and discarded to the ground, dissipating into nothingness. Blood flowed continuously from the chest, not a vivid red, but rather an ephemeral darkness flickering within the crimson, vanishing as it exited the body, consumed by the black flames. They exchanged glances. A red flame rose from the depths of Gu Feng's eyes. The silver pupils in Lan Shui's gaze radiated an increasingly bright, silvery glow. With a resounding clap, Yin Xiaojia struck the spectator's stands, preparing to intervene in the battle. After all, it had escalated far beyond a mere assessment. The academy had originally intended to probe the depths of the two enigmatic students, which led to Lan Shui being summoned from the inner courtyard. Now, however, their true capabilities were laid bare, but the conclusion was proving to be problematic. Yin Xiaojia contemplated stepping in, for the consequences of inaction were unfathomable. Lan Shui was essentially the designated next host of the Sea God Pavilion. She could not afford to falter here. Calm yourself, Xiaojia. With Lao Zhuang and I present. Let them fight freely. There will be no issues, as long as it doesn't result in decapitation. Lao Zhuang can bring anyone back. The disheveled elder restrained Yin Xiaojia, quietly observing the arena, signaling for him to take a seat. Another elder, radiating vitality, patted Yin Xiaojia's shoulder and shook his head in disapproval. Xianlao. But there are no buts. That girl is not one to easily succumb to defeat, provided we do not intervene. Do you understand? The disheveled elder, Xianlao, turned to Yin Xiaojia with an admonishing tone. Yes, Xianlao, I understand. Sigh, Xiaojia, I comprehend your concern for Xiao Shui, but we must have faith in her. Xianlao set aside his chicken leg and wine, fixated on the two combatants in the arena, unable to settle his nerves. This lad, TSK, even in such a fierce battle, seems unwilling to relent. It appears he seeks a thorough release. Sun observed the duel, scratching his head in contemplation. Continuing to witness the battle, Ouyang's son cast a glance towards Gu Yuna, slightly parting his lips in a silent apology, expressing his own desire to vent his frustrations. Son, upon hearing Ouyang's son's soft utterance, merely patted him on the back, accompanying him in solidarity. Gu Yuna, seemingly sensing the atmosphere, turned to her teammate Chao Yuxuan with a serious demeanor, instructing him to concede as soon as they took the stage, fearing she might not be able to protect him. She then glanced at the equally spirited Gu Qiu'er and sighed. Qiu'er, act according to your abilities and take care. All right, Sister Guyu, Chao Yuxuan replied, observing the intensity of the battle and contemplating whether he would face opponents akin to those on the field. Initially inclined to surrender, he felt an immediate sense of relief upon hearing Gu Yuna's words. Gu Qiu'er merely regarded Gu Yuna with a nod. Sister, we will triumph, at the very least. We shall not falter. Hua Bin, do you think we can win? Zhu Lu asked, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Dai Hua Bin opened his mouth as if to respond. But upon witnessing the fierce combat, he ultimately fell silent and shook his head. Young master, what are your thoughts on Fengge? The young talents the sect master wished for us to meet should be of his caliber, right? Chen Feng remarked, casting a glance at Ning Tian. Ning Tian nodded, deep in contemplation. Yuhao, do you think our martial soul fusion skill we completed yesterday can surpass theirs? Wang Dong inquired, lacking confidence. The spark in Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered as he pondered for a considerable time. Our martial soul fusion skill is formidable. Even a soul emperor would hesitate to confront it. However, it may not suffice, he eventually replied, shaking his head. Why are you all so pessimistic? We can simply concede when the time comes. Why are you two fretting over whether we can win? We are not even from the same world, Xiao Xiao remarked, casting a disbelieving glance at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Huo Yuhao gazed at the two fighters on stage, anticipating his journey to the extreme north. Knowing that he too would grow stronger, his fighting spirit was ignited. The wounds of the black figure healed rapidly. The penetrating injury had scabbed over. Gripping the heavy sword with an inverted hold, he lowered his body. Dark energy surged, manifesting a vast expanse of black clouds behind him. The golden figure slowly rose, her wounds mending, although her pale complexion hinted at her precarious state. Reconstituting two in her grasp, she took a step back with her right leg, crossing her arms over her chest. A radiant golden light emanated from her. The arena was divided into two extremes. One side was engulfed in swirling black clouds, with red eyes emanating a terrifying crimson glow, as if hell itself had descended upon the mortal realm. The other side radiated an overwhelming brilliance. An extreme of light and warmth filling half of the arena, akin to returning to the embrace of a mother. It seems as though angels are in close proximity. Black swirling clouds spiraled into the heavy sword, and a dark meteor streaked across the ground, carving a pitch-black gash into the earth. Golden radiance surged into the twin blades. As the right leg exerted force, sending a beam of golden light slicing through the air, manifesting a resplendent white aurora in the sky. A silent collision resounded. And in the next moment, it appeared as though something extraordinary had emerged. Everything in the vicinity was drawn towards the point of impact, only to be instantaneously obliterated. From the center of the arena, a luminous hemisphere arose, as everything was crushed and annihilated in an instant, emanating a terrifying brilliance. Gu Feng and Lan Shui were swept away by this ethereal force without any resistance. As the brilliance faded, a colossal pit, several hundred meters deep, emerged within a radius of 1,000 miles. The entire chasm was suffused with hues of dark red and grayish-white flames. Everyone rose to their feet. The power of this strike had reached the level of a tidal Douluo's ninth spirit ring. In the heart of the explosion, Yin Xiaozhe's aura surged forth, only to be suppressed by a heavier presence. Xiaozhe, remain calm. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. Xuanzi sensed two faint auras at the edge of the arena and breathed a sigh of relief. A hand reached out from the periphery. Gu Feng propped himself up, sitting on the ground, quietly observing the ruins before him. Light, an endless radiance illuminated the debris. Lan Shui's hair and eyes transformed to a pure white, her aura ascending to new heights. She gradually floated from the edge of the ruins to stand before Gu Feng. A sword of light pierced through Gu Feng's body, embedding itself into the ground. After confirming that Gu Feng bore no strength, she turned to summon Elder Zhuang for healing. It was over. Thud, 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 sudden heartbeats reverberated. A dense darkness spread across the arena, and amidst the shadows, flashes of red light flickered as turbulent air ignited with dark red lightning. The heartbeat persisted, echoing as if some dreadful entity were awakening. Chapter 15. Blood of Hell light was suppressed by darkness, compressed within a 5-meter radius around Lan Shui. The red glow flickered and vanished, revealing a shadowy figure rising. The wounds upon its form had fully healed, as if the earlier near-fatal state had merely been an illusion. Pain. Excruciating pain. It far surpassed the agony Gu Feng experienced when his ethereal essence shattered his martial soul. Gu Feng slowly opened his eyes. The dark crimson earth stretched infinitely before him, while the sky above was cloaked in a deep red hue, exuding an ominous aura. In this eerie expanse, a black sun loomed alongside a blood-red moon, their opposing presences casting a haunting contrast. Before him lay an innumerable array of skeletal remains as Gu Feng advanced. The bones beneath his feet disintegrated into fragments, subsequently transforming into a fine powder that dispersed into the air. Time seemed to lose all significance in this desolate realm, where the countless remnants of the deceased suggested that no other living beings existed within this forsaken landscape. Gu Feng walked forward unconsciously, until a shadow clad in black stood before him, with long, ebony hair cascading down and blood-red eyes piercing through the darkness. The figure was adorned with countless scars. Seated atop a mountain of bones, resting a hand upon his knee, a sword was embedded in the ground, while the shadow gazed into the distance, waiting for Gu Feng to approach from behind. "You have arrived," echoed a voice of emptiness, resonating through the heavens and the earth. The very fabric of the universe lamented. As black snow began to drift down and crimson rain commenced to fall, Gu Feng opened his mouth to gaze at this world. "There is no need for inquiries. I shall reveal to you what you ought to know, while the secrets that elude you must be sought after on your own." An ethereal voice echoed. Gu Feng parted his lips, ultimately closing them again, nodding silently. "Here lies hell." The moment the intangible voice spoke, Gu Feng was taken aback. Yet, the revelation was not complete. This is a hell ravaged by war. The battlefield of the stellar gods has permeated the entire universe. Here exists but a fragment of hell. The gaze of the stellar gods descends upon the world you inhabit. The bloodline dormant within you shall awaken. Should the future grant you the opportunity, I hope you will reconstruct hell. The world appeared to be erased by an unseen hand, vanishing inward from the periphery. A dark red vortex emerged in the sky, from which a drop of ink-black blood materialized, piercing into Gu Feng's body. At the moment the blood melded with him, the world vanished entirely. A dark red beam of light shot upward into the heavens, visible throughout the entirety of Shrek City. Golden radiance flickered, pulsating and compressing inward. The black figure clashed once more with the golden one. Boom. This battle ended in a stalemate. If it continued, neither side would survive. Xuanzi materialized between Gu Feng and Lan Shui, intervening. With a forceful push, Gu Feng and Lan Shui were sent flying to the sides of the gaping pit. Both losing consciousness. Lao Zhuang, tend to these two young ones, Xuanzi instructed, pulling out a wine gourd and a chicken leg, mumbling after taking a bite. A colossal tree erupted from the ground, emanating a verdant glow that dispelled the black mist on the arena, extinguishing the dark red and ash-gray flames within the pit. 2 leaves floated towards Gu Feng and Lan Shui, healing their wounds. Is it truly a draw? I hope Feng can accept this outcome. Ouyang's son shook his head, slowly departing with Gu Feng on his back. With the arena in such disarray, a second match today was impossible. Let us return, Chiyo, and contemplate how to confront tomorrow. After all, tomorrow brings forth another monster, Gu Yunam murmured as she watched the retreating figures. She then left with Gu Qiu, leaving Xiao Yuxuan, a mere second-ring ruffian, to his own devices. Teacher, I'll take Xiao Shui back to the inner courtyard for recovery, Ma Xiaotao declared. Lifting Lan Shui and soaring towards the inner courtyard, her voice echoing in the air. Huo Yuhao quietly lowered his outstretched hand, wordlessly turning to depart. Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao followed suit, leaving alongside Huo Yuhao. The remaining 3 teams surveyed the desolate arena, unable to find peace for a long while before gradually departing. Yuhao, do not compare yourself to such monsters at this moment. Your starting point is far too low. When you have a break, I shall take you to the far north, and by then, you will be on par with them. In his mind, Tianming Binkin painted grand visions for Huo Yuhao. Below the dormitory, an elderly man observed Ouyang's son, who was carrying Gu Feng, and let out a faint sigh. He then reclined in his rocking chair, gently fanning himself. Hey, are you awake? If there's nothing pressing, why not share what happened and how things escalated to this point? Son leapt in front of Gu Feng, gazing intently at him. Ouyang also opened his eyes, patiently awaiting Gu Feng's response. Ouyang's son approached, patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, and offered him a glass of water. It seemed he simply wanted to vent. Initially, he thought he could just brush it off. However, upon hearing the groupings, there was no way to suppress his anger. It was simply unsatisfactory to hold back. Gu Feng took a sip of water and began to explain. Indeed, it's quite vexing. The groupings are utterly absurd. Ouyang's son nodded in agreement, his eyes betraying a simmering rage. If it were merely a straightforward fight with Lan Shui, it wouldn't be so bad. However, these matchups are a clash of titans, and the overall disparity in strength is not particularly significant. By the way, be wary of Gu Yuna. She is not as simple as she appears. The Academy had us draw lots to select our opponents, and this is the outcome? For matches all the same? If there is no foul play, Yang, would you believe it? The Academy wants to gauge our strength, and now they have. So let us see what they plan to do next. After Gu Feng concluded his explanation, he reclined on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, embracing a moment of tranquility. It was indeed infuriating. Tomorrow, I shall exert my utmost in the confrontation. Gu Yuna, she evokes a sense of dissonance within me, coupled with a subtle, yet palpable, aura of danger. I must remain vigilant. It is best to retire early. Ouyang's son pondered for a moment, crossing his arms, and offered a brief greeting to Gu Feng before returning to his own bed to rest. The blood of hell. That dimension was merely a fragment of hell itself. The celestial god. Could it be the one I am familiar with? Surely not. If it were the celestial god from my memories. Hiss, this Douluo seems rather perilous. Does it not? Is it to lead me to seek my own answers? Very well, for some truths can only be unveiled through personal experience. Lan Shui September? Or perhaps the divine September. Today, in that state, with her pure white hair and immaculate white eyes. Moreover, to retain combat prowess after such an explosion? Is it a memory or a legacy? Is it due to my fusion with the blood of hell? And whatever. Additionally, that moment of collision between ether and light, what precisely was that? It bears no resemblance to elemental fusion. Rather, it resembles nothingness. Gu Feng lay in bed, reflecting on numerous thoughts, eventually drifting into a slumber. This night was destined to be tumultuous. At the Sea God Pavilion on Sea God Island, a group of over 100 elderly individuals sat in silence, uncertain of how to commence their discourse. What purpose did their gathering serve? Was it merely a brawl among a few students over trivial matters? Surely, they had all experienced conflicts in their youth. Yet here they sat for hours, brooding over such a trivial incident. An aged voice emerged from the shadows. But, teacher, Yin Xiaozhe seemed inclined to articulate further. No buts are necessary. There is no need for fear. Nor should any of you take action against those children. We still have Lan Shui and that young girl, though the latter is solely focused on locating the one who fled from her wedding. Alas, the old voice resonated once more, tinged with a hint of frustration at the situation. The others could not help but chuckle at the remark. Thus, this meeting concluded rather hastily. Once everyone departed, a sigh echoed through the empty conference room. Chapter 16. Silver Dragon, be cautious in today's competition. Gu Feng called out to the soon-to-enter Ouyang's son from the audience. Ouyang's son nodded and ascended to the arena. Rest assured, young one. With me around, victory is certain. The voice of Sun resonated from Ouyang's son's shoulder as they stepped onto the stage together. Following Ouyang's son's entrance, Gu Yuna, Gu Qiu'er, and Xiao Yuxuan also took the stage. Sun leaped down from Ouyang's son's shoulder, and in the next moment, a menacing aura emanated from the monkey. A black monkey stood beside Ouyang's son, exuding a crimson glow, its massive silhouette flickering in and out of view. As Du Weilin exited, a black-red staff plunged into the ground, sending fragments scattering. A sudden shout pierced the air. I concede. It was Xiao Yuxuan who declared his defeat. The momentum of the monkey was abruptly interrupted by this exclamation, causing the ground to tremble. The monkey swung its staff towards Gu Yuna, but a spear emerged from the side, intercepting the descending rod. Dust billowed into the air as Gu Qiu'er, with her golden hair, slid back several meters. Subsequently, the clash of weapons resonated across the arena, producing a cacophony of sounds. Gu Yuna glanced at Gu Qiu'er, who was temporarily engaged with the monkey. With a wave of her hand, a layer of solid ice formed around the monkey. A figure was sent tumbling across the ground. The ice surrounding the monkey shattered, leaving it slightly disheveled yet unharmed. Contrary to expectation, the monkey's fighting spirit surged with renewed vigor. It charged at Gu Qiu'er with even greater speed, segmenting the battlefield. The wielder of the golden dragon spirit clashed head-on with the monkey, generating explosive sounds throughout the arena. Gu Qiu'er, adorned in golden dragon scales, stood upon the stage like a valkyrie, her spear acting as an extension of her very being. Each of the monkey's assaults was met with resistance. Yet its ferocity only intensified, and its speed escalated with each encounter. Gu Qiu'er stood resolutely, gathering her momentum. In the next instant, 3 soul rings illuminated around her. The power of the dragon amalgamated with the golden dragon body, a radiant energy coalescing upon her dragon spear, which erupted in a thunderous explosion upon contact with the monkey. The sound of continuous detonations relentlessly assaulted the monkey, as the spear embedded itself into the ground, causing the creature to slide several hundred meters, leaving a deep, human-shaped ravine in its wake. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qiu'er surged forward with ferocious vigor, intent on vanquishing the monkey in one decisive blow. Black boots materialized beneath the monkey's feet, its fur reflecting the sunlight like a polished mirror. Rather than retreat, the monkey advanced. A clash of forces ensued, with Gu Qiu'er's golden dragon martial spirit locked in a stalemate against the monkey's might. The staff swept towards her. She bent backward, grounding her spear as she delivered a kick aimed at the monkey. Just as her foot was about to connect, the monkey leapt, swinging its staff in a powerful arc. Gu Qiu'er adeptly pivoted on her spear, evading the formidable strike. The duel continued, both speed and strength evenly matched, with Gu Qiu'er and the monkey engaging in a battle of skills. On one side stood the valiant maiden, a born warrior, while on the other, the ferocious monkey brandished its staff against any adversary that dared to confront it. Their confrontation was a test of artistry and instinct. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna observed Ouyang's son, her high heels striking the ground, creating a ripple effect. Spikes of energy erupted from the earth, while crystalline ice gathered behind her, forming icicles. And a fireball in her hand absorbed the essence of the world. Ouyang's son slowly closed his eyes, seated upon the arena. The next moment, a frog leaped from his shoulder, growing to a meter in size, extending its hands forward as a black vortex swirled within them, engulfing all elemental attacks. Is this Ouyang's son's dual martial spirit? A detached dual martial spirit? Yan Xiaozha watched the 3 combatants on the stage, questioning whether they were holding back their full potential. Gu Feng, observing Ouyang's son and the others, pondered silently. Ouyang's son, unleash your full power. His voice suddenly echoed. After Ouyang deflected Gu Yuna's assault, he retreated to Ouyang's son's side. Seizing the moment, Sun countered with a strike. Jumping back to stand before Ouyang's son and Ouyang, Gu Qiu'er was pushed back to Gu Yuna's side, her spear twirling before embedding itself in the arena. Harnessing the innate power of the golden dragon, she unleashed a golden flame towards Ouyang's Sunday. The monkey bent slightly, one hand gripping its staff while the other pressed against the ground. A dark sphere surged towards Gu Feng, the staff colliding with her spear, propelling her outward from the arena. A gaping black chasm appeared on the stage, several meters wide and slicing through the entire arena. As Gu Feng teetered on the brink of falling off, she swung her spear to deflect the staff and reached out, grasping the monkey's hand, bringing it down with her beyond the edge of the arena. Alas, this monkey has been eliminated so hastily? Gu Feng rubbed his forehead, momentarily taken aback. Douluo, could you withstand that monkey strike? Ma Xiaotao turned to a boy in a red school uniform with golden hair. It is highly likely that he will meet the same fate as that girl, or be directly knocked out. This year, the Foreign Institute is filled with peculiarities. No, monsters. Dai Yueheng shook his head, indicating he could not endure that blow. Ice Queen, can you contend with any one of them? Ma Xiaotao then teasingly glanced at Ling Luoqing. Violent girl, what about you? Can you guarantee a complete victory over any one of them? The eliminated junior must have simply been stunned by a single blow. She likely has more tricks up her sleeve. That monkey is similar. Their exits have a touch of drama. Ling Luoqing shook his head, objectively analyzing these matters. TCH. Quite uninteresting, Ice Queen. Ma Xiaotao remarked, then turned her gaze back to the arena. At the moment when Sun and Gu Feng were eliminated, Ouyang Sheng transformed into a black vortex. The entire arena trembled incessantly, and fissures began to appear across the ground, stretching outward. Gu Yuna's hair floated upwards as she half-squatted. Her feet connected to the earth, resisting the celestial devouring. Devouring? Gu Yuna pondered. There are already numerous monsters in the Foreign Institute, and if her performance falters, it would jeopardize her plans. She brushed her hair back. A dragon's might emanated from her in all directions. Dragon scales sprouted from her body, and in an instant, Gu Yuna appeared as if she had matured. Her bright silver hair danced, and her amethyst-like eyes radiated splendor, while the dragon scales formed an armor-like attire. She brandished a silver-white spear. From behind her, a phantom of a silver dragon arose. The audience instinctively stood up. Impossible. Is this a silver dragon? Such spirit beasts were thought to be extinct. How could such a martial soul manifest in a human? Xuanzi experienced a violent surge of soul power, contemplating whether to intervene and seize the girl with the silver dragon martial soul. Xuanzi, she is human, there is no question about it. An ancient voice reverberated beside Xuanzi and the others. Seeing this, Xuanzi's aura gradually subdued, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. 7 elements appeared in Gu Yuna's hands, continuously merging, before being hurled toward the black vortex above. Just as she was about to be consumed, Gu Yuna detonated the elemental sphere. A miniature sun rose, and the shockwave was slowly absorbed by the vortex, a silver light flashing fleetingly. The vortex was shattered. Ouyang's figure plummeted onto the arena. A white spear spun and embedded itself before Gu Yuna. Divine Artifact, Silver Dragon Spear. Chapter 17. The true Ouyang Sun. Gu Yuna drew the dragon spear, elements converging at its tip. The swirling mixed elements surged toward Ouyang Sunday. A massive cloud of dust erupted. Footsteps echoed through the swirling dust, unnoticed by all except Gu Feng, who realized that Sun had vanished from the stage. Indeed, was it true? Sun and Ouyang were but manifestations of a single martial spirit. No matter how formidable the martial spirit, it possesses its own consciousness, yet, ultimately, it remains merely a fragment of oneself. Silver Dragon, how intriguing. An imaginary martial spirit. Let us put it to the test. A manic voice resonated through the air as a figure slowly emerged. His once yellow hair had transformed to a striking gray-white, and his attire had morphed into resplendent crimson armor. 2 luminous feathers floated gently above his head, while a dense mane of fur cascaded down his neck. Gathering at his feet, bound at the base by a golden cord, reminiscent of hair. Adorning his face was a monkey mask, strikingly similar to the frenzied deity mask from the Gravekeeper's Tales, with eyes glowing a fierce scarlet. Ouyang's son tilted his head back and laughed maniacally, one hand brushing his forehead, while a staff was driven into the ground, sending shockwaves that cleared the entirety of the arena. At that moment, it became evident that half of the arena was pockmarked, with the other half riddled with colossal fissures. What a spectacle! Was that blue field jade? No, it seemed different. This entity bore a crimson hue, whereas blue field jade appeared gray. Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang's son's new appearance, utterly bewildered. It reminded him of an anime he watched in his childhood. Although the protagonist was not him, that figure, who called out Qi Tian, held a prestigious place in his heart. So, were these individuals from the outer court truly monsters? Did they transform when faced with defeat? Ma Xiaotao observed the dramatically altered figure, whose aura was strikingly close to that of a soul saint, grasping her hair and looking skyward in silent contemplation of life. Was she truly a genius? What, then, could be said of these others? Brother Tianming, do you think I can truly keep up with these creatures? Huo Yuhao initially believed his spirit was strong enough, yet the absurdity of what he had witnessed in the past 2 days was overwhelming. The Soul Zune displayed the battle prowess of a typical soul saint, and in dire circumstances, could even take down a weaker soul Douluo, leaving him, a mere novice with a million-year first spirit ring, feeling despondent. You certainly can. The second martial soul I have found for you will at least rival the silver dragon. Tianming Ice Silkworm responded briefly in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea before falling silent again. It might not be inferior to the silver dragon. Yet the opponent was the silver dragon king, a being of an entirely different caliber. Moreover, what on earth was that entity opposite the silver dragon king? And what was its martial soul? Tianming Ice Silkworm pondered the life of a silkworm within the confines of the spiritual sea. Ouyang's son pointed his staff at Gu Yuna, and a crimson beam shot forth from one end of the staff, carving a massive chasm into the ground. Elemental enhancement, earth, wood. Gu Yuna thrust her dragon spear, cleaving the red beam in half, causing 2 fissures to stretch beyond the arena. A silver figure flickered and Ouyang's son, holding his staff defensively, propelled himself into the air. Ah, quite the force, isn't it? Come again. A frenzied voice echoed from afar, as the red figure engaged in countless clashes with the silver one. The arena was marred with traces of spears and staff strikes. The staff radiated crimson light as Ouyang's son spun it and swung. Gu Yuna's pupils constricted, and she retreated rapidly. With a thunderous crash, a pit several meters deep and 100 meters wide formed in the arena. Ouyang's son stood within the pit, his eyes glowing red. The expression on his mask, a semblance of a smile, resembled that of a madman. Ouyang's son looked up at Gu Yuna, his eyes blazing with crimson light, pointing his staff to the heavens. Above the firmament manifested a myriad of red weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and tridents filled the skies above the arena. Little girl, if you're hiding, show me. Ouyang's son tilted his head, his eyes shining with fervor. A frenzied aura surged around him as the weapons rained down simultaneously. Dust erupted, and Gu Yuna's figure slowly emerged from the haze, surrounded by a dense array of various weapons. Yet she remained untouched. The clash of red and silver lights resonated, colliding and separating, only to collide again. Both figures slid to the edge of the arena simultaneously. Gu Yuna's high heels left a mark at the edge, while Ouyang's son's fur fluttered in the wind. The dragon spear embedded itself into the ground. 7 distinct colors of light flickered behind Gu Yuna. Silver Dragon King, a divine-level martial soul endowed with elemental mastery. Furthermore, an extraordinary mental acuity, and the liberation of elements. The enhancement of mental attributes amplifies elemental control, leading to an explosion of 7 ultimate attributes. Earth Element Liberation, the blessing of the earth. An unparalleled defense is bestowed upon Gu Yuna. The release of elemental forces unleashes the Silver Dragon King's most formidable capabilities. However, once the elements are liberated, they cannot be summoned again for 3 days. The exalted overlord of soul beasts, Gu Yuna, who possessed the combat prowess of a deity at her peak, finds herself at a disadvantage against a mere human. Despite wielding the Silver Dragon King martial soul, she has yet to subdue a single human. Although that individual is extraordinary, it has nonetheless provoked the ire of the Silver Dragon King. Skill. Let us see whose skills are more abundant. Ouyang's son angled his staff into the ground, perching himself atop it as he observed Gu Yuna bolstering her state. The fur behind him and the luminous feathers atop his head swayed incessantly. His hands rested upon his knees. A frenzied voice erupted. Warm jade shield, essence of heaven and earth, legendary form. The king of hell's ephemeral enhancements. Dozens of strengthening skills surged upon Ouyang's son in an instant. A terrifying pressure emanated from him. Goodness gracious, is this not excessive? So many enhancement skills. While few directly bolster combat power, the defense, recovery, and immortality. This is utterly outrageous. Truly, is this Bluefield Jade? Gu Feng gazed in astonishment as Ouyang's son unleashed a barrage of enhancement skills, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. This was indeed a sight to behold, leaving Gu Feng utterly dumbfounded, as were the onlookers. What in the world is this? Dozens of enhancement skills? Is he truly from the same realm as us? Ling Luoqing could hardly contain himself his previously aloof demeanor vanishing in an instant. Ma Xiaotao and the others stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, though they had become somewhat desensitized to recent absurdities. Yet, this was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. What on earth is happening with this kid? Why does he possess so many soul skills? Xuanzi and Yin Xiaozhe, along with their companions, were equally unsettled. Xuanzi, Xiaozhe, this child is backed by a formidable force. We must not provoke him. If my conjecture is correct, he must possess a unique divine-level talent. He is likely endowed with a divine martial soul. An elderly voice echoed in their ears once more, this time laced with urgency. I am truly astonished, Yuhao. How does your academy boast so many prodigies? Another divine martial soul, and such a terrifying one at that. The voice of Tianming Iceworm resonated within Huo Yuhao's mental realm, imbued with incredulity and a hint of regret. Another one? Are there more divine martial souls? Also, Tianming, what constitutes a divine martial soul? I have only heard of ordinary, advanced, and super martial souls. Huo Yuhao's bewildered voice echoed in the sea of his consciousness, but Tianming Iceworm's voice fell silent once more. Chapter 18. Divine-level talent empowered by his divine-level talent. Ouyang's son hoisted his staff onto his shoulder and strode towards Gu Yuna, the crimson light in his eyes growing ever more piercing. Divine-level talent, you say? Let us see whose talent reigns supreme. A mere glance was enough for Gu Yuna to discern that Ouyang's son S' abilities stemmed from his innate talent. The clash intensified. Ouyang's son S' assault was ferociously relentless, yet Gu Yuna emerged almost unscathed, until the blessing of the earth was shattered. Gu Yuna was nearly invincible. This damn turtle shell is remarkably resilient. I shall see how much punishment it can withstand. Ouyang's son's furious voice rang out amidst the swirling dust. Qi Tian, a colossal figure, towering dozens of meters high, gradually manifested upon the arena. Ouyang's son had transformed into a giant, his staff bending and reshaping into a massive Gatling gun. An ominous signal surged through Gu Yuna's mind. 6 paths of reincarnation canon. I shall send you to the cycle of rebirth. The heavy voice resounded throughout the arena. The rapid-fire sound of the Gatling gun erupted from Ouyang's son's hands, with spent casings raining down, each half a meter tall, glowing a fiery red and shimmering with golden specks. At the moment that peculiar weapon emerged, Gu Yuna exerted all her strength to maintain the blessing of the earth. A mountain materialized before her. The relentless barrage echoed against the peak, with debris flying in all directions. After several seconds of relentless bombardment, Ouyang's son's assault momentarily ceased. The mountain had been reduced to flat terrain, and Gu Yuna knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The defense, bolstered by the blessing of the earth, was nearly shattered. Although the reason for the madman's sudden pause in his attack remained a mystery, an opportunity had arisen. Initially, she had contemplated conserving her strength, but now, the fire element unleashed, Phoenix of Purgatory. An endless inferno coalesced into a magnificent fire phoenix, its wings beating majestically, igniting the sky with a fiery aurora. The burden of elemental release weighed heavily upon her, and Gu Yuna's body could not withstand the simultaneous unleashing of multiple elements. Otherwise, her prowess would be unmatched in the outer academy. The fire phoenix surged toward Ouyang Sunday. Despite its immense size, it appeared merely as another avian creature before him. Yet, the terrifying heat and power shifted Ouyang Sun's expression. Dragon-spirited ferret. Dragon's roar. A luminous crest atop Ouyang Sun's head transformed into a colossal ferret and a fiery dragon, engaging the phoenix in combat. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of the phoenix, and they could only endure for a brief moment. But that was sufficient. At the instant the phoenix tore through the ferret and dragon, Ouyang Sun once more brandished the Gatling gun. An even fiercer assault ensued. The phoenix bled. In mere moments, the fire phoenix was annihilated into nothingness by a relentless barrage of Gatling fire. The remaining bullets soared towards the recuperating Gu Yuna. A terrifying cloud of dust billowed upwards. All around Gu Yuna, the ground had sunk several meters, save for the spot where she stood. A mouthful of blood spilled from Gu Yuna's lips, falling into the deep pit before her. So it is, your technique is formidable. If I am not mistaken, each of your attacks is thrice as powerful as the last, yet your opportunity has slipped away. Gu Yuna slowly propped herself up with her dragon spear. Oh and what of it? For the final blow, I shall send you to hell. A low voice resonated as the Gatling gun in Ouyang Sun's grasp erupted with a brilliant red light, a terrifying energy coalescing at the muzzle. Gu Yuna gently closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her irises were obscured, leaving her eyes entirely white. Lightning element unleashed, the apocalypse's divine revelation. The dragon spear ascended. Boundless thunder converging upon it, exuding an aura of annihilation. In the next moment, the spear traversed the fabric of space, hurtling toward Ouyang Sunday. Meanwhile, the energy in Ouyang Sun's Gatling gun reached its zenith. A crimson beam targeted the dragon spear and Gu Yuna. The instant the red beam emerged, the surrounding space shimmered with ripples. A colossal explosion erupted. A mushroom cloud ascended majestically. On that day, the entirety of Shrek City bore witness to the mushroom. Wood element unleashed, the savior's ancient tree. The pit from the previous day reappeared upon the arena. Is the world truly this insane now? Why does it so easily resort to such mutually destructive tactics? The light had faded from Ma Xiaotao's eyes as she gazed at the apocalyptic battlefield, lost in profound contemplation. The sound of swallowed breath echoed through the air. Wang Dong gazed upon the battlefield, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Could this truly lead to death? Was it necessary for an assessment to escalate to such extremes? He found himself bewildered. Gu Yuna's figure knelt within the depths of a pit. Her formidable wood element healing, combined with the residual earth element and the physical fortitude granted by the Silver Dragon King's martial soul, had enabled her to endure the onslaught. However, she too had succumbed, losing her combat effectiveness. Not far from Gu Yuna, Ouyang Sun stood, the eyes beneath his mask no longer radiating crimson light. With 20,000 avatars in the effects of the King of Hell, Ouyang Sun had withstood the explosion. Yet, all his enhancements were shattered in an instant. And the backlash surged forth, overwhelming him. Ouyang Sun reverted to his youthful form with golden hair, collapsing backward, while Gu Yuna, at the same moment, could no longer maintain her stance and fell forward, the relentless release of elemental energy inflicting horrific repercussions upon her. Had it not been for the Silver Dragon King being a divine dragon martial soul, it was conceivable that, without invoking divine power, they might have already descended into the abyss. Gu Feng and Gu Qiu'er appeared simultaneously on the battlefield. Gu Qiu'er supported Gu Yuna's shoulder, gently embracing her. Gu Feng wrapped his arm around Ouyang Sun's shoulder, allowing him to lean against him. Two emerald leaves fluttered towards Ouyang Sun and Gu Yuna, stabilizing their injuries. Gu Feng and Gu Qiu'er exchanged a glance, and together they departed the battlefield with Ouyang Sun and Gu Yuna. The outcome of this battle was a draw. Yin Xiaozha announced the result with a grim expression. The arena would need repairs once more. After declaring the outcome, he left the stands accompanied by a group of elders. I returned to my training, striving to break through to Soul Saint before the grand tournament. Ma Xiaotao stood quietly for a moment before unfurling her wings and soaring towards the training room in the inner courtyard. Dai Yueheng and Ling Luocheng exchanged glances before also departing in the direction of the training room. Qiu'er, what was the outcome of the match? Who won? Gu Yuna inquired of Gu Qiu'er, who was watching over her. With reddened eyes, Gu Qiu'er embraced Gu Yuna, trembling slightly. Upon noticing this, a fleeting smile graced Gu Yuna's face as she gently patted Gu Qiu'er's shoulder in reassurance. It's all right. I'm here. I've always been here. Everything is fine, Qiu'er. After a considerable time, Gu Qiu'er finally calmed down, though her slightly reddened eyes rendered her more vulnerable. A draw? That's acceptable. At least we did not lose. So, did we both faint simultaneously in the end? Ouyang Sun gazed at Gu Feng, who was beside him enjoying a slice of watermelon, an expression of disbelief upon his face. You've concealed this well. Are you and Ouyang all right? Gu Feng inquired, putting down the fruit and peeling an apple for Ouyang Sunday. They are recuperating within me. It will take some time for them to recover, and your injuries will likely require some time to heal as well. Ouyang Sun munched on the apple that Gu Feng had prepared, lying on the bed as he responded to Gu Feng's question. Indeed, we've incurred significant losses this time. The Academy is now almost fully aware of our intelligence, except for the forces behind us that remain unknown. Gu Feng sighed and lay down on the bed to rest. Ouyang Sun smiled at Gu Feng, who was preparing to rest, and soon drifted off to sleep himself. Chapter 19. Core Disciples in the Altered Tournament of the following year. The third day of the tournament concluded, and as in the original narrative, Huo Yuhao and his companions, through the use of their martial soul fusion techniques, emerged victorious in the match. Gu Feng, Lan Shui, Ouyang Sun, and Gu Yuna's team shared the fifth position. After that intense battle, they collectively withdrew from the subsequent matches. It was then that Huo Yuhao and his companions, true to the original narrative, secured first place. A week later, following the assessment, the rankings were compiled, and the time arrived for the award ceremony for the new students' evaluation. Now, I shall announce the top 3 teams from this evaluation. In third place, the Ning Tian team. In second place, the Dai Huabin team. And in first place, the Wang Dong team. I now declare the rewards to be granted to the top 3 teams in the new student assessment. Each member of these teams will receive a unified reward from the Academy. They may request a soul ring suitable for their capabilities, and the Academy will assist them in acquiring a soul ring that is most fitting for them, effective for those below the 9th ring. The quality of this year's freshmen surpasses that of previous years. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. The heavens reward diligence. No matter how great one's talent, without effort, one cannot achieve commendable results. Our Shrek Academy is the foremost Soul Master Academy on the continent, and I hope you all graduate smoothly and achieve outstanding results. Given the emergence of several exceptional new students in this year's competition, the Academy has specially approved a select group of students to become core disciples of the Outer Academy. I will now announce the list of core disciples: Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, Ning Tian, Chen Feng, Xia Huanyu, and Xiao Yuxian. Considering that some freshmen exhibited deficiencies in their abilities and talents during the assessment, the Academy has decided to extend core disciple status to these students, with the hope that they will officially become core disciples next year. The list is as follows: Huo Yuhao, Cui Yiji, Wu Feng, Nanmin Yunair, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Huang Chutian. The new student assessment has concluded successfully. The first place winner should accompany me to the office to receive a special reward. The rest may remain at the Academy for 3 days. After that, the Academy will be on break for a month. During this month, you may arrange your time freely, but there will be an entrance assessment upon the start of the new term. Should you fail this assessment, you are to return whence you came. Dueluan rattled off a series of announcements. However, the core matters were few: the holiday duration and the core disciple slots. Upon hearing about the core disciple slots, Huo Yuhao did not feel the same sense of injustice as in the original narrative. After all, several prodigies had also not received core disciple status or any privileges. Truly, it was as expected. As for the core disciple slots, they hold little significance. At most, it allows participation in the continental competition representing Shrek. But what is the worth of that mediocre competition? To perform as a mere spectacle? There is nothing of value to be gained, except for those few soul bones. Oh, just the thought of them leaves a bitter taste. Besides, those few worthless soul bones are better left untouched. Gu Feng, lounging under a tree, remarked leisurely after Du Weluan announced the results of the new student assessment. Indeed, those things are truly unnecessary. However, it has come to my attention that the grand competition next year has undergone some alterations. Over at Xingluo, a secret realm has been discovered, seemingly emerging 2 decades ago. After years of exploration, it has been nearly fully unveiled, yet it still harbors numerous mysteries. Notably, only individuals under the age of 20 are permitted entry into this enigmatic domain. Consequently, several nations have resolved to amend the rules for this event. Each academy may dispatch 2 teams for exploration, while sects are allowed to participate with a single team. Most intriguingly, independent cultivators are also welcome to join, albeit without the need for prior registration. However, it is stipulated that a significant portion of any treasures acquired by these independent cultivators will be claimed by Xingluo, alongside a hefty entrance fee. Ouyang's son elucidated these changes in the upcoming grand tournament to Gu Feng, as he anticipated that this layabout might be oblivious to such developments. What? Is that so? How come I was unaware? Gu Feng's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly approached Ouyang's son, eager for further details. The specifics of the secret realm remain unclear. However, it appears that the location it connects to is not the Douluo continent. According to reports from those who have previously ventured inside, it seems to be a land devoid of vibrant life. This land is purportedly larger than the combined areas of Douluo and the Sun Moon continent, though much of it has succumbed to desolation, leaving only areas comparable in size to a single empire. In this realm, soul power is rendered ineffective. However, soul skills and soul bone abilities can still be utilized. Nevertheless, without soul power, a soul master becomes scarcely more formidable than an ordinary person. This environment may prove advantageous for the disciples of the body sect. Though we should not share such concerns, Ouyang's son remarked, glancing at Gu Feng. Gu Feng scratched his head and nodded, signaling for Ouyang's son to continue. Moreover, this realm is inhabited by numerous creatures devoid of any soul power, yet even the weakest among them possesses the strength of a high-ranking soul master. The solitary advantage lies in the apparent lack of intellect among these beings. Initially, a considerable number of individuals succumbed within the secret realm during its exploration by Xinghua. Eventually, Xinghua relinquished control, opening the realm to the entire continent. Subsequent explorations faced considerable challenges, leading to the involvement of the Sun-Moon continent, which brought along numerous 7th and 8th level fixed soul tools, thus facilitating smoother exploration. Those who emerged from the secret realm bore materials of exceptional strength. Even damaged remnants could be utilized to forge 9th level high-order soul tools. However, these materials are exceedingly resilient, and manufacturing them remains unfeasible. Otherwise, the Sun-Moon would have already dispatched forces to Xinghua without hesitation. Rumors suggest that someone discovered a residual image within, which was subsequently retrieved. This image does not correspond to the writings of our Douluo continent or the Sun-Moon continent. Nevertheless, individuals from the Sun-Moon spent over a decade deciphering the script, and that segment of the image has been made public, albeit with only fragmented phrases: Xianzhou, Sangqing, Star Calendar 6300, and Shiji Luoho. My family members in the Sun-Moon are also involved in the deciphering of that image. Thus, I possess a wealth of intelligence, perhaps even surpassing that of Shrek. Now, let us discuss the mysterious realm. This place is strewn with the remnants of ancient structures, indicative of a colossal conflict that once transpired. Within this enigmatic domain, one can still behold a towering ancient tree, though it appears to have been severed. Furthermore, perilous creatures lurk near the tree. Those who have ventured in claim that even the weakest among them possess strength surpassing that of a soul Douluo, while the mightiest are believed to transcend the limits of a limit Douluo. This is the extent of my knowledge. What troubles you, Feng? Has your injury flared up again? After imparting all the information he had, Ouyang's son turned his gaze to Gu Feng, whose complexion had turned a ghastly shade of pale, and inquired with concern. Upon hearing those words, Gu Feng found himself utterly overwhelmed, his mind rendered incapable of further thought. He stood there, paralyzed by shock. After a moment, he stammered, "You mean the deciphered text is indeed the celestial vessel, Sangqing?" Ouyang's son, observing Gu Feng's expression, understood the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Gu Feng remained silent for what felt like an eternity before finally raising his gaze to the sky. "Ouyang, I must journey to that secret realm. Once the competition commences, I will depart from Shrek and will no longer be able to accompany you there." Gu Feng resolutely made his decision. Ouyang's son patted Gu Feng on the shoulder. "Share with me what you know. Let us venture forth together. There is little left to uncover about Shrek. Yet I am quite curious as to why you reacted so strongly upon hearing of that place. Moreover, our combined strengths would provide mutual support." "Agreed. Let us return to the dormitory. This is not the place for discussion." Chapter 20. Celestial Vessel now. Gu Feng, pray tell. What is the true nature of this celestial vessel known as Sangqing? After closing the dormitory door, Ouyang's son activated a shielding ability. The information he had previously mentioned was known to any force of note across the continent. The individual before him seemed entirely oblivious to the affairs of his own home. Otherwise, as the young lord of the borderlands, how could he remain unaware of such news? Yet, having witnessed Gu Feng's earlier expression, Ouyang's son understood that the information about to be divulged was not to be taken lightly. "Ouyang, do not dismiss what I am about to say as absurd. During this break, we will both return home and bring back what I have shared. We shall arrange for someone to meet us in Xinghua. I will summon my mother. And you should bring a formidable ally to ensure our safety." Gu Feng began earnestly, and upon seeing Ouyang's son nod in agreement, he proceeded to elaborate on the celestial vessel. The celestial vessel. Historical records indicate there were a total of 9. Moreover, the celestial vessel merely serves as a means of transportation, albeit a colossal one, housing numerous cities within. What you referred to before is merely the remnants of one such vessel. In ancient times, a great emperor, in pursuit of immortality, dispatched 9 massive flying vessels into the starry sea in search of eternal life. They called these 9 vessels the celestial vessels. However, as time flowed, all 9 became lost in the starry expanse, unable to find their way back home. Yet, amidst the vastness of the starry sea, the vessels indeed discovered a form of immortality. Alas, this immortality came at a price. Eventually, a deity emerged among the celestial vessel's inhabitants, severing the path to eternal life. Subsequently, this deity led the vessels in a struggle against immortality. During this conflict, several of the vessels were completely destroyed. I cannot recall the exact number. In the aftermath, The remaining vessels formed a celestial vessel alliance. Ouyang's son listened intently as Gu Feng conveyed all the information he possessed, contemplating earnestly the so-called celestial vessel. One ponders, does true immortality truly exist? Moreover, has not the divine realm been in existence since eons ago? Yet, when you speak of the deities associated with the celestial vessel, it evokes the inquiries posed by Ouyang's Sunday. They do not belong to the same echelon. To be precise, the gods above us are merely individuals of greater strength, and those deities do not possess overwhelming power. The higher gods, too, can achieve immortality. Yet their form of eternal life seems distinct from that of the celestial vessel. However, my understanding remains limited. Nonetheless, the deities we have subjugated, one might say. A general from the celestial vessel could vanquish at least half of the divine realm, let alone the deities of the celestial vessel themselves, whose single strike could obliterate the entirety of the celestial vessel. Gu Feng conveyed to Ouyang's son the general intelligence regarding the celestial vessels from the shattered iron universe of his previous life. However, after a span of over a decade, apart from significant details, many aspects eluded Gu Feng's memory. He could only recall the star gods, the various formidable factions, and the emissaries. The Douluo were not as feeble as previously conjectured. Nevertheless, the God King would likely find himself outmatched by the emissaries, and even struggle against a portion of the ruthless individuals beneath them. After all, few possess the ability to annihilate stars. The Song City. According to Ouyang's son's intelligence, even the long-dilapidated Song City was beyond the reach of Douluo and their cohort. The earlier fragment of hell had now revealed a spatial rift leading to the celestial vessel Song City. Hiss! Could it be? Gu Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What is wrong, Feng? Ouyang observed Gu Feng's unexpected daze, questioning whether he had sustained a head injury during the recent battle. It seemed the situation had escalated. Was that rift bidirectional or unidirectional? If it were bidirectional, the arrival of those entities would spell disaster. If it were unidirectional, that would be more favorable. Yet if someone were to bring forth those corpses and uncover something sinister, it would create an even graver predicament. Gu Feng pondered for a moment before confiding in Ouyang's son about certain matters. Ouyang's son gazed intently at Gu Feng, then proceeded to lie down on the bed to rest. You need not bear the burden alone. I will assist you. Gu Feng gazed at Ouyang's son, who was preparing to rest in bed, and a smile graced his lips. He then lay down on the bed as well. Delightful. Gu Feng pondered over the information at hand. The rift in the celestial vessel could lead to Douluo, suggesting that the star gods must be aware of this universe. Hell was shattered by the cataclysmic battle of the star gods. The only battlefield of the star gods recorded in the collapse iron that I am aware of is the one that swept across multiple universes during the breeding event. Could it be that battlefield, or perhaps other star god battlefields that are not mentioned in other games? Oh, apothecary. I hope the people of Douluo do not uncover anything troubling. Otherwise, if Douluo were to experience abundance as well, the scenario involving the celestial vessel and lawn would be unimaginable. A single arrow shattering stars. Perhaps the so-called divine realm would also face obliteration. This implies that the ether within my body, along with other elements, is entirely a consequence of hell's fragmentation. Ether. I wonder if there is a connection between the ether elements that steal stars and the ether coating of the collapse iron. Ether elements can encompass all matter, while ether coating seems capable of altering reality. So, can ether elements accomplish what ether coating can? And as for the celestial vessel, I am curious about the current timeline of the collapse iron. Do the individuals he once knew still exist? Jing Yuan, Jing Lu, Dan Heng, Ling Sha, those familiar faces from his past, are they still present in this world, or have they yet to be born? Who can say? And he cannot forget Fei Xiao. Lost in thought, Gu Feng soon drifted into slumber. Let us go eat some gossip. It seems there is a juicy story to savor today. The next morning, Gu Feng eagerly dragged Ouyang's son towards the school gate. Hey, Feng, what is going on? Where are we headed? Ouyang's son was utterly bewildered, being pulled along so early in the day without any explanation. We're going to enjoy some gossip. Afterward, we should return home and inform our families. We can then team up for a trip to Songqing. Let us have our families come pick us up. Gu Feng exclaimed as they hurried towards the entrance of Shrek Academy. The academy was rather desolate now. After Du Weiland's announcement yesterday, most had departed, leaving only Gu Feng, Ouyang's son, and a few others who were too far from home to return. No need to hurry. It should be arriving soon. Let us find a spot to watch the spectacle. Gu Feng led Ouyang's son to a distance. I'm off. I'll return soon. Just watch me go, Wang Dong said, turning to Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao noticed something glistening at the corners of his eyes. Over the past 4 months, the two had spent nearly every moment together, training day and night. Though not inseparable, they had become close friends. As they were about to part ways, the profound sense of reluctance left them both feeling choked. Although this feeling may not last long, at least in this moment, they both felt the pain of separation. Wang Dong uttered that line and fled towards the academy's exit, not looking back. Yet tears could no longer be restrained. He murmured to himself, Huo Yuhao. You big fool. Huo Yuhao watched as Wang Dong's increasingly slender figure gradually vanished, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes before turning to gaze at the sign of Shrek Academy. Gently departing from the academy, Ouyang's son was taken aback. Is this what you brought me to see? He exclaimed, bewildered by the explosive scene before him. How to describe it? The two individuals had been in the same class, and after the recent assessments, they were once again in the same group. Ouyang's son had also joined Class 1, which comprised all the top 8 teams from the freshman evaluations, except for the support system Soul Masters. However, Gu Feng and Ouyang's son had not attended class since the assessments, citing serious injuries as an excuse for their prolonged recovery. This infuriated Zhou Yi, who vented her frustrations daily in the classroom, yet due to their exceptional circumstances, she dared not confront them directly. Her repeated requests to expel them had never been approved. Interestingly, Dai Huabin, much like in the original narrative, questioned Zhou Yi, and since she was already at a disadvantage with Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, he too was ultimately expelled. Ugh, I was wrong. I shall never indulge in such gossip again. It nearly drove me mad. Gu Feng supported Ouyang's son, who was retching beside him. What are you two doing? A clear voice rang out from behind. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son turned to see two approaching figures. Chapter 21. Returning home, are we that familiar? Gu Qiu'er inquired, noticing Gu Yuna and her companions still lingering. Is this academy your family's establishment? Why does it concern you when my sister and I choose to leave? Gu Qiu'er retorted with disdain. Oh, my fiery temper. Who's afraid of whom? Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna exchanged glances, each holding the other, shaking their heads in shared sympathy, their expressions softening. Enough, Feng, stop fooling around. May I ask what brings you two here? Ouyang's son interjected, halting Gu Feng's chatter and directing his question at Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna, glancing at Gu Qiu'er, interrupted her attempts to speak, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. We have nowhere to go during the holiday and don't wish to return home. Would it be all right to accompany you to your place? She gently proposed to Ouyang's Sunday. Well, you two are plotting against my brother. Gu Feng interjected, stepping in front of Ouyang's son, pointing at Gu Yuna. All right. Let's go together. Ouyang's son interrupted Gu Feng before he could finish his sentence. Gu Feng turned to him, bewildered, a large question mark appearing above his head. Sudden laughter erupted as Gu Qiu'er clutched her stomach, pointing at Gu Feng, unable to contain her amusement. I never expected you to be such a clown. In that moment, Gu Feng's face flushed with anger, and she was inclined to confront her adversary. Despite her injuries still not having healed, she knew she might not prevail against Gu Qiu'er. Yet the provocation was intolerable. Ultimately, it was Ouyang's son's persuasive words that restrained Gu Feng. Thus, the group bickered as they made their way toward the outskirts of Shrek City. Yang, remember our matters. We shall meet again at the beginning of next term. I shall take my leave now. After parting ways with Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, the group headed towards the direction of Border Wilderness City. This city is nestled at the confluence of the Xingdou, Xingluo, and Ryu regions. The walls of Border Wilderness City are not particularly imposing, in fact. When compared to those of Xingluo, they are almost insignificant. However, for dozens of miles beyond the city's confines, not a single living creature can be seen. All have been driven to more distant lands, while those unwilling to depart, some soul beasts and certain unfriendly soul masters, have found eternal rest beneath the earth. Gu Feng stealthily approached the city gate, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before quietly slipping inside. Unbeknownst to him, his furtive actions had not gone unnoticed by a group of onlookers. This mischievous lad, having been away for almost a year, now thought to return. My dear, wait for me. I shall retrieve this rascal at once. A feeble voice declared, preparing to rush out to notify their son. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to alert him? Another voice commanded. Stay right here, or else. A resplendent beauty with cascading golden hair sat upon a chair, her gaze fixed upon the soul-guiding screen displaying the furtive figure. This silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Qian Ruo Shui from a millennium ago, adorned in luxurious golden attire. She exuded an air of nobility, her leg crossed casually as she rested her chin on her hand. Observing the sneaky figure for a moment, maternal affection glimmered in her eyes. "My husband, do you think this impudent boy is aware that his fiancée is visiting us today? After a year away. He chooses this moment to return. Should we not capture him tonight and deliver him to the girl's chamber?" The beauty's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if her husband's mere nod would set her plan into motion. "My dear, is that truly wise? Feng'er is still so young. Could this be too hasty?" A tall, middle-aged man appeared behind the beauty, his tone ingratiating as he gently massaged her shoulders. "Very well, it is settled then. This girl has been searching for him everywhere this year, and her prowess far surpasses his. Besides, do you not find her quite commendable? They also share a history from their childhood." The beauty shot a sidelong glance at her husband. Upon hearing her words, he fell silent, continuing his massage in quietude. The room enveloped itself in stillness, with only the figure on the screen advancing towards them. "Phew, it seems my parents are not home. Thank goodness. But why is the city so deserted today? Something feels amiss." Suddenly, Gu Feng's expression stiffened, his mouth twitching as he turned around. Sure enough, those two were right behind him, watching intently. "Mother, I was wrong. I want to run away again," he pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at Qian Qiuyu. She pinched him firmly before releasing her grip, affectionately ruffling his hair. "You've returned, you mischievous boy. Now tell me, what have you been up to this past year? Have you caused any trouble? Have you set your sights on any lovely maidens?" Qian Qiuyu casually inquired about his experiences over the year, but a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes when she mentioned beautiful girls. However, Gu Feng, preoccupied with the throbbing pain in his ear, remained oblivious to her underlying intent. Gu Yechen wiped the beads of perspiration from his forehead, hoping that his son would remain safe in the days to come. He discreetly signaled to his son, yet Gu Feng remained oblivious to his gesture. Qian Qiuyu turned her head and glared fiercely at Gu Yechen. "Have you completed your business? Why aren't you making arrangements to return home and prepare for the new year?" The concept of the new year was originally non-existent in this world. However, Gu Feng had proposed it long ago. With both parents finding the idea appealing, they convened the townspeople to discuss the feasibility of this arrangement. Thus, the significant day from a past life, the new year, found its way into the remote town of Bianhuang. Gu Feng recounted the experiences and observations of the past year to Qian Qiuyu until he reached the mention of Shrek. The corners of Qian Qiuyu's mouth twitched incessantly. Good heavens, that rascal was right beneath the girl's very eyes. Yet, it seemed that she had scarcely been at the academy this year. Ignorance of this was rather understandable. Nevertheless, the luck of that lad was indeed remarkable. A playful thought crossed Qian Qiuyu's mind, and her smile brightened. All right. If you wish to go, then go ahead. Just use the talisman your mother bestowed upon you. She will arrive through the spatial tunnel at the appointed time. We shall set that matter aside for now. It is time to discuss your affairs. Let us meticulously settle the accounts. The first matter concerns your act of running away from home. That girl is quite splendid, not to mention her formidable talents, I can assure you, in the past. You would have been utterly overwhelmed by her. Even now, you would likely find yourself at her mercy. And she is a fox-eared elder sister, mind you. As if I am unaware of your proclivities. It is not as though you are rushing into marriage. It is merely a meeting to arrange a betrothal. So why the haste? As she spoke, Qian Qiuyu playfully delivered a light punch to Gu Feng. He cradled his head, nearly brought to tears by the genuine pain. Observing her little cub's expression, Qian Qiuyu couldn't help but laugh. The second matter pertains to what you mentioned earlier, which I had originally intended to discuss with you. Yet, who could have anticipated your sudden departure? Since you are already aware, I shall not dwell on it further. Just be cautious. The objects within are not to be trifled with. We have encountered something similar in the past. Others may be oblivious, but the angel martial soul has issued a warning. The item that was brought out is indeed perilous. However, you may possess even more details than we do, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Just take care of yourself. Although you have always been different from others since birth, remember that you are the fruit of my 10-month gestation. You still have your father and me backing you. In times of trouble, you need not fear, for your parents stand behind you, with your father around. Even the limit Douluo must show us some respect. Moreover, when your father goes mad, the limit is not beyond his reach, though the cost may be considerable. Qian Qiuyu declared with authority, her hand affectionately ruffling her little rabbit's head. Surprisingly, the texture felt quite pleasant, though it seemed unlikely she would have the chance to do so in the future. Gu Feng gazed at his mother, his eyes slightly reddened. However, in the next moment, He stifled his tears. He certainly did not wish for the entire city to be aware of his sorrow. If his mother found out, it would not be long before the whole town knew. As for the last matter at hand, well, how should one articulate it? When Qianqiu reached this point, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, torn between whether or not to share the news with her son. Mother, just speak plainly. This isn't like you. Gu Feng remarked, observing his mother's unusual demeanor with curiosity, for he had never seen her like this in all his years. With a look of compassion, Qianqiu finally revealed, all right then, your fiancée will be spending the new year with us this year. She is arriving tonight. And since we Haven Tea prepared many rooms, you will have to make do with her. Also, she is studying at Shrek Academy. Surprising, isn't it? Mother, you must be jesting. Gu Feng's expression turned rigid, and he uttered the words that sent shivers down his spine, fervently hoping this was not the truth. Qianqiu simply nodded solemnly and then seized the boy who was attempting to flee. Run away, you little rascal? If you dare, I shall break your legs. She has been searching for you for a year. How can you be so ungrateful? Such a good girl is hard to find. As she glared at him, Qianqiu twisted Gu Feng's ear, causing him to gasp in pain. Mother, I was wrong. I want to run away. Gu Feng protested, though he continued to ramble about having never met her and lacking any emotional foundation. Qianqiu merely nodded, unimpressed. And what now? Don't you dare make excuses. You have no memory of this girl? Wasn't it you who insisted on marrying her when you were young? She even held you in her arms back then. She said casually, no, I don't recall any of this. When did this happen? I have no memory of it. Gu Feng listened intently to Qianqiu's words, feeling utterly bewildered. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. We shall see how it goes when you meet her. With that, Qianqiu, uninterested in his bewilderment, went off to discuss strategies with Gu Yuchen, leaving Gu Feng standing alone in the house, his mind swirling with questions. Wait, what do you mean by being too lazy to care about me? Mother, isn't this all you're doing? Gu Feng exclaimed, chasing after Qianqiu. The streets were adorned with red lanterns, and the entire Bianhuang city was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere. Every year, during this time, Bianhuang City would clear any forces not belonging to it within a 10-mile radius. They either relocated or faced a permanent slumber. Most factions preferred to show deference to Bianhuang, while those that did not were already at rest. Neither Xing Luo nor Ryu could intervene in the affairs of Bianhuang City. After all, Bianhuang City is home to 2 top-tier super Douluos, along with a plethora of formidable warriors. Although it is referred to as a city, it resembles more of a large town, with merely around 100 inhabitants. The weakest among them, prior to Gu Feng's departure from home, had already attained the rank of Douluo. While Gu Feng's parents are the only super Douluos, Bianhuang boasts more than a dozen titled Douluos. Both empires vie for Bianhuang's allegiance. However, due to the presence of the Watcher Rift, the city has not aligned with either side. Secretly, the people of Bianhuang harbor a greater affinity for the Sun and Moon Empire than for Star Luo, maintaining covert ties with the former emperor of the Sun and Moon. Yet, since the current crown prince assumed power, Bianhuang's connection with the Sun and Moon Empire has nearly ceased. Before nightfall, fireworks illuminated the skies above Bianhuang City. In his past life, Gu Feng had only experienced such festive exuberance during childhood celebrations of the New Year. As he grew older, although family gatherings persisted each year, the spirit of the festivities diminished, becoming merely a gathering devoid of the celebratory essence. However, upon arriving in this world, he rediscovered the joyous atmosphere reminiscent of his childhood celebrations. Perhaps this is what he truly yearned for. Gu Feng leaned against the city wall, observing the bustling activity within the town. Though everyone appeared formidable, in this grand era, they were akin to ordinary individuals. Young master, when will you return? You won't sneak away again, will you? A middle-aged man inquired as he approached Gu Feng. Why aren't you spending the new year with your family? Gu Feng asked, surprised by the man's presence. He moved closer to the man, both gazing at the myriad lights illuminating the homes. Look at this scene. I must express my gratitude to you, young master, for introducing the significance of the new year. It truly is a celebration, isn't it? In the past, most of us were oblivious to the true meaning of cultivation and its purpose. Those of us from the wild city initially followed the Lord merely for a better life, and he treated us quite well. Yet, the essence of it all remained elusive to us, until you brought forth the concept of the new year. Many of us didn't pay it much mind. However, now, as we behold these countless lights and the company of family and friends, we seem to have discovered our direction. It turns out that what is most precious has always been right beside us. What do you think, young master? The man spoke these words with a serene demeanor. Gu Feng was momentarily stunned after listening. The elder, after observing the flickering lights for a while, returned to his busy tasks, as these days were the most hectic of the year. Time gradually slipped away, and Gu Feng remained atop the city wall, lost in contemplation. The elder's words echoed in his mind, and gradually, the fluctuations within him intensified. The blood of the underworld simmered, and the ethereal energy slowly manifested around him. As the sun began to descend, illuminating the surroundings, Gu Feng's hair transformed into a deep shade of black, cascading down past his shoulders. The ethereal energy gradually receded into his being, and his hair did not revert to its previous azure hue. It was time to return home. The myriad of lights, the warmth of family, the presence of friends, was this truly what I desired the most? Then I shall grow stronger. Strong enough that no one in this universe can seize what I yearn for. Not a soul shall succeed. Gu Feng lifted his gaze to the lights twinkling at dusk and softly voiced his thoughts. Mother, I am home. Upon entering, Gu Feng noticed 3 individuals engaged in conversation. Specifically, his mother was chatting with an unfamiliar figure, while his father cast him a knowing glance. However, Gu Feng could only see the back of his mother and the stranger, leaving him uncertain of the latter's identity. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with that silhouette. Qian Qiuyu shot a glare at Gu Yichen, who had been the bearer of news. Go on, why aren't you in the kitchen? Do you wish to starve me? She promptly kicked Gu Yichen, sending him into the kitchen. At that moment, Gu Feng approached Qian Qiuyu and the mysterious figure, finding himself frozen in place, as if immobilized. What did he behold? The figure bore 2 fox ears atop their head, pure white in color, with the tips adorned in celestial blue fur. Their long white hair was tied in a high ponytail, reaching down to their calves, with the ends also tinted in celestial blue. The bangs were parted to either side, revealing a golden diamond gem affixed to the center of their forehead, accompanied by a circular gem nestled beside it. Their blue eyes radiated warmth and gentleness. A pendant of celestial blue adorned the right side of their hair, complemented by a red hair accessory beside their right ear. 2 earrings dangled from the left. The upper garment resembled a chi pao in a serene blue hue, exuding approachability, while the lower half featured practical shorts. A pair of battle boots accentuated their long, powerful legs, adorned with 2 leg rings on the left and an ancient half cape on the right, cinched at the waist with a white belt. The cape was also a serene blue. Over all of this, they wore a white trench coat, reminiscent of a general prepared for battle. Their hands, clad in black and red gloves, rested upon their thighs. Engaged in conversation with his mother, their face radiant with a bright smile. Qian Qiuyu observed her son's foolish expression, astonished by the revelation. She had previously thought her son indifferent to girls, especially after her efforts to praise a certain young lady had led him to run away from home. Now, witnessing her son's foolish demeanor, she realized this situation was undoubtedly promising. The figure also noticed the stunned Gu Feng. After a brief pause, they extended a hand and greeted Gu Feng with a smile. Long time no see, Feng. A radiant smile blossomed. Gu Feng regained his composure, gazing at the figure from his memories. Looking into Fei Xiao's eyes, he understood something profound. It has been far too long, Sister Fei Xiao. You little rascal. When did you become acquainted with Xiao Xiao? How is it that I was unaware of this? Qian Qiuyu observed the 2 exchanging greetings, feeling as though she were an outsider in this moment. Gu Feng and Fei Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously declaring, "We have known each other for quite some time." Their laughter resonated in unison, leaving Qian Qiuyu and Gu Yichen, who had just entered with freshly prepared dishes, utterly bewildered. Chapter 23. Evening conversations. The 4 of them finished dinner amidst a peculiar atmosphere. As they prepared to retire for the evening, both Qian Qiuyu and Gu Yichen noticed the odd expressions on their beloved child's face. Let us go, Feng. Auntie and the others likely haven't tidied up the extra rooms. Throughout this past year, I have always rested in your room, Fei Xiao said, raising Gu Feng's chin with a delicate finger and leaning closer, her voice soft. Instantly, Gu Feng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. With a smile, he headed towards the room he had not returned to in a year. Oh, Feng is feeling shy, Fei Xiao teased. Come along. Sister has something to share with you. Gu Feng sat quietly in the room, motionless, still unable to gather his thoughts. Fei Xiao leaned against the headboard and stretched. Feng, you must also be a being not of this world, right? Do not rush to refute me. I am grateful to you for your presence when I first arrived in this realm. Without you, I might have plunged into the abyss of darkness. Back then, you were just a little sprout. In the blink of an eye, you have grown so tall. And then there was someone who insisted on marrying me. Who would have thought that the little one from those days would turn out to be a runaway groom? Although I, as your elder sister, am indifferent to the notion of marriage, as a general of the immortal vessel, I bear the responsibility of journeying. Once I fulfill these obligations, if you are still willing, let us seek the Marshall's approval for our union. Fei Xiao's gaze penetrated into Gu Feng, as if those eyes could unveil the secrets hidden within his heart. Sister Fei Xiao, I. Gu Feng looked at the figure before him. The multitude of words he wished to express felt lodged in his throat. Take your time, no need to rush. Say whatever is on your mind. We are not of this world, yet here, I sense the shadow of Yao Qing. It is quite splendid. Fei Xiao blinked, and then turned her gaze to the starry sky outside. The fireworks are truly beautiful. The figure in Gu Feng's memory, who proclaimed that if this was what they desired, he would readily oblige, gradually merged with the silhouette by the window. Indeed, I am not of this world. My parents have likely surmised as much. Yet, I am undeniably their child, born after my mother carried me for 10 months. Perhaps it is a matter of reincarnation or the cycle of life. Who can say? I am somewhat acquainted with your past from a previous life. The incident from my childhood, which I had always believed to be a mere dream, now seems to reveal itself as a reality. After all, I was only a little over 2 years old at the time, and you vanished the very next day. Thus, I had long presumed it was an impossible dream. Little did I know, it was no dream. Gu Feng then sat upon the bed, gazing upward, and continued, General Fei Xiao, you must have arrived here by accident. I hope that when you return to Yao Qing, should any insurmountable issues arise in this realm, you might lend me your assistance. Gu Feng spoke earnestly. He never considered himself the protagonist, nor did he believe that fortune would ever smile upon him. The mere possession of this beautiful memory sufficed for him. A shadow obscured Gu Feng's line of sight. Fei Xiao regarded the boy before her, chuckling while clutching her stomach. Oh, Gu Feng, do you truly believe I jest with you? Moreover, you ought to address me as sister, although I am unaware of the span of your previous existence. The you of now is merely a juvenile in his teens, and thus should refer to me as sister. Do you understand? However, I must devise a means to return to Yao Qing. Although after my disappearance, Jiao Qiu and the others would undoubtedly safeguard the affairs of Yao Qing, I currently find myself at a loss for the way back. It seems this place is shrouded by some force. The energy emanating from this blockade is at least that of a commanding level. Yet it does not reach the heights of a star deity. Otherwise, I would have returned to Yao Qing long ago. It has been nearly a decade since I arrived here. While my strength has not fully returned to its zenith, I have regained about 70 to 80% of it. Yet, I cannot find the path home. This place feels like a cursed realm. Could it truly be the edge of the universe? Fei Xiao gently tousled Gu Feng's dark hair, her expression revealing a hint of concern. She truly was an exceptional general. Soon after, Gu Feng recalled the enigmatic voice from the underworld and the words of Ouyang's son regarding the ruins of Cangqing. Gu Feng gazed at the figure he had cherished in his past life, marveling at her sudden appearance before him. He listened intently to the promises she uttered. Gu Feng smiled, a genuine expression of joy lighting up his face. Yet, a flicker of struggle lingered in his eyes. For he understood that once he divulged the intelligence he possessed to Fei Xiao, she would undoubtedly depart from Douluo, despite this being merely their second encounter, more accurately, their first formal meeting. Nevertheless, he had faith in his instincts. Ultimately, Gu Feng resolved to speak. Fei Xiao, I have acquired a considerable amount of intelligence as well. After Fei Xiao listened to all the information Gu Feng had gathered, she gazed quietly at the boy before her, whose mood was far from cheerful. Fei Xiao smiled, a heartfelt smile emanating from within. Fox spirits are quite simple. If you treat them well, they will reciprocate your kindness. Just as Gu Feng had once saved Fei Xiao from a perilous situation in her youth, his intentions of marrying her only deepened her feelings. As she wandered without a clear path home, she genuinely contemplated marrying him, despite the fact that this boy could easily conceal matters from her. And given that she had no familiar faces in this world, such concealment would prevent her from returning to Yao Qing for an extended period. Yet, this little fellow did not hide the truth. Instead, he openly embraced her. Fei Xiao leaned forward, wrapping her arms around the boy, resting her head on his shoulder as she earnestly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Feng. I must return to Yao Qing. It is my responsibility. However, the matter of marrying you is indeed true. I am not a child anymore. But you must have your own affairs to attend to, right? Once you have completed your tasks, I will be waiting for you in Yao Qing to marry me. Fei Xiao made her promise known. As Gu Feng felt the warmth of her embrace and listened to her vow, a sudden tranquility washed over him. Very well. I will wait for you, Sister Fei Xiao. Husband, did you hear their conversation? Qian Shouyue leaned against Gu Yechen, her voice soft as she spoke. That girl Xiao Xiao and the boy Gu Feng are completely unguarded with each other. If it weren't for that, Xiao Xiao alone could obliterate our entire city. Just think of how fortunate our foolish son is to have encountered such a girl. Gu Yechen gently brushed his fingers through Qianqia's long hair. Indeed, this young lad is grown up. Do we still possess the ability to assist him, Xingluo? When the time comes, I shall accompany you to retrieve this mischievous boy. As for the so-called false gods, star gods, and hell that he speaks of, let him resolve those matters on his own. We need only to provide our silent support without complicating his journey. They nestled closely together. Their hearts subtly transformed over the years as they observed the changes in Bianhuang City. As long as the family remains safe and sound, that is all that matters. So, Feng, what are your plans? If I recall correctly, Shaoqing has been devoured by the living planet, Shiji Luho. However, as long as the ancient tree in Shaoqing still stands, I can reach out to Yaoqing. There are likely abundant treasures and other oddities there, so do exercise caution when the time comes. Fei Xiao and Gu Feng lay together on the bed, deliberating the potential scenarios that may arise during their journey to Shaoqing. Rest assured, Sister Fei Xiao, Gu Feng replied. However, the spatial rift in Shaoqing connects to Douluo. It seems that Douluo has grown significantly stronger than I remember, likely due to the influence of hell. Thus, Shaoqing may not be as straightforward as we assume. For now, we need not concern ourselves with Shiji Luho. Although hell is fractured, we cannot be certain if anything has survived there. Sister, you should only be able to exert the power of a commander with great difficulty at this point. While such power may be unrivaled in Douluo, it is prudent to remain cautious. Fear not, for I am known as the Great Victory General, she replied confidently. It appears there are some unfriendly entities lurking above your world. Do you require my assistance in resolving that? Surely, that is also one of your concerns. The strongest among them barely scratch the surface of the power of a half-step commander. Although formidable here, they pale in comparison to the vastness of the Star Sea. Fei Xiao spoke quietly, and upon hearing her words, Gu Feng nearly succumbed to the impulse to drag Fei Xiao along to obliterate the divine realm. Yet, he ultimately calmed himself and shook his head. Sister Fei Xiao, let it be. We do not yet know what our journey to Shaoqing will entail. Your strength has not fully recovered, and I shall handle those false gods myself. If I cannot even manage these false deities, I would feel embarrassed to propose to Yaoqing. Gu Feng gazed upon the face before him, a visage he had encountered countless times in his dreams, and contemplated the future before succumbing to slumber. Fei Xiao observed the boy beside her, experiencing a sensation she had never felt in her life. Yet, this feeling was not unwelcome. She too quietly drifted into a dream. Chapter 24. The Holy Sun. Ouyang's son Ouyang. How much longer until we reach your home? Is it really this far? Gu Qiu'er finally inquired after 4 days. Her patience wearing thin as the scenery grew tiresome. Qiu'er, please, may I call you Yang instead? Ouyang's son replied, his tone calm. At our current pace, we should arrive by tomorrow. I apologize for the distance. My abilities have yet to reach the point where I can summon a nimbus cloud. If I could, we would have arrived in a day. However, I should be able to use the nimbus when we return. Ouyang's son glanced at Gu Yuna and her sister, scratching his head as he patiently explained. Gu Yuna, captivated by the steady demeanor of the young man, recalled that fierce figure from the battle, becoming lost in thought as her eyes sparkled with contemplation. Gu Qiu'er tugged at Gu Yuna, bringing her back to the moment, and their group resumed their journey. We're almost there. Once we cross this mountain, we will reach my home. There aren't many people there, but they are all quite friendly. I have some matters to discuss with my sister upon my return, so I kindly ask you both to rest for now. Ouyang's son gently communicated to Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er. The Holy Sun is nearly home. Let us go and welcome him back. A blue-haired matron softly remarked. Do we need to call the young lady back as well? The Holy Sun and the young lady share a close bond. Should we inform her of his return? A beguiling voice emerged from a nearby pool. The matron glanced at the creature, exasperated. Which, I have told you not to call me the Great Priestess. It is just the 2 of us left, along with the siblings. The rest, alas. The mermaid's eyes dimmed at this, and she leapt from the pool, transforming her tail into legs. She embraced the blue-haired matron. Fear not, for I, along with the 2 little ones, shall accompany you. Do not dwell on it too much. All right? The matron smiled at the figure who had shared many years with her. Yes, witch, thank you. We must have faith in the Holy Sun and his companions. The witch regarded the matron, a glimmer in her eyes. Wherever you are, I shall be there too. Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you. With that, she playfully nipped at the matron's earlobe. Ah, witch, you, the matron blushed, pushing the witch away as she met her fervent gaze, and then lowered her head, speaking softly. Ah, once the holy child and the young lady have matured, let us seek a secluded sanctuary together. Dear witch. Cece, have you finally acquiesced? Ha ha. Those foolish ones have departed so well. Had they not left, I would have remained unaware of when I could win your heart, Cece. The witch laughed heartily, then nestled with Posy, breathing warmth against her ear. Sister Cece, I have returned. Ouyang's son, accompanied by Gu Yuna and her companions, approached and was instantly greeted by the sight of Posy and the witch entwined together, causing him to retreat abruptly, shielding Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er from the view. I apologize, Sister Cece, Sister Witch, I saw nothing. He then hastily whisked Gu Yuna and the others away. It's all your fault. Little Yang saw us. It's entirely your doing. Posy blushed fiercely, akin to a monkey's rear, as she incessantly swatted the sea witch. The sea witch gazed at the sulking beauty in her embrace, her eyes shimmering with starlight. Posy, noticing the witch's fervent gaze, whispered, Shall we speak of this later? Little Yang has just returned today, and he brought 2 young ladies home as well. Let's discuss it this evening. Posy's cheeks flushed, resembling a young bride who had been thoroughly bullied. All right, Yang. Who are they? Gu Yuna inquired, her face reddening as she had never encountered such a scene before, leaving an impression in her heart. Since you have seen them, please refrain from spreading the word. They are my family, and I have always referred to them as sisters. You may do the same. Ouyang's son softly spoke while glancing outside. Little Yang, are they your friends? You returned without a word. It would have been preferable to bring more people back. Now, only I, Cece, and you siblings remain of our lineage. The future depends on you too. The sea witch led Posy outside. Yes, I will. What about my sister? Is she still occupied with her special weapon? Ouyang's son, noticing his sister's absence, inquired of the witch. We have already sent word to cheer. She will return tonight. How long do you intend to stay this time after being away for so long? Posy embraced Ouyang's son and gently asked. A month. I have numerous matters to discuss with you all, and we shall wait for my sister to return to converse together. I apologize, Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er. I have not been a gracious host. Ouyang's son first responded to Posy before addressing Gu Yuna and her companion. Is that so? Yang. Autumn and I have a question for you as well. We hope you will share your thoughts with us. Gu Yuna exchanged glances with Gu Qiu'er, deciding to lay their cards on the table as they had previously agreed. Oh, little sister, what question do you wish to pose to our little holy child? He has no girlfriend, and our little holy child is truly wonderful. The witch suddenly appeared before Gu Yuna and her companions, introducing Ouyang's Sunday sister witch. Please stop joking. Gu Yuna, feel free to ask anything. I shall answer as long as it does not pertain to certain secrets. Ouyang's son pulled the witch aside and gently nudged her into Poseidon's embrace, then turned to Gu Yuna and the others. Yang. It seems that the power you wield has little connection to the soul ring system. Is it possible for others to cultivate within your unique system? Moreover, what is your perspective on soul masters and soul beasts? Gu Yuna inquired, waiting alongside Gu Qiu'er for Ouyang's son's response. Their arrival in the human realm was primarily to address the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. When they first encountered Ouyang's son and Gu Feng at Shrek, they had intended to ask these questions. However, Ouyang's son and Gu Feng possessed distinct abilities, and Gu Yuna felt a closer affinity towards Ouyang's son, perhaps due to the bond shared with him, prompting her and Gu Qiu'er to visit Ouyang's son's home. As Gu Yuna posed her question, the soul power of Poseidon and the sea witch surged violently, bracing themselves to detain the 2 girls if necessary. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the 2 super Douluos, their expressions shifting slightly. Gu Yuna discreetly withdrew a piece of black dragon scale, ready to respond to any ensuing developments. Ouyang's son observed Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er silently, his profound gaze betraying deep contemplation. Just as Poseidon and the sea witch were on the verge of acting, Ouyang's son raised his hand to halt them. He then turned and walked towards the courtyard. Come in. We can discuss this further when my sister returns. Please put away the dragon scales you have. Sister Qixi, do not act hastily either. The owner of that dragon scale is likely at the extreme level. If I am not mistaken, such a scale, imbued with that aura, belongs to only one being on this continent, correct? It must be the dragon scale of the beast god of Stardell. Do not misunderstand. We do not wish to be adversaries. We merely seek to understand your cultivation system. To express our sincerity, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Silver Dragon King. the true sovereign of Star Do, the overlord of all soul beasts. Xiu'er is the imperial beast of Star Do. As Gu Yuhao watched Ouyang's son stride towards the interior, she suddenly declared their identities just as he was about to disappear from view. The imperial beast? Xiaoyang. What is this? Poseidon asked, covering her mouth in astonishment. This revelation indeed startled both Poseidon and the witch. The imperial beast? The precious gem of Star Do. How did you emerge? And why have you entered Shrek? Ouyang's son could not help but turn back to inquire. I followed my sister. She wishes to change the current state of the soul beast tribe, and I am assisting her. Yet, you have yet to answer our questions. Gu Xiu'er replied with a hint of pride. Ouyang's son smiled, beckoning Poseidon and the sea witch to enter the courtyard. I said we would talk when my sister returns. You should join us. With the presence of Emperor Tian's deterrence, we will not act against you. Chapter 25 Cooperation. Little brother, you have returned. A girl with blue hair rushed into the room and embraced Ouyang's son tightly. Sister, you're back. Let us eat first, after dinner. We have some matters to attend to. We shouldn't keep the guests waiting too long. Ouyang's son held Ouyang Qi'er close, gently patting her back. Yes. No problem. It has been ages since I tasted your cooking. I am in for a treat tonight. Ouyang Qi'er exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement at the mention of dinner. The evening meal unfolded amidst Ouyang Qi'er's exuberance and a collective silence from the others. After dinner, the group sat quietly together. Ouyang's son, have you thought about the answer to your sister's question? What are your views? Gu Xiu'er inquired. Gu Yuhao also gazed at Ouyang's son, awaiting his response. Let me consider how to articulate this. To put it simply, my cultivation system is indeed distinct from that of soul masters. However, they cannot cultivate in the same manner. Currently, on the continent, apart from my sister and me, I have yet to encounter anyone with a similar system. I have even attempted to pass this method of cultivation to Sister Qianqian and her companions. Yet, you should be able to sense that they still employ the soul ring system. Therefore, your efforts to disseminate my cultivation method may not bear fruit. In truth, regarding this matter, I feel you could inquire about Gu Feng, another individual I encountered who also does not belong to the soul master system. However, his cultivation approach differs from that of my sister and me, and Gu Feng is rather enigmatic. Perhaps he holds the key to the solution. As for your question about my perspective on soul beasts, I find my views align with those of most people. Nevertheless, I believe soul beasts are an integral part of this continent. If not for the soul ring system, perhaps coexistence could be achieved, or perhaps not. Even if peaceful coexistence is unattainable, the current state of perpetual animosity is disheartening. This system appears to exist solely for the eradication of soul beasts. It is grotesque yet unavoidable. I suspect this distorted approach is tied to those so-called gods above. To instigate change, one must confront these alleged deities directly. Ouyang's son expressed all his thoughts in one breath, while Gu Yuna's eyes grew dimmer with each word. By the time he finished speaking, she had lowered her head. Is there truly no other way? Gu Yuna's voice emerged, laced with a hint of despair. Ouyang Qi'er, observing the helpless girl before her, nudged Ouyang Sunday. He swatted her hand away, casting her an exasperated glance. Shall we collaborate? Gu Yuhao and Gu Xiu'er, if your objective is to confront those gods. Ouyang's son's suggestion left Gu Yuhao and the others in astonished silence. Gu Yuhao lifted her head, gazing incredulously at the young man who calmly spoke of opposing the gods. She found it hard to comprehend. Ouyang's son, noticing their astonishment, seemed to understand their thoughts. Do not be so surprised. We harbor a grievance against a certain deity above, or perhaps a collective of deities. However, the specifics are of little consequence. What truly matters is that we indeed face pressing issues with certain celestial beings, issues that demand resolution, ones that are inextricably linked to our very existence. If my conjecture is accurate, you too find yourselves in a similar predicament, with little respite from those divine entities. Given this shared plight, how about we forge an alliance? After all, our individual strengths are rather inadequate. To facilitate our collaboration and prevent any party from becoming subservient to the other, I shall first disclose our capabilities. My sister and I have the potential to ascend to the level of deities, though I remain uncertain of the full extent of our strength. Furthermore, we have an ally, Gu Feng, whose ambitions also conflict with those celestial beings above. Thus, should we ally, it would essentially be a triad united against a common foe. What are your thoughts on this proposition? This is the sincerity I can extend. Additionally, I offer you a complimentary piece of intelligence, if my deductions are correct. Within the Starfall secret realm next year lies something that transcends limits, albeit at a perilous cost. This information originates from Gu Feng, and its veracity is likely quite high. My sister and I intend to withdraw from Shrek during that period, entering the secret realm under the guise of wandering cultivators, and of course, my sister will accompany us. Right, dear sister? Ouyang's son concluded all inquiries posed by Gu Yuhao and her companions, while also seeking his sister's opinion. Ouyang Chi'er looked at Ouyang's son with a perplexed expression, but soon embraced him with a sense of camaraderie. Of course, my little brother has gone through great lengths to enlist my assistance. How could I possibly refuse? She then affectionately ruffled Ouyang's son's hair. Gu Yuhao and Gu Chio'er exchanged glances, a powerful mental wave coursing between them as they communicated in the sea of consciousness. Once the mental fluctuation subsided, Gu Yuhao spoke. I apologize, but Autumn and I need to confer with DTon regarding the matter of our alliance. We can collaborate on the exploration of the secret realm, but the terms of an alliance require further discussion. Rest assured, before the commencement of the new term, we will provide our decision. Even if the outcome is not an alliance, we shall not become adversaries. Ouyang's son tapped his fingers on the chair, responding, very well. We shall await your favorable news. Meanwhile, there is another matter of interest. What is it, Xiaoyang? Both Poseidon and the witch gazed at Ouyang's son with supportive expressions. The witch nodded in agreement. I hope that Sister Qishi and Sister Witch will be available to assist us when the time comes. Gu Feng is apprehensive about potential mishaps. Additionally, it is likely that the side of Bian Huang will dispatch individuals to provide support. If my assumptions are correct, the reinforcements from Bian Huang will likely consist of either the Angel Douluo, the Sun-shooting Douluo, or perhaps both. We must trouble Sister Qianqian and Sister Mo for assistance, as unforeseen circumstances may arise when the time comes. Judging by the intentions of that lad Feng, it seems that Xingluo is in for quite the misfortune this time. Ouyang's son relayed the discussions he had with Gu Yi in the academy in one breath, before turning his attention to what his sister was working on. Sister, what are you crafting? Ouyang's son inquired, eyeing the red scarf in Ouyang Chier's hands. Oh, this? It represents my years of hard work. It is no ordinary scarf. I have yet to complete its creation. 2 sections remain unfinished. Currently, this scarf possesses 5 abilities. Although they may not be of much use to you, dear brother, I assure you I am not as extraordinary as you, so these abilities are of great assistance to me. As Ouyang Chia spoke, she continued to work on the red scarf. Ouyang's son, intrigued, leaned in to see if he could lend a hand. Ayong, Autumn and I are going to rest for a bit and discuss the alliance with Emperor Tian, Gu announced before taking Gu Chou away from the scene. Qianqian, do you remember what you said? Now that we have finished, let us return to our room, the witch said, her excitement evident as she gazed at the bunny-like Posey Aishi. She could hardly contain her eagerness to embrace Posey Aishi. Ah, yes, but do be gentle. There are outsiders present, and Chier and Yang have returned. Posey Aishi's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz, yet the witch still caught her words. You must hold back, my precious Qianqian, or how will my dear Qianqian face Chier and Yang later? The witch whispered inappropriate remarks into Posey Aishi's ear. Subsequently, amid Ouyang's son's bewildered gaze and Ouyang Chier's astonished expression, she scooped up Posey Aishi and dashed toward the bedroom. Brother, could it be that Sister Qianqian and Sister Mo share such a relationship? They are both girls. Is that truly acceptable? Should we not advise them? Ouyang Chier, regaining her composure, questioned Ouyang Sunday. Well, it seems to be that kind of relationship. What is there to advise? Sister Qianqian and Sister Mo have been together for so many years. How could we possibly intervene? Besides, I am uncertain when they came to understand their feelings. As for 2 girls, it is certainly preferable to 2 boys. Ouyang's son recalled the watermelon he had shared with Gu Feng on his way home, feeling that 2 girls were far better than 2 boys. The thought of 2 boys was rather unsettling, sending a shiver down Ouyang's son's spine. Upon hearing Ouyang's son mention 2 boys, Ouyang Chier suddenly caught a whiff of watermelon and insisted that Ouyang's son recount the details of the matter. Chapter 26. Huo Yuhao's journey to the far north Tianming. It is so cold here. Can you tell me what soul beast you have prepared for my second martial soul? A boy clad in multiple layers of thick cotton clothing wriggled in the snow. A golden phantom floated beside him. Who? Yuhao, let me first explain my purpose to you. I have come here with a selfish motive. The golden figure gazes upon this expanse of pristine white, reminiscent of the prodigies of this era. Eventually, he lowers his head to observe the figure moving laboriously through the snow, reflecting on the efforts of the past months. He lets out a deep sigh and confides his self-interest to Huo Yuhao. Rest assured, Yuhao, even if the Ice Emperor ultimately refrains from joining us, I can guarantee our safety. At that time, I shall forcibly utilize a portion of the source to ensure you acquire the essence of the Ice Emperor. Will you still trust me, Yuhao? Huo Yuhao halts his steps. After a brief pause, he continues to inch toward their intended destination. His voice gradually reaches them, Brother Tianming. Thank you for sharing so much with me. We are in this together, are we not? I only hope that in the future, you can inform me in advance. If you please. Indeed, Yuhao, thank you. Brother Tianming, how much longer must we endure? We have lingered here for several days. Huo Yuhao excavates an ice cave in the snow to rest and replenishes his strength with food. Tianming banks and observes the storm outside as it gradually recedes into the distance, prompting Huo Yuhao to retrieve its cicada shell and urge him to continue their journey. Days pass, and they arrive at the core of the extreme north. Tianming instructs Huo Yuhao to conceal himself. In an instant, a golden mental force envelopes half of the core region. The oppressive weight of 1,000,000 years of spiritual pressure erupts, causing soul beasts below 10,000 years to be overwhelmed and bow to the ground. Ice Emperor, do you remember my words? I, Tianming, have returned. The Ice Emperor, do you dare not to confront me? At this moment, Tianming blinks and displays the majesty befitting 1,000,000-year soul beast. The core of the extreme north is saturated with a divine aura of mental pressure. Yuhao, remain hidden and silent. It is coming. In the distant sky, a verdant hue emerges, heralding the arrival of the sovereign of the extreme north, altering the very fabric of the realm. A scorpion, entirely emerald in hue, materializes in the heavens, merely a few meters in size, its body adorned with gem-like crystals, and its 9-segmented tail tipped with a green stinger. Its eyes gleam like blue gems, radiating a verdant glow across the expanse of the extreme north. Insect, I have sought you for so many years. I was on the verge of giving up, yet here you are before me at last, truly the finest gift from the heavens. Allow me to devour you. A commanding female voice emanates from the scorpion. Oh, could the rumors of the extreme north be true? Ice Emperor, do you truly harbor feelings for the Snow Empress? She rejected you, which is why you, Tianming Bing, had intended to provoke the Ice Emperor, hoping to seize the opportunity to capture him. However, upon hearing of the Snow Empress's rejection, the elemental forces of ice in the realm began to stir violently. Insect, you are courting death. Everfrost domain. The unyielding ice immediately spreads across a vast expanse of the core region. The wrath of the ice monarch. A tangible green beam of light shoots forth from the scorpion's tail. In an instant, Tianming Bingsan's spiritual form is pierced through. A golden cicada shell ensnares the scorpion at the moment of its attack, and then it vanishes in an instant. The oppressive spiritual pressure of the Arctic core has vanished without a trace. Instantly, chaos erupted in the Arctic core region as countless auras, each over 100,000 years old, surged forth. In the next moment, the snow of the Arctic abruptly stilled in the air. The spiritual fluctuations of the Arctic sovereign, the Snow Emperor, radiated from the core to envelop the entirety of the Arctic. Just as this wave of spiritual energy approached, Tianming swiftly transported Huo Yuhao and the Ice Emperor out of the inner Arctic perimeter. A spiritual barrier was erected at the outer fringes of the Arctic. Phew. That startled me. The Snow Emperor is still conscious at this moment. Fortunately, I managed to escape quickly, though I lament the depletion of my spiritual essence. For precaution, Tianming utilized his own 10,000-year spiritual essence to teleport Huo Yuhao and the Ice Emperor to the outer Arctic. The Ice Emperor struggled incessantly, her golden chrysalis shifting form. Yet she remained ensnared. Tianming, are you not concerned that you might be unable to return to your body by using your spiritual essence like this? After fruitless attempts, the Ice Emperor fell silent, for as the sovereign of the Arctic, she could never afford to lose her composure. Ahem, Ice. Can't you see that I am left with nothing but my spiritual essence? Allow me to introduce myself. I am now Yuhao's soul ring, the first unprecedented 1,000,000-year wise soul ring in the history of the continent. Tianming unearthed Huo Yuhao, buried in the snow. Subsequently, he proceeded to unveil his divine creation plan to the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, are you willing to collaborate with us in the creation of a deity? If not, I shall have no choice but to extinguish your spirit. This divine creation plan must be executed. Upon concluding his exposition, Tianming observed the Ice Emperor's indifference and was compelled to reveal his contingency. A mocking feminine voice resonated. Oh, is that so? In the event of my non-cooperation, can this boy truly absorb my power essence to form a second martial soul? Indeed, with my assistance, it is entirely possible. All it requires is the eradication of your consciousness. Ice Emperor, do you truly not wish to gamble with us in the creation of a deity? Your impending tribulation of 400,000 is approaching, is it not? Surely, you lack confidence in overcoming it. Tianming incisively pointed out the Ice Emperor's critical dilemma. The concealed space of Tianming fell into a prolonged silence. Ice Emperor, greetings. I am Huo Yuhao. Although my talents may not be exceptional, I firmly believe that with Brother Tianming's assistance, I can indeed attain divinity, and I possess compelling reasons to do so. Huo Yuhao articulated his rationale. While Tianming was aware of the boy's memories, he could not help but be moved. They awaited the Ice Emperor's response, yet she remained silent. Alas, great insect, little scorpion. Yuhao will become a deity. I have regained some of my memories triggered by Yuhao's recollections. How about I serve as a guarantor? Suddenly, the entire space transformed into a shade of gray. A deathly stillness enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it ashen. Huo Yuhao's eyes turned gray, and his hair instantaneously shifted to the same hue. An aged voice emanated from Huo Yuhao's lips. Who are you? How did you come to reside within Yuhao's body? This aura feels so familiar. You are that little gray ball. This is the aura of a deity. A voice of astonishment emanated from Tianming, and the entire creature was engulfed in ecstasy. After the manifestation of divine consciousness, a mental wave emanated from the Ice Emperor. A young girl, adorned in a flowing green dress and possessing a tail, materialized before Huo Yuhao. Her green twin tails and eyes, complemented by 3 dark green magical patterns on her face, imbued her with a unique allure. Indeed, the aura surrounding you is divine. I may consent to your plan. But what is the probability of its success? The girl spoke, crossing her arms as she hovered above Huo Yuhao. As the atmosphere of silence dissipated, Huo Yuhao reverted to his original form, and an aged voice resonated before his transformation was complete. You may inquire of this great insect. I require the fortification of my divine consciousness. At present, I can only recall fragmented memories. Do not disturb me unless necessary. The Ice Emperor gazed at Tianming, awaiting its response. Previously, with only my assistance, the likelihood of Yuhao attaining divinity was a mere 30%, for I am not adept in combat. However, with your involvement, I possess a 60% assurance. Together, we could cultivate a super genius unparalleled in millennia. Adding the presence of that elder just now, I am confident at 90%. Tianming and Huo Yuhao exchanged glances, deliberating within the sea of consciousness for a moment before Tianming provided its answer. Very well, I shall collaborate with you. But I request that you allow me to depart once divinity is achieved. Should this not be feasible, I would prefer to be reduced to ashes. The Ice Emperor articulated her terms. Hurry, but I, Huo Yuhao, interjected, interrupting Tianming, and then offered some suggestions within the sea of consciousness. Tianming's eyes brightened, and after a moment of contemplation, it nodded at the Ice Emperor. In the depths of the extreme north lay a natural sanctuary, where an ice crystal giant tree stretched from the earth to the heavens. Upon its summit, a crystalline palace emerged. Beneath the palace, 2 figures engaged in a game of chess. The figure with snow-white hair was subtly on the verge of victory over the one with deep blue hair. The snowy figure appeared as an ethereal spirit of the universe, embodying all that is beautiful in existence, eliciting involuntary admiration. Her flowing white hair cascaded behind her, and a long robe enveloped her graceful form. The deep blue-haired figure narrowed her eyes slightly. Beside her, a blood-red long knife was embedded in the palace floor. Her body was wrapped in bandages covering vital areas, yet the exposed white skin stirred fervor. The simplicity of her adornments could not disguise the inherent elegance she possessed, which, combined with her elfin beauty, added a touch of tenderness to her commanding presence. A powerful voice broke the silence. You have triumphed. I do not enjoy playing chess. My injuries have stabilized, and you should have completed your recultivation as well. I shall assist you in resolving the matters that transpired earlier. You are the first friend I have in this world. That is Binger's own calamity. We cannot assist her. Very well, let us proceed together. I shall journey to Shrek. For there are traces of the divine. I intend to investigate. Will you accompany me? Indeed. Chapter 27. The Snow Emperor of the Extreme North in the Empress Songyue. Snow. Do you know the way? Point me in the right direction, and I shall guide you there. Songyue suddenly declared on the 3rd day after departing from the far north. I do not recognize you. I have been in the far north all this time. However, according to the soul masters from that region, the place we seek should lie at the heart of the continent. We need only to proceed in one direction, Shuedi replied haughtily. Though a hint of unease flickered across her countenance, Songyue halted, gazing silently at Shuedi. Very well, I shall find someone to inquire about the way. With a resigned sigh, Songyue opened a portal and vanished from sight. Before long, Song Yue encountered a young man who had just emerged from the far north. Seizing the opportunity, she brought Huo Yuhao along before either Tianming or Bingdi could react. Huo Yuhao, caught off guard, found himself unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. As he looked up at the two stunningly beautiful yet icy women before him, he momentarily became entranced. Song Yue gave Huo Yuhao a gentle kick. Do you know the way to Shrek Academy? Point me in the right direction. I and this woman wish to go to Shrek. Song Yue then found a stone to sit upon, crossing her legs in a manner that enhanced her allure. Song Yue, I have a name, Shuedi interjected coldly. My name is Shu Yue. Not this woman. Remember it well? A few days prior, when Song Yue and Shuedi had resolved to journey to Shrek, Shuedi had lacked a name and, being unfamiliar with the human world, had adopted a name based on Song Yue's. The two had discussed various matters to consider while outside. For one had spent her life in the far north and had rarely ventured beyond it, while the other had little regard for humanity. Now, however, they needed to pay attention, especially since one had yet to regain her former strength while the other had undergone a complete restoration. This world was not one inhabited by ordinary people. According to Song Yue's previous demeanor, if one did not answer her inquiries, she would simply move on to another. So, how about this person? Depending on Song Yue's mood, if she is pleased, he may leave. If she is displeased, he may become another icy sculpture. Returning to the present, Song Yue and Shu Yue awaited Huo Yuhao's response, unaware that his mental realm was in turmoil. Tianming, let me out. That is Shuer outside. How can she have regained her strength? Let me out. Bingdi was thrashing wildly within Huo Yuhao's mental sea, bound by golden chains that constrained her form. Tianming wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, suppressing the entirety of Huo Yuhao's mental domain. Huo Yuhao remained oblivious to the situation, and it was imperative that he not uncover the truth, for his experience was still too shallow to conceal such matters. Bingdi, first you must recognize our current predicament. Shuedi is the sovereign of the far north. If she discovers that you have become a human weapon spirit while inhabiting a human, do you think she would not perceive it as treachery against the far north? And who is that girl beside Shuedi? From her conversation with Shuedi, she is at least of the same caliber. Otherwise, Shuedi would have acted decisively by now. Until I ascertain their attitudes, I shall not permit your departure. Moreover, what motives compel them to venture into Shrek? What mysteries lie within, drawing forth all manner of strange beings? We must elucidate these matters. Ice Emperor, our plan is to achieve divinity. Let us not squander our efforts. Tianming uttered these words in a tone that was half insistent, half gentle. The Ice Emperor ceased her struggles, and the sea of her spirit descended into a profound silence. She clenched her fists, recalling the resolute nature and unwavering determination of Huo Yuhao, who had merged with her essence and soul bone. Perhaps he truly has the potential for divinity. Ultimately, the Ice Emperor conceded, and the sea of her spirit returned to tranquility. Tianming unsealed a portion of the spirit sea, transmitting a wave of mental energy to Huo Yuhao before sealing it once more. Yuhao, the Ice Emperor and I require rest. Aiding you has drained much of our vital essence. Answer any questions posed by these two girls. I have sealed the spirit sea. Thus, she concluded. Do not provoke these two. A large question mark appeared above Huo Yuhao's head, yet none were there to decipher it. He gazed at the two stunning women before him, awaiting his response. Esteemed sisters, I am but a student of Shrek Academy. I can escort you there, but as my enrollment date approaches, we must hurry, Huo Yuhao stated, anticipating the actions of the two ladies. Though pressed for time, he dared not venture forth alone. For each of these women emanated an aura far mightier than that of his previous companion, Gong Yi. Fortune favors the lonely, Snow. Now that we have a guide, what shall we do? Shall we directly open a portal or survey the surroundings first? Song Yue leapt down from her perch and surveyed the distance. Let us proceed with caution. We shall open a portal a few days in advance. It is imperative that I gain further understanding of this world, the Snow Empress replied haughtily, turning towards the city that was just becoming visible on the horizon. Listening to their discourse, Huo Yuhao felt an imminent sense of danger. He could only follow them, feigning ignorance. During this brief interlude, the Snow Empress and Song Yue had encountered numerous incidents. Due to their striking appearances, they often attracted unwanted attention from the more unsavory characters in the less frequented corners of the city. Those who dared to harass them invariably met with dire consequences. Transformed into ice sculptures or sent to feed the fish by Song Yue's hand. Huo Yuhao gleaned a glimpse of their formidable powers. The Soul Emperor could effortlessly dispatch adversaries with a single strike, while the soul sage remained an unknown factor. Furthermore, both women rarely relied on soul techniques. Whenever their spirits were high, Huo Yuhao took the opportunity to inquire about how to enhance his own strength. The Snow Empress paid him no heed, but Sang Yue offered him a smile and casually indicated a few methods concerning mental energy. Sang Yue's previous royal brother had indeed mastered the art of mental manipulation, yet their levels of prowess were not even comparable. Subsequently, the trio intermittently indulged in shopping across numerous cities. Of course, it was Xue Di and Sang Yu who were making the purchases, while Huo Yuhao merely acted as a reluctant companion. Despite not having a girlfriend, Huo Yuhao was already experiencing the joys of accompanying women on their shopping excursions. However, they were not invincible. They were susceptible to harm. During their final outdoor respite, the three encountered a soul saint-level evil spirit master. Huo Yuhao had already prepared himself mentally for the worst. To his surprise, Xue Di effortlessly dispatched the evil spirit master, and Sang Yu didn't even need to lift a finger. Although Xue Di sustained a minor injury, it was negligible. Huo Yuhao once again recognized the advantages of having powerful allies and felt a renewed desire for strength. Let us go, Xue. We've been lingering here for days. There's nothing left to see. Let us head straight to Shrek. The lad guiding us appears exceedingly anxious, Sang Yu remarked after casually dispatching another nuisance. However, I am weary as well. Let's proceed to Shrek and hope to discover something that can elevate my capabilities. Xue Di set down her teacup, gazing distantly. During these days, both she and Sang Yu had developed various interests. Sang Yu had taken a liking to reading, embracing any book, while Xue Di had developed a taste for tea. Huo Yuhao, meanwhile, felt unworthy of their pursuits. Before them, a fissure resembling a portal manifested, its edges adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns. Huo Yuhao examined the designs but discerned nothing of significance. With a swift kick, Xue Di propelled Huo Yuhao through the portal. What is there to see? It's a waste of time. Let us go, Xue. Subsequently, Sang Yu and Xue Di stepped through the time-space portal. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Fei Xiao bid farewell to their parents and made their way to Shrek. Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna had also reached an agreement and were en route to Shrek, accompanied by Ouyang Qi. In the inner courtyard of Shrek, Lan Shui was dining with Ma Xiaotao and her group while also overseeing the enrollment process. At the registration desk, Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing stood quietly. Lan Shui busily recorded the names of those registering, and unsurprisingly, they had the highest number of applicants. Having lost a bet, Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing were compelled to serve as the face of the enrollment effort, standing expressionlessly at the registration desk. However, they had already sentenced Dai Yuang, who proposed the wager, to a figurative death. Just then, a commotion erupted at the registration desk. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing exchanged glances and hurried towards the source of the disturbance, leaving Lan Shui to silently fulfill her role. Finally, I'm relieved from being a doorman. It was excruciating. Ice Queen, don't you feel it? Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her energy revitalized upon sprinting away. No. I simply prefer silence. It was too awkward, came the retort. Ling Luoqing, with a hint of pride, spoke as he made his way toward the source of the commotion. Behind the queue of new students, a fissure resembling a portal appeared in midair, pulsating with spatial energy. Both Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing adopted serious expressions, ready to spring into action at any moment. Chapter 28, Gathering at Shrek. Help. A cry for assistance emanated from the portal. Huo Yuhao plummeted from the sky, about to meet a disastrous fate when a delicate hand seized the nape of his neck. You are the first of the new student assessment team, aren't you? If I recall correctly, your name is Huo Yuhao. Could you enlighten us about that door-like structure in the sky? A warm breath brushed against Huo Yuhao's head. Ma Xiaotao held him defensively beneath the portal, while Ling Luoqing redirected the surrounding new students to another registration point. It was the martial spirits of 2 new students this year. Huo Yuhao was poised to explain, but before he could utter a word, Ma Xiaotao hurled him aside. Boom. Dust erupted from the ground. A blood-red blade was embedded in the earth. The sound of high heels echoed in the area. As the dust settled, 2 ethereal women materialized before them. One stood with her arms crossed, silently observing, while the other approached the blood-red longsword, gently withdrawing it from the ground. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing had already manifested their martial spirits, bracing themselves for any eventuality. This must be Shrek, right? Sang Yue, what shall we do? Sang Yue sheathed the blood-red blade and turned to inquire of the Snow Empress. She did not wish to ponder too deeply. Her sole desire was to engage in battle with a formidable opponent. The Snow Empress surveyed her surroundings and spotted a boy in the distance. He seems to be a student of Shrek Academy. Let us join that academy and investigate. Perhaps it holds what I seek. After a moment of contemplation, the Snow Empress resolved to explore the legendary academy that had been spoken of for millennia. I must inform you both that you have surpassed the age limit for new student registration, hence you are ineligible to join Shrek, Ma Xiaotao stated, addressing the two enchanting figures who appeared to be of similar age. Oh, do you believe yourself capable of dictating my fate? A commanding voice resonated. An icy chill instantly enveloped the vicinity. Ling Luoqing sensed an overwhelming pressure, while Ma Xiaotao's fiery phoenix flames began to dwindle. Shock flickered in their eyes. Such circumstances could only suggest one possibility, the ultimate ice. The girl wielding the blood-red blade possessed the supreme attribute, the pinnacle of ice. Within Shrek, the aura of a super Douluo surged forth. A radiant energy raced from the inner courtyard toward the entrance of Shrek. Subsequently, multiple titled Douluos hurried from Shrek City to the enrollment site at Shrek. Songyue sensed that the formidable auras would reach this location in mere minutes. Her own presence erupted, believing these individuals to be foes. Oh, do you think summoning external aid will suffice? Before those individuals arrived, it was sufficient to eliminate you all in solitude. Songyue believed them to be her adversaries and intended to swiftly dispatch the individuals before her, subsequently fleeing with the Snow Emperor. Songyue harbored such thoughts and acted upon them. She unleashed her ultimate move, Absolute Zero. An extreme chill enveloped the realm in an instant. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing attempted to explain, but before they could utter a word, they were transformed into ice sculptures. Huo Yuhao narrowly escaped due to the essence of the Ice Emperor and the Ice Abyss Emperor Scorpion. However, he remained shivering, trembling in the cold. Songyue conjured two crystalline roses of ice, which soared towards Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing. Yet, unexpected events unfolded. A beam of light cleaved through the icy roses, shattering them in midair. The golden-haired Lan Shui, wielding a luminous sword, materialized before them. Who are you? If Shrek takes action, do not blame me for subduing you. Upon finishing her words, countless beams of light cascaded from the sky above Shrek. Antarctic Cross Star. A colossal diamond-shaped crystal shield emerged above Songyue, intercepting the descending beams. Emperor Hantian, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun, Snow. A blizzard descended, and a vast realm unfurled, revealing a blue sun suspended in midair. This sun bore no warmth. Instead, it exuded an unparalleled chill. The Snow Emperor floated before the azure sun, conjuring an ice sword. She hurled the sword into the air, where a massive vortex of cold air formed, and a gigantic crystalline sword descended from within the vortex. Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme, unmatched. With a roar, Songyue plunged her demon blade into the ground, summoning an ice dragon that erupted skyward. Standing atop the ice dragon, Songyue swept her blade forward, causing a blue lotus to spin at its tip, launching towards Lan Shui. Extreme Cold, Ice Lotus. In an instant, Lan Shui transported Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing beyond the safety zone. She needed to intercept these attacks, otherwise, a majority of the newcomers could be injured. Regarding Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luoqing, the absolute suppression of attributes meant they would perish if not sent away. Lan Shui thrust her luminous sword into the ground, forming a golden formation, within which a hexagram rotated incessantly. Transparent light columns coalesced into a hexagonal shield, standing firm against the ice sword and ice lotus. Hexagram, Light Guard. A tremendous sound erupted at the entrance of Shrek, as a fierce shockwave sent Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaotao, who were already within the safety zone, hurtling far away once more. Some newcomers, self-assured in their strength, were also cast out. Lan Shui bore the brunt of 2 attacks and sustained some injuries. The demon blade carved a scar of ice, and a new imperial sword appeared in the Snow Emperor's hand. The clash of weapons resonated. Oh, that golden-haired one? It's only been a month since we last met, yet you've become such a sorry sight. I haven't made a move in quite some time. Sun, wielding a black staff, blocked the demon blade, and then leaped back to Ouyang Sun's side. Fei Xiao, riding a black cloud dragon, pinched the Snow Emperor's imperial sword between 2 fingers. Let us not be so impulsive. Impulsiveness will not resolve matters. A gentle voice resounded. In an instant, the Snow Empress recoiled, for the fox-eared lady before her emanated an aura of profound danger. Gu Feng appeared behind Fei Xiao, subsequently pulling her aside. Sister Fei Xiao, are we not merely spectators? Why did you suddenly leave the scene? Isn't it just that little girl Shui struggling against 2 opponents? I have been at Shrek for quite some time. Surely, I should lend a hand. Fei Xiao ruffled Gu Feng's hair before leaping down from the cloud dragon to stand beside Lan Shui. Upon seeing Fei Xiao, Lan Shui rushed forward and embraced her. Sister Fei Xiao, It's been ages. We have missed you dearly. Have you found that wretched runaway groom? That man must have saved the continent in his past life to deserve a fiancé like you. Yet he dares to flee. I truly wish to give him a good thrashing on your behalf. Lan Shui complained, her voice laced with indignation. The Snow Empress descended slowly beside Song Yue, her expression heavy with contemplation. Shall we retreat or engage in battle? Song Yue's cold voice echoed towards the Snow Empress. The latter retracted her domain and dissipated the imperial sword. Shaking her head in response to Song Yue, the ice dragon landed gracefully, gradually transforming into crystalline shards that sparkled like stars, while the enchanted blade was also sheathed. Nevertheless, Song Yue's gaze towards Sun was filled with battle intent, sensing the aura of a kindred spirit. All right, I have returned. Little Shui, I have indeed found that ungrateful scoundrel. And he simply does not realize that I am his fiancée. Otherwise, he would not have fled. Wouldn't you agree, Feng? Fei Xiao consoled Lan Shui, but mid-sentence, she abruptly turned to Gu Feng, uttering a remark that left everyone present, except for Song Yue and the Snow Empress, utterly astounded. Lan Shui stiffly turned to Gu Feng, her intent to confront a single individual unmistakable. Gu Feng, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly found himself struck by an unexpected revelation. Gu Feng's lips twitched as he gazed at Fei Xiao's ambiguous smile. He then approached her with a fawning demeanor, offering to knead her shoulders. What does my dear sister Fei Xiu think? He inquired. My feelings for you are so profound that even the star gods cannot impede them. Surely, you must be aware of this, dear sister. As Gu Feng's voice gradually diminished, gazing upon Fei Xiao's countenance, he recalled how Fei Xiao had searched for him tirelessly for an entire year. A growing sense of guilt enveloped him. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gaze of Lan Shui and the peculiar stares from Ouyang's son and the others, Fei Xiu boldly released Lan Shui and embraced Gu Feng, drawing him close to his chest, one hand tenderly caressing Gu Feng's head. Gu Feng experiences a tumultuous blend of agony and joy. The pain manifests as a persistent throbbing in his head, while the pleasure envelopes him in Fei Xiao's gentle embrace, a warmth that is anything but ordinary. He finds himself deeply ensconced in a plush pillow, too weary to move. At this moment, Yin Xiaozhe and his companions arrive just in time to comprehend the situation. Upon realizing that this entire episode was merely a misunderstanding, they are left at a loss for words. Just a heartbeat before Yin Xiaozhe's arrival, Fei Xiao releases Gu Feng, casually pushing him aside. You lot are more troublesome than the last, Fei Xiao admonishes. Gu Feng, Ouyang's son, you too never mind. I'm too accustomed to your antics to care. He turns to Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er, cautioning them not to mimic the two troublemakers. Fei Xiao has returned. The girls, including Lu Xian, have been missing you dearly. As for you two, Song Yu and Shui Yu, if you wish to join Shrek, come along with me. And you there, beside Gu Qiu'er, you're welcome too. You little ones, join me as well. As for Huo Yuhao, you should return to the academy and report in. With that, Yin Xiaozhe leads the group to the inner academy, cleaning up the aftermath of the debacle. Lan Shui pulls Fei Xiao aside, inquiring about her relationship with Gu Feng, while Ouyang's son engages Gu Feng in discussions about their plans. Ouyang Qi'er and Gu Yuna deliberate over Ouyang's son's affairs. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, Song Yu and Shui ease the tension with Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing. Ultimately, the group strides toward the inner academy, a grand procession. The only casualties of this hasty skirmish being Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing, both of whom are still trembling from the experience. Chapter 29, a collective entrance to the inner academy in the Shrek Inner Academy on the open grounds of Sea God Island. Yin Xiaozhe and Xian Zi await the arrival of the peculiar newcomers. Many eyes discreetly observe this unfolding scene. Xiaozhe, is this truly Master Mu's decision? Are we really to admit all those little rascals into the inner academy? Shrek has never set such a precedent, Xian Zi inquires, indulging in food and drink as he sits comfortably on the ground. Indeed, Elder Xian, this is the instructor's mandate, and everyone else is in agreement, Yin Xiaozhe replies. The strength of those few oddities ranks among the elite within the inner academy. If they remained in the outer academy, they would overshadow the other ordinary talents. Yin Xiaozhe finds himself in a rather precarious position, for it is a rarity to be at a loss due to the overwhelming prowess of his students. While strong students are undoubtedly a blessing, having two particularly headstrong individuals proves to be a challenge. The thought of the two girls who recently clashed in Shrek sends a shiver down his spine. Gu Feng and Ouyang's son have already given him ample headaches. And now there are two more to contend with. Despite the earlier tensions, the group proceeds leisurely toward the inner academy in clusters. Ma Xiaodao attempts to voice her thoughts. But Ling Luoqing interjects, pulling her aside. Violent girl, do not act recklessly. None of us can match these individuals in strength. And they are also making their way to the inner academy. Let us take our time. Don't let your frustrations drag me down, Ling Luoqing whispers. Attempting to calm Ma Xiaotao, who is still shaken by the recent coldness of their encounter. Ma Xiaotao opened her mouth, gazing at the group of people frolicking before her. She cast a final glance at the two girls, shivering slightly, and quietly followed them. Hey, you rascal, you actually found yourself a girl. I thought you had no interest in these things, Sun exclaimed, munching on a fruit atop Gu Feng's head. However, as Sun uttered this remark, an abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings, and cold sweat began to trickle down Gu Feng's brow. A shadow loomed before him. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Sun attempted to flee, only to be caught by a delicate hand. Oh, where did this little monkey come from? So adorable. Don't you think so, Gu Feng? Gu Feng's desire for survival surged instantly as he dashed towards Fei Xiao, vigorously massaging his shoulders while attempting to divert attention. Sun Ho's fur bristled, typically fearless. It now sensed an unfamiliar taste of fear. Very well, I shall spare you this time, but let it not happen again. Fei Xiao gently patted Gu Feng's shoulder and handed Sun over to Ouyang Sunday. The moment Sun slipped from Fei Xiao's grasp, it transformed into shimmering stardust, vanishing from sight. Ouyang Sun stepped forward, observing Gu Feng's forced smile. He discreetly transmitted a message. What troubles you? You seem to be in considerable distress. Gu Feng hastily summoned Ouyang Sun to assist him, then conveyed a message through thought. My bones are shattered. Do you think it hurts? Fortunately, my recovery abilities are quite formidable. Ah, the pain is excruciating. Upon receiving Gu Feng's mental message, Ouyang Sun shuddered, discreetly glancing at Fei Xiao's figure, and exchanged a look with Gu Feng that spoke volumes of concern. What do you suppose Director Yin wants us to do in the inner courtyard? Surely, he does not expect us to join it prematurely, Ouyang Sun murmured, his voice lowering as he spoke. You think so too, don't you? It's only natural. Our prowess goes unchecked in the outer courtyard, so we shall see. I have no intention of joining the inner courtyard. By the way, who is that vivacious girl with blue hair? You seem to attract the ladies quite effortlessly, or is it merely because of your golden locks? Gu Feng's tongue remained as sharp as ever. Predictably, he was sent flying by a punch from Ouyang Sun, his body crashing against a tree. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle unfolding between the two, curiosity etched upon their faces. Oh dear, what is going on here? Isn't he your friend? Or is this merely your unique way of communicating? Ouyang Chier's already limited intellect seemed even more befuddled at that moment. It's nothing, Sister Chier. It's not surprising for these two to behave this way. After all, Yang and that fellow Gu Feng tend to act up together, Gu Yuna remarked, exasperated, as she pulled the bewildered Ouyang Chier forward. What is happening with Xiao Feng? Fei Xiao observed Gu Feng, who was slowly sliding down from the tree and lying on the ground, sensing that their relationship resembled that of Mo's and Jiao Qiu. Ah, Sister Fei Xiao. It's always like this when those two are together. You'll get used to it. On his own, Ouyang Sun was quite dependable, and Gu Feng, too, was merely an observer, enjoying the show. Yet, together, they seemed to stir up chaos. Lan Shui refrained from expressing her thoughts, knowing she must maintain some dignity for Gu Feng in front of Fei Xiao. Otherwise, she would find herself in trouble, as that scoundrel was truly insufferable, and she had no desire to attract his unwanted attention. Shui, aside from those two girls trailing behind, the rest of the individuals here are anything but ordinary. I should be able to fight freely in this place. I'm itching for a brawl with any of them, be it the girl with pink hair or the one with blonde locks. Song Yu sensed the formidable presence of the group, her innate combat instincts igniting. Observing this, Shuedi quickly restrained her. Song Yu, there will be time to spar with them later. For now, let us follow them and learn about how to join Shrek. As that old fellow mentioned, Shuedi gazed towards the increasingly visible Haishan Lake, where a small island could be faintly discerned. Feng, what do you think? Should we collaborate with them? Ouyang Sun inquired of Gu Feng before they reached Haishan Lake, having already briefed him on Gu Yuna's intentions. Gu Feng cast a glance at Gu Yuna and then at Ouyang Sun, his eyes betraying a hint of mischief. Just as Ouyang Sun was prepared to deliver a punch to this fellow, Gu Feng's voice emerged, affirming his agreement. Nevertheless, Ouyang Sun adhered to her inner choice and struck him with a fist. A vast lake lay before them. Ma Xiaotao stepped forward from behind to explain how to traverse the sea god lake, listing an array of precautions. How bothersome. We simply need to cross. I am not a member of the inner court, so these rules have no bearing on me. Gu Feng, utterly annoyed by her incessant chatter, interrupted Ma Xiaodao's monologue. Suddenly, a black cloud dragon descended from the heavens beside Gu Feng, who stood atop its head. Just as Gu Feng prepared to take flight, Fei Xiao materialized beside him. Pushing him aside and assuming a commanding stance atop the cloud dragon, Lan Shui transformed into a radiant beam of light, coalescing into her form beside Fei Xiao. Linking arms with him, "Let us depart, little Feng. Our destination is the inner court." Fei Xiao gestured towards the inner court, and the cloud dragon ascended into the sky. Gu Feng quietly seated behind them, gazing at Fei Xiao's silhouette with a foolish grin. "Ah, look at him now. He has come to this day, truly." "Every creature has its match," Gu Qiu'er remarked, observing the fearless Gu Feng with a sense of wonder. "Brother, you and Nana go ahead. I will accompany Qiu'er," Gu Qiu'er said, adjusting the yellow glow at her waist, transforming her scarf into an accessory. The moment she uttered these words, "Ouyang's son, Gu Yuna," and Gu Qiu'er's faces flushed simultaneously. Gu Yuna and Ouyang's son exchanged glances, and a nimbus cloud appeared overhead. Ouyang's son pulled Gu Yuna onto the nimbus cloud. "Sister Qiu'er, shall we proceed?" Gu Qiu'er shyly inquired, having grown increasingly aware of her feelings for Ouyang Qiu'er during the past month. Especially as Gu Yuna and Ouyang's son often excluded her, along with the peculiar relationship between Poseidon and the Sea Witch. Gu Qiu'er remained blissfully unaware of Gu Qiu'er's intentions, believing she simply enjoyed her company. It was uncertain when Ouyang Qiu'er would discern Gu Qiu'er's true feelings. Blazing radiance, seraphim. 3 pairs of fiery wings manifested behind Ouyang Qiu'er as she embraced Gu Qiu'er, lifting her towards the inner court. Gu Qiu'er instinctively wrapped her arms around Ouyang Qiu'er's neck, resting comfortably in her embrace. A colossal ice dragon emerged from the void, with 2 formidable women standing atop it. Slowly making their way towards the inner court, Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing simultaneously swallowed hard. That fierce woman, that intense heat just now. Surely it is the essence of ultimate fire, is it not? No, has the essence of such attributes become so trivial in value? I too am at a loss. This era is fraught with an abundance of monstrosities. It is only now that I comprehend the essence of the saying, there are people beyond people, and realms beyond realms. Ma Xiaodao has long been accustomed to setbacks, yet she remains enviously captivated. However, there is little that can be done. Envy cannot be summoned at will. The 2 individuals unfurled their wings, while one conjured eyes from beneath their feet, embarking from the Sea God Lake towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 30. My refusal outside the Sea God Pavilion in the inner courtyard. A black cloud dragon soared above the golden tree. Yin Xiaozha and his companions were darkened in countenance, contemplating how to bring that young rascal down. Suddenly, 3 figures descended upon the dragon. One figure, gripping another, crashed to the ground before Yin Xiaozha and the others. Upon witnessing Gu Feng's antics, Fei Xiao promptly seized him and leapt down from the dragon. A human-shaped indentation marred the ground as Gu Feng's legs twitched, indicating that he was still alive and unscathed. Lan Shui stifled her laughter behind her hand. "Serves him right. Sister Fei Xiao, you are truly formidable, effortlessly putting this fellow in his place." Lan Shui whispered as she linked arms with Fei Xiao. "He is simply too mischievous. Moments ago, he wanted me to leap directly to the treetop to play for a while. If not for that, I wouldn't have yanked little Feng down so abruptly." Fei Xiao gazed at her own figure as she emerged, a faint smile gracing her lips. She approached Gu Feng, straightening his disheveled attire and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Then, with a swift motion, she seized his ear. "Little Feng, can you not behave a little more seriously? When I first met you, you were such a shy boy. How is it that you now seem to have strayed from that path?" After a brief reprimand, Fei Xiao released her grip on Gu Feng, exchanged greetings with Yin Xiaozha and the others, and then stood aside with Lan Shui, fully aware that this time, the spotlight was not on her and Lan Shui. Gu Feng rubbed his ears, murmuring softly to himself. Did not Sister Fei Xiao herself say not to wear myself out, to be carefree and natural? I've been mentally exhausted all day thinking about things. However, Gu Feng dared only to mutter quietly, lest he face reprimand again. Yin Xiaozha and the others, observing Gu Feng's unusual compliance, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, sensing as if the sun had risen from the west. A drift of clouds carried Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna down beside Gu Feng. Ouyang's son patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, casting him a look of exasperation. Gu Yuna stifled her laughter, having witnessed everything from above. This fellow was merely inviting trouble upon himself, for how else would he have been dragged down from above? Yet upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar if he did not court disaster. At that moment, Ouyang Qiu'er descended, cradling Gu Qiu'er in her arms. Yan Xiaozhe and the others felt a surge of intense heat, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, recalling Fei Xiao, Lan Shui, and Gu Feng, they gradually composed themselves. What on earth? Gu Qiu'er, are you blushing? Could you possibly be in heat? Gu Feng exclaimed, rushing to stand before Gu Qiu'er and Ouyang Qi'er. Words escaped him. While Ouyang's son opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, Gu Yuna's smile turned into a twitch, and Ouyang Qi'er, stunned, glanced between Ouyang's son, Gu Yuna, and Gu Qiu'er, momentarily frozen in place. An invisible dark aura began to emanate from Gu Qiu'er's head, her demeanor teetering on the edge of fury. Yet she restrained herself, likely due to Ouyang Qi'er's presence. Nevertheless, certain individuals incessantly chattered nearby about heat and two girls, swaying back and forth in front of her. Golden Dragon Perception, Dragoness Power, Gift of Strength, Golden Dragon Explosion. A tremendous pit several meters deep formed with a thunderous crash, Gu Feng lying within. One foot twitching occasionally as proof of his survival. Ah, how delightful. Indeed, I cannot endure this wretch. After unleashing her anger, Gu Qiu'er rushed to Ouyang Qi'er's side, resembling a child who had misbehaved. All right, Qiu'er, it's fine. In truth, I quite like you, Ouyang Qi'er said, a fleeting, enigmatic smile gracing her face. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna turned simultaneously to Ouyang Qi'er, glancing at the already moved Gu Qiu'er, each harboring a thought of incredulity they could not articulate. Two blue figures also appeared, observing their surroundings upon arrival. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall speak plainly. After deliberation at the academy, we have decided to offer you the opportunity to join the inner court ahead of schedule. I trust you would all be willing to join. Our Shrek inner court is entirely different from the outer court. Our responsibility at Shrek is to safeguard the continent, eradicating evil soul masters and the malignant forces of various nations. To join the Shrek inner court is to become a part of the Shrek prosecutor's office, our organization dedicated to safeguarding the peace of the continent. Each year, students from the inner court fall in the pursuit of maintaining harmony. Yet, this is our mission. In their honor, perhaps they will be forgotten, perhaps it is fraught with peril, but it is a calling that belongs to us. Dear children, do you wish to accept this mission and join the Shrek inner court? Furthermore, joining the inner court will not conflict with your existing affiliations, on the contrary. You will receive the support of Shrek, and we typically refrain from interfering with your respective powers unless you choose to involve us. Once all were gathered, Xuanzi announced a shocking revelation. Ma Xiaodao and Ling Luoqing gazed at them enviously, recalling the hardships they endured to gain entrance to the inner court. A stark contrast to the ease with which others could now join. Certainly, graduating from the outer court is not a daunting task. Yet completing the task set forth by the prosecutor's office is a prerequisite for graduation from the inner court. Those who graduate from the inner court are distinguished champions in various fields. Regrettably, many have perished in the relentless pursuit of peace, succumbing to the trials they faced. But such endeavors are imperative for us at the Shrek inner court, as we are the foremost power on the continent, tasked with upholding its tranquility. In recent years, the Sun and Moon Empire has shown its predatory ambitions, and we at Shrek have been steadfast in preserving peace. Therefore, should the Sun and Moon initiate war, they shall become our adversaries. Xuanzi reiterated the conditions for joining the inner court and the requirements that must be fulfilled. Gu Yuna, Gu Qiu'er, Ouyang Qi'er, Ouyang's son, and even Shui Di were taken aback by Xuanzi's words. They had never fathomed that the responsibilities of the Shrek inner court were so immense. The Gu Yuna sisters and Ouyang Qi'er looked to Ouyang's son, as they had aligned themselves with him, no matter how eloquently Xuanzi spoke. They preferred to trust Ouyang's son's judgment. Although Ouyang's son was astonished by the deeds of the Shrek inner court, he was a man of his word. Yet he sensed something amiss. He had previously agreed with Gu Feng that if Gu Feng joined, he would too. Songyu, what are your thoughts? Joining the Shrek inner court seems to offer us no advantage. As for maintaining peace, what concern is it of mine? The voice of Shui Di echoed in Song Yu's mind. Listening to the old man's discourse on glory and duty, she found it laughable. Feeling that this so-called academy was wholly unworthy of the responsibility of maintaining peace. The Vivi Academy. The gentlewoman from her memories who established an academy for the sake of world peace was on an entirely different level than this institution. To compare such a disreputable academy to Vivi Academy was an affront to its legacy. Oh, Shui Di, do you wish to join such a disreputable academy? Listening to the old man's words makes me feel nauseated. I shall not join such an institution. The voice of Tsang Yue resonated with a palpable anger. which was swiftly perceived by the Snow Empress. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly grasped Song Yue's arm, seeking to prevent her from spiraling into a rage. It was a revelation for the Snow Empress, as she had never before sensed such fury emanating from Song Yue. Fei Xiao promptly assisted Gu Feng, who had fallen into a pit, pulling him up and administering a light bandage. She was aware of his extraordinary recovery abilities, akin to a bountiful creature, yet devoid of any aura of abundance. It would not be long before he regained his strength. Indeed, as Gu Feng awoke, Xuanzi had just concluded speaking, prompting Fei Xiao to recount the events once more. Gu Feng offered a sardonic smile, fixing his gaze upon Fei Xiao. "Sister Fei Xiao, have you joined this inner court then?" His expression was inscrutable. Yet it seemed as though something was amiss within him. Observing the discomfort of the boy before her, Fei Xiao affectionately ruffled his hair. A habit she had developed over the past month, his hair was rather pleasant to touch. "Not at all. Who could blame me when a certain scoundrel fled from his wedding? I searched for a certain someone for an entire year, so I certainly did not join the inner court. However, I have become quite familiar with its inhabitants. As they traverse the continent, and when we cross paths, I occasionally lend them a hand. Nevertheless, I remain oblivious to the self-important demands of this so-called inner court, understood?" Upon hearing Fei Xiao's words, Gu Feng appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, cautiously inquiring about Fei Xiao's opinion. Fei Xiao, gazing at the boy who cared for her, felt warmth envelop her. "Of course, dear brother, I intend to follow you. After all, if the intelligence concerning Songqing holds true, I shall be able to contact Yao Qing once I reach the ruins of Songqing. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you. You are my betrothed, after all, and I cannot allow others to steal you away. Furthermore, I am not particularly fond of their so-called peacekeeping in the inner court. Do not forget. My sister is a general of Xianzhou." Fei Xiao playfully pinched Gu Feng's cheek. Upon receiving her answer, Gu Feng felt a newfound resolve. He turned to Ouyang's son, who nodded in affirmation. "Fei Xiao, why don't you take the lead?" Xuanzi's words resonated. Fei Xi was taken aback, her expression cooling slightly, yet she still responded to Xuanzi. "Elder Xian, I cannot make such decisions. I must heed my little man's wishes. Matters like these are certainly for him to dictate," she concluded, winking at Gu Feng. Fei Xiao's wink. It was Gu Feng's first encounter with the real-life version, causing him to freeze momentarily, his face suddenly ablaze. Seeing his flushed visage, Fei Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "So, what is your answer, young man? Will you join the inner court?" Xuanzi interrupted their playful exchange. "Oh, me? I must decline." Chapter 31. Confrontation. "Very well. Since you have consented, what do you say? You have declined." Xuanzi, having anticipated Gu Feng's agreement to join the inner court, was abruptly halted by the rejection. A tense silence enveloped the atmosphere, the only sound being the whisper of the wind. "Oh, how intriguing. Let us observe how they resolve this matter, Xuedi." Song Yue's voice reached Xuedi's ears. Nodding in response, Xuedi remained composed alongside Song Yue, awaiting the unfolding events. "Given the circumstances, I too refuse to join the inner court. Elder Xian." "My apologies," Ouyang's son's calm voice emerged at that moment. "Ah, Elder Xian, you heard my little man's words, did you not? Thus, I too must apologize. As I shall not join the inner court." Fei Xiao's gentle tone followed Ouyang's son's refusal, laced with a hint of subtle mockery and disdain. Having fought valiantly for many years in Xianzhou, she had encountered countless such pretentious displays of righteousness, which she found quite distasteful. However, she typically refrained from resorting to violence. Xuanzi had never faced refusal before, let alone a series of rejections. Anger flickered across his face, and the overwhelming aura of a super Douluo surged forth. "Give me a reason for your refusal. The glory of Shrek is not something you can trample upon at will. If you cannot provide a justification, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The expressions on Yin Xiaozhe and his companions were far from pleasant. Their rejection of Elder Xian signified a repudiation of Shrek, a blatant affront to their dignity. "Sister Fei Xiao, why does Lan Shui still wish to speak?" Yet, she was interrupted by Yin Xiaozhe. "Xiao Shui, this matter is no longer so simple to resolve. Let Elder Xian handle it." He then led Lan Shui away to a distance. Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luochan, witnessing their response, felt a surge of anger but ultimately decided to leave as well, taking Lan Shui with them. Ouyang's son approached Gu Yuna and the others, greeting Fei Xiao, while Gu Feng glanced at Xianzi, finding the situation rather amusing. Upon witnessing the disciples of the Tang sect in his previous life, Gu Feng felt that Shrek harbored a rather peculiar affliction. Now, he perceives that this ailment is indeed extraordinary in magnitude. No wonder, during the era of the Dragon King, The Federation unhesitatingly deployed a divine-killing missile. How audacious of that old fellow to treat us so dismissively. Does he truly believe himself to be someone of significance? I shall eagerly observe the manner in which he exhibits his insolence. Gu Feng extracted a 9th-level fixed soul-guided cannonball from the soul-guiding device and placed it directly upon Sea God Island. Behind the 9th-level cannonball lay 3 8th-level ones, aimed squarely at Xuanzi. A chilling sensation enveloped everyone present, aside from Fei Xiao, who merely furrowed his brow. The others felt an impending doom. Boy, do you think that by presenting this you can threaten me? You are courting death. Xuanzi's furious voice echoed, yet he dared not act recklessly. His instincts warned him that should he dare to strike at Gu Feng, that device would surely detonate, branding him as a sinner of Shrek. Then come. You can test who besides me can prevent this thing from exploding. Old fool, I am right here. Come and kill me. Afraid, are you? Pathetic relic. Gu Feng, a figure of the 20th century, found himself in an era where everyone was prone to fleeting moments of harsh words and indulgent pleasures, albeit at considerable cost. However, upon arriving in Douluo and with his family being top-tier powerhouses in this age, he had also experienced a modicum of growth, enough to ensure he would not be easily vanquished. Thus, what of the cost? It was nothing at all, no cost to speak of. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the air, as Xuanzi exuded an exceedingly unstable aura, threatening to erupt at any moment, instilling a bone-chilling sensation that loomed over everyone. Calm down. Xianlao, Gu Feng, please. Maintain your composure. Yan Xiaozhe and a group of seasoned elders hastily attempted to mediate between the two adversaries, treading lightly in the presence of such a formidable force that could challenge even a limit Douluo. They were acutely aware that had anyone possessed such an artifact, they would never have been permitted entry into the inner academy. Far too perilous. Snow Empress, is this truly the pinnacle of technological weaponry in your world? Its potency rivals that of nuclear arms, yet the threat it poses to me pales in comparison to the nuclear weapons of my previous world. Song Yu observed the weapon, reminiscent of a nuclear device. Although it exuded a sense of danger, she felt confident that she could escape with the Snow Empress at the moment of its detonation. Perceiving its destructive capacity as akin to that of a conventional nuclear weapon, devoid of radiation. Nevertheless, the sheer power of nuclear arms was undeniably immense, and she knew she would not withstand it, but evasion was certainly an option. I am uncertain, but this should be the most formidable weapon in our realm. Though my knowledge is limited, I have spent most of my life in the far north, ignorant of the outside world, came the Snow Empress's response to Song Yu's inquiry, eliciting a sense of exasperation from Song Yu. It seemed both were equally uninformed. Yet, given the current situation, this weapon, reminiscent of nuclear arms, was undoubtedly among the most elite deterrents in their world. Brother, what does your friend S family do? They possess both level 8 and level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Is your friend truly that formidable? He wouldn't actually detonate it, would he? If this thing were to explode, it could annihilate the entire island and devastate Shrek Academy beyond recognition. Ouyang Qier stammered, her voice trembling, while Gu Yuna and Gu Qiu'er regarded the artillery shell with grave expressions. Ouyang Sun's face twitched incessantly as a weary voice broke the tension. Perhaps others would refrain from triggering such a device, but I cannot speak for Gu Feng. Under the insistence of Yan Xiaozhe and the other elders, Xuanzi was pulled aside, fearful that this reckless individual might provoke Gu Feng into detonating the soul-guided artillery shell. Should it explode, Shrek would likely become a mere relic of history. If this weapon were used defensively, there might be a chance to intercept it and detonate it mid-air, but now that it had manifested right outside the Sea God Pavilion, they found themselves utterly constrained and frustrated, with no recourse in sight. What? Can we finally converse amicably, young master? Is there an issue with your desire to refrain from entering our so-called inner academy? How dare you threaten me? Engaging in coercive tactics. Do you truly believe I lack any means of self-defense while I am out and about? You foolish individuals, come forth, for today I shall confront you head-on. Gu Feng pointed at Yan Xiaozhe and his companions, unleashing a torrent of invective that persisted for over half an hour. The faces of Yan Xiaozhe's group turned a deep shade of crimson, nearly bordering on black. Had it not been for that soul-guided cannonball, they would undoubtedly have made this brash youth pay dearly. Upon realizing he was not the sole target of the verbal onslaught, Xuanzi inexplicably felt a surge of relief, although he still harbored a desire to tear apart that loquacious brat. After Gu Feng took a sip of water, he intended to continue his tirade. However, he found himself at a disadvantage against these seasoned veterans. Fei Xiao, on the other hand, could easily vanquish them, but that was his own affair. and Fei Xiao needed to conserve his strength. He could not afford to expend his energy on these old-timers. The Douluo universe had been sealed by that infernal demon lord, resulting in an insufficient supply of fate energy. It would take considerable time for Fei Xiao to replenish even a small portion of his energy, especially with the imminent opening of the secret realm. At that moment, uncertainty loomed over what might emerge, thus it was prudent to refrain from action if possible. Consequently, Gu Feng could only indulge in his verbal whims, as these old fellows were unable to counter his barbs. Young friend, is that enough? The young lord of Bianhuang certainly does not require the support of other factions, but that does not give you the right to insult us, the Shrek Academy. This soul-guided cannonball cannot protect you, and we harbor no fear of Bianhuang. You must either persuade them to join Shrek, for I can secure a place for you in the Sea God Pavilion, or else a radiant aura enveloped the entire island. Though this light did not possess the qualitative brilliance of the aura surrounding Lan Shui, its sheer magnitude was on an entirely different scale. An ancient voice resonated within the minds of all present, imbued with a hypnotic quality, its insidious nature further amplified by the accompanying brilliance. Gu Feng's expression suddenly shifted, as ethereal energy surged around him. Ouyang Sun's visage transformed, donning a mask, while shimmering feathers and down floated about, and he brandished the staff of divine and demonic power. Gu Yuna sprouted dragon horns and scales, and a radiant golden glow enveloped Gu Qiuer. One of Ouyang Qiuer's eyes gleamed a brilliant crimson, her waist adornment emanating a myriad of colors, and 3 pairs of wings unfurled from her back. In the hands of the Snow Empress appeared the imperial sword, while the demonic blade of Tsang Yue also manifested. Fei Xiao narrowed her eyes, gazing intently at the apex of the golden tree. A cerulean light enveloped the entirety of the sea god lake, and a force distinct from soul power emerged upon its surface. Just as Fei Xiao prepared to act, Gu Feng halted her. This phenomenon was a remnant of that nefarious entity from a millennium ago. While formidable, its power was quite limited, yet it could not hinder them. That old wretch, does he still wish to manipulate our minds? Does he truly believe he has us at his mercy, thinking that I, young master, would shy away from detonating such a thing? Let us put that to the test. As Gu Feng transmitted a message to Tsang Yu the moment Mu In appeared, he swiftly led their retreat. However, the space was sealed by the radiance of the ocean, and at that moment, she was unable to break free. Chapter 32. Action and departure. In an instant, an aura of destruction erupted as Tsang Yu opened the dimensional gate. They all evaded the damage caused by the soul-guided cannonball. A towering mushroom cloud rose majestically. Nevertheless, the inflicted harm was minimal, as the divine light of the sea shielded them from the majority of the damage. Yet, a group of elder members from the Sea God Pavilion suffered severe injuries, with the exception of the resilient Xuanzi. Muin summoned the divine light of the sea to block the terrifying soul-guided cannonball, rendering himself incapable of taking action. The explosion was contained outside the Sea God Pavilion, affecting only a 100-meter radius. However, a chasm several thousand meters deep appeared on the ground. Mu-In directed the energy underground and into the sky, creating a second sun in an instant. I want you all to perish. After Xuanzi activated his martial spirit, he coughed up blood, though he was robust. The turmoil within his soul power prevented him from utilizing soul techniques and power, which, for Gu Feng and the others, could be considered unfortunate good news. Ether, cloud lock. In an instant, black clouds entangled Xuanzi, continuously multiplying the number of locks. Kamsi divine formation. Ouyang Sun plunged the divine demon staff into the ground, and 4 towering pillars emerged around Xuanzi, each adorned with a golden chain that bound his limbs. Blood-colored extreme cold, heart blood cold lotus. An overwhelming chill descended as Tsang Yu drew her demonic blade, slicing her palm to form a sky full of blood-colored ice lotus flowers. Upon contact with Xuanzi, everything was encased in ice. Imperial cold sky, snow dance radiant sun. A blizzard descended, obscuring all their figures, while multiple auras rushed towards this direction in the inner courtyard, lost in the tempest. Purple extreme star, eye of insight. Ouyang Qiuer revealed a magnificent purple eye, within which spun a purple cross star emblem. That old rascal's weakness lies beneath his armpit. Attack there with all your might. In that moment, everyone unleashed their full power. Ether, ultra-low configuration pseudo-apocalypse cannon. Clouds formed into several abyssal behemoths, which devoured one another to create a colossal cannon mouth. The chaotic energies surged forth, disrupting the Snow Emperor's protective domain and charging directly toward Xuanzi. Enhanced full power overlapping hunters sniping. Ouyang Sun emanated an aura nearing the pinnacle of power, as terrifying fluctuations gathered at the tip of the divine demon's staff. The air sizzling with energy. Imperial sword, ice extreme peerless. A massive ice sword re-emerged in the air, gradually compressing until it became an ordinary ice sword. As it sliced through the air, a pitch-black rift appeared in space, and the ice sword vanished into the crack, leaving a terrifying killing intent looming before Xuanzi. Blood-colored extreme cold lotus slash. The endless crimson ice lotuses converged and surged into the demon blade held by Zhang Yue, radiating a blood-red brilliance. With a swift motion, Zhang Yue wielded the blade, causing countless blood-colored ice crystals to erupt from the ground and rush towards Xuanzi. As they neared, the blood-colored ice crystals transformed into a colossal crimson dragon. In a blazing awakening state, stellar goddess Ouyang Chair's attire suddenly vanished. Her form wrapped in bandages that concealed her modesty, while golden bandages obscured her eyes. Behind her, a miniature galaxy emerged. A small meteor descended from the heavens. Fire element liberation, phoenix of purgatory. Lightning element liberation, apocalypse's divine decree. Gu Yuhao unleashed her most potent elemental liberations. The thunder blazed upon the phoenix as it cried out, soaring towards Xuanzi. Eye of fate, judgment. Gu Qiu'er traced a golden-red vertical eye upon her forehead, which opened to emit a radiant beam, transcending time and space to suddenly appear before Xuanzi. Roar, a monstrous creature, towering at 100 meters, obstructed all of Gu Feng's Group S attacks. The beast bore a ram's head and bull's horns, with sharp, numerous fangs, its mouth resembling a black hole. Its eyes were nestled beneath its forepaws, one of which lay incapacitated as Gu Feng and the others concentrated their fire to shatter it. Xuanzi's martial soul manifested as the Taodai Divine Bull, a super martial soul with the bloodline of a ferocious beast. I shall bring about your demise. A thunderous voice emanated from the colossal beast as one of its massive claws swiped towards Gu Feng and his companions. The terrifying force capable of flattening them into mere pulp. The dimensional gate had already opened following their unleashed attacks. And Gu Feng and his companions had long since fled after their assault, for they were not yet capable of vanquishing such a formidable being. One that stood near the pinnacle of this world. The sea god island within Shrek's inner courtyard trembled slightly as the giant claw struck the ground, creating a small lake's worth of impact. Xuanzi's enraged voice followed soon after. These wretched beings, do not let me find them. Why is this happening? Why have the teachers clashed with Sister Fei Xiao? What is the reason behind all this? Is it Gu Feng? Indeed. If it were not for him, Sister Fei Xiao would still be in the inner courtyard. It is he. Lan Shui, witnessing this scene, fell into a daze, maturing in an instant, albeit in a twisted manner. The light of salvation could also be the light of destruction. However, Gu Feng remained oblivious to all of this. Even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart, for this was Shrek, where the most eccentric individuals dwelled, one of the most bizarre places in the world. In a mountain range, the 8 of them landed. Once on the ground, apart from Fei Xiao and Gu Feng, the others were recuperating. For a super Douluo nearing their limits was not easily dealt with. The backlash from their attacks was not something they could withstand. It was only because they were not ordinary individuals. Normal people would have perished long ago at Shrek. Fei Xiao refrained from making a move, for she had her reservations. The journey to Changqing was unpredictable, and she could not act recklessly with her strength. Gu Feng, having acquired the blood of the underworld, possesses a regenerative ability that is remarkably akin to that of abundance. However, the progeny of abundance can rarely be slain unless through extraordinary means. Otherwise, they are nearly indomitable. In contrast, Gu Feng's blood of the underworld merely enhances his physical strength and regenerative capacity, which, while slightly extraordinary, resembles an accelerated form of regeneration. Gu Feng and Fei Xiao stood vigil, their hearts intertwined in a moment suspended in time. Xiao Feng, Fei Xiao mused, how much longer can we share such moments together? Will we still be able to watch the sun rise and set side by side in the future? Resting her head on Gu Feng's shoulder, Fei Xiao seemed burdened by unspoken thoughts. She felt that her time was limited, yet she chose to remain with Gu Feng. After all, with her prowess, she could easily navigate the desolate ruins of Tsang City alone. Over the years, Fei Xiao had refrained from engaging in conflict whenever possible. For her lunar madness was a calamity for the world. No one could impede her when she was engulfed in its grip. A decade prior, her affliction had first manifested. But it was then that a certain child had appeared, altering the course of her fate. Fei Xiao pondered deeply, and gradually succumbed to slumber against Gu Feng's shoulder. A trace of sorrow etched upon her brow. Though she was utterly exhausted, she could not reveal her weariness before others. As a general, if she displayed fatigue, What would become of Yao Qing? Gu Feng gazed at the slumbering Fei Xiao, his thoughts drifting far away. As he beheld her profile, he resolved to make a certain decision. A hand gently patted his shoulder. It was Ouyang's son, who had recuperated and approached Gu Feng without disturbing Fei Xiao. Gu, there are still approximately 6 months until the secret realm opens. What shall we do next? Ouyang's son communicated telepathically, while Song Yu and others awaited behind them, eager to explore potential collaboration, for they were not ones to shy away from opportunities. Let us establish an academy, Gu Feng suggested. Our group can conveniently form a 7-member battle team, with Sister Fei Xiao as the leading instructor. As for the position of academy president, I can enlist my parents for a touch of formality. Shrek Academy, he continued, that group of old fools will eventually have to settle the scores for their past transgressions. What about you all? What are your plans? Gu Feng gazed at them, while Ouyang's son nodded, intending to join in. Song Yu and Snow Emperor also consented. However, I require your assistance with the task, which I shall regard as a debt of gratitude owed to you. Song Yu suddenly addressed Gu Feng. Chapter 33, VV Academy and the Killing Organization. Well then, let us converse as we walk. Gu Feng gently cradled Fei Xiao as he ventured towards the desolate frontier, contemplating the establishment of an academy in that very place. Where was home, if not here, where he could return at any moment? It felt rather splendid. Being far from home often stirs a longing for one's roots, even if this homeland was not the one he cherished in his past life. Xiaoyang, may we invite Sister Chanshan and the others? They must be feeling quite lonely over there in the Sun and Moon region, Ouyang Chiu inquired of Ouyang Sunday. Indeed. I shall send word to Sister Chanshan and the others to meet us in the frontier city. Phone, I trust you will not mind our presence? Ouyang's son smiled as he conveyed this to Gu Feng, who was tenderly holding the sleeping, gentle elder sister, Fei Xiao, not wishing to disturb her slumber. Of course. You are most welcome. Song Yue, do share what assistance you desire from me. Gu Feng's tone seemed more gentle than usual as he looked at Fei Xiao and sent a message to Song Yue. Have we settled on a name for the academy? What purpose will it serve? It cannot merely be constructed to contend with that wretched Shrek Academy, can it? Moreover, Shrek currently only admits those with recommendation letters. Yet many talented individuals remain obscured in this world. Are we also to build an academy that admits those with unique abilities? The ordinary talents constitute the majority in this world. What are your thoughts? Though we may start with just the few of us, have you considered what happens when we triumph over Shrek? Despite my disdain for that academy, I must concede that it possesses an enduring reputation, one that has persisted for millennia. If we were to vanquish them, would a multitude come seeking us? Would we refuse them or accept them? Or shall we dissolve the academy? Have you pondered this? Song Yue had never spoken so extensively in front of the Snow Emperor, and this was the first time the Snow Emperor had witnessed Song Yue express so much. Ouyang's son and the others began to reflect. Indeed, they had not contemplated these matters deeply. As for a certain Dragon King, the idle Dragon King, it was better left unmentioned. Regardless, the thoughts of that silver dragon were aligned solely with the interests of soul beasts, of which they had no concern. I have thought about it. I wish to bring an end to this era, to reshape this world into what I desire. Perhaps in the eyes of some, I will be deemed a dictator. Who knows? I have wandered for a year, spent half a year at Shrek, and in the remaining months, I have observed much. I believe this world should not be as it is. I once heard a saying, mountains belong to the mountains. Allow me to elucidate. This phrase signifies the separation of ordinary individuals from those of power into two distinct realms, where the ordinary cannot pose a threat to the powerful. Yet, those in power can inadvertently bring ruin to the ordinary. Perhaps, without warning, the sky may collapse upon you. Is this situation not commonplace in this world? I aspire to establish a force, one that will bring an end to such circumstances, and this academy is but its nascent form aimed at restraining those soul masters. Gu Feng articulated a sentiment that deeply resonated with all present. In an instant, the assembly fell into profound contemplation, reflecting on the morbid nature of their perception of the world. What they once deemed inconsequential now weighed heavily upon them as they absorbed Gu Feng's words. It dawned on them that, unbeknownst to themselves, they had unwittingly become akin to those they had previously scorned. Ouyang's son was the first to react, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Gong, you speak the truth. Is it not the case that the matters of the mountain remain upon the mountain? I find it quite agreeable. I shall lend you my assistance. My younger brother supports you, and thus, as your elder sister, I too wish to join. Ouyang Chier glanced at Ouyang's son, sharing a smile, for her brother was indeed a gentle soul. Gu Yuna and Gu Qiuer exchanged knowing glances, and in harmonious unison, they declared, "We shall join as well. After all, who could resist when the one we admire has decided to participate?" As the words escaped their lips, a blush crept onto the faces of Ouyang Sun and Ouyang Qiuer simultaneously. Song Yu listened intently to Gu Feng's aspirations. She recognized that this young man shared a kindred spirit with that woman. Both approached the world with a similar gentleness. However, the woman named Amy paled in comparison. For Gu Feng's gentleness was not indiscriminate. "I understand," she mused, "and I too wish to witness how you manifest the world you speak of. Where the affairs of the mountain remain upon the mountain." Shuidi observed her friend Song Yu, contemplating the possibility that if such a world could indeed be realized, perhaps soul beasts could also be integrated within such a framework. She was eager to see for herself, as she was the sovereign of the extreme north. "I too wish to behold the world you describe. Perhaps in doing so, I might glean insights to improve the extreme north." At that moment, Song Yu suddenly recalled something. "Have you all decided on the name for the academy? And what about the organization? Surely, we cannot call it the Mountain Academy or the Mountain Organization." A sudden silence enveloped the air, and Gu Feng felt the weight of their collective gaze, rendering him momentarily flustered. I haven't quite thought it through yet. Let us first reach the border wilderness city before we decide. Besides, this journey may not be as effortless as anticipated, especially since a certain academy may not wish us well." A glint of cold light flickered in Gu Feng's eyes as he embraced Fei Xiao and strode towards the mountains. Ouyang Sun and the others, upon witnessing this, followed suit, each lost in their own thoughts. In the desolate city, a voice echoed, "Oh, the young lord has returned once more? Could it be that he has skipped class? First, he fled from marriage, and now from lessons. How audacious! I must inform the lord." The guards on duty caught sight of the 8 figures in the distance, appearing disheveled. Indeed, the journey back has proven to be quite arduous. "That group from Shrek is truly relentless," Gu Feng lamented, recalling the obstacles they faced along the way, which had left them utterly repulsed. At first, Gu Feng and his companions attempted to elucidate their predicament, yet they soon found themselves besieged by individuals from Shrek, whose minds had been thoroughly indoctrinated. Consequently, their explanations fell on deaf ears. Anyone who obstructed their path was met with lethal force. Their journey was riddled with carnage, and without the strength of a soul sage, one could not withstand even a fleeting encounter and would swiftly perish. After all, soul sages are not as ubiquitous as cabbages. Yet who could have anticipated the sheer number of Shrek's operatives? They were caught in a dilemma. Striking back proved futile, but refraining from combat was equally vexing. The situation became utterly repugnant. Eliminate one adversary, and a multitude would emerge, slay a group, and yet another would materialize. The primary strategy seemed to hinge on fearlessness. Yet the number of Shrek members who actually fell was minimal, primarily comprising those who had previously graduated. Avoiding confrontation felt akin to being ensnared by a relentless adhesive, leaving them utterly exasperated, particularly as Fei Zhao's condition had been deteriorating of late. The restoration of his strength signified the resurgence of the moon frenzy inscribed in his very genes. Although Fei Zhao had divulged nothing to anyone, Gu Feng had clandestinely observed his discomfort under the cover of night. Moon frenzy, the ruins of Sanqing, the hunt, storm, and the abundant apothecary. What on earth is happening with you rascals? Why do you appear so disheveled? What transpired? And what is the situation with Xiao Xiao? Gu Yeqing inquired, pulling Gu Feng aside for answers. Qian Shouyue was engaged in conversation with the young ladies, subtly inquiring about Gu Feng's affairs, while Gu Yeqing pressed Gu Feng for details, with Ouyang Sun accompanying them. In simple terms, Shrek demanded our allegiance to their so-called inner academy, which I refused. Those old geezers accused me of insulting their esteemed institution, of being dismissive of them. Subsequently, an elder named Xuanzi attempted to resort to violence, prompting me to produce a 9th-level fixed-position soul-guided artillery shell gifted to us by the sun and moon long ago, and we clashed directly. Afterward, I fled from Shrek, only to be relentlessly pursued across the continent. Upon concluding his tale, Gu Feng casually picked up a piece of fruit, appearing unfazed by the gravity of the situation. Gu Yeqing's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the impudent youth before him. A 9th-level fixed-point soul-guided cannonball had exploded in his home? If it were him, he would not rest until retribution was exacted. What enmity could possibly justify such an act? So, you all intend to establish an academy together? This institution is merely the embryonic form of the influence that Xiao Feng spoke of. Have you contemplated the significance of your organization and the name of the academy? Qian Shiyue, upon hearing their thoughts, was momentarily taken aback, yet she fully supported them. Were it not for the ancient dragon of Shrek claiming to be alive, she would have led Yeqing directly to confront Shrek. She had never been willing to lay a hand on her own child. Yet this despicable Shrek dared to act against her progeny without provocation, treating them as though they were mere clay. Regardless of whether there was a fault, what of it? In this world, strength is the ultimate authority. Although she had heard of the world her child aspired to create, it had yet to materialize. Subsequently, Gu Yeqing hurried to the city lord's mansion to rally everyone to discuss openly challenging Shrek. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and the others began deliberating on the names for the academy and organization under Qian Shiyue's watchful gaze. Stop, stop, stop. Goodness. We cannot resolve anything by bickering endlessly. I shall decide, Gu Feng declared. But before he could finish, Fei Xiao seized him by the ear and pulled him aside. Gu Feng observed the women beside him engaging in a discussion about names, exchanging a knowing glance with Ouyang's son, both sighing in unison. They felt entirely out of place in the conversation. Stop. Enough with the deliberation. I shall directly conclude that the academy will be divided into 8 classes, with each person leading one. The class names can be whatever one desires. Is that acceptable? Gu Feng regarded the group of women, who had been debating late into the night, with considerable exasperation. Realizing they were unlikely to reach a consensus, they nodded in agreement. Albeit Fei Xiao wore a somewhat displeased expression, silently mouthing a warning to Gu Feng. You have quite the audacity. Just wait until tonight. Upon catching Fei Xiao's unspoken words, Gu Feng shivered slightly. He noticed that they finally ceased their discussion and acquiesced to his proposal, which included the ominous names that would instill fear and reverence in future generations. VV Academy and the Killing Organization. Here, a brief commentary is warranted, though it may be overlooked without consequence. This narrative touches upon the issue of combat prowess. Traditionally, in Douluo, strength is determined by soul rings. Yet those familiar with Douluo understand that soul rings are merely ornamental. Protagonists often surpass their limits, while non-protagonists struggle to prevail. In my writing, I have incorporated elements from Stealing Stars, Crumbling Iron, and Guardians of the Tomb, and may introduce additional factors for plausibility in the future. Combat strength will not be defined by Douluo standards. Originally, Stealing Stars prowess is calculated based on self-developed abilities, while Crumbling Iron strength is categorized into 3 tiers: Star God, Envoy, and Sub-Envoy. The protagonist's abilities stem from the 8 ether elements of Stealing Stars and Hell's Blood. Fei Xiao's narrative suppression prevents her from easily dispatching opponents, as even a single individual could easily defeat Douluo. An envoy would face no challenge against a weak Douluo in the Divine Realm, and even a partial defeat would pose no issue. Moreover, the strength of the Douluo native lineup has been slightly enhanced, though not to an absurd degree. After all, if the protagonist's faction is overwhelmingly strong, a feeble opposing faction would render the narrative invincible. Strong adversaries will emerge later on, such as Miao Erv from Stealing Stars, the Plentiful Entity from Crumbling Iron, the Destruction Legion, and Tang San's arrangements. I recall that in the original work, the Saching immortal vessel was destroyed by the Imperial Bow. Here, it is stated that a core part has been preserved, a creative liberty taken for the sake of the plot. Lastly, regarding the comparison of combat strength, it is unnecessary to elaborate. Crumbling Iron reigns supreme, Stealing Stars follows, while Douluo, regardless of enhancements, remains among the weakest factions. As for the reasons behind Fei Xiao's predicament, they are relatively reasonable. The essence of the Iron Collapse's gluttonous star deity is an ancient beast, while the hell of the star-stealing demon lord, Liuxing, harbors abyssal colossal creatures. I am uncertain as to which of these two holds greater power. After all, the response provided by Iron Collapse indicates that the minimum strength of an adult ancient beast is equivalent to that of a commander, with the more formidable possibly possessing the prowess of a star deity. The realm of hell, as mentioned in Star Stealing, is said to be of a higher dimensional plane, possibly 5-dimensional. However, the details are muddled, so I shall proceed according to my own interpretation. Thus, I designate the pinnacle strength of Star Stealing to be nearly on par with that of a star deity, capable of confronting one in single combat, for it is imperative that they are not weak. Moreover, Fei Xiao's inability to engage in combat stems from a necessity. The original narrative does not elucidate how the moon frenzy is suppressed, so I shall align this with his strength. After his power is restored, the symptoms of his bloodthirst intensify, hence he cannot act. As for how to resolve the moon frenzy, I have yet to devise a solution. contemplating whether it will involve the assistance of Yuan Mei or the apothecary. From my current analysis, purely personal, firstly, Fei Xiao's moon frenzy does not appear to be a mere ailment. When the celestial vessel was bestowed with the blessings of abundance, Fei Xiao was still engaged in combat alongside the faction of Buliran. His ascension to combat prowess is attributed to a return to ancestral bloodline. Secondly, Fei Xiao's bloodthirst, emerging from this ancestral return, can likely be attributed to genetic factors. The narrative of iron collapse is still rather sparse, and it seems somewhat skewed, particularly regarding treatment, possibly due to the apothecary's involvement, which has not been thoroughly explored. Thirdly, I shall elucidate why I believe Yuan Mei could assist Fei Xiao. Yuan Mei is a prodigious scientist, arguably a mad scientist, who delves into genetics and even succeeded in cloning the Commander Insect King, albeit for merely a minute. Nonetheless, she accomplished it. This signifies that Yuan Mei possesses profound expertise in genetics, leading me to believe she could resolve the bloodthirst associated with Fei Xiao's genetic moon frenzy. Lastly, regarding the apothecary, well, there is little more to say. Those who are aware recognize the apothecary as a bug-level star deity, certainly capable of providing a remedy. Now, let us discuss the protagonists. The main character, Gu Feng, possesses abilities enhanced by the elements of ether and the blood of hell, alongside recovery and potential demonic transformation, which I may elaborate on later. Or perhaps not at all. Ouyang's son, endowed with the talent of Thousand Kill Divine Luo, draws inspiration from a monkey prototype. Similar to the Guardian of the Tomb's original narrative, though some alterations will be made, as the original depiction of the monkey character was excessively reckless, willing to confront anyone. In this rendition, the monkey shall also be exceptionally strong, for he is my beloved character from childhood. It would be unthinkable for him to lack strength. Songyu, possessing top-tier strength, should be able to match Jing Lu in prowess. Yet, if not, it matters little to me as long as she possesses some capability. In September, Lan Shui, the peak of true divinity is currently unattainable. At most, she could be granted a semi-divine strength, akin to that of a commander, especially since she has been assigned a darkened storyline. As for the Silver Dragon and the Auspicious Beast, I have yet to determine the extent of their enhancement. I estimate they might reach the level of a half-step commander at most, considering their mastery over fate and elemental forces is not insignificant. The original narrative tends to be overly extravagant, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Ouyang Qi'er, in terms of her characterization, could be likened to an embodiment of fire. Or perhaps the sun itself. Her peak strength would not stray far from that of the leader of the Rinless, who is indeed quite formidable. The Snow Empress has also received a boost, given her nature as a creature born of heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, she would be a natural holy spirit in the realm of Zhetian, and in other worlds, she would be exceptionally powerful, possibly even regarded as a unique ancient beast in the realm of crushed iron. Her enhancement would be comparable to that of the Dragon King and the Auspicious Beast. The emergence of Empress Tian is inevitable, and she too will require fortification, though I am reluctant to delve into the specifics, should I choose to enhance her. It would pertain to the immortal dragon, a thought I find tiresome. The strength of the fifth Mer and those who follow him will be no less than that of a commander or near that level, albeit they are in the process of recovery. The protagonist has yet to reach his pinnacle of potential, while these individuals have not restored their abilities to their zenith. Chapter 34. The competition and its rewards. Once more transformed subsequent to these events, an academy rose majestically beyond the borders of the desolate city. I must admit, the realm of fantasy has indeed surpassed my previous life in certain aspects, particularly in infrastructure development, which is progressing at an astonishing pace. Whereas it might have taken half a year to lay the foundations for an academy in my former life, here it is completed in a mere month, utterly outrageous. Later, Ouyang's son's two elder sisters arrived. However, Gu Feng had spent 3 days in bed, quite the victim of circumstances, when Poseidon and the Sea Witch arrived, hand in hand. They resembled Gu Qiu'er and Ouyang Qi'er, while Ouyang's son was accompanying Gu Yuna at that moment. Gu Feng ascended a tree to indulge in fishing and slumber, accompanied by Poseidon and the Sea Witch, who still bore a youthful visage. Thus, he mistakenly assumed they had come to seek his allegiance, compounded by his reckless demeanor. He carelessly exclaimed, "Damn it, a Fujoshi." While this was somewhat innocuous, the crux of the matter lay in his brazen behavior as he brazenly glanced from side to side, inadvertently provoking both Poseidon and the Sea Witch to blush. Subsequently, Gu Feng succumbed to sleep, and it was not until evening, during the welcoming banquet for Poseidon and the Sea Witch, that they discovered his absence. Outside the city, they found Gu Feng slumbering soundly. Upon grasping the situation, Fei Xiao, in the presence of a throng, dragged Gu Feng back to his chamber, where he slept for 3 consecutive days. One could only marvel at the youthfulness that afforded him such indulgence. Afterward, Gu Feng began to feel a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the witch. He dared not act foolishly, primarily because the witch was genuinely capable of delivering a beating, and he was no match for her. Time slipped away imperceptibly until the grand competition across the continent approached. What? So the rules have changed again? Gu Feng lamented, exasperated by the constant alterations. Is Xingluan not afraid of offending these factions? However, upon noticing the collective gaze of those around him, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Tentatively, he pointed to himself, and upon receiving unanimous nods, he nearly faltered. Wait, is Shrek truly deranged? No wonder the rules were altered again. It must be that foolish group at Shrek causing all this chaos. I haven't sought them out, yet they persist in their antics. Fei Xiu delivered a swift punch to Gu Feng's head, resulting in a visibly swollen bump that drew tears to Gu Feng's eyes as he looked up at her. His pitiful, helpless expression almost stirred Fei Xiao's maternal instincts, but recalling his past misdeeds swiftly brought her back to reality. She embraced him, offering a half-hearted consolation to the beleaguered Gu Feng. Enough, little Feng. I am well aware of your recuperative abilities. Cease your antics and listen to your elders regarding the rules. But it hurts. Gu Feng lamented, gazing at Fei Xiao with a mournful expression. Fei Xiao chuckled, shaking her head, and gently ruffled Gu Feng's hair. The onlookers had grown accustomed to their dynamic, as Fei Xiao frequently playfully struck Gu Feng. Yet, they understood that had anyone else dared to act so foolishly in her presence, the outcome would not have been as lenient. They sometimes wished to administer a beating themselves, recognizing that Fei Xiao's temper was quite forgiving. Ahem, cease your shenanigans. Listen closely to what I am about to say. Though you possess great strength, it would be unwise to be caught off guard. Pay heed, especially you, young man. Gu Yechen interrupted the casual conversation among the group, subsequently directing a stern reprimand towards Gu Feng, who gazed at his father with a sense of lament. The previous regulations were, in truth, rather unfavorable for Shrek. However, at that time, Shrek boasted both Xiaoxiao and a young lady named Lan Shui, which instilled a sense of confidence within them, especially since there were 2 teams involved. After delivering his remarks, Gu Yechen cast a glance at his son, Gu Feng, making the latter feel rather embarrassed. He continued, however, it was not long before you youngsters stirred up a commotion at Shrek. Although specific details were kept under wraps, and you refrained from spreading rumors. Shrek experienced 2 significant explosions during the freshman assessment. I have heard that one of these incidents was triggered by you, little Feng, engaging with Lan Shui, while the other stemmed from a duel between Xiao Yang and Nana. At that time, many were envious of Shrek for having such formidable students. Subsequently, in Shrek City, both Song Yu and Shui Yu also clashed, and that incident became widely known, prompting many to seek information. Shortly thereafter, the sea goddess Light appeared above Shrek City, accompanied by the emergence of 2 suns, alongside a tremendous explosion from Shrek Academy. Although the explosion's impact was limited, the spies were not foolish. They quickly realized something was amiss at Shrek. Before they could ascertain the details, Shrek issued a bounty on you all. Once the bounty was declared, there was no need for further inquiries. Following this, the old dragon from Shrek approached every significant power to discuss the rule changes. However, neither the Sun and Moon sect nor our faction saw the old dragon's visit, as he dared not come to us. If he did, we would not hesitate to eliminate him. Thus, while the 3 factions did not agree, the overwhelming consensus across the continent forced us to acquiesce to the rule changes, leaving us with no alternative. Gu Yechen spoke at length, taking a sip of water to moisten his throat before continuing. The regulations have undergone some alterations compared to the previous edition. Notably, this competition now permits both sect and civilian forces to participate, provided they have a team of 7. Previously, each faction was allowed to form 2 teams, but this has been revised to a single team only. However, this does not affect us significantly, as we originally consist of 8 members and Xiao Xiao is unable to compete. The competition will now proceed with a knockout format. Indeed, a direct elimination system has been instituted. Eliminating the points stage. Opponents will be drawn at random, continuing until only the top 64 remain. It is crucial to note that losing in the knockout rounds does not signify the end of one's chances. Once the top 64 are determined, those eliminated from the knockout stage will have an opportunity to challenge a member of the top 64. Should they emerge victorious, the defeated contender will be ousted, and the winner will take their place among the 64. One must be aware that participants in the knockout rounds are prohibited from inflicting excessive harm on the top 64, whereas the reverse holds no such restrictions. Thus, it is almost certain that the top 64 will prevail. The secret realm of Songqing is indeed the reward for this competition. Entrance to Songqing is granted solely to those who qualify among the 64. Additionally, the top 8 of the competition may form 2 teams, with the top 3 allowed to include a supervising instructor. Naturally, this instructor will exceed the so-called age limit of 20, as it appears that Xinghua has uncovered something noteworthy. Following testing, it has been determined that individuals accompanying this discovery may be up to 40 years old. As for Xiao, I am uncertain whether you will be able to utilize that provision. If not, after Gu Yechen spoke, he gazed at Fei Xiao, for she was indeed quite different from the rest of them. Rest assured, the limitations imposed upon me are not particularly burdensome. Were it not for my desire to alleviate everyone's concerns, and my genuine reluctance to resort to forceful means, I could quite easily enter that secret realm right now. Fei Xiao's commanding voice resonated with everyone, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. During their time together, they had come to understand Fei Xiao's circumstances. She longed to return to her homeland, Yaoqing. If she were to be hindered by so-called age restrictions, it would be unbearably disheartening. However, as Gu Feng observed Fei Xiao, he knew that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The moon madness had been suppressed for far too long, and without anyone to aid Fei Xiao in her recovery, coupled with her gradually regaining strength, she found herself needing to exert even more energy to keep the moon madness at bay. In former times, Fei Xiao might have taken a risk and fought back. Yet now, due to Gu Feng's influence, she consistently restrained her inner power and the moon madness, unwilling to become a mere instrument of slaughter. Gu Feng clenched his fist, reaffirming his resolve in his heart. That evening, he returned to his bedroom to find Fei Xiao had changed out of her usual attire. Now seated by the window in a tank top and shorts, gazing at the night sky. Sister Fei Xiao, is something troubling you? You seem preoccupied. Would you care to share? Gu Feng inquired cheerfully, summoning his spirits. Fei Xiao quietly turned her head, gazing at him in silence, not uttering a word until the smile faded from Gu Feng's face. She gently leaped down from the windowsill, gesturing towards the bedside, inviting him to sit. Once he complied, Fei Xiao suddenly embraced him. Little Feng, I appreciate your concern, but my illness is becoming increasingly unmanageable. If only I had known about Songqing years ago. Now it is too late. Yet, had I learned of it earlier, I might never have met you, and in a way, that would have been quite all right. I only wish that if I were to lose control, you could end my suffering, Fei Xiao confided softly, revealing her true feelings. Sister Fei Xiao, Gu Feng began, but was interrupted as she guided him to lie down on the bed to rest. Gu Feng lay in bed for an extended period, gazing at the serene face of Fei Xiao as she slumbered. His determination solidified around a singular thought. Fei Xiao could no longer be delayed. Even if their paths were to diverge into enmity, so be it. His sole desire was for her to live healthily and joyfully. Chapter 35. The commencement of the great competition in the Star Luo Empire, within the desolate city of Star Luo. Such imposing ramparts. Yet, what purpose do they truly serve? To thwart sieges? What were the inhabitants of the Star Luo Empire thinking? In a world imbued with extraordinary powers, do such constructs truly hold any merit? A group of individuals, led by Gu Feng, stood in astonishment before the towering city walls, which were a staggering thickness of several meters and soared dozens of meters high. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Gu Feng's remarks left the others quite taken aback. Initially, they had only considered that such formidable walls could withstand even a super Douluo's assault. Yet they had never contemplated that a super Douluo might simply soar over the walls to wreak havoc upon those within. Consequently, the walls seemed rather futile. At that moment, Fei Xiao shook her head in resignation and cast a sharp glance at Gu Feng, then proceeded to explain the rationale behind the establishment of the walls by Xing Luo. For she was an expert in this domain. It was evident that while a super Douluo could indeed vault over the walls, the inhabitants would effectively become living targets. Xing Luo possessed their own formidable warriors. Thus, anyone who crossed the walls must be prepared for an ambush. To avoid being besieged, the only option left was to lay siege to the city. Gu Feng's assertion that the walls were useless stemmed from his own unique abilities. He could effortlessly ascend to heights of 10,000 meters, a realm inaccessible to the continent's strongest. To him, the walls were entirely without merit. Yet for those on this continent, they held significant value. Gu Feng's perspective diverged greatly from that of many others. They merely needed to focus on their own capabilities and not be led astray by his views. Nodding in agreement, the group regarded Gu Feng's nonchalant demeanor with a growing impulse to reprimand him. Fortunately, they were in Luo, not on the fringes of the wilderness. Had they been in the latter, Gu Feng would surely have faced a throng of adversaries. All right, let us proceed. Xiao, everyone. Let us find a place to rest as we await tomorrow's elimination rounds, came the gentle voice of Qian Xiuyu, accompanied by Gu Yichun and Poseidon. This time, the pinnacle forces of the wilderness city had gathered, primarily out of concern that the venerable members of Shrek might resort to unscrupulous tactics. With the presence of these four, both Shrek and other factions would need to weigh their capacity to withstand the wrath of 4 super Douluos. Following Gu Feng's entrance into the city, a group of 8 cloaked figures also made their way inside, exuding an air of mystery and menace. Young master, we must deliver a resounding lesson to that group from Shrek. It is time for the world to once again recognize the strength of our body sect. One of the imposing figures declared to the youth leading the group. The young man, though not exceptionally handsome, emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect. Rest assured, our body sect will secure first place this time. I have fully mastered the Golden Awakening, and I sense that there exists an even greater awakening beyond gold, of which I have merely grazed the surface, the youth responded, leading the members of the body sect towards their hotel. They had long awaited this day. Yet this competition proved to be the most unfortunate for them. The world is vast and teeming with talent. It has never been devoid of geniuses. What is scarce are those with background, capability, and innate talent. And what of those who possess these attributes? Do others not also aspire to possess them? No one dares to assert their supremacy, nor can anyone guarantee their success. It is prudent to contemplate the worst possible outcomes. Such is the nature of Gu Feng. He considers the bleakest scenarios. If one can accept the direst results, what remains unacceptable? Much like his initial encounter with Fei Xiao, having anticipated the worst, all that remains is to strive, for the outcome will ultimately be favorable. In his previous life, Gu Feng overthought everything, attempting to achieve perfection, only to discover that he was merely ordinary, unable to excel in every endeavor, and often falling short of his own expectations. In this lifetime, he has resolved to think less, focusing solely on the worst outcomes, for the results cannot deteriorate further. This newfound mindset grants him greater ease in life. Perhaps the best outcome of all. Do these crumbling walls truly stand a chance against our soul-guided artillery? The silver-haired youth mused, standing beneath the wall alongside a silver-haired maiden. The young man resembled a noble, albeit one imbued with youthful audacity. The maiden, observing her spirited elder brother, could not help but shake her head before pulling him toward a white-haired youth. Mu'er, let us depart. This brother of mine has once again succumbed to his whims. The maiden clasped the white-haired youth's hand, and the indifference on his face vanished upon seeing her. Very well, let us enjoy this competition. With me by your side. No one shall harm you, the maiden heard him say, while the latter part of his words seemed like a private resolution. Sanus. Most of the participants in this competition are the cherished disciples of various sections. Are we expected to eliminate them? An ominous elder bowed before the figure cloaked in black. A hoarse voice emanated from within the dark robe, echoing as if from the void, reaching the ears of several cloaked figures. Let us find a more suitable location. There are too many people here. Death is their destined end. No one can escape. The black robe swayed slightly, revealing a visage that did not belong to this world. That night, Shrek arrived in Luo City, weary yet determined, as if following a predestined path to confront the hands of death. Thankfully, with Lan Shui and the senior sister Zhang Lishuan from the Inner Academy present, the Inner Academy suffered minimal casualties, apart from the brash Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yueheng, who sustained minor injuries. As Shrek entered the city, numerous watchful eyes in the shadows scrutinized this reputed first academy of the continent, with all capable individuals assessing the strength of these newcomers, eager to see whether they could vanquish this enduring champion or perhaps eliminate them entirely. Xiaofeng, what captures your attention? Fei Xiao approached Gu Feng from behind the rooftop, following his gaze to the Shrek group. Is your anger still unresolved? Then I shall cheer for you from the sidelines and ensure you give them a sound thrashing. As they conversed, Fei Xiao rested her head upon Gu Feng's shoulder, her eyes gently closing, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Gu Feng detected the scent of alcohol emanating from her, and his expression darkened. Fortunately, this time she did not succumb to drunken antics. He recalled a previous occasion when, after they had shared their innermost thoughts, Fei Xiao had produced a jar of fine wine, and he had indulged in a small amount alongside her. Little did he know that after just one cup, Fei Shi would begin to exhibit the effects of inebriation. Had it not been for Gu Feng's remarkable recovery abilities, rivaling even the bountiful, he might have found himself sprawled on the ground the following day, with Fei Xiao pleading for his survival. That was the first time Gu Feng felt such trepidation. From that moment on, he vigilantly watched over Fei Xiao, preventing her from touching alcohol. He had come to the rooftop to observe whether the Shrek individuals would face the trials depicted in the original narrative, and to his fortune, Fei Xiao had consumed little this time and had not displayed any signs of drunkenness. Instead, she revealed a different kind of delicate grace. Gu Feng held Fei Xiao close. Casting one last glance towards the direction of Shrek, Gu Feng gazed down at the fox maiden nestled in his arms, his heart never having known such tranquility before. With blessings from the hunt, soaring glory, the madness of the moon, and ancestral bloodlines resurfacing, all he wished for was the safety and happiness of the enchanting being he cradled. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Gu Feng's eyes. If he ultimately fails, Fei Xiao will most likely perish, and at that moment, he would probably descend into madness. At times, love can indeed be utterly unreasonable. Gu Feng found himself ensnared in the very love he once despised. Chapter 36, The Display of Diverse Talents. The following day, the grandest arena of the Star Luo Empire buzzed with anticipation. Due to the scheduling constraints, all teams were compelled to engage in relentless matches on the first day. With no respite in between, victory would lead directly to the next team taking the stage, continuing until the top 64 were determined. Some murmured about the unfairness of it all, yet this world has always been devoid of equity, and with every participant competing fiercely. Those who falter can only concede that they lack the requisite skill. No excuses could be sought, nor would any be entertained. Meanwhile, the nobility and commoners of Star Luo City reveled in the spectacle of this grand competition. It is a lamentable world, akin to a performance by monkeys, where the aristocrats observe these so-called geniuses clash to the death, all the while basking in their own pride. Luo's yearning to witness the world you described grew ever stronger. Songyu, surveying this morbid reality and the afflicted souls within it, could not suppress her lamentation. What has become of this world? No answers could be proffered. Perhaps, when the spirit hall was vanquished millennia ago, there was no longer a place for ordinary people in this realm. The most formidable force that once protected the populace has long since dissipated. The deeds left undone by their predecessors now fell. Gu Feng and his companions exchanged glances and nodded in unison. When it was their turn, each took the stage one at a time. Out of boredom, they even began to wager on who would take the longest to finish. The one who dawdled the most would be obliged to run errands for the group for an entire day, regardless of the task, as long as it was not excessively burdensome. Ether, other shore flower. Gu Feng supported himself against the earth as dark veins spread across the arena. In an instant, a series of luminous beams obliterated an entire team. Frozen, the Snow Emperor waved his hand, and a blizzard descended upon the arena, instantly encasing a squad in ice sculptures. Heavenly Soldier's Staff Punishment. The Divine Staff in Ouyang's Sun's grasp emanated a golden radiance, sweeping across the battlefield and casting a team into the air. Blazing Eyes, Tornado. Ouyang Chi or eyes shone with crimson light, unleashing fiery tornadoes that swiftly eliminated another group of contenders. In heaven and on earth, I alone reign supreme. Song Yu swung his demon blade, cleaving the arena asunder, turning all present, including the referee, into ice sculptures. Golden Dragon Eruption. The Golden Dragon roared as Gu Qiuer unleashed a dragon's cry, causing the arena to upheave, with rippling cracks spreading as all combatants vanished from the stage. Elemental Torrent. Gu Yuna commanded all elemental forces to rampage. Although she had no desire to partake in such a trivial wager, the participation of others compelled her to engage earnestly. The outcome was a series of instant defeats, rendering the match a stalemate. Perhaps their tactics had irked some, as formidable challengers from various academies began to emerge. Golden Frenzy. A silver-haired youth entered the fray, multiple metallic spheres materializing behind him, which in an instant formed hundreds of soul-guided cannons, overwhelming the battlefield and swiftly concluding the conflict. With unparalleled speed, a beam of light eliminated all adversaries in a heartbeat. Lan Shui cast a glance at Gu Feng's position, a flicker of cold light glimmering in her profound eyes. Intriguingly, Huo Yuhao, echoing the original narrative, simulated 600,000-year soul rings, leaving a team utterly stunned, while others merely regarded it as a spectacle. Cubs, observe those fellows. Should the opportunity arise, eliminate them. They are the sworn enemies of my family. And if it weren't tantamount to declaring war on the entire continent, I would relish the chance to obliterate them. Qian Shouyue approached with Gu Yechen and Posey, her eyes ablaze with fury. Those vermin had resurfaced. Shrek truly was a disappointment. Unable to contain her anger, Qian Shiyue struck the arena, creating a massive crater that startled Gu Feng and Gu Yeqing, who hastily provided official explanations, eager to avoid financial repercussions. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black extended a hand, conjuring a pitch-black ring that swiftly expanded to engulf the entire arena, causing all contestants to vanish in an instant, as if erased by some unseen force. The dark ring subsequently dissipated, and the hooded figure departed in silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness, despite the numerous formidable warriors who had appeared that day. None had witnessed such a swift execution of an entire team until this moment. The expressions of Gu Feng and his companions grew slightly somber, as they faced yet another power not native to this continent, a force that appeared perilously capable of annihilating all. By heavens, what an array of monstrous entities have emerged! Nevertheless, Mother, should you command me to eliminate that being, I shall undoubtedly exert every effort to fulfill your wishes. Ancient Moon, I presume you would find the cultivation system wielded by that individual intriguing, would you not? Shall I allow you a moment to breathe? Alas, the systems of Ayan, Chier, and Sister Fei Xiao are ineffectual in this realm, and having finally encountered another, should I grant you the courtesy of a moment's respite? Gu Feng gazed at the dark-robed figure vanishing from the arena. While he was acutely aware that he might not possess the strength to vanquish that individual alone, he was not engaged in a solitary battle. He had allies at his side. Guiana cast a disapproving glance at Gu Feng, recognizing his intentions to make her the scapegoat. However, this task was assigned by Aunt Qiuyu, and she understood that this lazy individual was attempting to shirk his responsibilities. Although the opponent's cultivation system was not of this continent, Guiana, through her previous research, discerned that this endeavor would likely yield no fruitful results. Gu Feng, that fellow, simply wishes to avoid combat, casting such arduous tasks upon others. Very well, when the time comes, we shall vanquish those cloaked figures together. And you, rest assured, we will deal with them. Ouyang interrupted the impending quarrel between Gu Feng and Gu Yuna, shaking his head in exasperation, and then joined Qian Qiuyu and Poseidon in conversation. At that moment, several fierce competitors were eliminated. A strikingly handsome young man delivered a powerful punch upon the arena, causing all but himself to be instantly swept away by the shockwave. He then dusted himself off and descended from the stage, a commanding proclamation resonating through the stands. I, from the main body sect, Long Outyin, hereby reserve this championship title. A dashing swordsman, with a mere flick of his blade, effortlessly annihilated an entire team. As he gazed in the direction of Long Outyin's departure, he coldly declared, "You are formidable. I yearn for a duel. I am Ji Juechen of the Mingda Hall." The swordsman's intent soared skyward, stirring the interest of many powerful individuals. Ah, that young man is cultivating sword intent. Intriguing. I desire to challenge him. But you shall not contest with me, lest I show no mercy. Song Yu, observing the soaring battle spirit, felt her own desire for combat ignite. Thus, the first day's elimination round concluded amidst the display of their varied talents. Chapter 37. The early auction. It appears that this grand competition harbors a multitude of deeply concealed contenders. When the time comes, those who falter will find themselves in an awkward predicament. As Gu Feng and his companions frolicked together that evening, Gu Feng suddenly spoke up, eliciting a collective eye roll from the women around him. Ouyang's son and Gu Yeqin exchanged glances, at a loss for words. This fellow seemed perpetually unserious, and one could only wonder when he might display a modicum of decorum. Fei Xiao, smiling, approached Gu Feng and said, "Xiao Feng, come, accompany me for a stroll. I scarcely ever venture out." Seizing Gu Feng's hand, she declared they would set off immediately, embodying the decisive nature of a general. Meanwhile, Ouyang's son accompanied Gu Yuna on their shopping expedition, while Ouyang Chier and Gu Choa retreated to their room, engrossed in some mysterious research. The two were quite secretive. Shuedi and Song Yu ventured to the auction house, hoping to uncover something of value, while Poseidon and the Sea Witch went out to find a room together. Their romantic escapade had prompted Ouyang Chier and Shuedi to consider seeking advice from the witch. The dynamics of their group had shifted. The balance of power had tipped towards the women, with only Gu Feng and Ouyang's son standing among them, and the women were formidable opponents. In fact, the two men might struggle to best any of them, even one-on-one, and the outcome of a desperate fight remained uncertain, as victory and annihilation are distinctly different. That night, as everyone returned to the Xinglua Grand Hotel to rest, Song Yu and Shuedi burst in, urging the others to hasten to the auction house. "What is going on? Have you discovered something remarkable? Gu Feng inquired, having seldom witnessed them in such a flustered state. This was a first. At the auction house, Xingluo had leaked news of a headline item. Song Yu turned to the group and, with deliberate emphasis, revealed the astonishing announcement. Hell. Fragments. What on earth? Hell fragments? How did Xingluo acquire them? Are they auctioning off mere information, or could it be the actual fragments of the Hell realm? And how did you learn of this? Moreover, how did Xingluo come by such knowledge and so brazenly disclose it? Gu Feng was taken aback, his astonishment leading to an outburst of expletives. During the establishment of the Killing and VV Academy, they had shared secrets. Thus, they were all aware of the underlying reason that the detestable deities could not meddle in the continent. Former demon Lord Liuxing had sealed this realm. Liuxing was immensely powerful, capable of contending with the star gods, yet he had not ascended, lacking the life form to rival those divine beings, especially in the context of the Star God War, where the battlefield was set in hell itself. Let us move. We can discuss this on the way. Many have already gone. The information is simply too shocking. Song Yu urged, leading the way as they began to unravel the situation. Xingluo had explored the ruins of Sangqing for years without any significant findings, until Su Jiawei returned to their old site and unexpectedly discovered a fragment of space. The fragment of space serves as a direct conduit to another realm, a notion that you all may have surmised. This fragment leads to a remnant of hell, a mere vestige. Su Jiawei and his companions had dispatched individuals to explore this hellish remnant, yet within it, the use of soul power was rendered impossible, and even the replenishment of elemental forces proved exceedingly arduous. This place is a sanctuary for body cultivators, while the fragment itself manifests as an endless sea of blood. Su Jiawei hesitated to send anyone into its depths. However, the periphery of this blood sea was littered with numerous remnants of bodies. These remnants were formidable, powerful enough that even the most inept Douluos could neither obliterate nor extract anything from them, and were, in fact, vanquished by the vengeful spirits of these remnants, resulting in the demise of a titled Douluo. Su Jiawei and his companions were unwilling to retain this fragment. They intended to auction it off in exchange for items of utility. Upon arriving at the auction house, they entered a private room, where Song Yu had nearly elucidated the situation. Thus, it can be concluded that this was merely a stroke of luck. Gu Feng lowered his head in contemplation, pondering the nature of the remnants spoken of by Xingluo. The precursor to hell was the demon realm, which later saw Lu Xing ascend to become the demon lord, transforming the demon realm into hell. Thus, those remnants must be the abyssal beasts. In an instant, Gu Feng contemplated a certain possibility. He abruptly raised his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The abyssal beast, he must acquire that fragment to journey to the infernal remnants, whether for his own sake or for Fei Xiao. He required power, and the abyssal beast could bestow that upon him. As the event unfolded, various formidable factions began to arrive, and before Starfall auctioned the spatial fragment, numerous other items were put up for bid. Those items held no value for their group, however. When the ice-blue scorpion's soul bone from the original tale made its appearance, the Snow Empress's countenance darkened. It was her kin, and the sight of their remains at the auction was undoubtedly disheartening for her. Guyu, do me a favor. Instruct Dition to seize that fragment directly. It is of great importance to me, and I shall owe your soul beast clan a favor. Gu Feng suddenly called out to Guyuna, his cold words echoing in the air. Everyone turned to look at Gu Feng, noting the gravity of his demeanor. It was evident that this matter weighed heavily upon him. Very well, but such a favor is not easily repaid, Guyuna remarked after contacting Dition. As the auction reached its final stages, four seals emerged, cloaking the venue in an ominous aura, until the auctioneer unveiled the pièce d'assistance. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the room, plunging the auction house into an impenetrable blackness. From this profound void, chilling breaths were heard, and two enormous golden slit-like eyes appeared above the auction house, tearing through the very fabric of the air. A roar echoed throughout Xingluo City, heralding the descent of a colossal dragon claw that struck down upon the auctioneer, leaving nothing but remnants in its wake. As swiftly as it had come, the darkness receded, and Dition vanished from Xingluo City, leaving only the wreckage of the auction house as testament to his presence. Guyuna summoned everyone back to the hotel, and upon arrival, they found Dition awaiting them in a room. The news had been suppressed, as there was no choice. During this tumultuous period, Dition's sudden intervention had left everyone astounded. After all, he was the foremost figure in the continent. In plain sight. Remember, you owe me a favor, and it is not one to be easily settled. Guyuna casually tossed a shard to Gu Feng. her words laced with significance. Nana, consider me indebted to you as well. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. Provided the opponent is not a star god, I shall assist you. Fei Xiao pledged to Gu Yuna. Witnessing this, Gu Yuna's smile radiated joy. For a small act had garnered her 2 significant favors in return. Gu Feng possesses immense potential, and the favor he has garnered will prove invaluable in the future. Fei Xiao's strength is formidable, and her influence is equally pronounced, rendering her far superior to the mediocre beings of the divine realm. Although Fei Xiao is currently unable to take action for various reasons, the favor she has secured is nonetheless significant. With this favor, the Soul Beast clan has established a solid path for retreat, which is quite advantageous. Subsequently, Gu Feng returned to his room with a serious demeanor, and after some contemplation, Fei Xiao followed suit. They gradually returned to their quarters to prepare for rest, awaiting the forthcoming competition. Chapter 38. The elimination round progresses to the top 64, the Grand Soul Fighting Arena of the Star Luo Imperial City. On the following day, the number of participants in the competition exceeded that of previous years, as rogue cultivators are now allowed to participate. Star Luo has introduced a new method for advancement. Although it has yet to be implemented, Gu Feng gazed at the revelers and the proud soul masters entering the venue, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was truly disheartening. He felt like a mere spectator in a circus. Were it not for the unusual circumstances, he would have preferred to avoid such an atmosphere altogether. The crowd, upon hearing his remark, cast curious glances in his direction, their expressions a mix of confusion. Ouyang's son, with a resigned sigh, patted Gu Feng on the shoulder and then chose to disregard him. What is wrong with you, monkey? Am I still not a monkey? Are you looking down on monkeys? Sun leaped about on Gu Feng's head, venting his dissatisfaction. A gentle voice, reminiscent of an elegant dominatrix, emerged as a hand grasped Sun by the nape. All right. Cease your antics, little monkey. Gu Feng isn't particularly fond of this environment. In truth, I share his sentiment. It feels rather peculiar. If it were a standard competition, I wouldn't mind, but this atmosphere strikes me as odd. Fei Xiao tossed Sun into Gu Yuna's embrace, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered the source of this strange sensation. Lonely also sensed an oddity. It seemed that those present were not genuinely there to witness the competition, but rather to enjoy a spectacle, as if there were no ordinary folk among them. Songyu, too, felt the dissonance. In a continental competition, one would expect to see at least a few commoners, so what was the purpose of such an event? It mattered little. There was certainly something amiss. Ordinarily, could common people truly grasp the nuances of the competition? What purpose did their presence serve? Yet, they were not just any ordinary nobles. Why do you think this is? Surely, it cannot be that they are simply bored with too much wealth. Gu Feng's expression hardened slightly. This gathering was far from simple. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, everyone seemed to grasp the implications. Their faces darkened in response. At that moment, Qian Xiaoyu approached, observing the somber expressions of the group, and could not help but shake her head. She then seized Gu Feng's face and began to playfully torment it. Oh dear. This is hardly the time for your concerns. Didn't you all express a desire to create a new world? Then, by all means, strive for it. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. These individuals are, to some extent, representatives. If you succeed and claim first place, wouldn't that benefit your aspirations? Focus on the competition. By the way, who will participate in the elimination rounds? After a brief moment of playfully pinching Gu Feng's cheeks, Qian Xiaoyu turned her gaze to the others, who all appeared indifferent. The prospect of the elimination rounds genuinely did not entice them. Songyu and Shuedi seemingly ignored the conversation, engrossed in their own discussion. Ouyang's son pulled Gu Yuna aside to deliberate on the reform direction of the Soul Beast clan. While Gu Qiao observed Ouyang Qi as she fiddled with her oddities, occasionally lending a hand. Noticing this, Qian Xiaoyu swiftly apprehended her wayward little cub, her face breaking into a smile that was both mischievous and disarming. Gu Fenghan's hair stood on end, and he quickly patted his own chest, signaling that if he did not take on this burden, who else would? Qianqiu cheerfully tidied up the disheveled corners of Gu Fenghan's attire. Afterward, she exited their chat room, cheerfully exclaiming a motivating "keep it up." Gu Feng cast a mournful glance at the group of unreliable companions, who responded with sheepish smiles, as none of them wished to partake in such a tedious event, leaving Gu Feng to bear the brunt of misfortune. All right, enough sulking. This elimination round is rather unique. You have the option to engage in 10 consecutive matches, and winning will grant you direct advancement, she encouraged gently. Just endure it for a while, and return quickly so we can take a stroll together. Fei Xiao embraced Gu Feng lightly, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. causing a faint blush to rise in his ears. He nodded in response, and then turned to make his way towards the arena. Below, BV Academy was set to face off against GG Academy. Gu Feng gazed at the 7 individuals clad in the uniform of the academy across from him, discerning their aura. Among them were 2 soul kings, 4 soul sects, and 1 soul master. Although they were low-tier soul kings, they were still quite formidable. What does this imply? Is it that your VV Academy deems it sufficient to send merely 1 representative, looking down upon us? Gu Feng, disinclined to engage with such fools, mused that on the battlefield, one would simply eliminate such nuisances without hesitation. He glanced towards the referee, signaling for the commencement of the match. Is the VV Academy truly intending to field only a single participant? Are you certain of this? If so, we may proceed. The referee sought confirmation from the VV Academy regarding their intent to field just 1 individual, and upon receiving a response, indicated that the match could begin. Spectators outside the arena, observing the lone challenger against 7 adversaries, could not help but focus on their impending confrontation. Opinions varied. Some regarded it as a farce, while others were expressions of concern. "Hey, you scoundrel, what do you mean by this?" Before the speaker could finish, the Soul King was sent hurtling out of the battle arena, leaving an impression upon the wall. Gu Feng, now occupying the place of the Soul King, casually flicked at his ear. The remaining 6 were momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, they prepared to unleash their martial souls. Yet, before they could even manifest their powers, Gu Feng's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, all 6 were eliminated, leaving the arena in stunned silence, which was soon shattered by an eruption of enthusiastic cheers. "Referee, we request a 10-match series. Please expedite the selection process. I am pressed for time." Gu Feng settled himself in the arena, and after the referee conveyed his request to the organizer, the arrangements for the next match commenced. The second match concluded in a swift defeat. The third match followed suit, ending in another instant victory. The fourth match, too, was resolved with remarkable speed. Now, only the final match remained. Once completed, he could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Gu Feng stretched languidly, awaiting his final opponent. In the 10th match, BV Academy faced off against Tianjin Academy. Please welcome Tianjin Academy to the stage. The top 16 from the previous tournament? I wonder if we can compel some secrets from that individual. Zia Hawkins' gaze was fixed on the dark-haired youth on the arena. It was difficult not to notice him. A group of cloaked figures focused intently on the boy, a stifling aura swirling around them, as they stood in isolation after all. He wished to associate with those shrouded in darkness. Intriguing. I had not anticipated the presence of formidable opponents beyond Shrek. It seems we shall indeed face challengers this time. A man from the body sect displayed a flicker of interest. He was powerful, and the prospect of battling him excited him, for many adversaries were notably strong. The handsome youth, observing Gu Feng on the stage, opened his eyes briefly and remarked to the nearby violet-haired beauty before closing them once more. The lady, gazing at the sword-obsessed young man, pondered what it was about him that caught her attention. Could it be his visage? She scrutinized Ji Juechen's face and felt a flush creep to her own cheeks. Lan Shui watched Gu Feng on the stage, then glanced at Fei Xiao, who seemed lost in thought. Huo Yuhao regarded Gu Feng, contemplating the disparity between his second martial soul and his own strength. He yearned to ascertain how far he lagged behind Gu Feng. After all, he had risen to become the leading figure of the Outer Academy after Gu Feng and his companions departed from Shrek. He could even hold his own against Lan Shui for a time. However, had Lan Shui been privy to Huo Yuhao's thoughts, it would have been an entirely different matter. After all, if he were to be swiftly defeated after holding back, then Huo Yuhao would certainly be unworthy of being the child of fortune. "Are you still planning to go it alone?" "We are not those inferior academies," declared Yu Wuqing, captain of Tianjin Academy, as he and his teammates approached. Gu Feng regarded this individual capable of contending with Shrek's inner circle, recalling the inexplicable manner of his defeat in the original narrative. He cast a glance toward Huo Yuhao and the others, contemplated briefly, then looked toward the heavens, as if coming to a realization. He shook his head and turned his attention to the referee. "You shall soon discover the cost of underestimating us." Yu Wuqing's frustration surged as he watched Gu Feng disregard him, golden leaves swirling around him. His teammates activated their martial souls, angels, bows, wolves, and bells, ethereal, sun, and moon. Suddenly, a black sun and a white moon manifested upon the arena. The black sun rose behind Gu Feng, while the white moon ascended from Tianjin's side. The sun and moon formed a unique domain, and as Gu Feng reached out, the sun of black energy and the moon of white energy plummeted simultaneously, crashing toward Yu Wuqing and his team. Since Gu Feng acquired the blood of the underworld, he seems to have become even more merciless. He has always refrained from utilizing the powers bestowed by this blood, for he currently lacks the ability to control it. The remains of the abyssal behemoths within the shards of hell are also beyond his capacity to address at this moment. However, his comprehension and mastery over the etheric elements have become notably more proficient. Yu Wuqing and the others could not suppress their grimaces as they gazed at the descending miniature sun and moon, each resorting to their most formidable techniques, the dance of golden leaves, the angelic deification slash, and a volley of 5 arrows. A colossal cloud of dust enveloped the arena of combat. As the dust settled, a group from the Heavenly Academy lay sprawled upon the ground, ensnared in unconsciousness, leaving Gu Feng as the sole figure standing amidst the devastation. Gu Feng turned towards the stands, amidst a deafening roar of cheers from the crowd. Chapter 39. Advancing to the Top 64, Part 2. The referee, watching the young man step off the stage, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he could not contend with this boy. Subsequently, the staff came to repair the arena, and the next elimination round commenced. Let me take the stage for the upcoming matches. We can discuss it afterward. This elimination round is far too time-consuming, and we at Shrek cannot afford to be outdone by that fellow. Lan Xue's cold voice resonated, causing everyone to pause in surprise. Wang Yin considered advising Lan Xue to conserve her strength, but, recalling the previous battles between Gu Feng and Lan Xue at Shrek, he lowered his hand. He glanced at his companions from Shrek, who all nodded in agreement. While the outcome of the match held great significance, they could not allow themselves to be disparaged by those who lacked understanding if they failed to achieve a 10-match streak. Thank you all. If I do not encounter those teams in the top 64, I shall refrain from participating. Elder Xian should be arriving from Shrek shortly, she continued. Xiao Shui, please be cautious and do not overexert yourself. Your injuries have not yet fully healed. Perhaps you should let Huo Yuhao accompany you. Zhang Lishuan's gentle voice interjected. However, Lan Xue merely shook her head and offered an explanation. Yes, Sister Lishuan, I appreciate your concern. However, my injuries have healed. Light can also facilitate recovery, and your injuries are far more severe than mine. Who would have thought that the evil spirit master possessed a corpse of soul sage level? Had it not been for you, Sister Lishuan, withstanding the initial wave of attacks, I would not have been able to bring them out completely. I have already sent word to Shrek about that incident. Elder Xian should be arriving soon. Zhang Lishuan observed the resolute Lan Xue and chose not to press further, simply advising her to exercise caution, for no one knew whether there were any ruthless individuals among the scattered cultivators or other academies. Is Shrek planning to send only one participant? Yes, it would be better to conclude this early. Thank you for your assistance, referee. Lan Xue gently made her request to the referee, who cast a deep glance at Shrek and the position of VV Academy. Lan Xue glanced at Gu Feng and the others, and her hair began to shimmer with golden hues from the tips. 9 consecutive victories. In the 10th match, Shrek faced off against Qianji Academy. Lan Xue gazed at the previous year's top 32 opponents, initially intending to defeat them swiftly, but suddenly recalled Gu Feng's maneuvers, causing her to hesitate for a moment. An instant later, a golden hexagram array emerged behind her, and a colossal beam of light surged forth, instantly propelling the 7 members of Qianji Academy out of the arena, leaving them all unconscious. Interesting. They all seem to play this way. I shan't waste any more time, a referee. Please make the necessary arrangements. As the silver-haired youth leaped onto the arena the moment Lan Xue descended, the referee turned to Su Jiawei at the VIP stand, who nodded in approval. Thus, the match involving Xiao Hongchen was arranged. It seemed this competition was brimming with prodigious talents. However, I considered myself among the most gifted. Aside from Muir, whom I regarded as my only rival. Are you truly my opponents? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Upon taking the stage, Xiao Hongchen, reminiscent of an eccentric youth, unleashed a torrent of nonsensical boasts. Subsequently, a golden glow emanated from his form, and a third leg materialized behind him. Although his appearance was peculiar, it radiated a divine aura. With a flick of his hand, hundreds of golden metallic forms appeared behind him, transforming at astonishing speed into cannon barrels before the 7 challengers could even reach him. A barrage of densely packed shells erupted, prompting the referee to swiftly intervene and rescue the 7 contenders. Xiao Hongchen surveyed his adversaries, gesturing with his fingers in the shape of a pistol and lifting his hand upward, casting a mocking glance at the spectators below. Next, the relentless barrage continued, and Xiao Hongchen achieved an unprecedented 10 victories, winning solely through the continuous firing of hundreds of soul-guided cannons. Many formidable warriors, witnessing his exuberance, were left pondering in silence. A black circular ring materialized in the soul-fighting arena, and a shadowy figure clad in a dark robe emerged atop the stage. A hollow voice resonated from this figure, echoing throughout the space. I challenge 10 battles. Death shall be your fate. As the chilling words reverberated, an oppressive aura enveloped the arena, causing even the referee to instinctively retreat. A team of scattered cultivators ascended the stage, desperate souls with no avenue for escape. Despite witnessing the ominous black-robed figure and the bizarre black ring, they felt compelled to test their mettle. The black ring erupted, expanding instantaneously, engulfing the entire arena in an instant. In the next moment, the ring reappeared around the shadowy figure. The ring rotated slowly behind the figure, and those on the stage vanished without a trace. The referee's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed, as if he had encountered something utterly horrifying. All present were struck with astonishment, rising to their feet as a disheveled elder materialized above Shrek. A colossal hand suddenly lunged toward the shadowy figure, while a resounding voice echoed throughout the soul-fighting arena. How dare a sinister soul master participate in the continental tournament? Prepare to meet your demise. The figure cloaked in black gazed upon the ethereal giant hand coalescing in the sky, as a long-handled colossal sword manifested in his grasp. The sword's design was remarkably peculiar, adorned with numerous barbs along its blade, and at the end of its hilt, an irregularly shaped crystal glimmered. As the sword was thrust into the ground, a gray pillar of light surged skyward, instantly dissipating the giant hand into dust. A new black ring appeared atop the long-handled sword, spinning incessantly. In an instant, titled Douluos materialized in the arena to thwart the intentions of Xuanzi, who was poised to strike again. What, do you wish to obstruct me as well? All evil soul masters must be eradicated. Do you, Star Luo, intend to shield these nefarious beings? Xian Lao, this is a competition. It cannot be interrupted. Please reconsider. For once the match concludes, Star Luo will not hinder you, but during the contest, that is out of the question. Su Jiawei, unlike his portrayal in the original narrative, stepped forward, embodying the majesty of an emperor. Suddenly, the sky transformed into a starry expanse, a regal crown manifested above his head, and starlight focused upon Xuanzi. Before Xuanzi could unleash his wrath, Zhang Lishuan swiftly restrained him and offered an apology on behalf of Su Jiawei, whose aura had reached its zenith. They could not provoke a being of such caliber, especially on his own territory. The competition shall continue, declared Su Jiawei, returning to the stands, with Xuanzi and the others also retreating to the audience. The cloaked figure resumed the contest, yet due to the recent slaughter, no one dared to enter the arena, ultimately forcing the referee to declare the black-robed individual the victor by default. How intriguing. Now, I shall make my attempt. Long Aotian alighted upon the stage, raising a cloud of dust, his commanding voice resonating throughout the arena. Long Aotian's combat style was not as swift as Gu Feng's or Lan Chue's, nor did it possess the overwhelming firepower of Xiao Hanchen, nor was it as enigmatic as that of the black-robed figure. However, each blow he delivered was forceful, as he relentlessly pinned his opponents to the stage. Following this, Star Luo Academy and several other institutions achieved consecutive victories, revealing to all the formidable contenders in this Soul Duel tournament and highlighting those who were favorites for championship glory. Meanwhile, on the streets, while meandering, Fei Xiao suddenly gazed up at the starry sky above the arena, a grave expression flickering in his azure eyes, the aura of a divine object. Gu Feng gazed at Fei Xiao, who had suddenly come to a halt, and followed her line of sight to behold the starry sky, accompanied by her soft whispers. He gently tugged at Fei Xiao and shook his head. Do not worry, my dear sister Fei Xiao. I shall resolve these matters. Your current focus should be on the Changqing ruins, and then establish contact with the Xianzhou alliance to return to Yaqing. Upon hearing his words, Fei Xiao looked at the boy with eyes full of affection, wanting to say something, but ultimately, she merely embraced him gently. Chapter 40. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, Part 1. A specter from the underworld appears. At the moment the contestants stepped into the arena of souls, a wave of cheers erupted. Every individual in the audience was animated and exhilarated, as if they were the ones competing. Oh, perhaps this is what a concert in a previous life felt like. Gu Feng recalled the concerts he had witnessed in his previous life, where the fervor of the crowd mirrored this very moment. However, he harbored a disdain for such occasions. In his past existence, he had been a reclusive individual, content in solitude. Below, the confrontation between VV Academy and the Heavenly Dragon sect commenced. Yang, you should draw lots for the competition format. I cannot be bothered. And my luck has never been particularly favorable, Gu Feng remarked, shrugging his shoulders and relinquishing the task to Ouyang Sunday. Before long, Ouyang Sun returned, casting a glance at Gu Feng as the referee's voice echoed. The competition formats are divided into solo matches and team battles. Now, I invite the first representatives for the solo competition to take the stage. What are you all staring at me for? Why am I the one to go? If it's not you, then why don't you step up? I would much prefer to take it easy, Gu Feng grumbled, glaring at the group of onlookers. The others exchanged knowing glances, preparing to impart a lesson to this loquacious individual. Wait. You all are formidable. I apologize, my esteemed seniors. I shall go. Gu Feng hastily ascended the platform, realizing that he could not contend against them alone, especially with Fei Xiao observing. He certainly did not wish to suffer an embarrassing defeat. As both sides took their positions, the audience erupted into an even greater cheer upon seeing Gu Feng. The representative from the Heavenly Dragon sect was a young girl, a rarity indeed, as the sect, known for its blue electric Tyrannosaurus lineage, typically featured male competitors. Gu Feng sensed an unusual aura emanating from the young girl, an essence that seemed to defy the norms of Douluo. His eyes narrowed, and he became serious. As the girl ascended the stage and the referee exited, a black pattern resembling a flower materialized beneath her feet. Ethereal, the other shore flower. The girl was immediately engulfed by a towering column of black clouds, and before it dissipated, a dark sun and a white moon rose. The pressure was palpable. Even those outside the arena could feel a peculiar gravitational pull, albeit faint, with most of the burden resting upon the girl within the black clouds. This woman was extraordinary. Gu Feng anticipated a challenging encounter. Had he known such an opponent awaited him, he would have engaged sooner. Song Yu, observing Gu Feng's readiness, felt a surge of excitement. Yet she also harbored frustration for having missed the chance to face such a formidable adversary due to her disdain for trivial competitions. If Gu Feng were privy to Song Yu's sentiments, he would undoubtedly express his annoyance and confront her directly. All right. When the time comes, you all can join in. As it seems we are not the only ones concealing our true prowess. Those of us who reveal our strength upon arrival are indeed in the minority. Fei Xia reassured Song Yu, smiling at the fighting spirit reflected in everyone's eyes, before turning her gaze to Gu Feng, who was fully committed on the arena. A smile gracing her lips. At the moment Gu Feng launched his attack, many spectators began to watch intently. Any opponent who could provoke Gu Feng into seriousness was at least on par with them, if not slightly inferior. Lan Shui, the Hongchen siblings, Long Out Yin, Miao the Fifth, Ji Juechen, the figure in the black cloak, and several others hidden in the shadows began strategizing their responses to such an assault and the potential for counterattacks. Ethereal, Nano Vanguard. The black and white currents merged. And in an instant, four figures emerged, the white baiter wielding dual swords soaring through the sky, accompanied by the purple Hela with 4 high-tech flying devices at her back. With a wave of her hand, a myriad of crimson spikes resembling Jade Mungan appeared, alongside a figure akin to Baiter, but wielding blades in both hands, Gyuride. The column of black clouds was severed, and the girl underwent a significant transformation. No longer merely a girl, she now embodied a mature woman. Her waist adorned with a peculiar 2-meter-long katana, the hilt embellished with what appeared to be monstrous eyes. With long purple hair cascading down and a bizarre ornament atop her head, she wore unconventional shorts accentuating her slender waist. The split hem of her dress swayed with the wind, and the wide sleeves draped gracefully at her feet. What in the world? Upon catching sight of the figure across from him, Gu Feng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although he was aware that he would inevitably encounter individuals from his past life within the railway, to confront the formidable and ostensibly non-existent emissary, Huang Quan, was unexpected. The moment the violet-haired woman appeared, she seemed momentarily dazed, as if struggling to comprehend her presence in this place. Gu Feng found himself hesitant to act, feeling an unusual sense of trepidation. However, in the next instant, Huang Quan raised her hand, observing the ethereal energy surging around Gu Feng. She gently closed her eyes, attuned to an odd pulsation of blood resonating within her. With a single hand grasping her blade, she cautiously drew it slightly before sheathing it once more, murmuring softly to herself. So it was. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with 4 sharp soldiers poised before Gu Feng, ready to strike at a moment's notice. As the essence of the black sun and white moon intensified, a chilling voice echoed in Gu Feng's ear. Make your move, if your strength is sufficient. I shall reveal to you the means to resolve the issues surrounding her. Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his body gradually inclining downwards. In his previous life, He remained oblivious to the ultimate resolution of Fei Xiao's ailment, and he was uncertain whether Fei Xiao ever recovered. He had consistently placed his hopes upon the apothecary. Yet the apothecary may not necessarily respond to his pleas. Moreover, Huang Guan, the most enigmatic emissary within the Shattered Iron universe, might indeed possess a solution. Gu Feng gazed towards Fei Xiao's position, his aura settling into tranquility. He recalled the image of Fei Xiao quietly sitting by the window at night. It seemed she too did not wish to be ensnared by the madness of the moon. She was, after all, the general of the immortal vessel. Yet now she found herself unable to wield her own power, fearing the potential for chaos. The once carefree and unregretful general now appeared burdened with the weight of greater considerations. The images in Gu Feng's mind ultimately lingered on the future that Fei Xiao had once spoken of, where Yao Qing awaited his proposal. A low, melancholic chuckle gradually morphed into madness as Gu Feng swept his hand through his hair, the frenzied sounds echoing around him. Then let us battle. At the moment when Huang Quan emerged, Fei Xiao, filled with concern, rose to her feet. The essence of a void destiny permeated the air, and she feared for Gu Feng's safety. As Fei Xiao contemplated bringing the laughing Gu Feng back, they were interrupted by Ouyang's son, who urged her to let him fight with all his might, for he had suppressed his desires for far too long. Back at Shrek, he had not been like this. Gu Feng, at that moment, had no such considerations. You were the catalyst for his transformation. We must believe in him. Even if Gu Feng were to falter, we still stand with him. The spirit of battle surged within Ouyang's son, with Song Yu, Snow Emperor, Ouyang Cheer, and Gu Yuna standing resolutely behind him. All eyes fixed on Fei Xiao, awaiting her decision. Fei Xiao gazed at Gu Feng's figure, sighed with resignation, and gently leaned on the railing. Her azure eyes seemingly lost in thought. Very well, let us place our faith in little Feng. Chapter 41. The Advancement Match of the Top 32, Part 2, Pseudo-Apocalyptic Canon. For sharp soldiers surged towards Huang Quan, each of equal strength to a soul saint in this realm. Huang Quan wielded his long blade, deftly blocking Gu Ruida's assault, then turned to kick the oncoming baiter away, gracefully leaping to evade the nano-spikes released by Yamoji. Hela commanded the floating cannon to relentlessly unleash nano-missiles upon Huang Quan, while Baiter's shoulder armor opened, releasing an uncountable barrage of nano-missiles. Yamoji conjured spikes extending several meters to pierce Huang Quan, while Gu Ruida's long blade glimmered with a dark flame, slashing toward Huang Quan. In an instant, the 2-meter-long blade sliced through the air, and the simultaneous attacks of the 4 nano-soldiers, alongside all the soldiers, dissipated upon the arena. Onlookers outside the arena gasped in astonishment, realizing they too could counter Gu Feng's nano-soldiers. Yet not with the same ease as the purple-haired sorceress on the field. Her strength was truly formidable, and many felt a slight relief. After all, the clash of such powerful adversaries would yield benefits regardless of who emerged victorious. Huang Quan spun in place, his blade carving an arc, and a shockwave surged forth, uprooting the ground as it barreled toward Gu Feng. The earth, propelled by the wave, flew toward him. 3 paths of withering, ethereal, sun, and moon. In an instant, the black sun and white moon vanished from the arena, only to reappear upon Gu Feng's shoulders, their diminished presence emanating an even more terrifying aura. Gu Feng, with his shoulders squared against the relentless tide of the sun and moon, reached the zenith of his formidable aura. A jet-black greatsword materialized, shattering the waves of energy from below. Ether, judgment. In the instant the airwaves parted, Gu Feng's figure materialized above Huang Quan, the crimson aura flickering upon the heavy sword. With a fierce strike, he brought it crashing down upon Huang Quan's head. A colossal pit emerged on the arena, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. However, the scene that unfolded as the dust settled took most spectators by surprise. Huang Quan leaned casually against his katana, leisurely savoring a peach in hand, while Gu Feng found himself half kneeling within the vast pit, supporting himself on the hilt of his sword. As he withdrew the heavy sword from the earth, it shattered into countless fragments, which transformed into dust before they could touch the ground. And the sun and moon upon his shoulder dimmed, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. Gu Feng gradually rose to his feet. Yet the regenerative power of the hellish blood was hindered by a peculiar energy, rendering its healing capabilities significantly diminished compared to before. Gu Feng gazed at Huang Quan leaning against the blade, his understanding of her thoughts rather limited. However, her restraint in taking action was a relief. Gu Feng gradually closed his eyes, and the ethereal energy circulating on the arena dissipated. Huang Quan glanced at Gu Feng, then tucked away the unfinished peach into her sleeve. She grasped her long knife, fully prepared to counter any subsequent attacks, for she needed to ascertain his general strength before deciding whether to disclose certain truths to him. A mere fragment of his future had revealed itself to her, a moment where he stood against the divine. Yet, that fragment appeared to be but a fleeting illusion. Too indistinct and ethereal to grasp fully. His pitch-black pupils emanated a crimson glow, while his expression was one of icy detachment. In an instant, a colossal black coffin enveloped Huang Quan, its dark chains binding it at all corners, suspending it in the air, the force of confinement unsettling many onlookers. Ethereal, black coffin. This object could at best grant him a fleeting moment of respite, and that was only because Huang Quan had yet to engage seriously. Gu Feng adjusted his state, the blood of the abyss finally mending his prior wounds. The sky became a tapestry of tightly shut eyes, which suddenly opened, revealing countless gazes fixated upon the black coffin. In that very moment, many resorted to various means to shield themselves from the prying eyes, sensing the intrusive ability that those celestial gazes possessed. The overwhelming multitude of eyes in the heavens instilled a profound sense of foreboding among the crowd, as if some ominous event were imminent. The sun and moon reappeared upon his shoulder, the heavy black sword reforming anew, just as Gu Feng completed his preparations to seal Huang Quan. A flash of blade cleaved through the black coffin, shattering it into fragments that swiftly vanished. Gu Feng sidestepped to evade the glint of the blade, which vanished after extending several hundred meters forward, leaving behind a colossal ravine that stretched up to the spectator stance. Huang Quan remained unfazed, casually enjoying the unfinished yuntao in her hand, seemingly indifferent to the peculiar eyes hovering above her head, instead eager to witness what surprises he might yet unveil. Ethereal, Emperor's cataclysmic light. Countless beams of energy cascaded down, erupting into a cacophony of explosions that shattered the arena, a place even the Douluo could not devastate. A shadowy figure surged towards the violet-haired maiden, the heavy sword scraping against the ground, igniting black flames as it swung menacingly towards Huang Quan. A thunderous boom echoed as the shadowy figure was sent flying, the black sword in its grasp disintegrating into dust. In the next moment, dark energy was repeatedly repelled and charged towards Huang Quan. The entire space was engulfed in black shadows, while most spectators outside could only observe the violet-haired enchantress standing resolutely, surrounded by the relentless collisions of dark figures. With a sword sheathed in its scabbard, the violet-haired maiden deftly swung her blade, continuously repelling the shadowy forms. Though the incessant onslaught began to irk her, where the dark shadows passed, inky flames ignited, gradually forming an enigmatic pattern, yet it seemed no one took notice. Once more, the black shadows lunged at Huang Quan. This time, a faint spark of lightning enveloped her, and in the next heartbeat, a terrifying thunderclap swept across the land, leaving multiple deep craters in its wake. The black flames extinguished in the aftermath of the lightning, revealing the pattern etched upon the ground. Just as the onlookers pondered its significance, suddenly a vast vortex manifested in the sky, enveloping the entire arena, prompting all to rise in unison. Every titled rank felt a suffocating aura emanating from the vortex, causing those beneath the rank to collapse to the ground. A surge of energy erupted, with Ouyang Sun, Lan Shui, Miao Ervi, Long Ao Tian, and the enigmatic figure in black revealing themselves all at once. The figures that had unleashed their energy exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to the arena, realizing that the celestial phenomenon was likely connected to the individual within the ring. A terrifying roar erupted instantaneously. As the sound reverberated, Su Jiawei, Xuanzi, Qian Xiuyue, and others simultaneously intercepted its transmission. Were it not for their intervention, the competition would have surely descended into chaos. The sky, resembling a mirror, began to crack, and strange colossal beasts crawled forth, engaging in a fierce struggle, creating a grotesque bulge that formed a monstrous cannon. The breath emanating from the cannon posed a palpable threat even to Xuanzi, the weakest among the formidable. The cannon was aimed at Huang Quan on the arena, consuming boundless energy, and in an instant, it drained the entire energy within the confines of the battle arena. The devouring force spread throughout the city of Xinghua. As Su Jiawei summoned the imperial crown, attempting to isolate this insatiable power, though with limited success, his eyes narrowed as he observed the figure on the stage. Lost in contemplation. Was it the dusk ancient beast? No, merely a resemblance, lacking the oppressive aura characteristic of the true ancient beasts. It was significantly weaker. Yet, it seemed this entity was perilous in its own right. At the moment the colossal beast appeared, Huang Quan hesitated, his body tensing, believing he had encountered the dusk ancient beast. Gradually, he relaxed, realizing that the creature's size, strength, and oppressive presence were inferior to that of the genuine ancient beasts. Nevertheless, its aura bore a striking similarity to that of the ancient beasts, almost indistinguishable. Huang Quan gazed at the unyielding entity above, letting out a silent sigh. With one hand gripping the scabbard and the other grasping the hilt, he slowly drew his long sword. As the blade emerged, black ripples spread forth, tinting the entire space in shades of gray. All that had transpired would fade into oblivion, akin to tears that would ultimately vanish in the rain. Do not look back. There is no path to retreat. I shall weep for the departed, my tears falling like rain, filling the riverbanks, surging in like a tide to guide you home. In the instant the blade was unsheathed, Huang Quan's violet hair turned gray-white, and his long-sleeved garment disintegrated into fragments. From the armor adorning his fingers, blood-red patterns erupted across his body, and ominous dark red eyes revealed a foreboding presence. As Huang Quan murmured, a hand emerged from the ruins, infused with ether, spiraling into the vast vortex above, merging with the beast's devouring power. In a heartbeat, it shattered Su Jiuwei's defenses. A dark red beam cascaded forth as Huang Quan's aura erupted, the waves of destruction resonating within the hearts of all present. The pseudo-doomsday cannon. Suddenly, a black-red flash of the sword cleaved through the dark red beam, tearing asunder the very fabric of Xinglua City. The remnants of dreams were stained, severed by a single stroke. The trace of the sword's brilliance extended beyond the city, slowly dissipating into the void. Light, an infinite gray radiance, compelled everyone to shut their eyes. When the brilliance faded, Gu Feng's figure lay quietly amidst the ruins, the blood of hell failing to restore him instantly. As the forces of the void clashed with that of the hellish blood, Gu Feng lay on the ground, gazing at Huang Quan, who lifted her head to watch the falling raindrops, reaching out to catch them. She transformed back into her violet-haired self, as if the fierce figure who had cleaved the city asunder moments ago had never existed. From her sleeve, she produced a crimson-oiled paper umbrella, slowly opening it as she approached Gu Feng. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the ground mingled with the patter of raindrops on the umbrella, resonating clearly in Gu Feng's ears. Let us take a moment's respite. That last move was but a fraction of that power, I believe. It seems this place suppresses all fade energy, and what restrains that energy is indeed related to something within your body. When you awaken, I shall come to meet you and reveal the answers you seek. This is merely a projection of mine. I am uncertain why it has manifested here. Yet the instant I beheld you, an understanding dawned upon me. The sound of her high heels gradually faded away as Gu Feng slowly closed his eyes. At the moment Huang Quan departed, Fei Xiao appeared before Gu Feng, gently lifting him and vanishing into the curtain of rain. The onlookers who witnessed this battle could only feel a sense of absurdity. Neither the swirling vortex above Luo nor the exquisite blade light was something they could contend with. Xianzi rose, determined to eliminate that formidable foe, for the threat he posed was too great. Just as Xianzi and others who wished to extinguish such existence stood, Qian Qiuyu, Gu Yichun, Poseidon, and the sea which materialized simultaneously. The overwhelming presence of these four top-tier powerhouses quelled the ambitions of many. Xianzi, sensing the formidable energies comparable to his own, resignedly sat back down, lost in contemplation. Su Jiawei beheld the gash that pierced the expanse of Luo. The terrifying aura lingering beside it sent chills down his spine. The power within him, which had urged him to transcend his limits, dared not stir in the presence of that blade's aura. He watched the violet-haired lady gradually recede and the members of VV Academy vanish into the rain. Slowly, he turned and returned to the Luo Imperial Palace. Chapter 42. The Advancement Matches of the Top 32, Part 3, The Terrifying Black Ring. Following the upheaval caused by Gu Feng and Huang Quan, this continental tournament was compelled to pause for 2 days. During this interlude, the Luo faction tirelessly repaired the Battle Soul Arena and reinforced the competition grounds. Now, representatives from the Holy Spirit sect and the Nine Treasures Liuli sect are invited to confirm the competition format. Gu Feng remains in a state of unconsciousness. Following the confrontation between Gu Feng and Huang Quan, the Tianlong sect was single-handedly overwhelmed by Ouyang's son, who did not even exert his full strength, effortlessly dismantling the entirety of the individual competition. In the subsequent team match, bereft of Huang Quan, Ouyang's son took to the stage alone, performing a peculiar melody that rendered the members of Tianlong incapable of controlling their own bodies, casting them out one by one. Chaos reigned supreme. Ouyang's son's bizarre skill. The melody he played could disorient the five senses, proving remarkably effective at certain moments. The Jiubao sect, a venerable and ancient power, stood witness to the capabilities of the enigmatic figure in the black robe. Although many doubted Jiao Bao's chances of victory, they hoped to provoke the black-robed individual into revealing some of his abilities. The disparity in overall strength among them was not excessively vast, beyond sheer determination. Intelligence and strategy could enhance their chances of success. They collectively observed their opponents' matches, seeking to glean valuable information that might prevent them from falling into an unexpected disadvantage when their turn arrived. As the Jiao Bao representative took the stage, he wielded a long sword adorned with 6 gemstones embedded in its blade, while intricate inscriptions on the hilt elegantly etched the name of the sword, 7 kills. The moment both combatants entered the arena, a black ring materialized atop the platform, the intent of the sword soaring to the heavens as 6 soul rings illuminated simultaneously. The man's aura reaching its zenith. The 7 kills sword technique. It could sever the heavens and vanquish gods and demons alike. In an instant, the sword's radiance tore through the nascent black ring as an unusual long-handled great sword descended from its center, shattering the sword energy directed at the black-robed figure as it embedded itself into the ground. The black-robed man advanced slowly, extending a hand from beneath his cloak. The hand, a pallid gray, resembled that of a corpse, with irregular grayish-white crystals protruding from the wrist, fingers long and entirely black. As the long sword was drawn, a sense of decay and chaotic destruction enveloped the arena, pushing the 7 kills warrior backwards under the pressure of this tumultuous aura. A gray sword energy cleaved through the battlefield, materializing before the 7 kills warrior with murderous intent coalescing around him, forming a domain of slaughter. The 7 kills domain. With a decisive swing, the warrior severed the gray sword energy, his slightly crimson eyes betraying a fierce killing intent. The 7 kills sword soared into the sky, gradually fracturing. 1 becoming 2, 2 splitting into 4, and 4 transforming into 8. Within mere breaths, a dense swarm of 7 kills swords blanketed the expanse above the arena, while the black-robed figure merely rested the long-handled greatsword upon his shoulder, making no move at all. All swords converge as one. The 7 kills descend. All long swords soared into the heavens, parting the clouds, as a colossal 7-kill sword, measuring 100 meters, materialized in the sky. The enormous sword descended upon the figure clad in black, cleaving through the air with such force that it split the atmosphere in twain. A thunderous roar reverberated, sending shockwaves throughout the entire arena, and as the dust settled, the giant blade embedded itself into the ground, with the figure in black standing unscathed beside it. Suddenly, several rents appeared in the black robe, which, in an instant, transformed it to tattered strips fluttering across the arena. The onlookers, unable to restrain their astonishment, rose to their feet. Among them, those devoid of soul power were so terrified that they fell to the ground, writhing backward in fear. Beneath the robe stood a woman, her pallid hair cascading to the floor, her eyes void of pupils, appearing hauntingly hollow, adorned with a multitude of blood-red fissures. There were gaping voids at her arm and thigh joints, and protruding spikes emerged from her form, exuding an aura of withered desolation. Despite the absence of any vitality, she stood defiantly on the stage, and at the moment her black robe was shredded, chaos enveloped the arena. Soul power, elemental force, spiritual energy, and even the so-called divine power could not be summoned, and the presence of the woman seemed to incite an unsettling awareness among the spectators. They sensed her essence shifting erratically. One moment she seemed alive, the next a corpse, then akin to a soul beast, and yet again, a deity of lofty stature. Before slipping into darkness, reminiscent of an abyss. Neither human, nor beast, nor corpse, nor god, nor demon, what exactly was she? Ouyang's son and others felt the weight of her aura, their expressions mirroring a grave concern. The woman's head turned toward the inheritor of the 7 kills. Though she lacked pupils, it was clear to all that her gaze was fixed upon him. She pointed the long-handled giant sword toward her opponent, and, with a deliberate flick of her wrist, unleashed a torrent of countless grayish blades of energy. As the sword energy danced, it seemed to engulf the very fabric of reality, casting the world in shades of gray and white. In that fleeting moment, the inheritor of the 7 kills felt an impending sense of mortal peril. He wished to concede, yet no sound escaped his lips. The inheritor of the 9 treasures vanished amid the onslaught of sword energy as the 7 kills sword fell to the ground, slowly disintegrating into dust, along with half the arena itself. The title bearer of the 9 treasures sprang to his feet in fury, unleashing a torrent of soul power directed at the silver-haired woman. The 9 treasures title bearer was none other than the sword Douluo of this era, the master of the vanished inheritor of the 7 kills, a super Douluo of level 97. The sword Douluo, known for his unparalleled offensive capabilities, even surpassing the likes of Xuanji in attack, though he could not rival Gu Yechen, one exemplifying consistent assault, the other a peak explosion. With Gu Yechen's prowess reigning supreme across the continent, his wrath not to be trifled with. Under the assault of Gu Yechen, survival was a mere illusion. Either he would perish or his adversaries would succumb to his wrath. This was precisely why the quartet had managed to instill fear in those lurking in the shadows, contemplating interference in the contest. After all, none wished to be taken by the furious Gu Yechen. The clash of swords reverberated throughout the arena. Yet Su Jiawei found himself inexplicably restrained from intervening against the sword Douluo. In a moment of rage, the sword Douluo unleashed his martial spirit's true form. A colossal sword, stretching hundreds of meters, descended from the heavens, ultimately resting behind him. With a flick of his hand, the gigantic blade transformed into a 1.2-meter-long sword. Directed at the silver-haired maiden, a chilling aura enveloped the hearts of all present as 9 soul rings of varying hues ascended around him. With the 9th ring emanating a blood-red glow, the clouds above parted dramatically, and a beam of sword light cleaved through the arena, slicing the sky in two with surgical precision. The silver-haired girl vanished beneath the onslaught of this exquisite sword light in an instant. Just as the sword Douluo believed he had avenged his disciple, preparing to depart this sorrowful place, a massive black ring materialized above the arena. In an instant, this black ring expanded, enveloping the entirety of Starluo City. Following the devouring of all energy within the city by Gu Feng and the subsequent cleaving of Starluo by Huang Quan's blade, a new force, shrouding Starluo City, emerged. All the powerful beings shielded their own prodigies, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the dark ring that blanketed the city. The ominous presence of the previous dark red cannon and the blinding sword light indicated the terrifying nature of these extraordinary phenomena. The black ring appeared the moment the silver-haired maiden vanished, causing hearts to race in trepidation. As the black ring enveloped Starluo, the city was plunged into darkness, and a cacophony of manic sounds erupted. Cries, laughter, roars, pleas, and every conceivable human sound resonated in chaos. The sword Douluo's hair stood on end as all 9 soul rings illuminated simultaneously, his body radiating light from his soul bones. He unleashed every means at his disposal, reaching a pinnacle state where he could momentarily contend with the limits of existence, yet death still encircled him. Suddenly, a swirling black mist enveloped the sword Douluo, consuming him whole. Within the dark fog, radiant sword light shimmered. A heartbeat later, the brilliance faded, and the sword Douluo vanished into the abyss. The frenzied voices within the black ring grew more unrestrained before falling into an eerie silence. Gradually, the black ring receded, and the silver-haired maiden reappeared upon the stage. A chill coursed through everyone present, including Su Jiawei, who had reached his limits, and the Silver Dragon King, the supreme spirit beast. The unknown is the most terrifying. No one understood how the sword Douluo had vanished. Within the span of a single breath after being enveloped by the black mist, he had disappeared without a trace. Even the silver-haired girl, whom the sword Douluo had struck down, re-emerged once more. The countenance of the Silver Dragon King darkened, as she sensed an unsettling aura despite her peak spiritual awareness revealing nothing peculiar. Yet, this very inability to pinpoint the source heightened her unease. She could perceive the overwhelming, earth-shattering energy emanating from Ouyang's son, as well as the terrifying power within Feixiao capable of annihilating the entire Douluo divine realm. Even the unusual essence from Gu Feng did not escape her notice. Aside from the earlier enigmatic purple lady, she had initially detected nothing amiss. But the moment the lady made her move, she was engulfed in an overwhelming dread of life and death, a terror potent enough to obliterate the entire world. However, it was not as strange as the aura surrounding this gray-haired woman. Indeed, it was peculiar, so much so that it sent shivers down the spines of all present. The representative of the 9 treasures trembled in acknowledgement of defeat. Fear had taken hold of them. Faced with such an unknown and terrifying woman, scarcely anyone remained unafraid, save for a select few. After the 9 treasures representative conceded, the woman turned to leave, leaving behind a trail of grayish-white in her wake. Once her black robe was shed, she became a harbinger of calamity. Her teammates timidly handed her a black robe, and once she donned it, the strange phenomena vanished, save for the absence of the sword Douluo and the marks left on the ground where she had walked before. Everyone believed it to be a dream. Yet the events unfolding in the Soul Arena attested to the horrifying reality of it all. Chapter 43, The Advancement of the Top 32, Part 4, A Sudden Turn of Events. The following day, the competition for the Top 32 continued. After 2 days of matches, the first day's clashes between Huo and Gu Feng had caused a significant explosion in the Soul Arena. While the gray-haired woman had obliterated half of it on the second day, combined, the participants had barely completed half of the matches for the top 64. Today, they resumed the advancement contest, though none could predict when the next surprise would strike. In the first match, the Sun Moon Royal Academy faced off against the Haotian sect. Both teams were called to engage in a team battle. 7 from the Sun Moon side and 7 from the Haotian sect, donned in their sect's attire and wielding 7 hammers, ascended the Soul Arena. As the competition commenced, Mir ceded the stage to Meng Hongchen and Xiao Hongchen, who, under the oppressive firepower of Meng's Zhuqi Bing Chan and Zhao's relentless assault, forced the Haotian sect into a difficult defense. Watching the Haotian side retreat in disarray, Mir felt a slight sense of relief as he reminisced about the lively white-haired girl, resolved to accompany her in joyous endeavors through this life. Lost in his thoughts, the remaining 4 members of the Sun Moon team merely played supporting roles, as Ji Juechen and his companions had left the Mingda Hall rather than the academy, allowing the 3 of them to team up with 4 others just to fill the ranks. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 6 members of the Haotian side suddenly activated their 6 soul rings, launching a forceful assault towards Xiao Hongchen to impede her. The lone remaining member's martial spirit underwent a sudden transformation, with the surface of the Haotian hammer peeling away, revealing a hammer that was half blood red and half snow white with a pure black handle. The boy stood adorned with 7 soul rings radiating brilliance, a combination of 1 purple for black and 2 red. The crimson glow astonished all the soul masters, compelling them to rise in shock. On the battlefield, the first 7-spirited soul sage emerged, adorned with a soul ring of 100,000 years. Although numerous powers surpassing that of a soul sage had previously manifested, the essence of those forces remained elusive to the onlookers. The sudden appearance of this extraordinary soul sage ignited a fervor among them. 7 soul rings detonated, transforming into an energy surge that flooded into the youth's being. Mir, startled by the abrupt aura, regained his composure just in time to witness a crimson hammer send Meng Hongchen sprawling through the air, blood spewing forth, mingled with visceral fragments. Xiao Hongchen, consumed by rage, launched an assault against the 6 members of the Haotian team, yet found himself ensnared in a predicament. Mir, witnessing the shattered figure, trembled, cradling the broken form of Meng Hongchen as tears streamed down his face. He felt the waning breath of the figure in his arms, resembling a marionette as he held the fractured being. As Meng Hongchen's vitality dimmed, an ominous premonition surged within the hearts of all present. The granddaughter of the Sun Moon Mingda Hall's leader lay slain in Douluo. This was a matter of grave consequence. A colossal 2-colored hammer descended upon Mir, prompting the upper echelons of Douluo and Shrek, along with certain factions on the continent, to rise with grim expressions. In this competition, anyone could perish, however. For a select few, any misfortune would spell disaster. First, if Bian Huang or Gu Feng fell, Gu Yechen and Qian Shouyue would undoubtedly descend into madness. With a super Douluo-level divine angel martial soul, even the utmost limits might not suffice to save her, especially with Gu Yechen, who could not be deterred by any extremes. Secondly, the progeny of the Sun Moon Mirror Hongchun, should his son perish, he would be left with but a grandson and granddaughter, both of whom would suffer dire consequences if harm befell them. The enraged Mingda Hall could obliterate a principality in a single day. Thirdly, there were the 2 women with purple and gray hair, both exceedingly perilous. One was a mystery, rumored to possess divine strength, while the other was shrouded in enigma. Her method of vanishing the current sword Douluo in a mere breath unknown to all. Now, calamity had struck. One had fallen, and such grievous injuries were beyond remedy. No divine intervention could offer hope. Su Jiawei and others were deeply engrossed in contemplating strategies to thwart the retaliation from Mingda Hall when suddenly, a maniacal voice resonated from the Soul Arena. The eyes of the white-haired youth turned blood red. After encasing Meng Hongchen's shattered body in extreme ice, he laughed maniacally, reveling in his newfound power. In that moment, he could mend Meng Hongchen's wounds, yet the soul remained absent. Ha ha ha! As he laughed, he clutched his head with one hand, 6 elements swirling around him in a tempest. His aura surged relentlessly, reaching its zenith within mere breaths, and it continued to escalate. A youth, clutching hammers of 2 distinct colors, kneels upon the ground, engulfed by an unprecedented terror. One hand forcefully presses his head down, driving it into the earth, creating a massive pit. Blood flows profusely from the youth's head, prompting several titled experts from the Haotian sect to rush forth upon witnessing this scene. The moment Meng Hongchen encountered peril, Jing Haochen prepared her soul-guiding device, unleashing a torrent of soul cannons directed at the Haotian sect, intent on ensuring their demise alongside her own. Miao Er entrusted the frozen Ming Haochen to the care of Xiao Haochen and Ji Juechen, then lifted the youth, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his crimson eyes flashing with wrath. Where has the soul of the dream gone, you detestable wretch? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Ha! It is you beings, foreign to this realm, who have rendered my existence so miserable. Rest assured, I have exiled her soul. You shall never find her. The youth's eyes turned pitch black, and in the next instant, a black void consumed him, erasing him without a trace. A deep, sinister laughter began to echo, followed by a cacophony of madness reverberating throughout the entire Star Luo. Those unfit for this world. I was defeated by Gu Shilan 19,000 years ago, and again by Lu Xing a millennium past. I had resolved to abandon everything and live peacefully. But since this world cannot accommodate me, let it face annihilation. As the final words fell, the ground of Star Luo split apart, and countless flames erupted from beneath. The heavens roared with ominous thunder, and torrential rain mingled with lightning, as all metals converged above the firmament. The golden essence of the Star Luo realm was instantaneously drained, and the molten metal, along with the extracted golden essence, formed a towering six-winged structure, reaching a height of 100,000 meters. As the six wings unfurled, a sharp, overwhelming aura enveloped the skies of Star Luo. In that moment, powerful beings across the land sensed the lament of the Douluo world. The final will of Douluo had initially sought hope in Huo Yuhao, yearning for him to liberate it from its control. However, given the calamity that had transpired, the matter of control became trivial. The world itself was on the brink of explosion. At Shrek Academy, Moon felt the tremors emanating from Star Luo, his gaze fixating on the six wings above. With a resolute expression, the holy dragon of light tore through the fabric of space, racing towards Star Luo City, followed by numerous members of the Sea God Pavilion. In the Sun Moon Imperial Palace, Kong Dimming, engrossed in his studies of a level 10 soul-guiding device, suddenly sensed the world's lament. His expression darkened as he activated the silver moon divine light to traverse space towards the guiding point in the void. In the evil spirit forest, Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao were in discussion with the evil emperor when they exchanged knowing glances and hastened towards Star Luo together. From the depths of the ocean, the Sea God clan, the ultimate Douluo, the Sea God Douluo, and the Demon Queen, who relentlessly attacked the Sea Goddess kin, opened a rift in space to journey towards Star Luo. In the realm of the heavenly soul at an unknown location, the youth's disheveled figure appeared atop the Haotian Great Hall. After murmuring incoherently, he succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Cursed fate, I have awakened the memories of my past life. Born within the Heavenly Sky sect, backed by the revered Tang Buddha, endowed with two divine martial souls. Why am I unable to contend against those outsiders? Am I not the protagonist? Upon witnessing the disheveled state of the sect's prodigy, the two sect masters of the heavenly sky were taken aback. Before they could inquire further, they suddenly felt the tremors of the earth and hastily tore through the fabric of space towards the site of the disturbance. In the extreme north I see. The sea princess arranged for her two daughters to comfort their kin. Suddenly, the seabed split open with several massive fissures, and many of her people, caught off guard, were sucked into the abyss. She surfaced, observing the seawater forming a towering whirlpool, following the currents to its ultimate destination, beneath the golden tree of Shrek. In the mysterious expanse stretching 10,000 meters below, the blue-haired beauty hurriedly tended to a rugged man. The man had been grappling with the will of the realm when the latter erupted violently. Having refined a portion of this will, he comprehended the unfolding chaos, but was instantly grievously wounded. What shall we do now? Exclaimed Tang Hao. Xiao San and the others cannot assist us at this moment. Ain. We must rely solely on ourselves. Allow me a moment to recuperate, and then we shall proceed. If we do not impede that individual, the entire continent may face annihilation. Tang Hao's gaze pierced through the vast expanse, fixated on the six-winged figure looming above the skies of Xing Luo. Deep within the Star Dough, a 1,000-meter black dragon raised its head, gazing at the six wings in the heavens. The towering trees of Star Dough swayed incessantly, and the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the land as a colossal bear charged forth to stand before Dtion, King of 10,000 beasts, Spirit of the Beasts, Purple Princess. Red King, you shall remain in Star Dough to thwart the impending calamity. Bear Monarch, Bai Ji, we must depart. The dragon's silhouette, accompanied by Bai Ji and the giant bear, tore through the fabric of space. Across the continent, with the exception of the poles. All eyes were drawn upward to the 6 wings suspended in the firmament. Such a distance made it conceivable that the site of the incident had transformed into something unrecognizable. In an instant of Miao Air's maniacal laughter, Star Luo City was reduced to ruins. The once mighty wall, said to withstand divine incursions, crumbled amidst the devastation. The casualties in Star Luo were innumerable as Gu Yechen gripped an ancient longbow. His expression grave as he observed Miao Air hovering before the 6 wings high in the sky. Su Jiaowei's imperial crown radiated boundless starlight, protecting his sister and the royal family's vital members, while the undying poison of the body sect and Shrek Xuanzi shielded their own prodigy. Qian Qiuyu transformed into an angel, joining forces with Poseidon to lead the people of the borderlands away from the battlefield, where the ground had morphed into molten rock, claiming the lives of nearly all who could not take flight. No one could have foreseen that a mere contest would incite turmoil across the entire continent. Chapter 44. The Advancement of the Top 32 Finale, Lightning, Wangchuan Guardian, May. With 6 magnificent wings unfurled, a terrifying storm descended upon the land, causing the earth to convulse. The ruins of the Star Luo Imperial City were swallowed beneath the surface as fissures emerged from the ground. Thus, the ancient Star Luo Imperial City, which had stood for millennia, vanished from the continent. From the depths of the crack surged a colossal earth dragon, its massive form blotting out the sun as it ascended towards the heavens. The dragon turned its gaze downward, where Mir stood atop its head, and its roar reverberated across the land, echoing even into the far northern regions inhabited by spirit beasts. The great dragon raised its claw, gathering energy upon its talons. Gradually, an earthen elemental spear took shape, and the dragon, swaying its immense body, hurled the spear into the higher skies, parting the atmosphere. A colossal spearhead emerged above the earth dragon and the 6 wings. From beyond Douluo star, one could witness the earthen spear piercing through space, as the atmospheric barrier of Douluo was struck as though by a meteorite, resembling a balloon being prodded with chopsticks. The spear, measuring an astounding 100,000 meters at its tip, was on the verge of breaching the atmosphere. Should the complete spear descend, the Douluo continent would be plunged into ruin. Such was the might of the divine. The cataclysmic force sent tremors through the hearts of all present. The spatial integrity of Star Luo City had become exceedingly fragile. What once required extreme power to rend could now be torn asunder by a mere soul sage. The fate of those employing space to traverse was a matter best left unspoken. The radiant and dark holy dragon circled above the ruins, upon which rested a hunchbacked elder and a commanding figure. A massive blood-red puppet stood by the holy dragons. Upon its shoulder perched a breathtakingly enchanting sorceress. A towering single eye loomed overhead, adorned with hundreds of colossal tentacles that cleaved the air, emanating an eerie blue glow. Roars echoed in the darkness, as massive bears and a 1,000-meter black dragon unleashed their thunderous cries. From the approaching tide, a mermaid crowned in gold and a monstrous whale, spanning 10,000 meters, emerged. As the continent's formidable warriors gathered, they gazed at the spearhead rising into the sky, reflecting upon the ruins of Star Luo with a sense of melancholy, before collectively turning their eyes towards the heavens. Little one, mother and father are going to assist. You should leave with your friends now. Star Luo is no more. Venture into that secret realm. We shall return safely. A colossal 6-winged angel materialized amidst this turmoil, upon whose shoulders stood a man wielding an ancient longbow, his soul rings glimmering with a frantic silver light, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Awakening, Gu Feng reached out toward his departing parents, only for his hand to fall slowly. Ouyang's son, witnessing Poseidon and the sea which ascending into the sky, placed a reassuring hand on Gu Feng's shoulder, awaiting his decision. I shall take action. That entity cannot be hindered by these beings. At most, they will perish, the continent will be saved, and Star Luo will become true ruins. Or perhaps a portion will fall, transforming Star Luo into a land of divine retribution. The heavy tone of Fatio resonated beside Gu Feng. As the entity in the sky approached the realm of the emissary, something far beyond the capability of mere mortals who have never ventured beyond their own planet. If you have yet to contemplate your course of action, I can offer my assistance. However, in return, you must aid me in combating the void in the future. The ethereal voice emerged from behind, as a figure with purple hair gracefully approached, wielding a crimson-oiled paper umbrella, exuding an aura of mystery, danger, and unwavering confidence. Huangguan. Most remained oblivious to the meaning of the void as articulated by Huangguan, save for Fei Xiao and Gu Feng. Feng, do not concern yourself with this woman. The slumbering celestial lord is beyond our means to confront. and it is unlikely that we will ever be equipped to handle such a threat in the future. A hand restrained Fei Xiao, who was poised to take action. Very well, on that day, when you summon me, I shall answer, provided I still draw breath. Gu Feng stood with his back to the yellow springs, gazing at the impending descent of the rock spear from the heavens. In his current state, he could hardly withstand such an assault. At best, he could ensure his survival against it. I will come for you, he declared. Her predicament could only be resolved by him at this juncture. Should they return to the celestial vessel, alternative methods might be available. My projection still possesses enough power to cleave through the barriers of this world briefly. After that strike, I could lead her away from this confined realm. If you venture there, uncertainty looms large. Consider this an auxiliary aid. As the words of the yellow springs lingered in the air, she lifted her gaze towards the firmament and let out a soft sigh, memories of the past flooding her mind. The shattered Takamagara and Izumo. A land strewn with broken blades, a black sun hovering over a gray sky, crimson rain falling, and that silhouette amidst the downpour, clad in ceremonial garb. A gentle woman with 2 horns of black hair wielded a fractured long blade, gazing at the swirling black hole above. In her recollections, the woman swung the blade, and the shattered weapon slowly transformed into a blood-red longsword. As the blade materialized, the unique horns atop the girl's head faded from memory. And in that moment of the strike, her hair turned a shade of gray-white. Numerous memories surged through the consciousness of the yellow springs until the final image emerged, a friend walking along the same path, inquiring about her name. She had forgotten countless things, yet one remained etched in her mind, her name. Thunder. Forgotten River Guardian. May. The heels of the yellow springs echoed in the void as she stepped forward, creating ripples akin to water. Gu Feng was drawn into a peculiar space. With her crimson eyes and gray hair, the yellow springs faced away from him, holding a red long sword, before turning to confront him. The surface of the sea within this realm rippled continuously, while a vast black hole spun in the distance. The yellow springs regarded the boy before her. Noting the determination in his gaze, she recalled her old friend, the chaotic healer. In the long night ahead, you may encounter numerous trials and witness many tragedies, ultimately perceiving only shades of black and white. Yet, have faith, for within that monochrome world, a fleeting glimpse of red shall emerge, and at the moment of your choice, it shall reveal itself once more. You must carefully contemplate its significance. Subsequently, Huangquan slowly drew forth a crimson blade, striking towards the black hole. A scarlet mark appeared before the black void, cleaving the surface of the sea and causing Gu Feng to emerge from this peculiar realm. Following Huang Yuan's strike, the duality of black and white abruptly expanded throughout this world, saturating it instantaneously. The celestial bodies, stars, sun, moon, heavenly spirits, and the very essence of the cosmos all bore witness to this overwhelming tide of monochrome, transforming the entire world into shades of black and white. The powerful beings across all continents of Xingluo prepared to harness their strength to mitigate the impending descent of the rock spears from above. The eruption of black and white left them in profound astonishment. Muir's shock was unparalleled. The hidden Neo-Tian titan in the void, along with Ain and Tang Hao beneath Shrek, were utterly unprepared for this turn of events. In but a single breath, the monochrome engulfed the entire planet, rendering the descending rock spears a muted gray, until a flash of crimson illuminated this stark world. The exquisite red light cleaved towards the heavens, bifurcating the colossal rock spears capable of shattering continents, which then dissipated into the void. The sky was marred by a crimson fissure, destined to become a future miracle. The monochromatic world gradually regained its original hues, and Muir vanished into the celestial expanse following the crimson radiance. Huang Xuan's ethereal visage reappeared before the gathered crowd, her illusory form indicating that her time was fleeting. This ephemeral projection was on the verge of dissolution. To the general of the Yaoqing immortal vessel, there remains a moment. Take your farewells. Furthermore, I have merely averted that calamity. The individual has been grievously wounded by the residual forces, and the ensuing events are yours to navigate. Thus, Huang Yuan's projection entrusted time to Fei Xiao and Gu Feng, while Ouyang's son and the others, upon witnessing this, cleared space for them. Chapter 45. The oncoming chaos. I shall await you aboard the immortal vessel. In the future, I will stand with you against the eternal slumbering sovereign. Fei Xiao embraced Gu Feng quietly. After a while, gentle words echoed in Gu Feng's ears. Take care of yourself. We must depart. Time is fleeting, and if we linger, this realm shall again be sealed by that entity. Very well, I understand. Fei Xiao cast one last glance at Gu Feng before vanishing into the rift in the sky alongside Huang Quan. The six-winged angel descended beside them, accompanied by the ethereal figure of the sea god wielding a scepter. The witch and Gu Yechen stood guard around them, while the supermodel had completely disappeared, and Xing Luo was utterly incapacitated. It was time for reckoning against the soul beasts, the evil soul masters, and the peculiar Xing Luo, among others. The battle erupted as the angel and the sea god simultaneously confronted the blood-red puppet. The colossal whale and sea god island engaged in a cautious dance, neither daring to reveal their full strength before those present, for they were not of the continent. The holy dragon of light and darkness intertwined in combat, while the witch defended against the voracious divine bull. Gu Yechen faced off against Su Jiawei. Suddenly, the death puppet appeared on the battlefield, its scythe aimed menacingly at the members of Shrek. The radiant phoenix arrived just in time to intercept the swinging blade, swiftly guiding the Shrek members into a frantic retreat, their blood staining the golden feathers of the phoenix. Shrek's forces clashed with the evil soul masters, while Emperor Tian and Bear Jun sensed the traitorous auras of Titan and Yo Tian, their rage propelling them into a fierce confrontation. The collision of four ultimate-level soul beasts caused the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. At the moment Huang Quan tore through the barrier of the former demon lord, multiple divine consciousnesses descended simultaneously from the divine realm. Gu Qiuhua crouched in midair, wailing while Wang Donger emitted an ethereal voice amidst Huo Yuhao's incredulous expression. Blue divine consciousnesses descended upon the radiant holy dragon and sea god island. And then a stream of divine thought shot from Gu Qiuhua's mind directly towards Wang Donger. Gu Qiuhua promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, as Ouyang's son, Ouyang Qier, and Gu Yuna checked her injuries, revealing damage to her spirit. Their expressions darkened. Meanwhile, Wang Donger, now to be called Tang Wudong, unfurled resplendent butterfly wings behind her. A golden trident descended from the heavens, its radiant glow cascading to the ground. Tang Wudong extended her jade-like hand, and the trident trembled slowly before appearing in her grasp. The aura of the super artifact momentarily quelled the chaos around them. Now was the time for desperate measures. They had been trapped at the pinnacle of this world for far too long, long enough for each of them to feel that their days were numbered. The sudden emergence of the super artifact might just offer them the chance to take that crucial step forward. Their newfound calmness represented an ultimate madness. None wished to meet their demise. Everyone had deserted Tang Wudong, leaving her amidst a swirling vortex where anyone who approached would face dire consequences. Huo Yuhao was about to utter something, but it seemed his companion had vanished. The aura of that girl was entirely different from anyone he knew. However, there was a silver lining. The destined child of this world had yet to be ensnared, and the intricate schemes of the Tang God King were rendered utterly futile. The will of the heavens and earth stirred a sense of alarm among the crowd, and in an instant it whisked Huo Yuhao away, vanishing from sight. Tang Wudong cast a lingering gaze at the disappearing figure of Huo Yuhao, the child of fortune. Indeed a testament to the favor of the heavens. She then turned her attention to the architects of this chaos. You stand no chance, even if you possess divine artifacts. You cannot ascend to godhood. Yet there lies a path to divinity for you, which is to eradicate these interlopers unworthy of Douluo. Tang Wudong pointed her sword at Gu Feng and his accomplices, including the gray-haired Nox. The black sun and moon rose from the ruins, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. Ether, sun, and moon. The explosion unleashed a cloud of dust, prompting Gu Feng and Ouyang's son, along with the others unworthy of Douluo, to flee for their lives. As the divine consciousness descended, Gu Feng sensed impending doom and prepared himself. Their current strength was insufficient to confront the top-tier powerhouses of this continent. The death puppets and blood puppets surged towards Nox, who was obliterated in an instant. Darkness, utter darkness. It engulfed the entirety of Starluo, spreading to the borders of Douluo. Within the shadows, innumerable whispers emerged. You have arrived. We long to be freed to slay them. The black ring erupted, and the prior black mist surged towards everyone in Starluo. What in the world is this? Zayushui, take cover. The dark sacred dragon, fueled by soul power, burst forth from the black mist with his Zayushui, its form seemingly corroded, scales rotting, horns withered, and claws aging. The dark sacred dragon transformed back into a towering elder, exuding a feeble aura, spewing forth black blood as it fled towards the sun and moon with his Zayushui. As Zhang Liwu burst through the black mist, he followed suit. Realizing he bore the greatest loss, in his escape, he sacrificed 400,000-year soul beast souls in the Bone Dragon King. The angel and sea god fought valiantly, while the witch was repelled by Tao Tai. Gu Yechen found himself ensnared by Su Jiawei high above the heavens, trapped by the guardianship of the Emperor's crown. Unable to escape in the short term, as the dust settled, Gu Feng and his allies were intercepted by members of the body sect, the Angel, Sea God, and which stood before the indomitable Poison Immortal, while the Shrek members and various continental forces surrounded them. The hooves of the Taodai Divine Ox thundered down, accompanied by the manic laughter of Ouyang Sunday. Come, come, this is how it should be. With one hand propped against his forehead, a piercing crimson glow emanated, while golden feathers and white down danced in the wake of the mighty Taodai Divine Ox's tread. Chi Tian. Everyone was momentarily lifted by Ouyang's sun, sending the Taodai Divine Ox soaring through the air. However, Ouyang's son, despite his valiant effort, ultimately could not contend with such formidable strength. After propelling the Taodai Divine Ox, he reverted to his original state, instantaneously losing his combat prowess. The Snow Empress's aura surged wildly, ascending through the ranks of Soul Saint and Soul Douluo. Soon on the brink of breaking through to the title level, she yearned to conclude her recultivation, although the final outcome might still render her incapable of overcoming these adversaries. There remained a glimmer of hope to escape this place. Gu Feng extended a hand to rest upon the shoulder of the Snow Empress. Before stepping forth from behind her, he approached Qian Qiuyue and gently embraced her. Mother, do not worry. We will be fine, I promise. With that, he swiftly incapacitated his mother with a precise strike, supporting her as she fell, and entrusted her care to the witch and Poseidon. As for his father, he was unable to assist him at the moment, though it seemed there was no immediate cause for concern on that front. The number of titled individuals around them was steadily increasing. The allure of ascension to godhood was overwhelming. In the past, these individuals had been lost, but now, everyone sought to involve themselves. I can lead you away. There is no need to resort to that. Song Yu observed the encroaching circle, assessing their remaining combat strength, and concluded that the odds of a successful escape were only 40%. However, that was sufficient. This time, I do not wish to flee again. Shrek has escaped once, and I also evaded when Fei Shu departed. I am not a great sage, and I have no fondness for such troublesome matters. But the number of people I care about is limited, my family. Should anyone harm them, I will ensure their demise. Whispers began to emerge, gradually giving way to madness, a frenzied aura radiating from Gu Feng. Song Yu noticed the ethereal energy and crimson vitality erupting from him. She gripped her blade, knowing she could still strike once more, enough to confine everyone for a fleeting second. Song Yu, take them away. Please, look after them. I will return from the borderlands. Song Yu fixed her gaze upon Gu Feng's retreating figure, contemplating for a moment before responding. All right. She then moved to position herself around Ouyang's son and the others. None among the encircled dared to make a move. Their intent was not to allow parting words, but rather to acknowledge the multitude surrounding them, each from diverse origins, all vying for an opportunity to ascend. Within the circle, 3 super Douluos remained, though now only 2 were present. Yet, no one desired to be the first to act. Their priority was to prevent the individuals within from breaking free while simultaneously guarding against those outside. Let us conserve our strength for now. Do not grant these rascals a chance to escape. Xuanzi returned, his arm broken. Ouyang's son's strike had shattered it. Truly, he was the strongest under extreme duress. As the others beheld Xuanzi's injured hand, many narrowed their eyes, gathering their power in preparation for action. Chapter 46, Demon. Apothecary. A deep, resonant laughter echoed within the encircled space, accompanied by the chaotic murmurs of the Black Ring, which soon dissipated from the area. The imperial crown beckoned the stars to descend, capturing the black mist in its wake. The Black Ring slowly shifted from the starry realm towards the direction of the Doling, trailing the black mist that devoured all life in its path. Something is amiss. Why is the Black Ring departing from here? Moon and the enigmatic Tang Hao furrowed their brows in contemplation simultaneously. The bizarre nature of that entity was beyond their comprehension. They could merely ensure their own safety while providing some protection for those in their vicinity. Why had it retreated so suddenly? From beneath the Starfall ruins, an infinite black mist surged forth, swirling ominously around Gu Feng. In the depths of the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes ignited. The inky black pupils and sclera were contrasted only by a ring of white bordering the pupils, as those eerie eyes radiated a ghastly crimson light. A manic laughter transformed into a deranged giggle. Come, come, let us continue. Today, you shall all perish here. The lunatic's taunts echoed through the boundless black mist. Gu Feng's consciousness descended into the profound depths of his soul, where the dark crimson blood seemed to harbor the entirety of the world. Awaken, the demon slumbering within me. Assist me in overcoming this dire predicament. I am willing to barter my future for it." A soft, mocking laughter echoed within his heart, as the ephemeral visage of the demon flickered momentarily. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, the demon's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. A fleeting, human-like smirk glimmered upon the demon's countenance. In an instant, the dark crimson blood permeated his entire being, shattering invisible shackles. And a colossal demon silhouette flashed behind him before vanishing. All eyes were drawn to that fleeting shadow, as an indescribable terror descended upon the hearts of those present. No one could discern the demon's true form, although it appeared for but a moment. An overwhelming sense of unease settled in the hearts of all, as if a great horror had arrived. At the very instant the demon's phantom manifested, the deities in the divine realm, the hidden Tang Hao, Ain, the concealed mirror, and even Huang Quan from beyond this world, simultaneously sensed something extraordinary. Yet, only Huang Quan comprehended the true nature of that presence. Endless black mist surged forth from the depths of the earth, and amidst the inky currents, a single point of red abruptly emerged, transforming the black mist into a sinister maroon haze. A shadowy figure abruptly vanished from their sight, seizing Xuanzi's visage and forcefully pressing him down to the ground, creating a pit several hundred meters deep. In unison, everyone instinctively retreated, an acute sense of danger flooding their hearts. "Hee, die, die, die." Echoing from the depths of the pit were frenzied laughter and savage roars. The fractured earth trembled as Gu Feng seized one of Xuanzi's feet, relentlessly slamming him against the ground. Ruling the world. Dragon Emperor's tremor. Dragon Emperor's cleave. The hunched figure instantaneously transformed into a towering presence. The most formidable champion of a century ago unleashed his renowned techniques. The amalgamation of 3 formidable strikes, coupled with a surprise attack, was executed while Gu Feng was still pummeling Xuanzi, triggering an ear-splitting explosion. In an instant, Gu Feng was reduced to a mist of blood. Ouyang's son and the others, witnessing Gu Feng's transformation into a crimson haze, clenched their fists tightly. At the moment Mu In struck, he diverted everyone's attention, allowing Zhang Yu to open a portal with a wave of his hand. In a heartbeat, he hurled everyone through it, and then, with the arrival of Gu Yechen, he intended to take Gu Yechen along with him. A chilling voice interrupted Zhang Yu's actions, declaring, "I want these people dead." Gu Yechen drew the sun-shattering bow. An infinite beam of sunlight surged from the celestial orb above, enveloping the bowstring in a radiant glow. An arrow, forged from pure sunlight and imbued with a searing essence, was aimed directly at Muin. The sun began to set. In a fleeting moment, the brilliance of the sun dimmed, and the sunlight arrow transformed into a nascent sun, plummeting toward Muin. A colossal blood-red hammer, measuring thousands of meters, suddenly manifested in the path of the luminous projectile. A deafening explosion erupted. A vast crater, spanning 1,000 miles, materialized in starfall, accompanied by a towering mushroom cloud that ascended into the heavens. This mushroom cloud pierced the atmosphere, becoming visible across the entirety of Douluo continent. This day would later be referred to as the dawn of chaos, the inception of all malevolence. Heralded by the ascent of that very mushroom cloud, Tang Hao, propping himself against the diminishing Haotian hammer, coughed blood, while Ain continuously channeled life energy to heal him. Gu Yechen was supported by Zhang Yu. All the formidable warriors encircled Gu Yechen and Zhang Yu, no one daring to let him depart. Should he choose to leave and seek vengeance, the magnitude of his wrath would be insurmountable. That power had transcended all limits, truly reaching the realm of the divine. Gu Yechen gently withdrew his hand from Zhang Yu's support, and the sun-shooting bow reappeared, causing everyone to retreat in trepidation, none daring to wager on his ability to draw an arrow. At the moment of this standoff, while Ain tended to Tang Hao's wounds, an endless torrent of black and red energy enveloped the sky above Douluo. The swirling black and red currents intensified, as a dim sun and a crimson moon simultaneously emerged on the horizon. On that fateful day, the inhabitants of Douluo beheld 3 celestial bodies, the faint sun, the black great sun, and the red full moon. This extraordinary event was chronicled by future generations, yet few believed it, save for the elders who had witnessed it. Nearly no one accepted its veracity. It was a miracle. It was also a cataclysm. All who beheld the sun and moon in the ruins of Douluo were rendered speechless. The catastrophic sight sent shivers down their spines. First, the colossal rock spears capable of sinking continents, and now the same ominous black sun and blood-red moon, all while their own conditions were far from favorable. Yi Shishui and Long Xiaoyao had already fled, while Kong Deming retreated to the day and moon after his rock spear was cleaved in two. Following Long Xiaoyao and the others, after battling with Neo Tian and Titan, Di Tian and Xiong Jun found themselves in a weakened state. Neo Tian and Titan bore grievous wounds, and as Gu Yu and her companions departed, Di Tian and Xiong Jun unleashed the Dragon God Claw and the Rending Sky Claw, severely injuring Titan and Yo Tian before leaving Starluo. The Demon Queen clashed with the denizens of Sea God Island, although she emerged relatively unscathed. Her condition was not ideal. Shrek's Moon and Xuanzi were likewise rendered nearly incapacitated. Tang Hao, having forcibly withstood Gu Yechen's wrathful strike, compounded by the abrupt interruption of his fusion with the will of heaven and earth, found himself temporarily devoid of strength. Sang Yue opened a portal to another dimension, leading Gu Yechen inside. As they crossed the threshold, a voice resonated throughout the heavens, exuding immense authority. Yet, both Gu Yechen and Sang Yue understood the identity of the voice's owner. Subsequently, the dimensional portal sealed. Ether, Sun, and Moon. The Black Great Sun and Crimson Full Moon descended simultaneously, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse, the true end of days upon Douluo. All resistance was forsaken. In this calamitous era, humanity's strength eventually wanes, an insurmountable force. The populace united in fervent prayer, beseeching divine intervention. As countless ordinary people and soul masters implored for salvation, Su Jiawei called upon the name discovered within that secret realm, the collective pleas of an entire world. Coupled with Su Jiawei's journey towards abundance, briefly summoned the ephemeral visage of a magnificent being, with antlers adorning his head. He bore a countenance that transcended the conventional boundaries of gender, accompanied by 6 ethereal arms and a body adorned with countless eyes. He gazed upon the world with a benevolent demeanor, his face graced by the gentlest smile ever to exist. The celestial tree reached towards the heavens, supporting the obsidian sun and the sanguine moon, both suspended in the firmament by the formidable force of the celestial tree. Amidst the dark crimson currents, a pair of blood-red eyes ignited, as Gu Feng beheld the celestial tree halting the sun and moon in their tracks. Just as Gu Feng prepared to take further action, he waved his hand, unveiling a rift. The atmosphere beyond the rift was thick with an oppressive aura, revealing a blood-soaked sky and an endless expanse of a crimson sea, upon which lay the remnants of a colossal city, partially collapsed. It was the ruins of hell. The very heart of the demon realm remained undestroyed, lingering in the dimensional space of Douluo. The core of hell was indeed the core of the demon realm. He effortlessly opened a portal to a higher dimensional cosmos, casting Gu Feng into its depths with a mere gesture. A roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth before he vanished from this world. The apothecary. Subsequently, the rift sealed, the endless flow of dark crimson energy dissipating in the absence of its master. He diminished the celestial tree, transforming the sun and moon into its extraordinary fruits. With a compassionate gaze sweeping across this realm, he too vanished from existence. Chapter 1. A transforming landscape. A year after the celestial convergence, changes began to unfold across the continent. Gu Yechen and his companions returned to the borderlands, which had entered a state of full-scale military preparedness by that time. The group from Shrek, led by Tang Hao and Ayin, made their way back to Shrek Academy, where Muin entrusted the position of Sea God Pavilion Master to Tang Hao. Upon Tang Hao's ascension, the Haoyan sect re-emerged, and Tang Wutong was designated as the next prospective Pavilion Master. The Haoyan sect youth, Tang Wuji, who had ignited the fuse a year prior, also joined Shrek. During this year, numerous significant events transpired. The most notable incidents included the Dou Ling incident, the Xing Luo incident, the Tianhan incident, as well as the Ryu and Xinling incidents. The black ring that erupted that day eventually drifted toward the Dou Ling realm. On that day, Dou Ling transformed into a realm of death. Although the major sects managed to escape, the ordinary populace was nearly annihilated. Presently, Dou Ling stands as a desolate nation, with the black ring hovering ominously above its skies, no longer moving. Xing Luo, having served as the battleground for that cataclysm, is now largely in ruins. However, the aftermath of the divine event left behind terrifying consequences. Initially, some placed their faith in the savior deity, acquiring a semblance of immortality. Yet, it was not long before they morphed into monsters, their bodies encrusted with withered branches, exhibiting frenzied bloodlust, attacking any living beings they encountered. Subsequently, the Songcheng secret realm, under Xing Luo's dominion, fused directly with the imperial capital, creating a vast pit. A severed tree rooted itself among the ruins of Xing Luo, and Su Jiawei acquired extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, due to Tang Hao's emergence and the divine legacy bestowed upon him, significant actions have yet to unfold. In the wake of the calamity, few living souls remain in Xing Luo, where the corpses of the fallen have transformed into monsters. Congregating in the ruins of the imperial capital, the Tianhan realm fared somewhat better, though it remains chaotic. Douling and Xing Luo are exceedingly perilous. However, for ordinary people, the threat has subsided, as they have all but perished. Suddenly, a new breed of half-human, half-demon entities emerged in Tianhan. These discovered fiends exhibit bloodthirst, eschew the cultivation of soul power, and possess remarkable speed and strength. They can even disguise themselves as humans, preying upon their own kind. The threat posed by these demons is immense. Led by the leaders of the Binti sect, a coalition of sects has formed to combat the demon menace. Although large-scale incidents of demons devouring humans have ceased, sporadic occurrences continue, with those demons who consume humans awakening various abilities. This threat necessitates urgent resolution, otherwise, one can only speculate what horrors may arise should the entirety of Tianhan's populace be consumed. The Ryu realm has bifurcated, with one faction led by the Crown Prince and Yi Shishui's Holy Spirit sect, alongside the evil emperor. The other faction is comprised of Muir, the very individual who heralded the onset of destruction, resurfacing after a period of dormancy. The boundless sea of blood has spread from the shores of Ryu, extending beyond the confines of Mingdu. The sole mentor legion of the sun and moon has been engulfed, with the blood sea absorbing all sustenance. Halted just outside the capital, Muir's injuries remain unhealed, for the power of the void is not easily grasped. In the wake of this upheaval, the Crown Prince has allied with the Holy Spirit Church to ascend to power, while Jing Hongchen of the Mingda Hall has vanished alongside Xiao Hongchen from the capital. A colossal blood sphere has emerged above the endless blood sea, within which 6 extraordinary lives are gestating. Xuanzi from Shrek led an expedition to investigate, only to be repelled by the crimson figures within the blood sea. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwu sees the opportunity to gravely wound Xuanzi, almost leaving him trapped in the sun and moon. During this year, the divine inheritances scattered across Douluo have converged, resonating throughout the continent. Everyone has heard the echoes of the ancient Jialing Pass ruins, the legacy of the gods. However, these ruins were sealed by the gods a millennium ago, housing the shattered divinity of angels, the legacy of Rakshasa, and the inheritances of the deities, all now within Jialing Pass, which lies directly above Shrek City. The seal is set to be broken in 3 years, a fleeting moment, as individuals across the continent strive to enhance their power, eager to obtain the divine inheritances. Naturally, there are also many who wish to obliterate these divine legacies: the Soul Beast clan, the demons, Muir, and the denizens of the borderlands. Miss Songyue, would you care to join me for a drink? Gu Yechen stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, his hand swaying the wine towards the newly arrived Songyu. The wine in Gu Yechen's hand found its way into Songyue's grasp. This exquisite wine was quite agreeable, thus, she accepted it. Qiu Yue is seeking you. The coldness of her voice softened slightly due to the fine liquor, and she subsequently vanished atop the city wall, clutching the wine. Gu Yechen gazed quietly at the horizon, where he could discern a solitary, gnarled tree among the stars. Though it lacked the grandeur of the miraculous tree, it remained perceptible in the twilight. Sigh. The silhouette of Gu Yechen gradually faded away atop the city wall. Sister, Chioer's soul had fallen into silence. You mentioned that a part of Chioer's soul was missing, yet it seemed that something had preserved her life, allowing for a slow recovery. Yes, I am aware. Do you intend to venture out? Indeed, Gu has returned to the Stardo continent. The current realm is quite tumultuous. As the sovereign of soul beasts, she must forge a path for them. This is her duty. Please be cautious. I am providing you with this item, although I am not entirely certain of its nature. I am confident it complements your abilities, especially considering the recuperation over the past year. If all goes as planned, under desperate circumstances, you should be able to unleash chaos akin to that which the previous Xuanzi wrought. Ouyang Chier's voice diminished gradually as she spoke. Ouyang's son, observing his unreliable elder sister, shook his head in resignation before pushing open the door. He waved farewell to Ouyang Chier over his shoulder, then turned to gaze at the ceiling, which held nothing. Nevertheless, he smiled and waved again before vanishing from sight. 2 figures manifested on the rooftop. The witch cradled Poseidon, comforting her, as they watched Ouyang's son depart, hoping for his safe return. Night fell, and the Snow Empress stood atop the tower in the city. Songyu leaned quietly behind her, sipping the wine procured from Gu Yechen. I intend to venture out, although I am no longer the sovereign of the far north. During the great battle of the previous year, my efforts were futile unless I fought with all my might. Ha! A light chuckle echoed through the tranquil night. However, I am indeed the sovereign of the far north. Next time, I shall not merely observe from the shadows." The Snow Empress's icy voice resonated in the stillness of the night. Song Yu paused her drinking, then smiled, continuing to sip the wine. "Well, I had also intended to inform you that I must restore my strength. It is ironic that my role in that battle was merely to assist in retreating. I am a god of war." The soaring spirit and endless chill surged with Song Yu's words. After a moment, it settled, and the Snow Empress turned to regard Song Yu. Both aloof and stoic ladies smiled in unison. Song Yu tossed the wine toward the Snow Empress, who took a swig as well. Eventually, they departed in opposite directions. In the prison of Shrek City, a golden-haired figure lay imprisoned, every inch of her marred and filthy. Devoid of clothing. Heh, this woman has been locked away for a year, enduring every form of torment, yet it was all in vain. However, I must admit, this woman is truly alluring. Indeed, despite being subjected to so many, she remains exquisite. Ha ha, now you've got me wanting to partake once more. Brother, what about you? Shall we proceed? Half an hour later, two guards simultaneously exited the cell of the golden-haired figure, leaving Lan Shui sprawled on the filthy ground. Lan Shui had endured relentless torment for an entire year. Captured at the behest of the so-called divine descent from eons ago and Tang Wudong's demands, she found herself betrayed by those she had regarded as allies. The Shrek Academy, where she had spent over a decade of her life, did not intervene. Instead, they became complicit in her suffering. Had it not been for their treachery and schemes, she might have escaped, even if she was unable to fight back. The betrayal plunged her into the depths of despair. Daily, she was subjected to humiliation from various tormentors, and the resentment within her yearned to obliterate the world. Soon, you all shall perish. In the darkness, her once white eyes began to glisten with a blood-red hue, her golden hair transforming into a stark white. Is this truly my destined fate? Ha! What am I? Merely your pawn? Or perhaps the child of destiny? What is this identity bestowed upon me? Only endless torment. An unseen will convey a message to the blue-haired figure. It was a life untouched by Tang Sin's interference, with a divine martial spirit of innate level 20. Centered around the Star Luo Empire, he encountered individuals from the Xingguan sect. That woman aided in her ascension to empress. She became the queen, he the general. His mother proud of him, and his father treating his mother exceptionally well. He unified the continent, ascending to the divine realm with his family, liberating the common people. A harmonious family, a yearning love, this was his true destiny. Not a life akin to that of a dog. The Ice Emperor and Tianming were engulfed in boundless rage. Those chosen by fate were predetermined from birth. Were their choices, too, orchestrated? How intriguing. I have annihilated half a continent. Even gods are not invincible. Now, it becomes rather amusing. Yuhao, how about you take me as your master and learn the arts of necromancy? A platinum-haired phantom materialized before them. That individual becoming a god was a mistake, but are you willing to oppose him? He is a god, after all. The voice of the platinum-haired figure resonated softly. Tianming and the Ice Emperor lowered their heads in resignation. Indeed, he is a god. In his eyes, they could be extinguished at will. I refuse to live such a life. I desire to govern my own destiny. If you can teach me, I am willing to take you as my master. Ha, splendid. Through your misfortunes, I have gained much. This fragment of my divine consciousness shall not dissipate. Above you, there exists a senior brother and sister, who are not inferior to the gods of this world. Yuhao, I merely hope that in the future, you can lead a life free from that individual's interference and contribute to the world. My name is the Cataclysm of the Undead, Necromancer God, Ilex. Chapter 2, Ouyang's Son and the Starry Dipper. Is it possible that there are no soul beasts even surrounding the Starry Dipper? How intriguing, how captivating. Golden feathers danced in the air as Ouyang's son, wielding the divine demon staff, stepped into the Starry Dipper. 2 years prior, several other youths embarked on their journey from this very place towards the Starry Dipper. His destination was unequivocal, the core area of the Starry Dipper. Those who obstruct him would meet their demise. However, it was unlikely that the Soul Beast tribe would intervene, for he bore her scales, and logically, she should have sensed his arrival the moment he set foot in the Starry Dipper. It seems that the Starry Dipper is not at peace. Over the past year, many had been wandering near the border wilderness, yet under the vigilant watch of the border guards and the intimidation wielded by Gu Yechen, none dared to advance further. Within the Starry Dipper, the formidable forces were limited to a handful of ferocious beasts, and she had completely reconstructed herself. Although her current strength remained commendable, it still paled in comparison to her former self. The emergence of god-level powers from Shrek posed a significant threat, and one could only wonder how she had fared over the past year. Ouyang's sun transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the core of the Starry Dipper. As he approached the inner circle, he came to a halt. Oh, is the situation truly this dire? He leaped onto a tree, concealing his presence. Before him, high walls encircled the inner circle, and countless high-tech soul-guiding devices were aimed at it, while two powerful super Douluos exuded their formidable auras atop the city walls. This was merely one vantage point. The inner circle was vast. Judging by the positions of the two super Douluos he sensed, at least 16 super Douluos would be required to encircle the inner circle. North, south, east, and west, 2 from each direction, with others on standby for timely support. Where did Shrek acquire such an abundance of super Douluos? Unless a troubling realization dawned upon Ouyang's son. These super Douluos were not merely from Shrek. They represented a coalition from all the forces across the continent. But why? Ouyang's son and his companions had minimal contact with the outside world over the past year. The individuals from the border wilderness were no weaklings and had no need for soul rings. It could be said that they were all soul Douluos or title Douluos. Although the advancement from soul Douluo to title Douluo had become considerably easier than it was a millennium ago, the inhabitants of the border wilderness were reluctant to utilize soul cores for promotion. This was what Gu Feng had remarked. Advancing through soul cores was a shortcut. The elevation to title Douluo a millennium prior had required accumulation and profound comprehension, allowing one to harness the power of heaven and earth. Thus, the border wilderness would not see a surge of title Douluos in the near future, nor would it give rise to any. One could only wonder about that young lad. Gu Chengzhu and Sang Yue had mentioned that he had not perished. Ultimately, the legendary 3-star emergence was indeed his doing. However, the resounding roar that echoed across the continent was undeniably his voice. The apothecary. Was it that ethereal figure? Ouyang's son recalled the peculiar figure that waved away calamities, surprisingly. He found the presence to be gentle, evoking a sense of warmth within him. This was unusual as he considered himself forsaken by the heavens. Clearly, the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Snapping back to reality, Ouyang's son gazed at the towering wall before him. Realizing he possessed no effective means to traverse it silently, he had no choice but to force his way through. A blinding crimson light emanated from him. And in an instant, the silhouettes of everyone on the city wall manifested in his mind. Blinding eyes, thermal imaging. Though somewhat impractical, it proved to be a rather useful ability. Before him stood a modest number of adversaries, 10 soul saints, 3 Douluo, and a title Douluo. With no super Douluo present in this location, the real complication lay with the 2 super Douluo. Dealing with the title Douluo was merely a matter of time. However, urgency was of the essence. Should the super Douluo from the opposing side arrive and support, his actions would be in vain, and he might not have another opportunity. Ouyang's son continued to ponder as golden feathers danced upon the trees, while white fluff cascaded from the treetops behind him. Suddenly, a red scarf radiated 7 distinct hues of light, soaring toward his neck. What was this? The special weapon his sister had researched? Ah, the Shiyu ribbon? 7 capabilities. Yet only 5 were currently available? 7 uniquely colored diamonds, each embodying a distinct power. The red diamond served as a unique weapon, a spear forged from concentrated fire poison, capable of infinite division. The yellow diamond could summon 1,001 tombstones with special enhancements within the line of sight, each inscribed with unique runes. The purple diamond could temporarily enhance his organs, even fortifying cells, bestowing extraordinary abilities. However, it could only augment 2 organs, and once chosen, the selection could not be altered. This enhancement could even be considered a form of evolution. The green diamond resembled a verdant bronze bell, inscribed with verses of rebirth, a sacred text related to spirits and transcendence, capable of safeguarding the sea of consciousness and protecting the soul. The blue diamond manifested as a flock of crows composed of blue lightning, immortal and undying, imbued with electricity. It functioned as his eyes, allowing him to swap positions with any of the crows and gain their perspective. The pink diamond was sealed by countless chains, seemingly connecting to another realm within his perception. The black diamond was dim and devoid of light, yet he sensed that its latent power was the most formidable of all. As Ouyang's son absorbed the information transmitted by the Shiyu ribbon, his mind momentarily faltered. Could this be the creation of his foolish sister? No, it was not her invention. Rather, she had crafted her ribbon based on this very artifact. It appeared that a myriad of supernatural entities existed, and such weapons had begun to surface. One could only wonder what other extraordinary weapons might yet emerge. For a fleeting moment, Ouyang's son's crimson eyes dimmed, but in the next instant, the demon god staff radiated with resplendent golden light, invoking the Shiyu ribbon. The abilities displayed are indeed impressive. However, the Divine Demon Staff is equally formidable, perhaps even superior in its assault capabilities. The Stone Feather Ribbon requires a cooldown period after each use, yet at this moment, it perfectly addresses his infiltration needs. Blue diamonds. Purple diamonds. The Purple Star of ZY, enhancing vitality, shadows. From the void, a multitude of azure crows emerged, perching upon the towering trees. The golden radiance of the Divine Demon Staff grew increasingly blinding as Ouyang's son wielded it like a great axe, unleashing a beam of golden light that cleaved a breach several meters wide in the city wall. Ouyang's son's shadow coalesced into his form, while the azure crows soared chaotically toward the gaping opening. The purple shadow exuded an air of nobility as Ouyang's son stealthily concealed his presence. The Purple Star of ZY, Qitian. The purple shadow grew to a towering height of several hundred meters, brandishing a dark purple divine demon staff. This shadow possessed the ability to utilize all of his attack capabilities, remaining indestructible. Its sole drawback was that it could not stray far from his position and required his direct control. Additionally, unable to employ the powers of the Stone Feather Ribbon or some enhanced states. However, Qitian was an exception, as it too served as an offensive capability. The Purple Star of ZY, 6 pads of reincarnation cannon. The staff in the shadow Ouyang's son's grasp morphed into the appearance of a Gatling gun. He had previously contemplated this. Although he lacked particularly terrifying offensive power, his intent was merely to establish firepower suppression. All issues stemmed from the inadequacy of the involved party's capabilities. Moreover, the God Hunter could indeed slay deities, though currently hindered by insufficient strength. The individuals atop the city wall responded swiftly. Yet they were caught off guard by a premeditated assault. The outcome was already determined. The 6 paths of reincarnation cannon unleashed a barrage, demolishing the city wall before the titled and super Douluo could react to the breach. Hundreds of azure crows surged toward the massive opening. Witnessing this scene, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. They desperately attempted to intercept the azure crows, yet ultimately, several managed to slip past. In the instant the azure crows entered, the purple shadow vanished in a flash, and the titled investigators found nothing upon their examination, though they sensed the complexity of the matter. A speed-type soul saint sprinted toward Shrek's direction, yet Ouyang's son remained oblivious to this development. Ouyang's son's figure materialized alongside the azure crows. Soon after, Emperor Tian appeared. Casting a deep glance at Ouyang's Sunday, alas, let us proceed. The Lord is still awaiting you. Chapter 3, Bluefield Jade, Ouyang's son, Mask of the Mad God. Tian escorted Ouyang's son towards the Lake of Life. Along the way, Ouyang's son observed numerous soul beasts tending to their wounds. A shallow green lake materialized before him, shrouded in thick mist, which was the essence of the world, with a particularly vibrant life force emanating from its surface. The water glimmered a verdant hue, and a figure with green hair tirelessly healed a portion of the soul beasts by the lakeside. In the center of the lake lay a small island, more accurately described as a modest patch of land occupying a position on the water. An ancient tree, its foliage a deep azure, swayed gently, while several figures congregated beneath it. A muscular man, 2 meters tall, exuded a sharp aura. A statuesque woman with purple hair, adorned with dragon horns and deep purple eyes, had a tail gracefully swaying in the air. A robust man with red hair bled from one side of his body, diligently working to mend his injuries. An elderly man with squinting eyes, casting a calculating gaze, occasionally glanced at the figure in the ancient tree. A delicate, effeminate man stood behind the red-haired warrior, aiding in his recovery, his presence almost ethereal, as if he could vanish at any moment. Beneath the ancient tree, a porcelain-skinned doll in a white dress slept soundly. Her long blue hair streaked with a hint of white, a faint mark resembling the character for king appearing on her forehead. As Tian and Ouyang's son made their entrance, all eyes turned towards the masked Ouyang's son, sensing a threat from the figure that had just reached the threshold of 100,000 years of soul beasts. You've arrived. Ayang, a voice called from atop the ancient tree. A silver figure descended, landing before Ouyang's son, causing the surrounding chaos to fade into insignificance. The silver figure embraced Ouyang's son, and the fierce beasts around them refrained from interrupting. The changes of this year had been monumental, with the fate of the soul beasts resting heavily upon their master. Yet, their master was but a child before them, despite her formidable strength and noble lineage. Moreover, she had recently undergone a recultivation, striving to secure a future for them all. From birth, she had suffered grievous injuries that had hindered her recovery, compounded by the upheaval that had befallen the continent. Their master endured profound hardships. Ouyang Sun's mask concealed his emotions, leaving only his crimson eyes illuminated with intensity. He felt the girl in his embrace, and the fiery glow in his gaze softened. He extended his hands, gently comforting the leader of the Soul Beast clan. Recognizing the shared experiences that bound them, he resolved to return to see God Island with Poseidon, the Sea Witch, and his sister. There lies their true home. And she must guide the spirit beasts to forge a path of survival in this world. At their core, their fates are intertwined, cast aside by the gods, abandoned and forsaken. A sacred island that no longer reveres the current sea god, can it still bear that hallowed name? Their hearts remain loyal to the deity of old. Not this pretender who now claims the title. Long time no see, a hoarse voice rasped from behind the mask. Ouyang Sun's expression remained unreadable beneath its cold surface. Why do you wear a mask? Gu Yuna reached out from within his embrace, her delicate fingers yearning to unveil the face of the boy she cherished. Ouyang Sun did not resist, standing motionless as a statue, allowing her touch. Her jade-like hand traced the contours of the mask, its crimson tendrils writhing unnaturally beneath her fingertips. Suddenly, she recoiled, her lithe figure retreating swiftly. The surrounding beasts tensed, their auras flaring in readiness for the unknown threat. Who are you? Her voice was icy. Her silver dragon spear leveled at the figure before her. The mask settled back onto Ouyang Sun's face, his scarlet eyes gleaming with a sinister light. One hand pressed against his forehead as the mask twisted into a maniacal grin. Hee. Who am I? Ah, yes, what was my name again? Oh, I remember now. My name was Lantianyu. But now, I am Ouyang Sun. Thank you truly. If not for your little display, I might never have figured it out. Thought it'd be troublesome, but now, everything's south fallen into place. The divine demon staff plunged into the earth as Ouyang Sun crouched atop it, his golden plumes radiating blinding brilliance. The mask contorted further into madness, his crimson eyes pulsing with an eerie glow. Waves of energy erupted from him, scattering debris in all directions. To the senses of Di Tian and the others, the moment their sovereign pointed her spear at this so-called Ouyang Sun, something within him awakened, an existence foreign to this world. It made no effort to conceal itself, its otherworldly aura radiating brazenly. Ouyang Sun landed lightly, wrenching the staff free and resting it across his shoulders. His masked head tilted, the grin stretching wider. Just as tensions threatened to erupt, one Yaowang materialized between them. My sovereign, young friend, might we first address another pressing matter? This young man's intrusion was detected. The two gods from Shrek Academy approached swiftly. The trees whispered to me. With the scent of that weed from 10,000 years past, could you first address the matters over there before discussing your own affairs? An aged voice resonated between them. Wan Yao King. Di Tian suppressed his fury as he directed his ire at Wan Yao King. In Di Tian's heart, this was a profound disrespect towards his lord. Suddenly, Ouyang Sun cast his gaze toward the direction from whence he came, the intricate patterns on his mask glowing ever more vividly. That kind of fellow? Ouyang Sun turned, presenting his back to them. His shadow stretched infinitely under the sun. With a sideways glance, one eye shimmered with a crimson light beneath the setting sun, embodying both extinction and divinity. While the power bestowed by the mad god mask still lingered, I find myself eager to unleash my pent-up energy. Perhaps I should take care of those few nuisances while I'm at it. As for the troublesome matters between us, we shall settle them after dealing with those pests. A spark of flame leapt within his crimson eye, igniting flames that soared several meters high. Ouyang Sun gradually crouched down, the ground beneath him fracturing into a spiderweb pattern. In the next moment, he vanished from the ancient tree-embellished lake. The silver silhouette held its spear aimed at the opponent, unwavering until Wan Yao King uttered the word enemy, at which point it slowly lowered the weapon. Let us also take a look. All beasts followed ancient Moon Na's decree as they proceeded to the towering walls that imprisoned the Star Doe. Chapter 4. Battle against Tang. How the aura emanated from outside the wall as 3 men and 2 women gazed at the gap opened by Ouyang Sunday. Tang Hao pondered deeply. This aura felt so familiar, yet he could not quite recall its source. It's that damn brat. Xuanzi's expression suddenly contorted, falling into a trance. Calm down. A resonant voice echoed in Xuanzi's mind, rousing him from his stupor. Muan waved his hand, sending forth a soothing aura that steadied Xuanzi's state. Oyin, connected to the ground's blue-silver grass, though no longer the blue-silver emperor, possessed the legacy of 100,000 years. Alongside the essence of divinity and the life core of her scheming against Douluo. Presently, she wielded far greater control over the blue-silver grass than even the blue-silver emperor. Xuanzi, whose aura is that? Do you recognize it? Tang Hao inquired once Xuanzi regained his composure. It belongs to that brat from Star Luo years ago. So it is that fellow. Tang Hao recalled the fleeting image of the boy who had sent Xuanzi flying. It was indeed him. No wonder Xuanzi had been enraged. It was hardly surprising, considering the ridicule he had faced in private due to that incident. Grandfather, grandmother, what are you worried about? Not everyone is like those two monsters capable of annihilating the continent. A playful voice chimed in their ears. As Tang Wutong reverted to the demeanor of a child in the presence of familiar faces, although, in truth, she was indeed still a child at heart. Little 7. Do not underestimate the individuals on this continent, especially those two world-destroying beings. The challenges posed by the Black Ring of Doling are no trifling matter, and the laughter of the red dust from the sun and moon is scarcely inferior to your father's youth. There are numerous formidable adversaries, including the young master of the opposing faction to Shrek and the band from the border wilderness. Our Shrek possesses its own prodigies. These individuals, even a millennium ago, were no less impressive than your father. Therefore, little 7, do not let pride overwhelm you. Tang Hao gently tousled Tang Wudong's flowing blue-violet hair. Though his words suggested caution, he remained unfazed within. A millennium prior, the angel god had ascended long before his own third child, yet ultimately succumbed to the latter. Moreover, he was privy to some of Tang San's strategies. Huo Yuhao's talents far surpassed those of Qian Rinxue from a millennium ago. However, his abilities had been transferred to little 7, rendering him currently inconsequential. Little did he know that the will of heaven and earth had bestowed upon his offspring extraordinary gifts, revealing both his destined path and the present reality. As Tang Wudong pondered ways to charm Tang Hao and the others, a fiery light descended from the heavens behind her. Ouyang's son, wielding the demon god rod, gazed at the assembled gods with blood-red eyes. Is it merely you few? Eliminating you shall suffice, so prepare to meet your demise. With these words, a multitude of weapons materialized in the sky, each possessing unique characteristics, sharpness, explosive power, magic suppression, and containment, reminiscent of the treasures of the King Asphalt. Yet, the quantity of weapons was ultimately limited. An endless cascade of golden armaments rained down upon them. Heavenly soldiers, sword rain. In an instant, the towering walls were reduced to mere rubble, and the trees in the vicinity were flattened, clearing a vast expanse of several miles. Emperor Tian, tearing through the fabric of space alongside the king of 10,000 beasts, Xiangjun, and Gu Yuna, arrived just in time to witness this spectacle. Yin Ao, with the demon god rod resting on his shoulder, stood unencumbered by any obstruction. On that day, nothing could shield his sight. A resounding bovine roar echoed, as a massive hoof descended, enveloped in a thick, earthy membrane, stirring up a colossal ring of dust. Is this the young one? Is this not a death wish? Let us settle this in one fell swoop. Muan, you and Xianzi take care of them. I wish to see if this Silver Dragon King has truly undergone a complete rebirth. If he has, I would not mind resolving the Soul Beast clan today. Tang Hao summoned the Haotian hammer, the blood-red colossal weapon aimed menacingly at Gu Yuna. Emperor Tian and Bear Lord attempted to advance but were halted, as Gu Yuna gestured for them to withdraw. Her entire form was cloaked in shimmering silver dragon scales, with elongated silver horns sprouting from her head. Her amethyst-hued eyes radiated brilliance, while a pair of pristine white dragon wings unfurled from her back, and her dragon tail swayed behind her. A silver dragon spear materialized from the void, its point directed at Tang Hao, as the elements of the universe rejoiced in exuberance. Do you dare to underestimate me, old fool? A voice tinged with displeasure echoed through the air. Ouyang's son, wielding the divine demon staff, advanced step by step, treading upon the hearts of those present. Behind him loomed a half-alive Taodai divine bull and a wounded holy dragon, its horns shattered. Beside these colossal beasts, Tang Wudong knelt on the ground, devoid of resistance, while Ayin upheld a blue barrier before Ouyang's son, tirelessly healing Tang Wudong's injuries. As the dust settled, Ouyang's son's full figure was revealed. One arm dangled in midair, while the other gripped the divine demon staff, his form encrusted with dust, and his golden feathers dimmed slightly. The white fur was also mired in grime, however. The eyes behind his mask glowed with an increasingly bright crimson light. Warm jade body, blood oath body, life and death ledger, several enhancement, recovery, and status skills activated simultaneously as Ouyang's son's voice resonated. He re-emerged in a complete state, his aura intensified. They are no match for me, but what of you? If you cannot entertain me, then perish. A maniacal laughter erupted. A deep pit formed in the earth as Ouyang's son moved with blinding speed, appearing above Tang Hao. Irregular golden lightning flickered upon the divine demon staff, and the flames within his crimson eyes danced in the air. Heavenly soldier, staff punishment. A mushroom cloud ascended, Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer to block the assault of the divine demon staff, the violent explosion propelling him away. In the distance, a small mountain shattered into fragments, and Tang Hao's figure emerged from the debris. No longer needing to gather strength, the ascended Tang Hao engaged in a fierce exchange with Ouyang's son, transitioning from an even contest to quickly overpowering him. In the span of a single breath, offense and defense shifted. Ouyang's son gripped the divine demon staff, carving a 1,000-meter-long mark into the ground. Heavenly Gate, Dragon Constrictor. Heavenly Gate, Jade Pipa. As the ancient dragon emerged, adorned with antlers, fish scales, a bull-esque mouth, a horse-esque tail, and eagle-esque claws, it charged towards Tang Hao. The divine staff in Ouyang's son's hands transformed into a pipa. The haunting melody resonated through the air, filling the realm with its sound. Tang Wutong clutched her head, wailing incessantly, while Ayin struggled to withstand the enchanting music. Meanwhile, Tang Hao engaged in a fierce contest with the ancient dragon, striving to suppress the overwhelming sound. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 5, 1,000 Divine Net. Celestial Soldier, Sword Rain. The jade pipa reverted to its form as the divine staff. Ouyang's son brandished the staff, pointing it at Tang Hao, as countless golden rays poured down from the heavens like rain. Humph! Tang Hao suppressed the blood surging to his lips, his aura propelling the flame dragon into the air. The flame dragon was shattered mid-flight by a colossal hammer. With a single strike from Ling Tian, the crimson Haotian hammer swelled to a gigantic size. Descending upon the golden ray, countless golden ripples surged across the surface of the Haotian hammer, momentarily halting its descent amidst the relentless downpour. As the golden rain continuously replenished itself, the hammer's handle began to bend. Roaring, the giant ape unleashed a massive hand towards Ouyang's Sunday. Upon hearing the thunderous sound, Ouyang's son raised the divine staff defensively. The air rippled as he was struck by the titan ape's fist, sending him hurtling away. With Ouyang's son incapacitated, Tang Hao gradually dispersed the golden rain above. Beneath the blue-silver emperor's crown and the Haotian crown, we have arrived too late. Dark clouds amassed in the sky, and a deep blue dragon silhouette glided through the air. The Tianqing bull python. No, it should now be called the Tianqing divine dragon. With Tang San's assistance, a small serpent had transformed into a dragon. Otherwise, during the Star Luo incident, these two traitors would have been eliminated by Di Tian and Xiong Jun. The moment Di Tian and Xiong Jun spotted the greatest traitor among the soul beasts, their eyes turned crimson. However, Gu Yina intercepted them, her silver-white spear poised before them. Even though the two traitors had become the pawns of the divine, they remained confident in their ability to eliminate them. As long as no deities intervened. Master, allow me and Xiong Jun to slay those two traitors. Indeed, my lord. Let me and Di Tian take care of those treacherous scoundrels. Gu Yina merely shook her head gently, refraining from uttering a single word. Her silver spear unwavering in its stance. A violet glimmer flickered within her amethyst eyes, lost in contemplation. In the distance, a silhouette gradually emerged, shrouded in swirling dust. Capturing the attention of both factions, Gu Yuna gazed at Ouyang's son, seemingly awaiting his words. Ouyang's son, however, paid little heed to the spirit beasts. His focus was drawn to the two newly arrived colossal creatures, sensing the latent power concealed within their forms. A sense of gravity settled in his heart. Had he not felt a tinge of threat whilst contemplating the demise of the woman with azure-purple hair, he might have acted differently. The woman lying on the ground was already deceased, but the blue-haired healer posed a challenge he could not yet overcome. Her regenerative abilities were formidable, making her difficult to kill. Moreover, she seemed to harbor an extraordinary force within her body, though she appeared to lack offensive prowess. As for the one wielding the hammer, he possessed the greatest strength, yet some unseen constraint hindered his ability to unleash it freely. Both beasts bore this enigmatic power as well, presenting a slight inconvenience for him. Particularly troubling was the gradual waning of the strength bestowed by the mask of the mad god. The sensation emanating from the two beasts was but a shade weaker than that of Di Tian and the bear, while the hammer wielder seemed slightly more formidable. Is this the one under the Haotian crown? He doesn't seem particularly impressive, remarked the Titan Great Ape. Brother, do not underestimate him, cautioned the Azure Dragon. Just as the Titan was about to retort, he was abruptly launched into the mountains by a swift strike. The staff that had propelled him retracted with alarming speed. Tang Hao and Niu Tian's pupils constricted in astonishment. The staff exuded a peculiar aura and was capable of extension. A blue radiance surged toward the Titan, whose injuries were swiftly mended by his own carelessness. Ouyang's son brandished the demon god staff, which glowed with a crimson brilliance. "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that," he declared, embedding the staff into the ground. He leaped atop the staff, his body gradually lifting into the air above it. The staff continuously drew upon the formidable power of the Earth's veins. The eyes beneath Ouyang Sun's mask blazed with intensified red light, shooting skyward, accompanied by a profound voice that resonated. "Let us commence the second round. Minions, I hope you do not perish here. Otherwise, I shall be deprived of a few toys." As soon as Ouyang Sun's words fell, a sudden surge of crimson light retracted into his eyes. A colossal thousand-handed Buddha statue rose majestically behind him. Towering 1,000 meters high, the statue glimmered in dark gold. Its eyes firmly shut, with a myriad of hands manifesting behind it. Tang Hao, Niu Tian, and Titan gazed in astonishment at this bizarre apparition, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from it, yet they could not comprehend its nature. Originally, Douluo lacked any concept of celestial Buddhas or demons. However, Gu Feng's descent into darkness introduced the notion of demons for the first time. Now, Ouyang Sun had conjured the first Buddha, though this was not the benevolent figure of legend. A colossal hammer swept through the air, stirring a tempest, while bolts of lightning rained down upon the Buddha's crown. Titan unleashed a swirling sphere of red energy from his mouth. 3 formidable attacks surged toward Ouyang, and while they were uncertain of the entity's identity, it sufficed to know that it must be stopped. The battlefield does not abide by reason. The sole objective is to eliminate the enemy and ensure survival. As for the so-called grand tournament, it resembles mere child's play. Who would pause to issue threats in the heat of battle? Who has ever witnessed a skirmish where one allows the opponent to charge their ultimate attack, unless one is utterly incapacitated and unable to flee? Who would willingly absorb a blow? After all, not everyone is like Gu Feng from years past, or that enigmatic woman with purple hair. Just as the assaults were about to descend upon Ouyang Sun, the Buddha opened its eyes. The golden visage now bore a pair of crimson orbs, a fusion of the divine and the ominous, both Buddha and demon. The trio's attacks were instantaneously thwarted by the mysterious statue. Ouyang Sun gently descended to the ground, stepping forward to retrieve the divine demon staff embedded in the earth. Tilting his head, he rested the staff upon his shoulder, its white fur swirling in the air. "Let us continue, my comrades." With that declaration, the statue's hands began to stir. Although the majority of the arms remained ethereal, a small fraction commenced their movements. Celestial Strike, Jade Pipa, Heavenly Soldiers, Sword Thrust, Heavenly Soldiers, Sword Rain, Heavenly Gate, Crimson Lotus. Various weapons materialized in the Buddha's hands, unleashing a relentless assault upon them. Clubs, guns, blades, swords, halberds, spears, polearms, crimson lotuses, rings, pipas, flutes. The cacophony of explosions uprooted the trees in the vicinity, inflicting severe injuries upon the trio. Ayin hastily activated the blue-silver emperor's profound abilities to heal them. A terrifying energy coalesced behind the statue, its spectral form beginning to fade. Yet, as the statue began to vanish, a massive Gatling gun manifested in its grasp. 1,000 kills divine law. 6 pads of reincarnation cannon. These combined to form the enigmatic entity that had circulated in Gu Feng's past life on the internet, the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Amidst the chaos, the 6th chapter unfolds, the God Hunter's onslaught. As Tang Hao and his companions beheld the Gatling gun, their pupils constricted sharply. The incessant sound of gunfire erupted as the figure wielding the weapon aimed fiercely at them. A barrage of bullets filled the air, prompting the blue-silver grass to surge forth, manifesting into an immense azure barrier. This blue shield splintered under the relentless hail of bullets, while Ayin continuously wielded her acquired fragment of the authority of life to mend the damage inflicted by the peculiar weapon's assault. The thunderous echoes reverberated throughout Stardow, reaching even the distant confines of Shrek Academy. From within Shrek, several streaks of light shot forth towards the very heart of Stardow. Upon the towering wall, a multitude of presences surged towards Ouyang Sun and his companions. In the depths of darkness, a pair of crimson eyes flickered to life. "Oh, have those fellows departed?" "It seems so. No one has been left behind. They must have forgotten about me." Ha 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 ha. A manic laughter gradually resonated from the depths of Shrek's prison. "That woman has lost her mind again. Wasn't she once a top student at Shrek?" one guard mused. "Indeed, she was a student of the inner court. Yet, I wonder what she did to incur the wrath of Shrek's divine powers. Otherwise, how could we ever have the chance to savor such a woman?" As the guard reminisced about the enchanting figure of Lan Shui, he beckoned another guard, intending to indulge in some leisure. "Oh, what do you wish to savor, dear sirs?" "I too am curious," a sultry voice chimed in, whispering seductively into the guard's ear. What else could it be but that celestial beauty? The guard, oblivious to the unfolding danger, continued to voice his lewd thoughts, reveling in the idea of tormenting a defenseless paragon of grace. Finally, realization struck him. It was only the two of them guarding this prison. Yet, who could possibly own that beguiling voice? A figure, devoid of any semblance of attire, stood silently behind him. While his fellow guard lay lifeless, a chill ran down his spine. The guard retreated in horror as the specter of death loomed ominously. "I am sorry." Yet before he could finish his plea, he witnessed the final moments of his existence, staring into the abyss of his own demise. Inky flames ignited within the confines of Shrek City, as students relentlessly battled to extinguish the obsidian fire, unaware that a captivating figure stealthily made her way towards the inner court. "Brother Huo, although my attacks may lack potency, the fragment of life's core grants me a certain authority. This assault poses no threat to us." This should be his final gamble. Once his last onslaught ceases. Before Aine could complete her sentence, she coughed up a mouth. The ancient golden tree encountered a predicament. How could this be possible? Lan Shui gazed as the golden tree slowly transformed into an inky black, her dark crimson eyes flickering with a hint of madness. It's almost time. This is merely the beginning. Our enmity remains unresolved. From the treetop, Lan Shui relentlessly channeled shadows into the golden ancient tree. She looked towards the constellation, a bloodthirsty smile blooming upon her visage. Boom. Devoid of the support of the authority of life. The Gatling gun in the ancient Buddha's hands instantly pierced through the tree barrier. Azure Desolation Thunder. Delayed Domain. Titan Celestial Cannon. Gravitational Field. Explosive Ring. The 9 Secrets of Haotian. Breaking Word Technique. Slaughter Domain. They unleashed their most formidable attacks to thwart the ancient Buddha's assault behind Ouyang Sunday. Following the attack, a sinister laughter echoed as the 1,000-kill divine array behind Ouyang's sun dissipated into motes of light. In the next moment, an enormous and unfathomable rift appeared in the heavens and earth. The rift yawned open, revealing a colossal dark red eye. In Ouyang Sun's one eye, the crimson hue had morphed into a pitch-black abyss, while the eye in the sky fixated upon Tang Hao and his companions. Inky flames spread forth, igniting within the void, relentlessly breaching the layered domains of the trio. 1,001 peculiar tombstones erupted from the ground, with Ouyang's sun perched upon the highest tombstone. One eye as dark as ink and the other as red as blood, silently observing the few who struggled to impede the encroaching black flames. Behind him, the tips of his flowing fur shimmered with violet and golden brilliance, radiating dazzling light against the backdrop of white fur. That weapon, not of this world. Stone feather silk. Purple diamond enhancement, blinding, blood. Yellow diamond, amplifying the 1,001 tombstones. All the inscriptions on the tombstones converged upon Ouyang's sun. The divine demon staff erupting with terrifying, devouring power. Countless soul beasts and soul masters perished within this vast forest daily. Although the recent deaths had decreased due to the high walls, the disparity in this world remained stark. Innumerable souls of the deceased, mingled with the essence of heaven and earth, coalesced upon Ouyang's sun's divine demon staff. The heavens altered color. The sky behind Ouyang's sun darkened, with endless black clouds roaring in his wake. Tang Hao and his companions sensed the looming threat of death as the inky flames incessantly eroded their strength at this moment. They were even unable to summon the divine power within them. They could only watch helplessly as the attack, which threatened to alter the very fabric of heaven and earth, gradually took shape. "Master, shall we take action to completely eliminate these Shrek individuals?" Tian contemplated the formidable power emanating from the 100-meter tombstone that Ouyang's sun had condensed, and he inquired with a hint of curiosity. This attack bore an oddly dissonant sensation. While undeniably potent, it seemed to lack the full extent of its potential. Nevertheless, this strike was sufficient to annihilate those traitors and that so-called deity. Even if it failed to obliterate them, it would render them utterly defenseless, allowing him and Xiong-jun to eliminate them with ease. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. They had a contingency plan. As Tian pondered what this backup might entail, a tempestuous blue sea surged forth from the direction of the unconscious Tang Wudong. An incessant alarm echoed in their minds. This was the power of the deity. Across the continent, this overwhelming aura could be felt. Tang Wudong's figure hovered opposite Ouyang's sun, her azure eyes radiating divinity. "Heretics, may the heavens punish you." A thunderous voice resonated from Tang Wudong, echoing throughout the cosmos. Anyone within earshot could perceive this divine proclamation. "Oh, a deity?" Haha. Ouyang's sun, resting his head on one hand, erupted into maniacal laughter. He could not help but recall that individual. Indeed, just as he had asserted, These beings were unworthy of the title deity. Heaven and earth shall punish you? Do you see the skies daring to oppose me? If this is what you deem a deity, then allow me to demonstrate its demise. Furthermore, with just a fragment of your consciousness, you dare to act so grandly? Trash. Even if your true form were to descend, it would still meet its end here. The souls of the stars continued to converge. Yet Ouyang's son could no longer afford to wait or gather strength. Countless vengeful spirits were devoured by the divine demon staff. A black luminescence slicing through space toward Tang Wudong, God Hunter's assassination. This current technique was merely a fraction of its true power, which could consume the souls of an entire world alongside its elemental essence. God, dare to obstruct me, and you shall perish here. Chapter 7. Reactions from All Sides, Part 1. The resentment of the heavens, the elemental essence, and the souls of the deceased all drift toward the stars. How I long to join in the revelry. Alas, having just escaped that place, my body has yet to heal. I must bide my time for the next opportunity. Such a pity. Beside the blazing sea god pavilion, Lan Shui dipped her jade foot into the sea god lake, creating gentle ripples. Wouldn't you agree? Dear senior sister? Behind her stood Zhang Lishuan, gravely wounded and bound by dark chains. Shrek had not been without its strong warriors. Yet all of the top-tier powers had rushed to support the stars. Though Zhang Lishuan was formidable, her youth rendered her vulnerable. After a series of upheavals, Lan Shui, now shrouded in darkness, had captured her effortlessly. Oh dear, does the senior sister gaze upon me in hopes of being released? Rest assured, dear sister, I shall release you. Albeit in the auction house. The enchanting figure gracefully approached Zhang Lishuan. As Lan Shui gently crouched down, her vibrant crimson lips brushing against Zhang Lishuan's ear. The alluring whisper that reached Zhang Lishuan only instilled in her an overwhelming sense of dread. Beneath the blazing inferno, the golden tree gradually leaned and collapsed, and two exquisite silhouettes slowly vanished into the sea of flames. Following the upheaval, the members of Shrek searched tirelessly for Zhang Lishuan until, just before the opening of the Jialing Pass, she was found once more within Shrek's auction house, presented as an item for sale. Zhang Lishuan's eyes were devoid of any light, her gentleness completely extinguished, and her entire being radiated an intoxicating allure. Beyond the realms of the sun and moon, amidst a sea of blood, a white-haired figure gazed upon the nurturing azura and celestial paths among the 6 realms. Those figures were the lost Xiao Hongqian and Jing Hongqian, their presence exuding an aura that transcended limits. Soon, once the 6 realms are fully formed, conquest of this world shall be within reach. Dream. I shall use all the vitality of this world to resurrect you. We shall remain together, I promise. The white-haired Muir observed the slumbering Meng Hongqian within the crystal. Lacking a portion of her soul, he was not without means. To fully revive Meng Hongqian, he employed the ancient Kailankaya's secret arts from his past life, creating the 6 realms, intending to use this world as a sacrifice to unleash the forbidden techniques of Kailankaya. Within the secret realm of the Sun and Moon Palace lies a miniature world, suffused with a sense of destruction. The martial spirits of the Sun and Moon royal family are among the most prestigious lineages within the entirety of the Douluo continent. The Sun, the Moon, and the purple radiant annihilation dragon. The Sun martial spirit cannot be born by the human body, which is why it appears rather flamboyant. While the Moon martial spirit requires a sacrifice, what that sacrifice entails remains a mystery. It is known only that the first master of the Moon martial spirit referred to it as the Blight Moon. This has been a legacy passed down through generations in the royal family. Otherwise, the ancestral martial spirit of the royal lineage would not have predominantly been the Sun. As for the purple radiant annihilation dragon martial spirit, Sutian arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Sun and Moon following the patricide that led to his ascension. His purple radiant annihilation dragon martial spirit finally revealed its true form. A divine-level martial spirit, with unparalleled talent, destruction. Once I complete the inheritance of the purple radiant annihilation dragon, there shall be but one voice in this world. The sound of maniacal laughter echoed in the desolate secret realm, as Sutian unexpectedly healed his legs and wounds upon accepting this inheritance. He was now truly a man. And once again, these gods, on the precipice of a celestial divide, a mystical sect stands majestically within its grand hall. The high-ranking members of the sect, led by the indomitable Poison Immortal, convened to deliberate on how to confront the demons concealed by the celestial souls. The divine proclamation reverberates across the continent, inevitably reaching the ears of the body sect. Grant me time, and I shall surpass these divine beings. The awakening of my martial soul has culminated in a diamond transformation, and I sense that 2 more awakenings lie ahead. Presently, I possess the raw physical prowess to contend with Elder Jean, ensuring my victory. This is merely the beginning of my awakening, and it appears I have also unlocked an innate domain. As I speak, the azure sea rises to meet the green lotus, while the radiant moon descends from the heavens. An unparalleled sense of dominance instantly envelopes the entire hall. In that moment of manifestation, Poison Immortal could scarcely feel the forces of the universe. Ha ha ha, splendid. Speak freely, proud Tian. Whatever you require from us old-timers, do not hesitate to ask. The atmosphere is charged with elation among Poison Immortal and his comrades. It seems that fate has tilted in their favor. In a concealed corner, a rustling sound emerges. Miss, do these fools truly dare to call themselves gods? I long to obliterate that brazen imbecile. Uncle Pong, pay no heed to such a fool. We seem to have arrived in this realm while exploring a secret domain. The area may not be vast, yet it conceals numerous secrets, far more intriguing than the eastern wilderness. Moreover, we cannot discern the way back. By the way, Uncle Pong, has that shadow gleaned any information? The young lady dismissively refers to the fool who announced it to the continent while tending to her pet. Suddenly, her tone grows urgent. There is no news at all. The master of that shadow has yielded no information. However, judging by the shadow's actions, it must belong to a lineage of ancestors. So formidable. It seems this place may indeed harbor remarkable legacies, making my endeavors against those individuals worthwhile. And what of that purple-haired woman and the last black-haired individual? The purple-haired woman is equally elusive. All we know is that she is extraordinarily powerful, at least stronger than I. And that seems to be merely a projection of her power. What? How can that be? And the other person? The young lady is taken aback by Uncle Peng's revelations. Such a level of strength belonged to the mighty beings of her former world, and it may not even represent their full capabilities. This world appears to harbor far greater dangers than she had anticipated, prompting her to sheath her arrogance. It feels perilous, akin to facing an ancient clan of immortal sovereigns. The man sighs, feeling rather helpless. He had presumed his strength to be among the pinnacle in a realm where the manipulation of heavenly essence was impossible. Who could have foreseen? Above the arena of combat, a colossal black ring spins incessantly, and a formless silhouette gradually materializes. A deity? A celestial resonance emanated from within the dark ring. Nox, with his vacant, all-white eyes, gazed towards the constellation. After a moment of observing the so-called deity, he turned and stepped into the shadows of the ring. An array of voices erupted in a cacophony. A deity? How can such a being even claim to be divine? Such a creature would not dare to act so brazenly in our realm, oblivious to its own demise. How I long to assimilate him into our ranks. Within the dark ring, countless conversations ensued, yet none regarded the wretched entity with any seriousness. Chapter 8, Reactions from All Sides, Part 2. Upon the remnants of a colossal tree in the starry realm, a man crowned in imperial regalia surveyed the immortal monstrosities below. Oh, divine one, why do you evoke such a pitiable sense of weakness in me? Is it due to your lack of true form, or are you merely a useless entity? How intriguing. A god of this world not only meddles with the continent, but does so in a lamentably feeble manner. This world is in dire need of a new voice. Allow me to bring forth rejuvenation. Rising from the throne he constructed at the heart of the giant tree, Su Jiawei was shrouded in a celestial glow. Stars twinkling behind him. Beneath the tree, countless roars echoed. Strange figures, their bodies enshrouded in withered branches, bellowed as they began to wander from the ruins of the starry royal city across the continent. Evolution or annihilation, I shall usher in a rebirth for this world. Su Jiawei's voice resonated throughout the royal city. Grandma Mian, is he truly still himself? The elegant maiden gazed at the increasingly unfamiliar silhouette beneath the tree, unable to suppress her anxiety. Your Highness, I cannot ascertain the extent of His Majesty's transformation, and I can tell you that he seems genuinely joyful. It has been a long time since he has experienced such happiness. Su Jiao observed the audacious figure atop the tree. After a prolonged contemplation, a smile finally graced her troubled visage. Indeed, that is sufficient. In the far northern lands, beneath the towering ice layers, the monkey has engaged in battle with those gods so swiftly. A woman with flowing white hair awaited the bloom of a snow-white cold lotus, adorned with 12 petals. Yet, this does not seem right. Although the monkey is a warrior at heart, he should not confront those beings so soon. Is it due to the so-called soul beast sovereign? How ironic. The Snow Empress seemed to have recalled something. A flicker of anger crossed her cold visage, born both from frustration at the fate that had befallen her kind and from the helplessness that accompanied it. Clenching her fists tightly, she eventually relaxed her grip. The fate of the soul beasts, particularly those from the extreme north, would not be entrusted to that so-called sovereign of soul beasts. As for the imperial beast, it had merely been a pawn in a grand scheme. Perhaps even she had once been ensnared in a similar trap. The Snow Empress reminisced about the moment she obtained the Snow Lotus, surrounded by a multitude of crystalline ice spikes. Was this your design? Rest assured, this Empress shall reclaim what is owed in due time. Her gaze pierced through the myriad layers of ice, directed towards the constellation-studded sky. At the ocean's depths, Song Yu donned a blue dragon-patterned attire as she traversed the seabed, devoid of any detectable aura. Her corporeal form withstood the ocean's immense pressure as she moved through the abyss. Even now, her physical prowess alone could easily shatter the formidable gatekeeper, the esteemed elder of the Holy Spirit sect. Oh, that monkey surely finds himself in a precarious situation against those adversaries. A blood-red Tang Dao materialized in Song Yu's hand as she contemplated whether to assist the monkey, perhaps even slay a deity in the process. Ultimately, however, she relinquished the crimson blade. Mermaid? Do you intend to obstruct me? Song Yu's delicate, supple eyelashes veiled her slightly narrowed eyes, rendering the golden-crowned mermaid opposite her unable to discern her thoughts. Before Song Yu, a mermaid's silhouette emerged from the depths, recalling the command bestowed upon them by the sea deity they served. She sensed the lethal threat emanating from Song Yu, reflecting on the recent actions of the newly appointed sea god. A prolonged sigh escaped her lips. Do not misunderstand. Our merfolk serve the ancient sea god, not that trinket of the constellations. I have come merely to invite you to our realm. For it seems we possess something that resonates with your essence. Intriguing, then lead the way. I am curious to see what this is. In the depths of the demon whale sea a millennium ago, a colossal demon whale swiftly plunged to the ocean's floor. Mother, it is the human who killed my father 1,000 years ago. The demon whale transformed into a girl, cradling a beautiful woman. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she mourned her father. The beautiful woman gently consoled the weeping girl, her face imbued with boundless tenderness. Yet, as she gazed towards the constellation-studded sky, her eyes betrayed a hatred that had endured through the ages. She seethed with rage, yet she also understood that, in the eyes of that individual, she was merely a larger-than-average ant, even though she was no less formidable than her husband had been a millennium prior. Buddha's child, I promise you, I shall avenge your father. The choked voice of Lan Fosai intermittently echoed through the depths of the ocean, reaching the ears of the demon queen. No, please, mother. We cannot defeat that person. I do not wish to lose you again. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of tenderness appeared in the demon queen's eyes. She wished to speak, yet ultimately chose to gently comfort her bewildered daughter. We shall discuss that matter later. The demon queen cast a final glance toward the direction of the stars, then turned her gaze to the place where her husband had often lingered for countless millennia. In that location, a colossal green crystal radiated a shimmering emerald light. A light that not only alleviated the adverse effects of her rapid advancement, but also continually fortified her physique. Opposite the green crystal stood a purple crystal, exuding an aura of destruction, relentlessly erasing everything in its vicinity. Yet, under the influence of the green crystal, all was restored to its former state. She had initially intended to invite her daughter to train there, but considering her daughter's current condition, she decided against it. Very well, we shall wait until she feels better. Tang-san, that day shall not be far off. The demon queen silently contemplated. Her pale lavender eyes glimmered, one radiating a profound green light, while the other emanated a dense black aura, fleetingly vanishing. The essence that belonged to the divine flickered momentarily. Divine? Gu Yecheng stood against the walls of the desolate frontier, bow in hand, methodically drawing the string as he prepared to unleash an arrow upon the deity before him. He was eager to witness whether this god could withstand his shot. A delicate hand, akin to jade, gently pressed against Gu Yecheng's as he drew the bow. We must place our faith in those children, just as we do in our beloved offspring. The eyes of Qianqiu glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. Though they now knew that Gu Feng was not dead, they remained oblivious to his whereabouts. That day, all they had seen was a fleeting shadow escorting Gu Feng away from Douluo. Gu Yecheng embraced Qian Shiyue. Rest assured, we shall undoubtedly locate that rascal. He reassured his beloved, while simultaneously comforting himself. Yet, within his gaze flickered a resolute determination. He would find their child, and those who dared to obstruct him would face dire consequences. The hunter goddess sniper. Given Ouyang's son's current limitations and strength and the insufficient time to gather his power, the hunter god sniper infused with the essence of half the starry spirit and vital energy, surged toward Tang Wudong. Tang Wudong's pupils constricted sharply. The supreme artifact, the sea god trident, was hurled into the azure sky. The boundless radiance of the sea god shielded against the significantly weakened hunter god's sniper. Are you prepared to accept divine retribution, blasphemer? Chapter 9. The Descent of the Divine, the Sea God. The demon emerges, the demon lord. The smile on Ouyang Sun's mask gradually faded. This poses a problem. That fellow actually left such a contingency in Douluo. A phantom image soared from Tang Wudong's mind, an ethereal projection of Tang San's divine consciousness, imbued with his inherent power. Augmented by the sea god trident, in the realm of Douluo, he could be regarded as one of the foremost forces. Wielding the sea god trident, a torrential downpour cascaded, with droplets piercing stone, enhanced by Tang San's divine might. The Monkey King reigned supreme. In an instant, Ouyang's sun exploded, giving rise to 20,000 miniature versions of himself that leaped atop the towering gravestones. Tang San was momentarily bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure. Such a life-preserving tactic was truly unprecedented for him. He sought to unleash the vast power stored within the sea god trident to clear the battlefield at once. However, a year had elapsed in Douluo, and the barriers of Liuxing had regained considerable strength. He could only faintly sense his original form as presence. Should he ignite this fragment of divine consciousness and his true form be willing to sacrifice something, alongside the cooperation of several other divine sovereigns? He could indeed manifest a temporary avatar. He was well aware of his original form, if all proceeded as expected. It would already be reaching out to the other divine sovereigns by the time this fragment of divine consciousness materialized. Once his avatar descended, any unforeseen variables outside his script could be managed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Tang San's eyes. As he prepared to strike once more, an aura locked onto him. Gu Yuhao, wielding a dragon spear, unfurled her dragon wings, with the elements of heaven and earth coalescing behind her. Oh, is the Silver Dragon King intent on challenging me? Can you withstand my current prowess? Although Tang San spoke thus, he ultimately refrained from taking action. No one could ascertain whether the Silver Dragon King had any hidden moves, if this fragment of divine consciousness were truly eliminated before the Avatar's arrival. He would have to await the disappearance of that peculiar barrier to eliminate these uncertainties. The diminutive Ouyang's sun was captured by the arriving members of Shrek while Tang San and Gu Yuna were at a standoff. The shrunken Ouyang's sun seemed to have lost his extraordinary combat prowess, and all the reinforcements were formidable Shrek warriors. After a brief struggle, they successfully apprehended all of the Ouyang's sons. In their perception, those 20,000 Ouyang sons were all manifestations of the original, or rather, parts of it. After the arrival of Shrek's forces, Ditian and Xiangjun retreated behind Gu Yuna. Their top-tier combatants were vastly outnumbered by Shrek's. However, this was the Stardo Corps. Should a fight ensue, they could potentially leave all of Shrek's members behind, though the cost would be unbearable. Silver Dragon King, how about we each take a step back? We shall withdraw and advise our academy and Hao Ian sect to refrain from entering the Stardo Corps area, one suggested. First, we stabilize this mother dragon. Once my main body is ready, the ultimate victor shall still be me. No one could fathom what thoughts occupied Tang San's mind. Gu Yuna's eyes glimmered with a steady light upon hearing this. She felt a stirring within her, although she could unleash her divine power once more. It would come at the cost of her life. She did not wish to perish. The weakness of the dragon god had been inherited by her. Otherwise, had she and the Golden Dragon King remained in the divine realm, they might have met their demise. Nevertheless, at least half of the 5 great kings of the divine realm would have been lost. Upon Tang San proposing a mutual retreat, countless childish giggles echoed throughout the space. Did you believe victory was assured? 20,000 tiny Ouyang sons chimed in unison, their voices innocent yet eerie. The scene was indescribably bizarre, with 2 myriad Ouyang sons uttering the same phrase, their expressions equally peculiar. Eliminate him. The command resonated in the hearts of Shrek's members. Gu Yuna cast a glance at Tang San, contemplating her words, then turned to the beasts behind her, and finally regarded Ouyang's son, observing alongside Ditian and the others. The laughter erupted once more. All of Shrek's members launched an assault, extinguishing every last Ouyang Sunday. Only when the final Ouyang sun fell did the uncanny laughter cease. After the last Ouyang sun was vanquished, a heavy expression settled upon Shrek's faces, and Tang San's countenance darkened. Following the demise of the 20,000 Ouyang suns, the elemental energies of the Stardo Corps surged violently, dispersing the vast ocean of energy Tang San had conjured. God, do you deem yourself worthy? Silver Dragon King. Our collaboration concludes here, and so does our existence. Ha ha ha, that lad is indeed correct. From the very beginning, he has seen everything with remarkable clarity. However, it matters little now. Divine fragment, come forth. The God-Devil staff struck towards Tang San. The trident intercepted the God-Devil staff, and Tang San was forcefully driven into the earth. At this moment, Tang San's consciousness was exceedingly ethereal, while Muin, Tang Hao, and the members of Shrek stood resolutely in front of his essence. Heavenly Soldier, sword thrust. A golden streak of light shot forth from the God-Devil staff, piercing through the defenses of the crowd and penetrating Tang San's consciousness. Just as the golden light was about to reach him, a smile graced his lips. The heavens and earth transformed. The sky above the continent turned a brilliant azure. The ocean rejoiced, and a figure descended, bolstered by the 5 divine kings. With 8 snow-white wings and deep blue armor, the sea god's trident soared towards the arriving man, whose oceanic aura locked onto Ouyang's son and Gu Yuna, as well as those foreign presences on the continent. Father, little Seven misses you so much. Tang Wu Tong cried out upon seeing the man, leaping into his embrace like a bird returning to its nest. Tang Sen gently ruffled Tang Wu Tong's hair, smoothing out her tousled locks. Little Seven, wait here for father. I shall attend to matters first, and then be with you. A warning bell rang in Ouyang's son's mind. How could they possibly fight now? It felt utterly futile. It was akin to a balanced confrontation, yet someone had activated a cheat. How could they compete? In the depths of the ocean, Song Yuan sheathed her blood-red long knife, and a portal began to take shape before her. The sun-moon mirror radiated an eerie smile as an immense blood-red sun rose from the boundless sea of blood. Nox, the spirit of battle, re-emerged from the black ring. And endless whispers resonated within the realm of battle spirits. Su Jiaowei of Star Luo paused momentarily, but upon sensing the aura of the sea god, he felt compelled to laugh heartily. This divine slaughter could not kill him. Miss, shall I eliminate him? Elder Pong, your strength has yet to recover on this continent. If you were to dispatch this avatar, it would also lead to your demise. The elder silently observed the girl, uttering not a word. Beneath the towering ice layer, the Snow Empress, the demon whale sovereign within the demon sea, and Su Tianran in the Sun-Moon secret realm simultaneously felt a profound sense of helplessness. They were all beings of Douluo, and this divine might inherently suppress them. Yet, given time, even gods are not invincible. Enough. Accept your divine punishment. You have defied the divine. The sound of space tearing echoed in the ears of every inhabitant on the continent. Suddenly, a gaping maw split open behind Tang San. His pitch-black eyes, imbued with a haunting blue, were framed by his long, dark hair cascading down his back, clad in naught but his own flesh. The muscles upon his body emanated a dim, ethereal glow. A crimson flash flickered within his obsidian orbs. Tang San's doppelganger sensed the ominous presence behind him. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized, ensnared by a dreadful force the moment that shadow manifested. A hand emerged slowly, grasping Tang San's head, and in an instant, he was pulled into the rift. The tear sealed shut, and in a heartbeat, the divine might vanished without a trace. The god, whose presence had set off alarm bells in countless hearts, disappeared, leaving no remnant behind. The gathered crowd beneath the stars gazed upon the terrifying void. And even after the passage of a year, the majority present recognized that looming figure. Chapter 10. The vanished star as Gu Feng emerged. The formidable divine aura of Tang Sen dissipated in an instant, swallowed by the abyss of magic. The overwhelming power vanished without a trace, taking with it Tang Sen's avatar, a fragment of his essence, bestowed by the Pantheon. In that fleeting moment, as Gu Feng appeared, the onlookers beheld a glimpse of a crimson world, where the skies were stained a deep scarlet. Lifeless cities stood desolate, their crumbling edifices exuding a fetid stench that lingered ominously above. Through the rift, Ouyang's son and his companions seemed to witness the sheer might of time itself. A colossal beast soared from the blood-soaked sea, its sanguine essence soaring skyward, only to be cleaved by a grayish stream that morphed into a sword, severing its head. Countless battles and endless peril characterized this cannibalistic realm, where strength dictated survival and weakness led to demise. From Gu Feng's sudden arrival, it appeared he belonged to the upper echelons of that world's mightiest. Yet, something seemed amiss. Ouyang's son pondered while perched upon the divine demon's staff, his lifeless gaze reflecting the decay and corruption that surrounded him. Even the ethereal energy he had previously wielded felt altered. The vivid crimson of his eyes, augmented by the purple extreme star, instinctively activated. In this enhanced state, Ouyang discerned a wisp of grayish energy slowly descending from the rift's closure. An alarm rang within him, and the heightened perception urged him to flee, his burning gaze warning him of impending danger. What malevolence is this, provoking such a sense of dread? Rising to his feet, Ouyang noted that while Gu Feng had taken away the foolish god, everyone else remained ensnared in this place. In that moment, a surge of dissatisfaction coursed through him. He glanced at the Shrek members, tightening his grip on the divine demon's staff. Before they could comprehend the situation, he pointed the staff at the weakest among them, Tang Wudong, the daughter of the sea god, Tang San. A golden streak pierced through the air, puncturing Tang Wudong's chest, obliterating her heart and leaving her flesh to evaporate. Her eyes dimmed, and she began to fall from the sky. Ouyang's eyes flickered with surprise as he observed her descent. She was not yet fully dead. An ember of life still flickered within her. Time was not on his side, as the others began to react. After his prolonged struggle with that foolish god, Ouyang's condition had deteriorated significantly. With a final, profound look at the Shrek group, he braced himself. The blood-red Haotian hammer plummeted from above, aimed squarely at Ouyang. Gu Yuna gestured toward his position, but ultimately chose to refrain from action. As the massive hammer descended, Ouyang noticed her gesture, and a sardonic smile crept across his masked visage. Is this what one calls a partner? However, from the very beginning, he had no intention of entrusting his safety to these beasts. Awaken, Catastrophe Buddha Ape. Return to source. As the colossal hammer descended, Ouyang Sun's figure transformed into specks of light, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. Tang Hao, having absorbed a portion of the Douluo will, erupted with formidable energy. There was not a trace of Ouyang Sun's presence. He had completely disappeared from this realm. Yin, supporting the backlash of the life core, clung to Tang Wutong's last breath. How? I shall take Shaoqi back to Haotian sect and find a way to stabilize her life. After speaking, Ayan hurriedly led Tang Wutong towards the Heaven Soul realm. The domain of slaughter enveloped Emperor Tian and his companions. Darkness descended, colliding with the blood-red realm of slaughter, creating an ultimate realm of shadow. The clash of these two extreme domains was palpable. Tang Hao's eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixed upon Emperor Tian and the so-called Soul Beast Sovereign, the maternal dragon. What? Do you think our Soul Beast clan is easy to bully? Emperor Tian, stop wasting words. Let us eliminate this brat together. In the sky, 5 fissures appeared, the air sliced open by an intensely sharp aura. 5 claw marks lunging towards Tang Hao as Xiong Jun spoke. Tear Sky Claw. The fighting Xiong Jun was far from the usual bumbling demeanor. He belonged to the Dark Gold Terror Claw clan, born warriors endowed with unparalleled combat prowess from the Baiman bloodline. A colorful aura condensed in Emperor Tian's hands, a divine ability bestowed by the Dragon God. This power allowed him a fleeting breakthrough to godhood on the continent. Dragon God Claw. The colorful Dragon Claw followed the Tear Sky Claw, seeking to end him immediately. Otherwise, a retaliatory strike of such extremity posed a grave danger to them. Simultaneously, 6 black and 3 red soul rings shattered, countless soul energies converging upon the Haotian hammer and Tang Hao's grasp. Exploding rings, Great Samurai Hammer. At the moment the 3 attacks were about to collide, a surge of gray energy erupted forth. The 3 attacks, transcending limits, were entirely consumed by that gray essence. An overwhelming threat flickered in the hearts of all present. Emperor Tian, tearing through space, desperately propelled himself and the soul beasts towards the life lake in the Star Dough. Tang Hao, utilizing the remaining power of the exploding rings, forcefully tore open a rift in space, leading the Shrek members away from this perilous location, leaving the Alliance members to their own devices. After absorbing the 3 attacks, the gray energy seemed to have garnered sufficient power. Waves surged forth, targeting the approaching titled Douluo and Soul Masters, as well as the fleeing Emperor Tian and Tang Hao. All those swept by this wave found themselves immobilized, an inexorable aura coalescing around them. Regardless of their strength, all felt the summons of the King of Hell. Emperor Tian, run. Head towards the depths of the life lake. Quickly, Gu Yuna briefly broke the confinement using the power of her divine consciousness. Tian gazed at Gu Yuna, who had fainted after uttering those words, and, fueled by his burning essence, charged towards the lake of life alongside the myriad beasts. The divine power dormant within Tang Hao erupted, forcibly shattering the mysterious force that had imprisoned him. During that fleeting moment of confinement, an overwhelming sense of crisis intensified within him. Lacking the spatial aptitude of Tian's black dragon, he knew he could not outrun him. However, fleeing was not a foreign concept to him, having done so frequently a millennium ago. Accompanied by the members of Shrek, he strained every ounce of divine energy within him, desperately striving to break through towards the Stardow forest. Yet, the others in the Stardow, along with the majority of soul beasts, were not as fortunate. A gray luminescence emanated from the turbulent air, and wherever life existed within the confines, it was reduced to ash, trees, soul beasts, soil, humans, and even the essence of the heavens. All were stripped of their vitality. Humans, beasts, and flora dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing from existence, while the land transformed into a pallid gray, exuding a foreboding aura, with the essence of life entirely banished from this realm. Over half of the Stardow forest thus disappeared from land that had endured for countless years. This place became a true forbidden zone, the Stardow Forbidden Area, also known as the Ruined Forbidden Zone, which later emerged as the most perilous of the renowned forbidden lands in Douluo. Here, nothing remained but an insatiable power of devouring that consumed all who dared to enter. Chapter 11. The uncommon Huo Yuhao on the fringes of the Stardow. Ouyang Sun's figure quietly emerged after the wave had obliterated much of the forest. In that moment, the arrogance he once exuded seemed to dissipate, revealing once again the gentler Ouyang Sun of yore. I believe I now grasp the meaning of what you said earlier. Yet it is indeed ironic. You, who sought to create a world that separates the extraordinary from the mundane, have become the architect of the greatest destruction. Over half of the Stardow, after millennia of evolution on Douluo Star, was thriving, and now, thanks to your hand, it has been irrevocably removed from the continent. Leaning against a tree that had escaped obliteration, he spoke to the sky, perhaps sharing with Gu Feng, or merely engaging in soliloquy, who could say? He himself could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of helplessness that arose upon witnessing this scene, a calamity wrought by nature and man alike. A year prior, similar disasters had occurred, yet they had not been directly confronted. Both instances had been thwarted by miraculous forces. Now, experiencing this catastrophe firsthand, Ouyang Sun found himself engulfed in confusion. The staff of divine and demonic origin rested upon his shoulder as he vanished into the sunset. In the heart of the stars, the ancient tree, which had existed since the dawn of the cosmos, no longer swayed. It resisted the encroaching gray miasma, gradually transforming into ash, expending its final energies to safeguard the soul beasts beneath its boughs. Emperor Tian, Gu Yuhao, Bear Lord, King of all demons, Spirit of the monsters, by ZG, along with those formidable soul beasts that had arrived here over 100,000 years ago, all bore witness. Emperor Tian, let us depart. Utilizing the ancient tree's last vestiges of strength to leave this place, Gu Yuhao urged, gazing at the silent Emperor Tian. She had never seen him so reticent. Even Bear Lord and the others remained quiet, each lost in sorrow, save for her. She had been in slumber while Emperor Tian and the others had inhabited this realm for countless millennia. This was their home. Yes, my lord, let us depart. Emperor Tian transformed into a colossal black dragon, his resounding roar echoing throughout this impending forbidden land. A single tear fell from his magnificent golden vertical eye. The reason unknown, whether for the soul beasts of the forest or for their home. Perhaps it was for both. Suddenly, Huo Yuhao clutched his chest, a powerful palpitation coursing through him as he turned his gaze toward the direction of Stardow on Douluo continent, sensing that something was amiss. Oh dear, Yuhao. Do not dwell too much on it. Knowing our past fates, we still face a formidable enemy, he was reminded. Indeed, Yuhao, the dream bug speaks truth. That being who manipulates our destinies has already ascended to divinity for millennia. Who knows what traps he has left behind on the continent? All we are aware of are Shrek, Houghton and Sect, and Sea God Island. Who can say if there are hidden machinations still lurking in the shadows? What we must do now is to strengthen ourselves to a point where no one can interfere with our fates. A vibrant green scorpion effortlessly flicked away a plump white insect with its pincers. Soon after, a melodious female voice resonated in Huo Yuhao's ear. Following the guidance of the will of the heavens and earth, Huo Yuhao reaped numerous benefits. His congenital deficiencies were remedied, and the hidden injuries within his body were purged. With the assistance of the celestial realm, and in light of the tumultuous state of this world, his martial soul underwent a profound transformation, evolving into a latent talent. His soul rings shattered, releasing a vast reservoir of energy that continuously baptized him. Under the nurturing of the 1,000,000-year-old dream ice silkworm, the 400,000-year ice emperor, and a soul ring imbued with divine power from Ilex, he had become a formidable force, akin to a walking beast of prey. With the combined aid of Ilex and the Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao initially grasped this newfound power, enabling him to contend with ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. This was affirmed by the Ice Emperor, and perhaps the most significant advantage he gained was the removal of Tang Xin's hidden machinations. Alongside a curious transformation in his spiritual eyes, which were currently in a state of gestation, the specifics would only be revealed once the transformation was complete. The three companions who accompanied Huo Yuhao also benefited greatly. Primarily, the Dream and the Ice Emperor received rejuvenated physical forms, their talents restored to their prime. Though their cultivation had entirely contributed to Huo Yuhao's growth, Ilex solidified his divine consciousness, attaining a state of invincibility in the mortal realm, barring unforeseen circumstances. Yuhao, this continent appears to be a new land. The will of the heavens and earth has ultimately delivered you here before falling into slumber. There must be something here to aid your ascendance. The changes in this realm are manifold. You must grow quickly, lest even you, the fated child of destiny, be swept away by the currents of time. Moreover, significant events had indeed transpired on Douluo continent. As Ilex spoke, he stepped into an open space. Turning his back to Huo Yuhao and gazing toward the direction of Douluo continent, he seemed to deliberate on whether to divulge certain truths to Huo Yuhao, resulting in a palpable silence between the master and disciple. The Dream and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances, perplexed by the unspoken communication, their might long since diminished, rendering them incapable of sensing the ominous presence that Ilex perceived. They also could not fathom the trepidation radiating from Huo Yuhao. They were not destined children. And the two small beasts were bewildered, unable to decipher the silent exchange between the two. Master, I understand your intentions are for my benefit. Yet I yearn to know what has transpired. If I cannot confront the events that have already unfolded, how shall I face the future? Although Huo Yuhao did not finish his sentence, Ilex comprehended his sentiments profoundly. Master, Ilex waved his hand, releasing a long sigh. Alas, Yuhao. Two significant events have transpired on Douluo continent, one of which pertains to your adversaries. Upon hearing this, an unnameable fury surged in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Tang Xin, the origins of all misfortunes. As Huo Yuhao calmed his anger, a glimmer of jade light enveloped him. At that moment, his spiritual eye was fully formed. Yet he sensed that he was unable to utilize it, requiring a specific opportunity to do so. Master, please continue. I wish to understand what has transpired on the continent. Ilex regarded Huo Yuhao, who had completely mastered his emotions, with a flicker of admiration in his eyes. I am not entirely clear on the specifics. However, I am aware of the joyous upheaval in the world. Tang Xin ascended to godhood in Douluo, claiming dominion over the ocean's authority. I have observed the history of your Douluo. Perhaps he also possesses the celestial authority of the defeated angel god from a millennium ago, alongside the power of the Rakshasa god. Even if he does not, he is capable of exerting influence, for when he descended, the heavens and earth rejoiced. Yet, in the very moment of his arrival, that celebration ceased, replaced by a sorrowful wail. Ilex paused momentarily, then, with uncertainty, shared a shocking conjecture that left the two beasts and one person gaping in disbelief. Though I do not know the exact events, such drastic changes in the world can only signify one thing. Tang Xin perished upon his descent. In Chapter 12, Mortals, Part 1. A large question mark materialized above Huo Yuhao's head. Stunned into silence by Ilex's revelation, Tianming and the Ice Emperor stood frozen beside him. The notion of a deity descending to the mortal realm had already astonished them, but the news of a god's demise shattered their worldview. The god war from a millennium ago had been vast in scale and protracted, with those three deities only just achieving their divine status. To be honest, when those three gods first ascended, the extreme north was not particularly fearful. The Ice Emperor could contend with them with the aid of the extreme north, although the outcome was uncertain. However, the gods who had descended had been divine for over 10 millennia and were unexpectedly eliminated without a trace. Despite the significant changes in this world compared to their understanding, the fact that beings symbolizing immortality had fallen on the continent left them in a state of bewilderment. Big bug, little scorpion, do not overthink it. Gods are merely individuals of a higher caliber. Upon uttering these words, Ilex recalled a figure from a year prior, with antlers sprouting from his head and eyes adorning his arms, embodying both male and female traits. At least in your world, gods are simply more powerful beings. True divinity belongs solely to that specter who saved this continent. Ilex gazed upward at the sky, where an invisible barrier manifested before his eyes. As the colorful regions absorbed the vital essence of Douluo continent, these beings are hardly worthy of the title god. Big brother, What are you doing? Why do you always wear a mask? A little girl skipped joyfully to the base of the grand tree, calling out to Ouyang's son perched atop its branches. With eyes like crimson embers, Ouyang's son glanced down at the half-meter-tall child and scoffed. Humph, just a little girl. Then, he vanished from sight. Hey, big brother. Where did you go? Do you not like Yaya? The girl's voice trembled, her eyes welling with tears. No one likes Yaya. They say she is a child without a father. Even you don't like Yaya? Her voice dwindled, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. A hand gently rested upon Yaya's head. Enough. You're driving me mad, came Ouyang's son's impatient voice from above, while he munched on a peach with the other hand. Keep crying. And I'll send you back to your mother. Upon hearing this, Yaya hastily ceased her sobbing, though tears continued to trickle down her cheeks. The sight of her wanting to cry yet holding back exasperated Ouyang's son. He had not realized how bothersome children could be. As he grappled with his bewilderment, he noticed the little girl gazing longingly at the peach in his hand, her eyes blinking eagerly while she occasionally wiped her tears with her delicate hands. With a sigh, Ouyang's son reached back and retrieved another peach, tossing it to the little girl. There, stop whining, or I might just return you to your mother, he said. Then reclined against the tree once more, savoring his peach. After a fierce battle, Ouyang's son had tapped into some extraordinary powers. Although he had sustained no serious injuries, he required time to recuperate. This must be the idyllic scene that lad envisioned, he mused, observing the quaint village below, where the inhabitants emerged with the dawn and returned at dusk, supporting one another and wearing expressions of blissful joy. Such a serene, carefree haven was indeed appealing. Which is why he had chosen to heal here. This place is quite lovely, he reflected, glancing at the little girl who had finished her peach and had now settled down beneath the tree to rest. A flicker of helplessness crossed his crimson eyes, accompanied by a tenderness he himself had not recognized. Now, I believe I understand your thoughts, though you are no longer in this realm. Sighing, Ouyang's son shielded his eyes from the sun's rays. Big brother, Yaya is going home now. If I don't hurry, my mother will worry, she chirped, skipping off in the direction of her home as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Ah, little girl, a gentle smile graced Ouyang's son's masked visage. Then allow me to construct the world you long to build. Ouyang's son gazed at Yaya's silhouette, a flicker of determination gleaming in his crimson eyes. Indeed, he harbored an affection for such a world. With no worries plaguing humanity, he felt no regrets, such was sufficient. The outer perimeter of the Doling Black Ring had transformed into a front line. Within its confines resided those who had perished in that calamity, ordinary folk, spirit masters, merchants, and the elite. These individuals voluntarily erected a city, a testament to the existence of the Doling nation. Previously, they had no connections, yet after Doling's disappearance, they spontaneously congregated. In the past, wars between nations merely resulted in a change of leadership. However, this time, indiscriminate death had descended. Whether spirit master or spirit beast, whether one was a lofty noble, a crown prince, or an unremarkable commoner, all were devoured by the black ring looming over Doling. Many had escaped the disaster, but most had relocated to other nations. Yet, a handful remained nostalgic. They built this city with the hope of witnessing the black ring's disappearance from Doling's skies, wishing that Doling would not fade from history, leaving behind only fleeting traces. The city's inhabitants named it Doling City, while outsiders referred to it as the Abandoned City. Ah, dear sir, is what you say truly so? Are you all citizens of the Doling Empire? A voice of astonishment echoed through the tavern of this abandoned city. Her resplendent crimson eyes, lips as red as blood, enchanting long hair, and a voice laced with devilish allure captivated the attention of many patrons. Although the woman ignited impulses within their hearts, none dared to act. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her gaze. Lan Shui regarded this so-called abandoned city, which its residents called Doling City. Since she had destroyed the golden ancient tree and fled from Shrek City, accompanied by the captive Zhang Lishuan, they had traversed numerous places. Many who encountered Zhang Lishuan were unable to restrain themselves, the dark laws manifested vividly following the cataclysm. Yet here, she felt a distinct sensation. Although the gazes of the men unsettled her, she recognized that it was not their fault. Young lady, it is indeed true. Cough, cough, do not be afraid. It is not like the outside world here. This is a refuge for us all. The old man coughed as he comforted Lan Shui, mistakenly believing she was frightened by the men's stares. Away with you, rascals. Have you never seen a girl before? The cacophony of noise did not perturb Lan Shui. Rather, it evoked distant memories. The affection shared among siblings, the Shrek she had known for over a decade, before he had turned against her. A flicker of struggle passed through her blood-red eyes, but it was swiftly overshadowed by recollections of the torment he had inflicted upon her. Her crimson pupils betrayed a deep-seated animosity. As she gazed upon the city that once again offered her a semblance of warmth, she quietly observed the raucous patrons within the tavern. Silently, she withdrew from the scene. There were matters to attend to, vengeance to exact. Perhaps, once she accomplished her objectives, this place could also become a haven for her. Lan Shui contemplated her future, a final trace of gentleness gracing her features. Chapter 13, Mortal Realm, Part 2. In the imperial city of Tianhan, the weary dragon Outyin and his companions entered the palace. This time, they had failed to capture the leaders of the demons and were instead ensnared by some lesser fiends. Though no casualties occurred, their predicament was far from dignified. Vina escorted Dragon Outyin to meet her father, the emperor of the Tianhan Empire, before they retreated to a street managed by her family for respite. "Brother, do not dwell on it. This is not your fault," Venus said, observing Dragon Outyin's troubled expression. The two sturdy figures embraced his arm in a gesture of comfort. Startled by Vina's sudden affection, Dragon Outyin maintained a stoic demeanor, yet the perceptive Vina noticed the faint blush creeping onto his earlobes, recognizing that her man was shy. A smile blossomed on her face, captivating Dragon Outyin as they proceeded to the noodle shop owned by his parents. Before entering, Vina released his arm. "Mom and Dad, I'm back," Dragon Outyin called out before stepping through the door. "Outyin's back. How did it go this time? Was it successful?" His parents inquired as they hurried to prepare noodles for the guests. "You and Vina should take a moment to relax." A gentle voice emanated from the noodle shop. Long Outyin's mother was busy preparing noodles in the kitchen, while his father assisted her. After offering a moment of gentle comfort to Vina, he stepped into the kitchen to lend a hand to his parents. He had been brought back to the sect by the poison that did not kill him. Their family operated a modest noodle shop in the Tianhan Empire. Despite the daily exhaustion, they found joy in their work. After he awakened his true form, his parents were summoned to the imperial city, yet they had grown accustomed to their humble lives as small merchants. Unable to remain idle, Long Outyin ultimately sought assistance from the sect leader. With the combined support of the emperor and the sect leader, this street transformed into a gathering place for the families of those from the sect, becoming a second home for them. The sect was their struggle-esque purpose, a sanctuary for their souls. In the afternoon, after their labors were complete, Long Outyin rested in the courtyard. He observed Vina chatting with his parents, their faces illuminated by smiles he had not seen in a long time, feeling the warmth of the kindness radiating from those around him. His spirits, dampened by the recent setback, began to lift. If only it could remain this way, he softly expressed his innermost thoughts. "Outyin, come here," Vina called, waving her arms. Upon seeing her, a smile spread across Long Outyin's face as well. The low-rise buildings give a sense of modernity. This was Mingdu, the place they had once called home. "Dream, this is the place where you lived for over a decade. This will be my last visit here," he reminisced, recalling how she always sought solace in this very spot during her moments of distress. "I would bring you here for a bowl of plain noodles. I never understood the appeal of plain noodles, yet watching you enjoy them made me gradually grow fond of them too." Mir had concealed his whereabouts and arrived in Mingdu, where he was now a wanted man by the authorities. However, the upper echelons of society failed to realize that he could mingle among the common folk, returning to the places he and Dream often frequented. "Ah, it's you, young man." An elderly woman greeted him from the doorway. "Where is that girl, little Dream? Have you two had a quarrel?" She continued, "That girl is truly wonderful. Though I may not comprehend what you young people desire in life, I can see clearly that all she wishes for is to live peacefully with you." She let that slip while we were chatting. "Oh dear. Old age makes one prone to rambling. Take no heed of my words." The elderly woman, upon finishing her words, hastily waved her hand, as if she had inadvertently let slip a secret. After she spoke, a single tear appeared at the corner of Muir's eye. A trail of sorrow streamed down his cheek, with the drop of his tear landing on the ground, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the air. It had been an eternity since he had last shed tears. He did not weep when the princess wed, nor when the kingdom of Kalinka fell, nor even when the hope of resurrecting the princess was extinguished. He had believed that he had exhausted all his tears, yet now, unexpectedly, they flowed anew. "So, I am still capable of weeping?" The soft whisper resonated in the air as Muir's figure faded from this once familiar place. "Young man, come in for a bowl of noodles before you leave. And go comfort that little girl." Meng, the old woman's figure reappeared, cradling a bowl of plain noodles that Meng often enjoyed. As Muir departed, a wave of his spirit brushed past, and upon seeing the bowl of noodles, tears fell once more. How truly desolate I have become in this life. To weep over such a trivial matter. Ha ha. A low, melancholic laughter echoed across the horizon, catching the attention of the celestial bodies above. The laughter fading swiftly into the void. Over an unfathomable sea of blood, Muir gazed into the abyss, then turned his attention toward the direction of the old woman. It seemed as though he transcended space to look upon her. Thank you, but alas, it is too late. The red lanterns hung high, casting a crimson hue over the city. Another year had passed, a creation of that young man, yet this year, he would not return. On the city walls, Gu Yecheng stared into the distance, yearning to catch a glimpse of that boy from his memories, leaning against the wall since the break of dawn. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Yi quietly observed Gu Yecheng, knowing he had always shouldered burdens alone. Meeting him was truly a blessing. Gently, Zhou Yi rested Gu Yecheng's head upon her lap. Wife, what brings you here? Why aren't you celebrating with Qi or in Posey? Gu Yecheng suddenly sat up, embracing Zhou Yi's shoulders and drawing her into his arms. She nestled quietly against him, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Yecheng, let us return home for the new year. She proposed. If Zai Zai were here, he would have already begun to speak of us. He would likely say, today is New Year's, do not worry about anything. After today, we shall discuss matters. You have all been so weary, so take this time to rest. Then, he would discreetly urge us back home, attending to those matters himself. Zhou Yi leaned against him, gazing at the bustling outskirts, softly recounting tales of the past. Gu Yecheng tightened his grip on Zhou Yi's arm, his gaze fixated on the resplendent moon ascending the heavens. That lad will be fine. After all, he harbors an overwhelming fear of death. Hell, an endless expanse of crimson sky and a boundless sea of blood. A dilapidated city hovers above this ocean of gore. A hoarse voice resonated throughout the shattered realm. It seems I have forgotten something of great significance. Subsequently, turbulent gray currents surged through the sky, while countless colossal beasts plunged into the depths of the sanguine sea. This creature from a millennium ago always erupts into chaos at such times. Inhabitants of that city usually dwell quietly, yet when this time arrives, chaos ensues. The fortunate few who survived that great battle have dwindled significantly. Chapter 14, Undercurrents. After the descent of the sea god, Douluo fell into an uncanny tranquility. The immortal monstrosities that once roamed Xingluo have all vanished without a trace. Following this, the emperor of Xingluo also disappeared, leaving his whereabouts a mystery. Now, only a princess remains to uphold the royal lineage. The boundless blood sea of the sun and moon has ceased its expansion, and the bloodthirsty creatures that emerged from its depths have retreated into the abyss. Rumors circulate that even more terrifying beasts have been birthed from the depths of the blood sea, with all the bloodthirsty entities worshipping this new creature. Yet the truth remains elusive. A colossal wave once surged from the ocean, lasting several days before tranquility returned, with no one knowing what transpired in the deep sea. According to the accounts of those brave enough to investigate, an island was sunk, leaving only its outline visible, while the surrounding waters were stained crimson, a hue that lingered long after. In the far north, an unusual snowfall has begun, and outsiders dare not venture forth. Even ice attribute soul masters are deterred, as temperatures have plummeted below freezing. Amidst the snow, vague phantoms can be perceived, reminiscent of the Titan snow demon of the far north. Yet no one dares to confirm this. The black ring of the Douluo Empire continues to spin, but the eerie sounds that once emanated have ceased, as if their source has departed. Still, the black ring rotates ominously in the skies above Douluo, and those who ventured to investigate have not returned. The evil forest has grown increasingly sinister, morphing into a veritable haven for malevolence. Ordinary soul masters who enter are transformed into evil soul masters shortly after their return. Even those who do not undergo this transformation suffer significant memory loss, with many inexplicably perishing within a month. It is rumored that something horrific has emerged from that realm, as dark red clouds envelop the forest, occasionally illuminated by flashes of crimson lightning. Surprisingly, the icy sea of the far north remains eerily calm, a tranquility so profound that even the usual aquatic life has vanished. Fishermen, seeking answers, summoned others to investigate, but to no avail. All life forms within the icy waters seem to have evaporated, leaving no trace behind. Even when fishermen introduced new fish, they inexplicably disappeared by the following day. The reason remained shrouded in mystery, as an esteemed title holder was dispatched to uncover the source of this disturbance, only to vanish without a trace, much like the fish. In the Heavenly Soul Empire, No peculiar phenomena have arisen, yet as dusk falls, the realm becomes desolate. Only during the day does the sun exude any vitality. As the heavenly soul gradually transforms into a ghostly domain, where members of the body sect and hidden demons engage in a relentless struggle. The entire heavenly soul has become their battleground, rife with assassination, poisoning, and traps, showcasing the true nature of conflict. Initially, the body sect suffered significant losses, with many casualties. However, under the leadership of Long Out Yin, they gained a slight advantage, only to be subsequently ensnared by the demons and gravely injured. On that fateful day, a towering green giant roared in the heavenly soul, annihilating a city of demons. Perhaps not all inhabitants of that city were demons, but who truly cares? Perhaps Long Out Yin would have cared, yet at that moment he lay in a state of unconsciousness. In a fit of rage, the indomitable poison obliterated an entire city, seeking to unearth the masterminds behind those demons. Ultimately, however, the efforts yielded no results. As the poison prepared to return to his sect, he was ambushed, suffering grave injuries in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a power beyond the mortal realm. Subsequently, Tianhun seemed to transform into a ghostly domain, where people could only venture outside from noon until dusk without trepidation. The outskirts remained sealed, and all hidden forces beyond were eradicated by the inhabitants of the borderlands. A golden canopy rose above the city, under which patrols continued, shrouded in mystery. No one knew what transpired beneath that celestial veil. Nothing could enter, nor could anything emerge from the borderlands, save for the intense heat that radiated from within, a sensation bestowed by the sun, albeit fraught with peril. At noon, a radiant white rainbow would often ascend in the borderlands, its nature a mystery to all. Yet, the powerful sensed a vast aura emanating from that ethereal arc. The remnants of the soul beasts, which had survived, vanished following the resounding roar of the dragon from Emperor Tian. No one knew the whereabouts of those elite soul beasts, and some harbored malicious intent towards the homeless creatures. Initially, the followers of the Holy Spirit sect scoured the world for these soul beasts. But despite their exhaustive search across the continent, they found no trace of Emperor Tian and his companions. Ironically, their incessant movements attracted the attention of Shrek. Interestingly, Shrek refrained from taking action against the Holy Spirit sect, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached between the two. Instead, Shrek's actions reverberated throughout the continent, mobilizing all the graduates to seek the missing individuals. Moreover, Shrek's moon made a public announcement across the continent, declaring that anyone who could provide accurate information would be granted a favor from him, as long as the favor posed no harm to Shrek. He would endeavor to fulfill it, stirring thoughts among many hidden powers. Yet, as the entire continent was scoured, those sought by Shrek seemed to have evaporated from existence. And no one had seen the once celebrated celestial maiden, Zhang Lishuan, in years. After Tang Hao's return, the Haotian sect began its migration to Shrek, becoming the mightiest force within Shrek City. Under the divine powers of Tang Wutong, Niu Tian, and Titan, a life was preserved. However, upon witnessing the collapse of the ancient golden tree, Ain and Elder Zhuang could not withstand the shock and fainted. Subsequently, Ain and Elder Zhuang, among others, tirelessly invested rare treasures to revive the ancient golden tree, and under their nurturing, Tang Wudong gradually improved. It seemed that everything would continue in this manner until a towering beam of light erupted outside Shrek City, resonating throughout the continent. This was a manifestation of various divine inheritances, and in that instant, divine might swept across the land, capturing the attention of all on Douluo Star. Although the beam of light appeared for but a moment before vanishing beyond Shrek City, its emergence plunged the continent into an even stranger silence. Shrek did not dispatch anyone to search for Zhang Lishuan. Instead, the Haotian sect and Shrek mobilized all available forces to return to Shrek. They no longer believed that the presence of their four gods alone would guarantee their safety. Time passed quietly amidst this eerie tranquility until Shrek extended an invitation for all sects and empires across the continent to gather. Shrek, Haotian sect, 9 treasures. The splintered blue lightning, the body, star crown, and sacred spirit. Chapter 15, Gathering, the Eerie Trading Conference, Part 1, half a month later. A massive structure was erected outside Shrek City, a grand trading conference. Those invited by Shrek would remain within this colossal edifice until the inheritance commenced. The building itself was half the size of Shrek City, and when powerful beings began their construction, transforming the landscape became a mere routine. Moreover, Shrek merely required a venue capable of accommodating these guests. As everyone arrived in succession, 3 younger members emerged from the restored Sea God Pavilion. Their arrogance remained unabated. Yet most were willing to afford Shrek some respect, as this was their territory, and no one knew how many more divine powers they could unleash. While Tang Wudong engaged in discussions with Ling Luoqing and Ma Xiaodao, some individuals not on the guest list stealthily approached. A captivating figure entered, trailing a fragrant allure. Seemingly unnoticed by the guards conducting inspections. Only after the woman entered, leading a rope, did the guards' eyes regain their focus. Why do I feel something is amiss? A titled individual observed the seemingly ordinary entrance, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. Your Highness, don't overthink it. In such a setting, who would dare to cause trouble? A subordinate flatteringly praised the sealed title. Indeed, all those with power and influence from the mainland had gathered here, save for a few individuals who no longer held significance in their world. However, it was unlikely they would dare to provoke trouble while the continent's elite warriors were present. Little did they realize, this was also an opportunity, an occasion to decisively address the renowned formidable beings of Douluo. Golden feathers fluttered in the marketplace, and white fluff swayed behind him as Ouyang's son gazed in disbelief at the refuse littering the ground. What are we doing here? Do you truly find value in this litter? A flicker of irritation flashed through his crimson eyes, though he swiftly subdued it. A graceful figure lunged toward Ouyang's son, enveloping his arm in a warm embrace. He turned to regard the woman with azure hair, a surge of impulse to tear her apart coursing through him. What's wrong? Xiao Yuo, have you grown fond of your sister no longer? Indeed, it seemed Xiao Yuo had lost her affection for her sister. The blue-haired woman's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, evoking a sense of pity. A series of hashtags appeared on Ouyang's son's mask as he struggled to contain his anger. My name is now Ouyang's son, not Lan Yu. And for heaven's sake, put away that demeanor. Otherwise, even if you are my sister, I shall not hesitate to rend you to pieces. Ouyang's son executed a sidelong glance, his crimson eyes accompanied by the gesture, causing those nearby to flee the area in fear. Ouyang Chia pouted, seemingly displeased with her brother's conduct. Yet she dared not provoke his wrath. She was well aware that the brother who donned that mask was no longer the one who had always stood behind her in protection. A memory flashed through her mind. Her brother, in a dire state, answering a call, preparing to rescue her, though ultimately, he had not arrived due to unforeseen circumstances. Yet, she understood that deep down, her brother possessed a gentle nature. Such a proud Sunera, Ouyang Chia softly uttered, crossing her arms, her chest becoming a formidable barrier. She turned her head away, her blue tresses sweeping past Ouyang's son as she marched ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Ouyang's son's crimson eyes followed the lively figure, and he sighed softly, his low murmur echoing in the desolate surroundings. Sister, I cannot possibly guard you for a lifetime. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the confusion in his gaze, and clasped his hands behind his head as he caught up with her. Sensing Ouyang's son's approach, Ouyang Chia's face lit up with a radiant smile, a voice only she could hear whispering softly, such a proud Sunera. Oh dear, my beloved Li Xuan pup. Soon to have a new master. What do you think? The enchanting figure delicately lifted Zhang Lishuan's chin, yet her gaze had lost the brilliance it once possessed. During this harrowing period, she had endured inhumane torment. If given the chance, she would have desired nothing more than to end her own life. However, her spiritual power had been rendered useless, and she had been subjected to a peculiar infusion by Lan Shui. This substance had entirely enhanced her physical strength and various other attributes, rendering her incapable of even contemplating suicide. Upon hearing the words of the enchantress Lan Shui, a flicker of light returned to Zhang Lishuan's eyes, only to be extinguished once more. She had become utterly devoid of utility and under Lan Shui's control. She had at least grown accustomed to her fate. Had it been another, no one could predict the torment she would face. Zhang Lishuan extended her delicate tongue, gently caressing Lan Shui's fingers, her eyes betraying a strange affection. For a moment, Lan Shui was taken aback by Zhang Lishuan's actions, but soon regained her composure. Cradling the beautiful face before her, she scrutinized the woman who had been dubbed the dream lover by countless Shrek students. Observing this fragile creature, who served her with trepidation, fearing abandonment, one could scarcely reconcile her with the once proud celestial being she had once been. Bending slightly, Lan Shui leaned close to Zhang Lishuan's ear, a fragrant breeze brushing against her earlobe. Fear not, my dear puppy, since you are so reluctant to part from me, I shall not abandon you. However, my darling must perform a grand play for me. Her alluring tone gradually transformed into one of authority as she spread her arms wide, gazing upward as if peering through the ceiling at that capricious god who toys with fate. A dim glow enveloped the entire room, within which Zhang Lishuan beheld a pair of blood-red eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. As tranquility returned to the room, Lan Shui reverted to her bewitching self, teasing Zhang Lishuan incessantly. The flush on Zhang Lishuan's fair cheeks deepened, her gaze becoming dazed. She realized she could never return to her former self. Zhang Lishuan gently closed her eyes, a glimmer of crystalline tears shimmering within. Upon reopening her eyes, a fleeting pink glow danced within them. Ha ha. Lan Shui's charming laughter resonated softly before evolving into unabashed mirth. She encircled Zhang Lishuan's waist from behind, lifting her amid Zhang Lishuan's startled exclamations. A dim light enveloped the entire room as Lan Shui cast Zhang Lishuan onto the grand bed of the hotel. As the brilliance dissipated, Lan Shui stretched languidly, tilting her head to survey the disarray upon the bed and the now unconscious Zhang Lishuan. A bittersweet smile, one that even she could not articulate, graced her lips. How wonderful it would have been had none of this transpired. Her murmured thoughts faded into the air with her departure, leaving no one but herself privy to her inner turmoil. Chapter 16, Convergence, the Eerie Trade Meeting, Part 2. A doorway adorned with intricate patterns emerged from the shadows. And from the swirling vortex at its center stepped a foot clad in high-heeled shoes, revealing a commanding silhouette as long legs emerged. Clad in a blue and white coat embroidered with blue ethereal flowers, paired with light gray jeans and a fitted top, her azure tresses cascaded to her feet. Her deep blue eyes were filled with indifference, a blood-red long blade materializing from the void, cradled in her arms. Oh, has that monkey arrived so early? I wonder how formidable it has become. I hope it can provide me with some amusement. Her apathetic words lingered, as Tsang Yue vanished without a trace, leaving only the icy layer on the ground as evidence of her presence. Yue, come quickly and help me see if this is beautiful. Ouyang Qier called out using the name of Ouyang's son from a past life, the brother who had always protected her in her memories. Ouyang's son approached. Exasperation etched on his face. He then leaped backward, the divine demon staff appearing in his grasp. Supporting himself with one hand, he rested the staff upon his shoulder. Crimson eyes fixed on the spot he had just vacated. A colossal ice spike blossomed forth, an unbearable chill permeating the air. Witnessing this spectacle, most people hastily retreated towards the market's exit. Crazy old hag, do you wish to die? I will grant your wish. Leaving behind a shadow, he swung the divine demon staff in a wide arc, aiming for Tsang Yue's head. I alone am supreme under heaven. Countless waves of icy energy erupted, freezing every creature within sight. Mid-air, Ouyang's son wielded the divine demon staff, but his form remained suspended as a massive glacier encased him. Behind Tsang Yue, Ouyang Qier remained frozen, her astonishment preserved in ice. You're courting death. A fragmented voice echoed as fissures appeared in the glacier. With a thunderous crack, the ice shattered, and Tsang Yue waved her hand, deflecting all the ice shards hurtling toward her. Amid the icy mist, a crimson glow ignited within Ouyang's son's eyes. Heavenly soldier, sword thrust. The golden radiance surged towards the Tsang Yue, instantly melting the frost that had coalesced in the frigid air. The formidable golden light charged relentlessly toward Tsang Yue. The Antarctic Cross Star, a colossal ice shield, shaped like a cross, interposed itself before Tsang Yue. The explosive clash between the golden light and the massive ice shield roused the attention of the guards stationed at the market. The golden and blue figures disregarded the guards, engaging in a relentless exchange of blows, the sounds of clashing weapons ringing out. Ice, radiance, blade energy, and the shadows of staffs danced in a frenzied combat, with only one side collapsing, save for extraordinary circumstances that could halt the conflict. The red sun and the blue sun simultaneously manifested before them after their collision. Tsang Yue, cease your attacks for now. Yue, refrain from fighting for a moment. The voices echoed in unison, momentarily halting the intentions of Ouyang's son and Tsang Yue to continue their skirmish. In a vast chamber, the four gathered after departing the market. Despite their ruckus, no one could discern their hiding place amidst the throng of people. The space was ample enough to elude detection for at least a short while. The two women fixed their gazes on Tsang Yue and Ouyang's son, one wielding a blood-red demonic blade, the other brandishing a divine staff radiating golden light. The crimson radiance flickered in Ouyang's son's eyes, while Tsang Yue's gaze transformed into an icy blue. Enough, both of you. The two female voices resonated simultaneously. Yue, this is not a battleground. Let us calm down for a moment. Tsang Yue, There will be plenty of opportunities to spar with Ouyang's son later. Do not act recklessly at this juncture. Shuidi and Ouyang Qier exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of exasperation. Ouyang's son, donned in the mask of the mad god, transformed into a battle maniac. While Song Yue was undeniably a combat enthusiast, as her passions lay equally in drinking and fighting. Their tendency to clash upon meeting was entirely natural, even without Song Yue's intervention. They would inevitably engage in battle. This was not merely due to Song Yue's desire to spar with Ouyang's son, but also because Ouyang's son could not abide Song Yue's demeanor. Previously, they had often clashed in the borderlands. Now, had it not been for their presence, the two would undoubtedly have found themselves beset by the forces of Shrek. Perhaps even more than just Shrek. As they contemplated this, both women sighed, directing a disapproving glare at Song Yue and Ouyang Sunday. In the shadows, a figure quietly observed the remnants of the battle between Ouyang's son and Song Yue. As the crowd converged upon the market, the silhouette gradually faded into the darkness. Gray-white strands of hair brushed lightly, transforming the shadows into a hue of gray-white. The decayed and dilapidated aura was discovered the following day, prompting the Sea God Pavilion to seal off the area due to its peculiar essence. After the disappearance of Ouyang's son and Song Yue, a hollow, rasping voice slowly echoed, proclaiming, "Death is the only destination." Oh, have those fellows arrived as well? A figure with gray hair was followed by a boy with silver hair and silver eyes, whose gaze seemed to transcend space, fixated on the two combatants. "Mirror, what are you talking about? When shall we make the Haotian sect and those from Shrek pay the price?" A suppressed voice emanated from the boy. Mirror merely turned around and patted the shoulder of the smiling Hongchen. "Soon, Xiao Xiao, very soon, we shall make those who harm dreams pay dearly at the cost of their lives." The Avenger lurked in the shadows, poised to reveal its claws at any moment. "Hee, I didn't expect all of you to show up. Let me unveil the grand performance," said the boy, addressing his beloved Lucien. "You will support me, won't you?" "Haha." Lan Shui, utilizing her keen perception, leaned closer to Zhang Lishuan's ear, then suddenly stood up. Her manic, morbid voice and laughter echoed throughout the cloistered room. Countless eyes in the darkness were fixated on the protagonists of the battle, contemplating how they might reap greater benefits in the ensuing chaos. The Lord of the Black Ring in the Dou Spirit Realm had obliterated the entirety of Dou Spirit's Nox. The Emperor of Xinglua, the nearly immortal Su Jiawei. The evil Emperor of the Sun and Moon respectfully conveyed intelligence to a looming figure. The demonic presence glanced at the essence of the evil Emperor. Oh, intriguing. The young master of the heavenly soul, Long Outyin, felt the tempestuous blood within him boil. The elusive mastermind behind the monsters, the one referred to as Mississippi, the demon empress and Lan Fatzi stealthily appeared, eager to see what they might acquire. Gu Yuna, accompanied by Di Tian and Xiong Jun, quietly emerged in a concealed location. Upon sensing Ouyang's son's aura, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Yuna's eyes before she regained her composure. Huo Yuhao calmly gazed upward. Perceiving the myriad black and red calamities swirling above, with but a glimmer of golden light flickering within, he had an inkling that this time, Shrek might face its demise. "Grandfather, those fellows have all arrived. Can we truly keep them at bay?" The voice of Tang Wudong transformed from anger to a feeble whisper. Back then, when they confronted Ouyang's son, she nearly met her demise, let alone facing such numerous anomalies now. "Shao Qi, fret not. Shaosun has once again assisted me. I am now capable of wielding divine powers across the continent." A glimmer of golden light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. Chapter 17, Convergence. The mysterious trading event continued. After the skirmish between Ouyang's son and Song Yu, the atmosphere in that locale grew increasingly tense. However, Ouyang's son and her companions remained indifferent. After all, who would concern themselves with the anxieties of strangers? Moreover, a significant portion of their group harbored intentions of world annihilation or creation. Shrek and the locals of Douluo continuously intensified their patrols, yet the unease only deepened post-enhancements. Amidst this unbearable tension, Shrek issued an announcement that piqued the interest of those lurking in the shadows. Oh, how intriguing. A free trade where the goods remain unknown until revealed. The trading will commence tomorrow night. Simply present the trading number, and one may ascend with the goods. Was this not a peculiar form of auction? Such clandestine exchanges, known only to the goods owners, promised to be quite captivating. Wouldn't you agree? Ouyang's son turned her head towards the three women behind her, her eyes gleaming with a dazzling crimson light, intrigued by this notion. Furthermore, what if the transactions were unequal, or if someone dared to disrupt the rules? Would that not provide the perfect opportunity for a brawl? The mere thought of a chaotic scene erupting over a coveted item sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Ouyang's Sunday. This foolish monkey has undoubtedly concocted some ridiculous idea. Songyu mused as she observed Ouyang's son trembling with exhilaration. To cool his fervor, she casually unleashed a blast of icy frost. Crack! The frigid crystals shattered at Ouyang's son's touch, scattering exquisite ice particles across the sky. I wouldn't mind obliterating you before participating in tomorrow's intriguing affair, you foolish woman. The flames in his crimson eyes danced wildly, as Ouyang's son had grown weary of this imbecilic woman's provocations. The Snow Empress and Ouyang Chair exchanged glances, both placing a hand to their foreheads in exasperation, unsure of how to manage this situation. The Snow Empress tugged at Songyu's collar, while Ouyang Chair squatted down, wrapping her entire form around Ouyang's son's leg. As Ouyang's son's mask displayed a series of hashtags, Songyu was swiftly encased in ice by the Snow Empress and dragged away. Ouyang's son gazed down at the life-sized cat clinging to his leg, and with a sigh of resignation, grasped Ouyang Chair by her collar, lifting her up. Foolish woman, should you cling to my leg again, I shall break your foot. Suppressing his anger, Ouyang's son admonished Ouyang Chair with deliberate pauses. Ouyang Chair, recognizing her recent overstepping, understood that her brother was not one to be trifled with. Thankfully, it was her he was dealing with. Had it been another, the consequences might have been dire. Under Ouyang's son's watchful gaze, she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grains. Ha ha ha. It seems even the heavens are assisting me, Lan Shui chuckled as she returned to her abode, hastily blocking the outside world, her laughter echoing through the room. She then turned her attention to Zhang Lishuan, who respectfully awaited her in a maid outfit. A subtle smile graced her lips as she glided elegantly towards Zhang Lishuan. With a delicate gesture, she lifted Zhang Lishuan's chin, her warm breath causing the latter's ears to flush crimson. Tell me, my dear Lishuan, do you not wish to fulfill your master's desires? Or are you still preoccupied with those trifling beings from Shrek? Her sultry voice morphed into a chilling tone, her enchanting gaze carrying an icy intensity capable of annihilating the world. Zhang Lishuan shivered under that frigid aura, feeling like merely a fragile woman slightly stronger than the average person. Overwhelmed by the terrifying presence in the intense cold, she broke into a sweat, teetering on the brink of despair. Lan Shui, retracting her formidable aura and suffocating presence, regarded Zhang Lishuan, who had crumpled to the ground like a broken doll. Reclining on the bed, Lan Shui's fingers lightly tapped the edge as she observed Zhang Lishuan, who was gasping for breath. Her eyes appeared vacant, as if lost in thought. When she finally focused on Zhang Lishuan again, the latter's frail demeanor ignited a tempest of resentment within her. With a subtle beckon, Lan Shui summoned Zhang Lishuan to her side. The latter trembled, recalling the sickly state Lan Shui had been in days prior, a lingering pain still haunting her. Noticing Lan Shui's growing impatience, Zhang Lishuan inhaled deeply, remembering the tale she had read long ago. Gently, she lowered herself to the ground and, amidst Lan Shui's astonished gaze, crawled to her feet. Zhang Lishuan lifted her head, clutching Lan Shui's delicate foot with both hands, nuzzling her face against her slender calf. Tempting words slipped from Zhang Lishuan's ruby lips. Master, Lishuan feels no pain anymore. Might you grant me mercy today? Despite the shame welling within her, Zhang Lishuan recited the phrases she had encountered in the tales, though she had never finished reading the entire story. Unaware of the potential repercussions of her actions, she merely believed that such pleas for mercy seemed effective in those narratives. Suddenly, Lan Shui's breath quickened. Leaning down, she cradled Zhang Lishuan's charming face in her hands, inhaling deeply before her heated voice emerged softly. Did you glean these actions from those tales? Are you aware of the consequences they entail? Zhang Lishuan's face suddenly froze, a myriad of consequences flooding her mind. What repercussions could there be? Wasn't she supposed to be spared? Could it be that the outcome diverged from her expectations? As her small head pondered the various possibilities, she ultimately failed to conceive of any consequences. Shouldn't her plea, which forsook dignity and integrity, evoke a sense of compassion in others? Was she not meant to escape unscathed? The confusion enveloped her. Lan Shui lifted Zhang Lishuan, her slightly breathless, delicate face drawing near to Zhang Lishuan's ear. The words that rendered Zhang Lishuan's complexion ghostly pale seeped into her consciousness. The consequence is that you have successfully ignited within me an urge to utterly shatter you. Are you prepared for that? Lan Shui hurled Zhang Lishuan onto the bed, leaving an imprint as dim light enveloped the room from all directions. No, please, I beg you. Zhang Lishuan's cries echoed through the darkness, intertwined with Lan Shui's unsettling roars. Dream, do you see? We could have savored the world's delicacies together, marveled at its vistas. Though you sleep now, I shall take you to behold the beauty of this world. After I make those hypocrites, and the one who has lulled you into slumber, pay for their transgressions. Mir opened the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, placing the crystal of frozen dreams before it, recounting to Dream Hongchen the wonders she had witnessed in recent days. Even though she could not hear at this moment, Mir softly articulated the splendor of the world. No one noticed this unusual behavior, as Mir gathered all the beauty of existence within her. Tenderness, patience, warmth. No one could fathom the annihilating impulse that resided within this gentle soul. She had left all her beauty behind in her time with Dream Hongchen. Beyond this point, she would transform into a simple harbinger of destruction, intent on obliterating the world. Time flowed slowly, and as dawn broke the next day, an immense stage was erected, serving as the venue for the evening's trading event. Unobstructed, this setting exemplified a unique characteristic of the auction. Chapter 18. The commencement of the trading fair upon the grand stage. Countless iron cages were draped in black fabric imbued with shielding capabilities. A stunning woman, devoid of any soul power or special abilities, emerged in the spotlight at the center of the stage. Aside from the illuminated figure introducing the goods, countless eyes from the audience fixated on the stage. This unconventional auction captivated a multitude, hinting at the potential emergence of extraordinary items. Owing to the nature of this special transaction, no one dared to voice their thoughts freely. The woman on stage merely served as a facilitator for unveiling the black cloth. Participants could transmit their bids using a specialized soul guidance device, tossing their offers into the darkness where they echoed. The fate of the items in the shadows relied on individual prowess, and those who completed transactions would need to ascend the stage to claim their acquisitions. As they departed, the presence of pursuers remained uncertain. After all, those on the run had nowhere else to retreat. The woman on stage maneuvered a cart, bringing one item into the light. As the black cloth fell away, a surge of soul power erupted within the crowd, yet no one dared to rush forward to seize it. For a reckless approach could blur the lines between hunter and hunted. Within the cage lay a skeletal structure, a dragon bone. The dark golden hue of the dragon bone emanated an ancient pressure, while the winged skeleton shimmered with a faint crimson glow. The first item for trade, a dragon bone over 100,000 years old. The very presence of this item stirred restlessness among the onlookers in the dark. Dition fixed his gaze on the dragon bone on stage, his dark golden vertical pupils igniting with fury. A spectrum of colors flickered in his hands. But he ultimately restrained himself. The lurking dangers in the shadows were too numerous, and a hasty move could lead to his demise. As the trading progressed, information was relayed to the woman on stage, who then communicated it to the sellers of the items. With each completed transaction, the orchestrator of the trade earned a handsome reward of 10,000 gold coins, a fortune for an ordinary individual. Soon, the stage was overwhelmed with notes. As no soul master could resist the allure of the ancient dragon bone, employing a specialized soul guidance device provided by the sun and moon, the girl swiftly sifted through the offerings, determining the most promising item for trade. One of the treasures associated with the 100,000-year dragon bone was the crystal blood dragon ginseng. The revelation of this exquisite item piqued the interest of even more individuals in the shadows, who keenly observed the unfolding process, eager to discover who would ultimately claim this precious gem and the identity of its provider. They could hardly believe that someone bold enough to trade in such celestial treasures possessed only a single item of such caliber. If that individual's strength and the power behind him were lacking, the dark laws would be fully manifest here. In the shadows, Tang Wujia approached the stage, holding the ancient crystal blood dragon ginseng. In an instant, the elements erupted in a tempestuous upheaval, their fleeting disturbance sensed by numerous powerful entities. Ah, it was you, scum. From the darkness, a pair of dark red eyes fixated intensely on Tang Wujia upon the stage. Mir observed quietly the one responsible for the current turmoil. Anger ignited within him. However, the moment was not yet ripe. The death of a single individual would not quell the long-simmering fury within him. He desired the world to accompany him in his vengeance. Tang Wujia would face his personal annihilation. Ha, that aura belongs to that fellow. I wonder if he still possesses that world-destroying power. I truly wish to test it. Flames flickered in Ouyang Sun's crimson eyes as he gazed toward the source of the elemental upheaval in the darkness. Presently, there were only two beings on this continent capable of inciting such elemental chaos. One was the harbinger of destruction, and the other, not quite human, was a beast. Monkey. When the time comes, I shall take the lead. It has been far too long since I last sparred with a formidable opponent, and my blood is already boiling. A chill surged through the darkness toward Ouyang Sun, as Zhang Yu conveyed her intent to him in her own way, indicating her interest in that individual. urging him to let her handle it, or face the consequences himself. Ouyang Qier and the Snow Empress each grasped Ouyang's son and Sangyu, for if chaos erupted above, they would be beset upon by those lurking in the shadows. Though they bore little fear of those individuals, caution was prudent. Nearly all the powerful beings on the continent were lying in wait, and one misstep could spell trouble for them. Oh, that aura, Elder Pong, is it the world-destroying individual? Such a person has also arrived. It seems the opportunity for easy gains has slipped away. However, when the time comes, I shall make my exit regardless of their attempts to impede me. A woman clad in green inquired of the elder behind her in the darkness. Upon receiving his affirmative response, she paused momentarily, then a confident voice resonated through the shadows. This is the trend of the world, as someone not of this realm. I am curious to see where my journey will ultimately lead. She aspires to lead an era, even if the majority of this world pales in comparison to her original realm. Nevertheless, there exist formidable beings, including a mysterious figure who engaged in combat with that wretched deity just days prior. Although that deity is indeed worthless, the woman in the green attire understands that she is presently incapable of delivering a fatal blow. At most, she could inflict substantial injury at a cost. However, aside from a few individuals like Ouyang's son, no one is aware that Tang San's avatar was obliterated by Gu Feng. After all, tearing through the barriers of reality and annihilating Tang San's avatar left a trace of gray ether that decimated the entire Star Dough, transforming it into a forbidden zone. Such a person is exceedingly perilous, and Ouyang's son and his companions dare not speak carelessly. For who knows if the obviously troublesome Gu Feng might rend space to confront them. They certainly do not believe they could withstand such an encounter. Humph. These individuals truly think we are easy prey. It seems our prolonged silence has led the world to forget that the prestige of Shrek Academy and the Haotian sect was earned through struggle. Tang Hao's commanding voice resonated in the darkness. Although he had been unable to capture Ouyang's son amidst the chaos of the Star Dough and had been forced to retreat in disgrace, he is now capable of wielding divine power. He is confident he can subdue that monkey named Ouyang's son. But the figure that swiftly dispatched Xiao San sends a shiver down his spine. That being is simply insurmountable, even in Tang Hao's estimation. The combined efforts of 5 peak divine kings might only result in mutual destruction. However, if Ouyang's son were aware of Tang Hao's foolish thoughts, he might very well laugh himself to death. Tang San's avatar's strength is likely akin to that of a secondary deity in this world. Upon reaching the primary level, even a fully awakened inferior deity would hardly be formidable. At the very least, Ouyang's son and his companions do not regard those deities with any seriousness. Although in their current state, they risk falling prey to those divine beings should they refrain from employing certain tactics. Nonetheless, this does not diminish their disdain for those inferior gods. Ayin gazed at the imposing Tang Hao and gently wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist, her entire being draped over his back. Chapter 19. The transaction in progress. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was held in Tang Wujia's hand as he turned his gaze toward a certain direction in the darkness, where their Haotian sect members were positioned. He subtly nodded to the individuals below from the Haotian sect. A few among them, noticing Tang Wujia's gesture, could not help but smirk. Do they truly believe everyone is a fool? Tang Wujia was no fool. Rather, his confidence in Tang Hao and the others bordered on the enigmatic. This was also the inexplicable reason for Tang San's demise, which Tang Hao and his companions chose not to disclose. Instead, they publicly claimed that Tang San's avatar had exhausted its divine power upon descending to the lower realms, asserting that the calamity in Star Dough was orchestrated by him. Otherwise, Shrek would have had no standing to summon all the factions on the continent. Not everyone would accept this narrative without skepticism. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was cast into the shadows. From within the darkness, a fleeting touch of dark green emerged. A small hand reaching for the crystal blood dragon ginseng before vanishing from sight. In the instant the green hue disappeared, a golden stream surged toward that location, followed by an intense chill, revealing a magnificent crystalline figure. However, they were a moment too late. The undying poison had already prepared for retreat at the moment of action. Ouyang's son and Songyue fixated on that direction, yet they refrained from striking again. It was still not the opportune moment. A tremendous blaze soared upward, encircled by the toxic green mist that formed a protective barrier around the undying poison. The darkness was momentarily illuminated as Muir, cloaked and concealing his visage, unleashed a torrent of flames upon the undying poison. That crystal ginseng could also be cast into the blood sea, slightly strengthening the 6 paths. Though not significantly, it would still prove useful. However, for trading purposes, it was unnecessary. Initially, they had merely held an advantage, maintaining it was paramount. Did they truly believe the old man was as malleable as clay? A colossal green giant burst through the inferno, its massive fist aimed at Muir. Muir's gaze beneath the hood remained remarkably calm as a fiery Buddha ascended from behind him. Fire element, Akalanatha. The rising Buddha grasped the arm of the undying poison with one hand, while the other formed the image of a flower from the other shore. The palm struck the undying poison's body, and a golden radiance flickered. The crystal blood dragon ginseng fell from the undying poison's grasp. Lan Shui transformed into a beam of light, seizing the crystal blood dragon ginseng with breathtaking speed before vanishing swiftly into the darkness. Those lurking in the shadows, hoping to seize the opportunity, were left astounded. Who could have anticipated that such a swift entity would join them in their covert endeavors? Such audacity! The undying poison's wrath reverberated through the trading ground, its scarlet eyes fixed menacingly on Muir. A hint of laughter escaped Muir's lips. Ha, worthless! Flames engulfed Muir's entire being, and as they burned away, his figure vanished from the scene. The undying poison, reeling from the humiliation, yearned to obliterate the place but ultimately could only harbor such thoughts, as it lacked the strength to act without fear. The undying poison returned to its normal size, disappearing into the shadows. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was gently tossed into the air by Lan Shui, who watched it descend repeatedly, her gaze fixed on an iron cage upon the stage. Lost in contemplation. Well, after all this time spent together, it would be rather dull if Shrek managed to reclaim it. Lan Shui's crimson lips whispered a sound faint enough for only her to perceive, yet her true thoughts remained elusive, perhaps even to herself. Countless dim streams of light intricately wove peculiar patterns in the darkness. She refrained from causing any disturbances during several subsequent transactions, only exhaling slowly once a myriad of these patterns converged into a formation encircling the entire stage. This should suffice, she mused, feeling a tinge of fatigue after orchestrating such an extensive defensive array. Had she known, she would have engaged in some physical training beforehand. Following this, she resolved to ensure she underwent some rigorous exercise. Lan Shui licked her alluring red lips, gazing at the stage, unsure if her words were meant for her own ears or for others to hear. She glanced at the crystal blood dragon ginseng in her hand, her eyes reflecting an unseen radiance. Ouyang Sun's piercing gaze seemed to detect a subtle anomaly. The Shiyu satin ribbon activated, as both the purple and blue diamonds sprang to life simultaneously. This locale was indeed most suitable for these two diamonds. The enhanced vision from the purple extreme star discerned the fleeting dim light, and though its nature remained unclear, the unfolding events promised to grow increasingly intriguing. The divine demon staff plunged into the ground, with Ouyang Sun crouching atop it, quietly anticipating the ensuing developments, who would emerge as the hunter, and who would become the prey. His eagerness was palpable. So it is the light element, but not the light of salvation. Rather, it is the light of annihilation, paradoxically safeguarding that stage. What significant entity could possibly reside above? Muir sensed the elemental shift. After all, his peak prowess was that of a demigod, a six-element demigod. He had even briefly attained true divine status. The fluctuations of the light element could not escape his notice. Allow me to add a little intrigue, then. A mysterious glimmer shone in Muir's eyes as the primal earth element surged in his hands, flowing into the stage from beneath, concealed beneath 100 meters of earth. No one was aware of Muir's actions. After all, who would find it necessary to gaze into the depths of the ground? Oh, what an odd fluctuation. Am I mistaken? Or has someone made a move? An ancient voice softly resonated. Though faint, the whisper reached the ears of the woman in green. What is it, Elder Peng? Have you discovered something? The elder shook his head, indicating uncertainty. He merely sensed a hint of disquiet but had not pinpointed any specific anomaly. The woman in green turned her gaze to Elder Peng and then to the stage, a smile blossoming on her face that seemed to bewitch the world. Elder Peng, do not underestimate these individuals. They are likely not of this world, much like us. It would be wise to exercise caution. A cerulean glow surged in her eyes, and a lotus mark appeared at the center of her forehead. Indeed, it is quite intriguing, almost overlooked. The woman noticed the unusual aspects, yet she refrained from taking action. For her hands bore no concealed tricks. A rash move could lead to complications. The trading event continued several times after the initial appearance of the dragon bone. Yet nothing of greater value had emerged thus far. Upon taking the stage, Tang Wujie, shielded by a host of titled guardians from the Houtenan sect, secured the dragon bone into his soul guide and swaggered into the darkness. The proximity to Shrek and the Houtenan sect posed a risk, and they lacked the confidence to simultaneously confront so many titled Haotian hammers. Moreover, Who could ascertain if there were hidden Haotian forces lurking in the shadows? They certainly did not wish to be unexpectedly crushed by a sudden ambush. As for Ouyang's son, Muir, Knox, and the shadowy figures of the woman in green and Lan Shui, they were merely biding their time. The moment for action had yet to arrive. The woman on stage presented an iron cage once more. As the black cloth was lifted, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, stirring peculiar thoughts within many hearts. Inside the iron cage were two bound figures, more precisely, two dragon maidens. Golden and silver scales adorned their concealed forms in scattered patches, captured by humans. The dragon maidens stood on the precipice of impending heat. This transaction involved two dragon maidens nearing the moment of their 10,000-year cycle. Such a prospect was tantalizing. Yet the curse of the dragon maidens deterred many. That curse was truly lethal. Chapter 20. The dragon maidens and the angels. In the instant the golden and silver dragon maidens made their appearance, a tempest of emotions surged: greed, shock, fear, and sympathy. How fascinating it turned out to be this. Shrek and the Haotian sect should refrain from meddling, for anyone who dared to touch it would meet their demise. Tang Hao remarked to the restless Yan Shaozha and Tang Wujie, deeming the object a hot potato. While it promised benefits, one needed to possess the life to enjoy them. Observing Tang Wujie's waning vigor, Tang Hao held a favorable view of the lad, noting the unwavering gaze that fixed upon the dragon maidens. He discreetly wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, recognizing the celestial rarity of the two dragon maidens. However, one truly needed to possess life to engage with them. Tang Hao mildly conveyed lesser-known secrets to Tang Wujie and the others. The curse of the dragon maidens was no trifling matter. Previously, a secondary deity had captured a dragon maiden and forcefully engaged with her, only to be cursed in return. The audience, intrigued by the outcome, pondered the implications. The dragon maiden's curse, while steeped in myth, could not possibly be so potent that even a deity could not withstand it. However, what followed from Tang Hao sent chills down their spines, a sensation of horror and trepidation. The secondary deity, after being cursed, had slain the dragon maiden, for to him it was merely a game. As a deity, he regarded the dragon maiden with disdain. Subsequent events unfolded in a most peculiar manner. After vanquishing the dragon maiden, the deity found himself reminiscing about her exquisite form, yearning to capture more of her kind to nurture. However, in the very instant he stepped out of the divine realm, an unforeseen black hole manifested before him, devoid of any warning, leading to his astonishing demise. As Tang Hao recounted this tale, a palpable fear shadowed his countenance. For curses possess an irrationality that can be quite alarming. He added, with a note of finality, that the deity's lineage was severed, as the dragon maiden's curse was precisely to obliterate his legacy. The essence of his divine heritage was ensnared within the black hole, and no soul dared to retrieve it, not even the Lord of Gods. Ayan released her delicate grip from Tang Hao's waist, and together they gazed at the two dragon maidens upon the stage, their eyes reflecting an intricate tapestry of emotions. Tang Wujie seemed poised to articulate his thoughts. Yet upon seeing the expressions of Tang Hao and Ayan, he could only exhale a resigned sigh. My lord, behold. These are the leaders of the Dragon Maiden clan, the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens. Should we not take action? A spark of excitement illuminated Tion's visage. For the Dragon Maiden clan possessed formidable combat prowess, and their unique essence had other applications as well. Yet, his expression swiftly morphed into one of complexity, as he recalled that their pure-blooded dragon lineage was now reduced to but three: Ziji, himself, and the Silver Dragon King. This was the very curse inflicted by the previous Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens. Most of Ziji's kin bore mixed blood, distinctly separate from the pure-blooded hellish dragons. She was an anomaly, a rare return to ancestral purity that had not graced the lineage for hundreds of thousands of years. Gu Yuhao observed the dragon maidens on stage, their alluring forms undulating provocatively, lost in contemplative thought. Just as Tion was about to inquire further, Gu Yuhao's voice broke the silence. However, the architects of the current predicament faced by the Dragon Maiden clan are none other than our dragon kin. They shall not aid us. At her words, Tion opened his mouth to counter, yet found himself bereft of justification. The enmity between the Dragon Maiden clan and their own was indeed profound. A relentless vendetta. A sigh escaped him as he gazed at the Golden and Silver Dragon Maidens, who appeared as mere commodities, his expression a tapestry of despondence. Countless spectators below yearned to possess the two Dragon Maidens on stage. Yet none were willing to proffer any offerings in exchange. The curse of the Dragon Maidens was nearly insurmountable. Its principles remained an enigma. and no one could ascertain whether they could withstand its consequences. No one was prepared to wager their life for the chance to claim a dragon maiden's fortune. A slender, delicate hand tightened around Gu Yeqing's palm. Gu Yeqing gazed at Qian Shiyue, whose face was etched with a myriad of complex emotions, and quietly offered solace to his beloved wife. What troubles you? Do not worry, it has no bearing on us. Before Gu Yeqing could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qian Shiyue. Yeqing, may I share a story with you? Her deep voice resonated softly, and upon hearing her tone, Gu Yeqing became exceptionally serious, realizing that she was indeed grappling with a significant dilemma. A gentle voice echoed in Gu Yeqing's ears, recounting an ancient tale. A millennium ago, there existed only two nations on the continent, Tiandou and Xingluo. At that time, Tiandou had yet to splinter into the present-day Tiangong and Douling. The prestigious Shrek Academy was merely an unremarkable institution then. The term evil soul master had not yet been coined, and those who bore dark martial spirits did not conceal their gifts. During that era, conflicts between the two empires were nearly non-existent, and evil soul masters were referred to as fallen soul masters. In those days, the soul masters revered a sacred ground, recognized across the continent as the Holy Land, the Spirit Hall. Eventually, this led to the legendary battle known as the Battle of the Three Gods, where the Spirit Hall was defeated and faded into obscurity. Future generations glorified Tang San, the victor of that war, to an unparalleled degree. Few realized that the resurgence of evil soul masters was due to him. The Spirit Hall once took on the responsibility of eradicating fallen soul masters, yet what of Shrek today? It merely feigns its commitment. Our angel clan was destined for extermination. My ancestors fled to the vast wilderness, pursued by both Tiandou and Xingluo. It was a beautiful land, free from strife and turmoil, where they thrived independently, albeit with a certain insularity. Yet, it was precisely such a people that saved my ancestor. After healing from their wounds, my ancestor spent many years cultivating in the idyllic Yunmings, which they referred to as a paradise. In the end, my ancestor bid farewell to the golden and silver dragon ladies, declaring that our angel clan had become a forsaken lineage and must not implicate them. My ancestor imparted a final lesson to us. Should we encounter the dragon ladies in distress, we were not obligated to intervene. They merely reminded us that without the dragon clan, our angel clan would have long since vanished from history. Yeqing, what do you think I should do? Qian Shoyue lifted her beautiful face, her eyes slightly reddened, utterly unsure of how to proceed. If the dragon ladies were to be saved, they would undoubtedly become the center of attention, potentially dragging the borderlands into turmoil. Gu Yeqing gently cradled Qian Shoyue's face, tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair, and then affectionately tousled her little head. A soft voice whispered in her ear, assuring her that they would protect her. As Qian Shoyue watched Gu Yeqing fade into the distance, silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. I am uncertain of what the other party desires from this transaction. Yet we shall claim those two dragon maidens for ourselves. A commanding voice resonated throughout this realm. Gu Yeqing's figure has already manifested upon the arena. In his grasp is the sun-shooting bow, its string-drawn taut. This bow is forged from 300,000-year-old soul bones. I am aware that it may not suffice. Yet I am prepared to make my move. As for these two dragon maidens, they shall belong to our borderlands. Gu Yeqing cast his gaze upon the communicator on stage, and after a moment, the individual nodded. Qian Shoyue appeared on stage, supporting two dragon maidens as they advanced into the darkness. In Gu Yeqing's hand, the sun piercer pointed menacingly towards Qian Shoyue's location. Whoever dared to reveal themselves would meet their demise in an instant. Chapter 21. Elemental Needle in the Shadows. Those lurking felt the potent aura emanating from the sun piercer in Gu Yeqing's grasp, compelling them to suppress their desires. The dragon maidens could still be captured through cunning means, but to confront Gu Yeqing, the continent's foremost archer, with a single arrow would mean facing their ancestors. When the ancestors inquired about their demise, it would be utterly absurd to claim it was for the sake of two dragon maidens, only to be vanquished in the attempt. As Gu Yeqing beheld Qian Shoyue and the two dragon maidens vanish safely from sight, he finally relinquished his bow. He cast a glance toward the direction of Shrek enveloped in darkness, now absent from the stage. Senior, Yin Shaozhe gazed at Tang Hao, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by a firm hand. If possible, avoid provoking that individual. He gives me a profound sense of danger, should one act rashly. Even with divine power at one's disposal, one might still face demise, Tang Hao concluded, falling into silence. Everyone was taken aback by Tang Hao's words. It was indeed possible for mortals to injure deities, even to slay them. The moment this revelation spread, A flicker of unease passed through Yan Xiaozhe and Muan, igniting thoughts within them that ought not to exist. Tang Wujie observed discreetly from an unseen vantage point, his gaze laced with an indescribable mockery. Oh? So these are the two dragon maidens. They seem rather unremarkable. Why then do those individuals harbor such fear of these defenseless women? Ouyang's son, employing an enhanced purple diamond to scrutinize the dragon maidens, found nothing particularly distinctive after an extended observation, aside from their exceptionally vibrant life force. He noted various intoxicating emotional toxins eroding their sanity. Beyond that, he discerned no other notable attributes. Foolish monkey, the curse is something you can perceive. If it were that potent, even the gods would not dare approach, came the scornful voice of Zhou Ouyang's son's mask revealed a pattern of distress. His divine staff clenched tightly in his grip. Foolish woman, I have tolerated you for far too long. With that declaration, the golden shadow of his staff struck towards Zhou, an explosion resonating in the darkness. Countless pairs of eyes in the shadows fixated on their location. Curious about who dared to engage in conflict at such a moment, Zhou waved her hand, opening a dimensional portal revealing a realm of ice and snow. She understood that this was not an appropriate place for combat. Should it escalate, their group would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Not that she was foolish, she merely sought to battle. But only against formidable opponents. This monkey had been on her mind for a long time, and she yearned for a confrontation. Zhou stepped into the dimensional portal first, and Ouyang's son, gathering his resolve, transformed into a fleeting shadow as he lunged toward her, no longer willing to hold back. Thus, their figures dissolved into the enveloping darkness. The Snow Emperor and Ouyang chairs simultaneously sighed, exchanging glances, shaking their heads in unison. They decided it was best to disregard those two. Ice coalesced in the Snow Emperor's hand, and he unleashed a powerful strike toward the golden and silver dragon maidens, encasing the defenseless pair in a prison of frost. Observing the ice gradually taking on a pink hue, a rare scowl crossed the Snow Emperor's face. Damn it, just how potent is this emotional toxin? The Snow Empress found herself utterly bereft of options. Ouyang Chier could only watch, for she could not possibly resort to fire to dispel the poison. That would surely result in disaster. While the poison might be alleviated, the two dragon maidens would likely be charred in the process. The two women exchanged resigned glances, wishing they had departed alongside Ouyang's son and Zhou. A gentle holy light illuminated the darkness surrounding them, as 6 golden wings unfurled behind Qianqiyu, her 6 wings extending gracefully. A soothing aura permeated the frigid air, purging the emotional toxins from the bodies of the two dragon maidens. Yet, as time progressed, Qianqiyu's countenance grew increasingly grim. The insidious emotional poison had seeped deep into their very bones. She could not eradicate it, at best restoring their self-awareness temporarily. If left unresolved, they would inevitably succumb to the shackles of desire. Time waits for no one. While Qianqiyu and her companions fretted over the plight of the dragon maidens, the transaction continued unabated. Exceptional soul bones, rare treasures, and unique soul-guiding artifacts were in abundance. Most of the top-tier factions were unimpressed, until a drop of peculiar blue blood made its appearance, prompting the body sect to re-enter the fray. The viscous blue blood emanated a chilling aura, leaving most uncertain of its origin. A singular certainty remained. Within that drop lay unfathomable power. Yet, there were those who recognized it. The blood belonged to a divine creature, retaining remnants of divinity. Ultimately, the body sect secured the drop of blood, while the poison immortal found himself besieged once more, this time with earnest intent. The emperor transformed into a black dragon, the darkness thickening around him, while Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui lurked in the shadows, poised to act. In the end, the black dragon seized the precious blue blood, leaving the poison immortal wounded and displaying a hint of despondency. The people of this era were destined to exit the stage. The transaction would not pause for any individual. Half of the items had already exchanged hands, and who emerged victorious remained ambiguous. The only certainty was that the body sect had suffered a resounding defeat. 2 attempts, the blood dragon ginseng and divine blood, both eluding their grasp, alongside significant losses. As the black cloth was drawn back once more, an elderly figure emerged, his pallid visage devoid of color, clutching 3 needles that emitted a faint glow. The spectacle was about to commence. I wonder what you lofty beings will choose to do, destroy this object or seize control of it for your own purposes. I eagerly await the unfolding of events. Scarlet eyes glimmered in the darkness as Mira's voice softly resonated within the surrounding space. This is not an artifact of this realm. It is the handiwork of those individuals. How intriguing. Let me observe what you all are capable of conjuring. The woman in the azure attire sensed the peculiar vibrations coursing through the needle. It was not the essence of this world. Yet, she could vaguely perceive its effect, as if it were a means of consuming one's life force to acquire strength. It offered a glimmer of opportunity, a chance for resistance. To those mired in the quagmire of existence, everyone gazed at the stage, awaiting the elder's introduction, and when he concluded, none believed that this needle could bestow upon ordinary individuals power surpassing that of soul masters. The elder surveyed the surrounding darkness, oppression, familial estrangement, and the myriad trials of life echoing in his heart. He recalled the words of a silver-haired man. The purpose of the elemental needle was to awaken the elements within them. However, the price demanded was their very lives. For those just entering adulthood, it would likely leave them with but a year to live, while for those like him, teetering on the brink of death, only a fleeting quarter of an hour remained. He yearned for vengeance, to retaliate against those lofty soul masters. As the elemental needle pierced the elder's wrist, all eyes in the shadows fixated on his actions, a mockery of the notion that the lowly should not dare to dream beyond their station. The elder's anguished cries rang out upon the stage, and soon thereafter, he collapsed. Laughter erupted from the unseen crowd. A tempest arose, the wind swirling into a vortex on the stage, lifting a young man into the air. It was the elder from moments prior. In the midst of the swirling indigo tornado, he floated serenely. Perhaps too long had he been burdened. The whirlwind continued to spin, and he was granted a moment of brilliance, a chance to display his fury to those responsible for his family's ruin. As the vortex ascended to the heavens, it dispersed into streams of air. Subsequently, several tornadoes formed, hurtling toward the darkness of Shrek. Shrek, the very perpetrator of his family's demise. Yet this world was complicit too. Once, his family had lived a relatively content life, though fraught with toil, accustomed to their agrarian existence and unaware of the grandeur above. They had their own lives, which he found satisfactory, at least. They had taken in an injured individual, who spoke little, yet posed no threat to them. Until the day Shrek's minions arrived at their doorstep, branding their guest a so-called evil soulmaster. They were labeled accomplices and faced violence, and despite their desperate explanations, they fell on deaf ears. In that moment, the man had assisted them in escaping their home, but it seemed that this act sealed their fate as accomplices. Without reason or inquiry, he was relentlessly pursued by so-called allies of justice. They were merely ordinary individuals, having offered assistance to someone in need. Moreover, that person did not exhibit the characteristics of a malevolent soul master, merely claiming to possess a dark attribute of soul power. The man closed his eyes, reflecting on past events. Upon reopening them, his gaze revealed a striking shade of emerald green. A whirlwind surging towards Shrek Academy was extinguished by a fiery bird and a peculiar bovine creature. In the man's perception, the fiery bird appeared somewhat weaker, its flames less fierce than when it first appeared. The nature of the bovine, however, eluded his understanding. Silence enveloped the crowd, their faces betraying an indescribable blend of fear and astonishment. They were terrified that an ordinary individual had suddenly acquired the power to vanquish Yin Xiaojia of Shrek Academy, a figure renowned across the continent. The Radiant Phoenix was also a supreme martial spirit, yet it had been injured in a mere encounter, struck by an elderly man who appeared only half committed to the fray. Had it not been for that shameless old curmudgeon, Yin Xiaojia's injuries could have been far more severe. Those with any standing on the continent were well aware of Xuanzi, the shameless old man, who exploited his age to dominate the weaker. If he were not among the closest to the pinnacle of the Super Douluo, he would have long been eliminated in secret. Xuanzi let out a thunderous bellow and charged towards the man in the sky, though his current strength seemed formidable. Could someone who had never possessed power truly wield it effectively? The answer was known to many. They could not. Thus, none feared the figure aloft. Rather, they were apprehensive that such peculiar needles were not limited to just 3. What if the puppet master disseminated them across the continent? Their statuses and lives would be imperiled. For each of them bore a share of tragedies, whether direct or indirect. The man gazed at the charging monstrous bovine, remaining grounded despite his newfound strength. He understood that he had once been an ordinary person. Thus, how should an ordinary person express their rage? Through tangible action, he revealed his intentions to all. An endless wind coalesced within his hands. A voice, borne by the wind, resonated in the ears of every onlooker. I was but a mundane man, solely devoted to my family. Yet, fate has dealt its unpredictable hand. Now, let you witness the fury of the ordinary. A towering azure beam descended from the heavens. Xuanzi was enveloped within this azure column, time stretching infinitely in his perception. The man's figure plummeted from the sky, dissipating like the morning light in midair. The azure beam gradually waned following the man's disappearance until it vanished entirely. Alongside the azure light, Xuanzi also disappeared. The former second strongest of Shrek met an untimely demise at the hands of a nameless mortal. Oh, I initially believed that merely injuring that old wretch would suffice. Yet unexpectedly, there came a delightful surprise. Was it that the so-called deities chose not to intervene? Or were they simply unwilling to do so? Muir gazed at the vanishing pillar of light, a flicker of astonishment gracing his eyes, before turning his attention toward Shrek's direction. Through the darkness, he beheld the man wielding a hammer, his gaze filled with an inscrutable brilliance. Yuhua, did your eyes perceive it? The figure of Ilex materialized before Huo Yuhao. Inquiring about the azure beam ascending into the heavens, Huo Yuhao recalled the elder on the stage, and within him, a semblance of purpose began to crystallize. Indeed, it was the will of Douluo that sought to guide Huo Yuhao, a truth he only now began to comprehend. The Snow Empress and Ouyang Chierer fell silent. The power exhibited by the elder could not solely account for their muted response. It was the elder's resolute expression and detached gaze that profoundly stirred them. They watched the receding azure light and felt the whispering winds surrounding them, sensing a lamentation within the breeze. It was a cry of helplessness. Countless ordinary individuals, akin to this elder, inhabit this world, existing at the fringes of society. It seems no one has genuinely cared for their plight, nor has anyone shown concern for their welfare. Even the so-called state has neglected their existence. They dwell in a brutal world of the survival of the fittest, leading lives steeped in apathy. This is their misfortune, as well as the misfortune of this era. Had they lived 10 millennia ago or 10 millennia hence, their circumstances would be vastly improved. In ancient times, the Spirit Hall advocated for the common folk, while in the future, order would be governed by the Federation. Yet here and now, the Spirit Hall has faded into the annals of history, and the Federation's nascent form remains elusive. War, evil soul masters, nations, and royalty are solely preoccupied with their own interests, while Shrek, is nothing more than a name that seeks recognition, relying on so-called inner courtyard students to uphold the continent, most of whom remain oblivious to the distinctions between right and wrong. This elder embodies but a fraction of this era's narrative. Though Muir's elemental needles were obtained at the cost of life, they nonetheless afforded them an opportunity, the chance to raise their voices. A spark, however small, shall ultimately ignite a blazing inferno. Ouyang's son and Song Yu paused in their fierce confrontation, their gazes seemingly transcending space to witness the actions of the elder. In silence, Song Yu sheathed her blood-red demonic blade, while Ouyang's son allowed his arm to fall, his divine staff dragging through the snow. The crimson and icy blue of their eyes exhibited no trace of combativeness. Instead, they reflected a profound confusion and a sense of disorientation regarding this world and the uncertainties of the future. An endless sea of blood stretched before them. The sky painted a deep crimson hue, while a dilapidated city floated silently in the air. A statue-like figure stood motionless at the heart of the city, his dark blue hair billowing behind him, and his pitch-black eyes devoid of color. Suddenly, a flicker of vitality sparked within his gaze. A fragmented voice echoed from his position, whispering of unfinished business, his heart's ambition, a memory cherished across millennia. Chapter 23. Changes in the distance, the onset of turmoil in the realm of Star Luo. On that day marked by two cataclysmic events, two divine marks were left in their wake. The first was a white-haired woman who cleaved through the barrier of Douluo with a single stroke, allowing the deity to briefly manifest upon the continent. Her strike shattered a colossal spear of rock capable of sinking the land, leaving behind a chasm that extended countless miles, connecting the imperial city of Star Luo to the edge of the Star Do Forbidden Zone. The remnants of that chasm carried the essence of the mysterious woman, enticing many to seek the power capable of reshaping the world. Yet, none succeeded. Those who recklessly attempted to harness that ethereal force were assimilated, vanishing without a trace. The second divine mark was the enigmatic projection that saved the entire continent. Under the alignment of three celestial bodies, the Black Sun, the Blood-Red Moon, and the original Sun, this figure obliterated the Great Sun and the Blood Moon, leaving behind a half-ancient tree. This half-tree, a remnant of the colossal Jinmu that heralded endless calamities for celestial vessels, though broken, radiated an extraordinary vitality. Eternal life. The pursuit of wisdom and longevity became the focal point of existence. Everyone yearned for immortality, yet simultaneously feared it, as the half-tree brought forth an undying aberration. Additionally, an emperor emerged, treading the path of abundance. Cracks began to appear in the chasm, unleashing an uncountable array of peculiar mechanized beings. Surrounding the chasm were entities of moderate strength, who, having exhausted their talents, sought to ascend to greater heights. They were both fortunate and unfortunate. An endless tide of void specters surged forth from the fissures, annihilating all life before them, leaving no chance for escape. To be seen by them meant an unending cycle of death and rebirth. A dense mass of void specters poured from the chasm, only to encounter the undying aberration. In the four great calamities of the collapsing iron universe, two disasters converged. What awaited was not unity, but destruction. The ethereal soldiers surged forth to confront the incarnate beings. While the incarnate beings rushed towards the ethereal soldiers, embodying the duality of immortality and annihilation, plunging the entire star realm into an interminable conflict. In this war, the two factions sustained minimal losses. The ethereal soldiers emerged in ceaseless waves from the rifts, while the incarnate beings perpetually resurrected. Their battle, absent extraordinary circumstances or the intervention of formidable powers, seemed destined to continue indefinitely. Within the frigid Arctic Sea, Zhou Yi had previously visited this location, where a rift had opened in the abyssal depths, nurturing a peculiar life form. Zhou Yi employed ice elements and dimensional portals to seal the rift. Yet it was now gradually fracturing. The soul beasts in the extreme northern waters sensed the impending threat of death and began their migration to more distant oceans. This unprecedented exodus of soul beasts drew the attention of the coastal lords. However, the nation's strongest were all gathered in Shrek. Those left behind dared not recklessly probe for information under such uncertain conditions. No one knew what transpired in the deep sea, only that a storm was brewing. Scouts set out towards Shrek, for the situation here must be reported to those in charge. Above the icy sea, storm clouds gathered, and lightning coalesced. A being that should not exist was about to descend upon this world, as the realm of Douluo warned of its arrival. Yet, the realm of Douluo was far too feeble, even with the inheritance of hell and the acquisition of that higher dimensional power. It had insufficient time to warrant the fear of those supreme beings. A ferocious roar echoed simultaneously from beneath the ice, unleashing towering waves. A creature, fierce yet imbued with divinity, emerged. Storm clouds rained down upon its form, with lightning merely sparking upon its surface. Its colossal body, adorned with pristine scales, manifested as a mythical being, a dragon, not the so-called great lizard of Western lore, but a true dragon, albeit somewhat mutated, with 9 massive dragon heads and 9 tails. Yet devoid of claws, this godlike entity descended. The 9 dragon heads targeted the storm clouds above, roaring in unison, and in an instant, the storm clouds were dispelled. 9 white dragons, the genuine demigods, the natural deities of the starry realm, had arrived in this new world. On that fateful day, the coastal inhabitants heard the resounding dragon cries, only to be met with bloody ears, rendering them utterly mute. In the sinister forest, black-red storm clouds brewed. And as the emerging presence sensed the peculiar changes in this world, a pair of blood-red colossal eyes opened above the cursed woods. A 1,000-meter-tall evil emperor materialized beneath those eyes. A blood-red throne descended from the heavens, hovering in mid-air, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. A voice whispered in the evil emperor's ear, "This is one of the 7 thrones from the world of man. You have yet to recover. Yet something of your caliber has appeared in the ocean. However, he appears to have suffered grievous wounds akin to yours, though perhaps in a slightly better condition. Take this throne and endeavor to slay him. Should you succeed in vanquishing him, return with his remains, and thus you shall regain a significant portion of your former strength. In due time, your name shall resound once more throughout this realm. You are the god of divine retribution." Austin Griffin. The evil emperor listened attentively to the directives of the god of divine retribution as the throne diminished in size and he transformed, making his way toward the icy sea. In a world resplendent with colors, a priest who had been observing the Douluo barrier noted its weakening. The barrier could no longer prevent the descent of the gods. The priest reached out to the 5 divine kings through a special means. In the heart of the divine realm, the 5 divine kings convened in an unprecedented silence. Destruction. I propose that we all descend simultaneously. Douluo star serves as the foundation of the divine realm, and it underwent a remarkable transformation over a decade ago. Tang San paused momentarily before revealing the reason for their deliberation regarding their descent. The temporal flow on Douluo star has now aligned with that of the divine realm, signifying that Douluo star can fully withstand our powers. You must comprehend the implications of this, should Douluo remain beyond the dominion of the divine realm. It is only a matter of time before a god king emerges, a god king belonging to Douluo. The threat to the divine realm would be monumental, destruction, evil. You are all aware of this. Tang San disclosed everything he knew. while Star had utterly slipped from their grasp. He too required assistance, and fortuitously. The Divine Realm housed several allies, 4 Divine Kings, along with a few others who rivaled them in power. Tang San's gaze deepened as he looked toward Douluo Star, this time. He would eradicate all anomalies from Douluo Star. Should the Child of Destiny dare to resist, he would not hesitate to replace him with another. In the distance, the unfolding events had yet to reach the members of Shrek. After all, following the Elemental Needle transaction, Tang Hao had employed his divine power to ensure that no unforeseen occurrences transpired henceforth, effectively isolating their location. This isolation was akin to a barrier, albeit a unique one, designed to prevent the transmission of information in and out. Thus, the changes occurring across the continent remained unknown to those within, save for those who did not belong to this world. Mirror, the returning Ouyang's son, Song Yu, Lan Shui, Ouyang Qi'er, the enigmatic woman in blue, along with Su Jiawei. In the true first man and first beast of the continent, Gu Yeqing and Gu Yuna. These individuals simultaneously perceived something extraordinary, yet it was too late. The impending transaction was nearing its conclusion, and they hoped that matters were not as dire as they sensed. The crowd suppressed their impulses. As the transaction gradually approached its climax amidst their intricate emotions. Chapter 24. The Rise of Conflict. The final few items on stage were brought into the spotlight. As the black cloth was lifted, a profound silence enveloped the venue. All members of Shrek stood, their eyes reflecting an indescribable blend of shock and fury. They gazed upon the figure on stage, where the myriad facets of life unfolded. Some expressed sympathy, others derision, some wore cold smiles, while others sought to possess or to destroy. On stage, Zhang Lishuan appeared in a cool, translucent outfit, her alabaster skin partially visible, bound by ropes in a torturous manner. Adorned with a mask and blindfold, one of her feet dangled in midair, tethered to a cage. Her hands were restrained behind her back, and her current appearance bore little resemblance to the ethereal moon fairy she once was. Nonetheless, the crowd recognized her as Zhang Lishuan, the former designated leader of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek. Senior sister, how could this be? It's impossible, Ma Xiaotao exclaimed, her face aflame with rage as fiery wings erupted from her back. I will handle this. A wave of pressure forced Ma Xiaotao to the ground. As anger surged in Tang Hao's eyes, Shrek and Houghton Insect had lost all dignity. The former designated leader, who had mysteriously vanished, was now treated as an object in this continental arena. Regardless of who was behind this, he vowed to eradicate the perpetrator along with their faction, or his deep-seated resentment would remain unresolved. Clearly, this transaction had lost all justification. In an instant, the realm of slaughter enveloped the area, followed by an overwhelming brilliance dispelling the surrounding darkness. Mu In and Yin Xiaozhe simultaneously manifested their martial souls. Everyone concealed in the shadows revealed themselves in that moment. Oh dear, are you all in a hurry? Or does Shrek and Hao Insect intend to disrupt the rules? Lan Shui gazed with a smile at the 3 levitating figures, her enchanting voice suddenly turning frigid. Ouyang's son tightened his grip on the demon god staff, while Song Yu crossed her arms, the crimson demonic blade faintly visible within her embrace. Ouyang Qi'er, with a cheerful demeanor, clung to Ouyang's son's free arm, and with a flick of her head, a small blue orb of light appeared in the hand of the Snow Empress. 6 wings unfurled behind Qianqiyu, wielding a luminous sword, as Gu Yeqing stood resolutely, an imposing aura rising from him. Mirror leaned against a height, softly clapping, his gaze fixed on Tang Wujia, a manic smile gracing his face as flames danced upon his hands. Behind the woman in green, a pair of emerald wings emerged, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility, while an elder silently observed the gathering from her rear. Nox, positioned at the lower stage, had been present long before these individuals dispelled the darkness, sensing the impending upheaval. There was no time to squander. The rules, I embody the rules. The domain of slaughter surged, and upon seeing Lan Shui, he realized the unfolding events, those outsiders again. This time, he vowed to eradicate them. The blood-red Houghton Insect loomed like a mountain, crashing down upon Lan Shui and Zhang Lishuan. As long as Zhang Lishuan perished, they had a myriad of ways to conceal this scandal. No, please. In Ma Xiaodao's eyes, darkness engulfed her. Within the academy, Zhang Lishuan had been exceptionally kind to her. At the moment she beheld Zhang Lishuan's imminent demise, the malevolent flames consumed her dwindling sanity, giving birth to the ultimate dark fire and the dark phoenix. A pure shadow manifested before all, a puppet appearing behind her, whisking Ma Xiaotao away before the Shrek members could react. Holy Spirit Sect, you seek death. A roar emanated from within the radiant phoenix, pursuing the puppet relentlessly. Myun was obstructed by another colossal puppet and the dark sacred dragon. Humph. Tang Hao let out a cold snort, channeling divine power, as Yushi Shui and Long Xiaoao simultaneously sensed the threat and executed their life-saving techniques to escape. 6. Elemental turbulence. When Mir beheld Tang Wujie once more, he could no longer contain himself. To hell with the grand scheme, he was consumed by a singular desire to shred that fellow into pieces. Flames, torrents, earth, thunder, trees, and metal 6 elemental streams fused together. Rushing toward Tang Wujie. The specter of death loomed in Tang Wujie's heart. At the critical moment, the Titan transformed into the Titan Great Ape, forcefully withstanding the blow. A colorful dragon claw surged from behind the Titan, aiming directly at its head. Dragon God Claw. The Stardow forest was lost, and those who survived had matured into soul beasts. He no longer needed to assume the mantle of the beast god. Now, all he desired was to eliminate the culprits responsible for this chaos. The Titan and Nyo Tian were among them. This is the original realm, where for an extended period, the foremost powerhouse of the continent, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Di Tian, reigned supreme. The azure-hued divine dragon unleashed a thunderous strike, sustaining injuries while thwarting the attack. Yet it ultimately saved the Titan. The fabric of space was torn asunder, 5 claw marks cleaving through the heavens, descending upon the Titan who had narrowly evaded calamity. The Skyrending Claw. Xiang Jun also took action. Only a handful of the Dark Golden Terror Claw clan remained, and as their leader, he was determined to avenge this grievance. Blue golden vines transformed into a barrier, absorbing the impact of the blow, as Ain manifested beside Yo Tian and the Titan. Di Tian, Xiang Jun, and Muir formed a triangular encirclement around them. Gu Yuna intercepted the support from Shrek. For the animosity harbored by Di Tian and his companions needed to be expressed by them alone. Gu Yuna's role was to bolster them. The silver dragon spear and the golden dragon spear materialized in her hands. Di Tian's colossal dragon form shifted into that of a human, adorned with dragon horns and wings. His dark golden vertical pupils ablaze with fury. Clutching a golden longsword, the dragon clan's sacred blade, the dragon slaying sword. What now? Have you consulted my mother? The humiliation you wretches inflicted upon me shall be repaid in full. Clad in black battle armor and wielding 2 black lightsabers, Lan Shui unfurled her obsidian wings. Confronting Tang Hao. Above the stage, a black array enveloped Zhang Lishuan, who had her blindfold removed by the woman on stage, who then attempted to lower Zhang Lishuan. However, Lan Shui had no intention of allowing that. The blindfold was meant to be removed when Zhang Lishuan was thrust onto the stage. Thus, the only thing that could be taken off now was the blindfold. Zhang Lishuan, suspended within an iron cage and witnessing the chaos unfold, displayed a flicker of concern in her eyes, her gaze directed towards the dark woman in the sky. She had transformed from her former self into a stark contrast of light and darkness, an unforeseen outcome for all. Nox's peculiar longsword pierced the ground, summoning a diminutive black ring in the heavens, from which a cacophony of voices emerged. An indiscriminate assault upon everything here commenced. The woman clad in green repeatedly unleashed waves of azure light, obliterating those bizarre entities, only for them to re-emerge from the black ring. As she gazed at the hovering black ring, a grave expression crossed her features. She had underestimated these beings. Chapter 25. Chaos. Gu Yechen raised his hand, drawing the sun-shooting bow, a golden light soaring into the heavens as the arrow instantaneously shattered the barrier erected by the foolish Tang Hao. An incident had occurred in the border wasteland. Gu Yechen cast a glance at Qian Shiyue, then swiftly loosed another arrow towards those attempting to seize the Dragon Maiden. In the wake of his shot, the assailants vanished without a trace. Observing this, Qian Shiyue and Gu Yechen each supported a Dragon Maiden, turning their attention towards Ouyang's son and the others. Sang Yue gestured to open several portals to alternate dimensions. We must hurry. A crisis has arisen. The seal on Gu has been broken. Shiyue and Yechen, you two must proceed to the borderlands. Monkey, where do you and your sister intend to go? Sang Yue grasped the delicate hand of the Snow Empress, sensing turmoil in the extreme north in the Arctic Sea. They had to advance, even though their strength had yet to be fully restored. Gu Yechen merely nodded, leading Qian Shiyue and the 2 Dragon Maidens directly into the portal of another dimension. The fissure in the borderland unleashed those repugnant creatures, those abhorrent insects. If they did not hasten, an overwhelming army of these insects could obliterate the entire Douluo star. Their reproduction rate was alarmingly swift, capable of infinite division, leaving him no time to squander. You all go ahead. I must secure this so-called inheritance. Otherwise, Poseidon, the witch, and the denizens of the borderland may find themselves in peril amidst the impending chaos. Ouyang Sun's expression darkened considerably before the barrier was breached. Their perception had been somewhat vague. Now they, or rather, not just them, could sense the strange entities. Anyone with even a modicum of strength felt the presence of those bizarre creatures. Constructs akin to mechas were engaged in a frenzied battle with the dregs of Xing Luo, while the battlefield had already been ravaged. Douluo fared better, as there was little of substance left on that side. The forces of Tianhun were hastily advancing toward the border, with both the demons and humans of Tianhun heading there. Whichever side triumphed posed a threat to them. One side was nearly indestructible, while the other was endless, growing more numerous with each engagement. The most feeble of those spectral soldiers could overpower a soul saint who had not revealed their true form. It was utterly terrifying. From the borderland, those peculiar insects emerged from the fissure, presenting a significant threat. Otherwise, Gu Yechen would not display such a grim countenance. After all, even if someone forced him into a corner, he could still find a way out, but those insects Songyu, accompanied by the Snow Empress, hastened toward the Arctic Ice Sea, where the aura of the entity there was far more perilous than that of the so-called divine realm below. Be cautious, my dear. I may not be able to protect you later. Here, this will safeguard you. The silken ribbon was handed to Ouyang Chier by Ouyang Sunday. As she gazed at the figure shielding her, a smile graced her lips. Before she could utter a word, only the silken ribbon remained. Ouyang Sun had vanished from her sight. You old fool, you must have had quite the time in the Stardow. Now, let us continue. Ouyang Sun intervened in the battle between Lan Shui and Tang Hao, emerging behind Tang Hao, radiant golden light dancing upon the divine demon's staff. Heavenly Soldier's Judgment. A small mushroom cloud ascended. Hexagram of light. The black hexagram illuminated, and a colossal beam of light surged forth, thrusting Tang Hao into a state of extreme passivity. Explosion ring. Hodian shield. He braced himself against the onslaught from Ouyang Sun and Lan Shui, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Soon after, the three were entangled in combat, the scene escalating into utter chaos. Su Jiawei had already raced toward the direction of Xing Luo the instant the barrier shattered. That was his foundational territory. Although those long-lived dregs were nearly indestructible, it depended on who they faced. The moment he embarked on the path known as abundance, he had come to understand many things, including the existence of those pawns of destruction. The cursed wretches, how did the pawns of destruction make their way here? I can only hope that the newcomers are mere cannon fodder. If those formidable subordinates arrive, it would be dire. There is nowhere to escape. It's utterly revolting. My plans are now in shambles, all because of these ingrates. Su Jiawei feels as if he has ingested dynamite. Had his scheme succeeded at this stage, few could have stood against him on the continent. The detritus of the starry realms could have swept through this world, but the situation has changed. His subordinates are now clashing with the vanguards of destruction. Moreover, the forces of annihilation are currently composed of mere cannon fodder. Should a heavyweight emerge, troubles would abound. Su Jiawei transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the starry expanse. Ouyang Chier and others who had not yet engaged stood watch from a distance. As the skirmish unfolded, cracks appeared in the sky, revealing the forgotten Jialing Pass. They surged toward Jialing Pass, with Ouyang Chier, Long Outyan, and Xiao Hongchen blending into the throng. They sought not merely the legacies. What they desired was to seize those inheritances. Xiao Hongchen aimed to cast the legacy into the blood sea to augment their strength, while Long Outyan wished to acquire the inheritance for some members of the body sect. His second home. He aspired to protect the body sect in this chaotic era. Although the deities did not seem particularly formidable to him, he still required their power. Ouyang Chier, too, and Ouyang Sun did not need such things, but Poseidon, the sorceress, and those from the borderlands were in dire need. As for Gu Yechen, he appeared to possess other means to enhance his prowess, and Xian Shuyue did not require any of it. She had her own path to pursue. The cracks expanded, revealing a spatial passage that connected to this location. Countless concealed figures rushed toward Jialing Pass. Whoever moves shall perish. The chaotic winds howled. Tang Hao unleashed his full might, repelling Ouyang Sun and Lan Shui, wielding the Haotian hammer against those soaring toward Jialing Pass. Ouyang Chier dashed recklessly toward Jialing Pass, confident that her brother could hold the line. They must secure a portion of the divine legacy that could not always shield those of utmost importance. You old fool. Do you underestimate me? Chi Tian. The colossal Ouyang Sun raised the enlarged divine demon staff, his crimson eyes flickering with flames, aiming the staff downward at Tang Hao. He made no attempt to intercept Tang Hao's assault. It was impossible to block, to be precise. The timing was not right. His sole intent was to eliminate this adversary. Tang Hao would either have to redirect his attack defensively or wager his life against those of his opponents, betting that this fellow valued his own life more. Moreover, his sister is no mere ornament. Even in his absence, she is fully capable of standing on her own. After Ouyang's son unleashed his full power, Lan Shui gracefully withdrew from the battlefield. She harbored a desire to eliminate the one wielding the hammer, yet more pressing matters demanded her attention. Her peculiar gaze fell upon the still intact stage, and she let out a soft sigh of relief. "Let us first ensure your safety," she declared, releasing Zhang Lishuan from her suspended state. There was no time to untie her. Instead, Lan Shui scooped up the bound Zhang Lishuan, unfurling her black wings with the intention of departing this place. "Should you wish to leave, do relinquish the light element," a voice echoed. As a venomous serpent struck from the shadows, a colossal earth dragon erupted from beneath the stage, engulfing Lan Shui. "Damn it, so swift is the light." Mir's expression darkened as a massive fist came crashing down during his moment of distraction. He raised his hand to intercept the Titan's mighty blow, only to be sent flying by the force of the strike. Chapter 26. Turbulent times. I have truly shown you mercy, you gorilla, immovable king. A colossal fire giant arose, wielding a golden greatsword, while stone transformed into armor encasing its fiery form. Lightning and flames coiled around the greatsword as colossal trees sprouted beneath the Titan's feet. Water and massive vines entwining around the Titan's body. The greatsword descended upon the Titan's head. Roar. Titan Sky Cannon. Gravitational field. The accumulated earth elements broke the shackles of the gravitational field, directing an energy wave towards the oncoming greatsword, crackling with lightning and fire. A mushroom cloud ascended, erming. The violent explosion momentarily distracted Niu Tian. So concerned for him, why not accompany him down, traitor? Black Dragon Sword. 10,000 Dragons Flame. The immense black sword was entwined with thick, inky flames. Niu Tian recognized it. It was the Dragon Clan's innate ability, the Eternal Flame. Slow Field. Azure Silent Thunder. Cyan lightning coalesced in Niu Tian's hands as a claw of electricity lunged towards the approaching Black Dragon Sword. Dark Field. Boundless darkness enveloped Niu Tian's slow field, and Di Tian's figure vanished into the shadows. Colorful light ignited behind Niu Tian. Dragon God's Claw. The 9-colored dragon claw aimed for Niu Tian's vitals, intent on ensuring the demise of these traitors. In the extreme North Sea, the evil emperor materialized with a blood-red throne suspended in midair. A formidable psychic force stirred the waves, and 9 pairs of golden eyes illuminated from the ocean depths, those of legendary creatures. The white dragon broke through the water's surface, appearing upon the sea. An overwhelming divine might pressed down upon the evil emperor, bending his waist momentarily. The blood-red throne exuded an aura of unparalleled slaughter. Throne of the god of judgment and slaughter. The throne transformed into blood-red armor and 2 blood-red long swords. The evil emperor's eyes were filled with rage. "Damn it! I care not what you are. To dare to humiliate me, prepare to face your demise." The crimson sword radiance surged forth, wielding psychic energy, cleaving towards the godlike entity. An ice sword countered the blood-red blade. What was the evil emperor's intention in invading my northern extremes? Did he seek to wage war against us? The Snow Empress, Zhang Yue, and the Sea Princess appeared simultaneously. The Sea Princess and the Snow Empress intercepted the evil emperor, while Zhang Yue confronted the 9-headed white dragon. She too required the power of the god of nature. Her strength had yet to fully recover, and the white dragon was also not at its peak. Defeating it would allow her to swiftly regain her former glory. Chaos erupted across the continent. Her current prowess was not the strongest. Thus, she must subdue the white dragon. The blood-red demonic blade emerged. In heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. The frigid ice sealed the heavens and the earth, forcing the 9-headed white dragon to retreat from the surface of the sea, as its 9 heads roared menacingly at Zhang Yue. It sensed a threat. However, if it could devour the entity before it, its dominion and strength would be largely restored. After all, it was a deity governing nature. Lightning, fierce winds, rain, flames, and poisonous gas. Each of the 9 dragon heads unleashed a different, violent force directed at Zhang Yue. Ice, space, and blood-red lotuses adorned the sky and sea, and the chilling aura was palpable from afar. Damn it, can such a monster truly be slain? Has that esteem being overestimated my capabilities? The evil emperor faced off against the Snow Empress and the Sea Princess. Feeling the distant tumult of battle, his expression darkened. Such monsters seemed to abound in this continent. The evil emperor's eyes narrowed, as the blood-red armor and dual swords emanated an aura of judgment. These were the 7 great thrones of divine seals in Douluo. They would be considered items of at least super-divine level. The Snow Empress and the Sea Princess fixated intently on the evil emperor. Previously, they could only force him to flee, but now the situation was uncertain. After all, the Snow Empress had yet to fully restore her peak, while the Sea Princess, though at her zenith, could not stand against the evil emperor. Psychic Domain, Imperial Cold Sky, Snow Dance Radiance. The Siren's Voice, Replica, Snow Dance Radiance. The Azure Psychic Domain surged into monstrous waves as 2 snow-white suns illuminated the sky, with the 3 domains colliding simultaneously, unleashing towering waves. Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched. The evil eye fixed its gaze. The 100-foot ice sword collided with the white radiance. The ice sword shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. And the power of the evil eye diminished considerably, its residual force continuing towards the Snow Empress. Power of the Ocean. The Sea Princess summoned a staff, harnessing the power of the ocean to ward off the residual fury of the evil eye. The 2 imperial swords diminished in size as the figures of the Snow Emperor and the evil emperor clashed. Each collision of the Crimson Twin Swords and the imperial swords unleashed towering waves, with the imperial swords struggling to withstand the onslaught of the blood-red blades. The Sea Princess provided assistance from the sidelines, resulting in a temporary stalemate. The forces withdrew, the evil emperor ceased his attack, as no victor could be discerned in the short term without a desperate fight. Casting a glance at the distant Sea Princess, the evil emperor observed the fierce struggle between her and the Snow Emperor. The evil emperor had no intention of perishing here, thus. The outcome between them would dictate his next move. Should the White Dragon triumph, he would retreat. However, if that woman emerged victorious, the evil emperor narrowed his eyes, secretly channeling his mental energy. It was time to fight fiercely. Oh, bountiful traveler, how intriguing. This backward planet, aside from those peculiar entities and incomprehensible powers, still harbors the existence of fate's wanderers. Little one, could you enlighten your sister on how you became a wanderer of destiny? Or perhaps inform her if the apothecary has ever visited? A swirl of green flames intercepted Su Jiawei, from which a beguiling voice emerged. Su Jiawei's hair stood on end, and countless phantoms materialized around him. How is this possible? These specters can turn invisible. Su Jiawei's expression darkened as the imperial crown appeared above his head, casting the projection of the 7 stars in the sky. Little one, you do not think that by stepping onto the bountiful path of destiny, you can disregard your sister's words, do you? Fortunately for you, your sister has a kind heart and will not hold it against you. Had those other beings been here, you would have been reduced to ashes. The teasing voice resonated from the green flames. Since when did the Lord of Annihilation possess such benevolence? What has arrived is merely a powerless projection, is it not? Otherwise, you would have simply captured this emperor, am I not correct? Lord of Annihilation. Su Jiawei sneered coldly, gazing at the flames hovering nearby. Silence ensued, followed by a cacophony of laughter. How amusing. Can you withstand the blessing of destruction? Annihilate him. The ominous voice echoed from the flames. Gradually, the flames dissipated, and the phantoms charged fearlessly at Su Jiawei. The celestial projection of the 7 stars descended, obliterating the phantoms that rushed toward him. After clearing the area of phantoms, his expression turned grim. The most troublesome scenario had indeed arisen. The Lord of Annihilation had taken notice of this place, but why? For so many years, these matters have gone unnoticed. Why all of a sudden? Did Su Jiawei think of the ruins of Tsangqing and the giant tree of the divine wood that still held a flicker of life? He recalled the madman who had directly attacked the apothecary and that ethereal projection. After receiving the apothecary's blessing and embarking on a path of abundance, Su Jiawei became aware of many things in the universe, including the identity of the figure that had cleaved the starry sky that day, the existence of the envoy of nihility, which should not have been, in the fox ears. Did these elements attract the attention of the Legion of Destruction? Or was there something else I had not considered? Chapter 27. The Great Battle at Jialing past the shattered colossal city. This was the battlefield of 10,000 years ago. The remnants of the martial soul hall, a force that fought for the common folk. The legacy of the divine lingered over the ruins of the old city. The arriving individuals had already begun to clash, each yearning to seize those legacies. Ouyang Chier's eyes turned crimson, ablaze with a fierce light akin to that of Ouyang's sun. Enhanced by her own innate talent, she was both the embodiment of flames and the sun. Endless fires surged from her, sweeping in all directions. A disdainful snort echoed. A blue lotus rose from the ground, while a waning moon descended from the heavens. Long Outyan's fist glimmered with a white light. A mere punch carrying the force to annihilate everything, shattering the flames and hurling towards Ouyang's chair. 6 massive wings forged from metal unfurled, soaring into the sky. One of the 6 paths, combined with the innate powers of a divine beast, wielding control over metal. He now bore a striking resemblance to March of the Black Moon Iron Cavalry. Metal, one of the 6 paths, one for April, one for his sister. The metallic wings spread wide, unleashing countless blades that indiscriminately slaughtered all within sight. A gray portal ascended into the sky, from which an innumerable army of the undead surged forth. A demi-plane of the undead relentlessly advanced towards the smiling red dust above. Huo Yuhao maintained the portal to the demi-plane behind the legion of the undead. The combined might of the 4 supermodels nearly sent the numerous titled opponents flying to distant realms, save for the Demon Emperor concealed in the shadows. The Demon Emperor sensed the legacies above, her eyes flickering with a glimmer of intrigue. Those legacies seemed to harbor issues. With a cold chuckle, she quietly departed, for indeed, those deities remained as hypocritical as ever. The forbidden ground of 1,000 tombs. 1,000 tombstones emerged from the ground, altering the landscape at Jialing Pass. Each tombstone stood a colossal meter tall, inscribed with peculiar runes that surged forth from the earth. Each rune possessed a unique power. Some could weaken adversaries while others could enhance the wielder's strength. Ouyang Qi'er leaped across the grave markers, her crimson eyes ablaze with an otherworldly fire, exuding an eerie charm. With a single punch, she struck each tombstone, and now, Long Outyan truly embodied his illustrious name. Nothing could obstruct his fists. This was his confidence and his pride. Goodness. Encountering such a brute. As a mage, facing off against this warrior is exceedingly challenging, Ouyang Qi'er thought, her expression growing increasingly grim as she dodged Long Outyan's blows. If only Ouyang's son were here to assist. The solution to brute force lay in an even greater force to overpower it. As a mage, battling such a foe was excruciatingly difficult. Her gaze drifted past Long Outyan to the 2 others. One was commanding countless undead that surged towards the avian figure above. The Birdman relentlessly struck down the undead approaching him. Boom. Another tombstone collapsed, deepening Ouyang Qi'er's distress. I've shown you mercy, you brute. She thought as the other ability of the stone feather satin activated. A multitude of blue crows filled the sky. Lightning danced upon the blue crows as Ouyang Qi'er maneuvered through their ranks. Long Outyan swung his fist to disperse the blue crows, yet they reformed again after scattering. Fireballs and fiery whirlwinds relentlessly combined with the electric blue crows to harass him. He was thoroughly vexed. Dealing with this kite-flying adversary was truly disgusting. He needed only a single punch to conclude the battle, but the inability to land a hit was infuriating. Suddenly, Long Outyan sensed a perilous aura. A vast crimson sun rose on the horizon, the embodiment of the sun itself. The space around him began to warp under the intense heat. And Ouyang Qi'er's complexion turned pale as she wiped the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Brute. Let us see if you can withstand a punch from me, she declared as the crimson sun distorted the space, hurtling towards Long Outyan. Meanwhile, Xiao Hanshan was enraged by the relentless onslaught of the undead, veins bulging with fury. His blood-red eyes pierced through the undead, fixing their gaze on Huo Yuhao. So you enjoy playing this way, do you? Then prepare to meet your demise. The furious voice reached Huo Yuhao's ears. A colossal metal giant rose on the battlefield of Jialing Pass. The towering figure, stretching thousands of meters high, unfurled its wings and soared into the sky. Standing upon the giant's shoulder, Xiao Hanshan gathered countless golden rays in its hands, coalescing them into a gigantic sword measuring 1,000 meters. With a sweeping motion, the massive blade unleashed a sharp wave of energy that tore through swathes of undead, their demise outpacing Huo Yuhao's ability to summon them. What a predicament, he murmured softly. Those inheritances can mend the rifts of the universe. They must not fall into the hands of these miscreants. At that moment, the figure of Ilex appeared behind him. Go forth, Yuhao. I shall maintain the passage of the undead for you. Leave the incoming title Douluos to me, he said, glancing at the approaching figures from afar. Conservatively estimated to be in the hundreds. These were the individuals previously expelled by the 4. Though they appeared disheveled, they had suffered no significant harm. While they were not particularly formidable, one could not underestimate the potential of their unique abilities. If any of them were to acquire those inheritances, it would spell trouble. Huo Yuhao nodded gently, closing his eyes before reopening them. Within his gaze, 2 pupils manifested. His innate talent had matured. Spirit Eye Evolution, double pupil. As the double pupil opened, Intricate patterns enveloped Xiaohongchen. Gradually, these patterns expanded, forming a singular eye with two pupils. Double pupil cataclysm. Countless terrifying beams of light surged towards the colossal metal giant. A cacophony of explosions erupted, creating a mushroom cloud that reached the heavens. Xiaohongchen's form was obliterated into nothingness. A trace of blood oozed from Huo Yuhao's eyes. He had yet to fully master this power. In the void, Xiaohongchen's figure reemerged, resurrected. This was the secret technique of Kalankaya's 6 paths. The core within the sea of blood was indestructible. The 6 paths were eternal and unyielding, unless one possessed the power to annihilate them outright. However, it was evident that Huo Yuhao was not yet capable of such feats. The reappeared Xiaohongchen's complexion had turned pale. They were too far from the sea of blood. And his condition was deteriorating, but Huo Yuhao was not in a much better state. The metal transformed into armor, his hands coalescing into blades as he charged directly at Huo Yuhao. He intended to exchange injury for injury, confident that his recovery would outlast Huo Yuhao's. Once more, the double pupil opened. This time, Huo Yuhao dared not employ those fearsome techniques again. He could not withstand them. Using them would mean his end. Such powers were beyond his current capacity. Double pupil of chaos, double pupil armor. The chaotic armor enveloped Huo Yuhao's body from the void, representing the only technique he could currently wield with any semblance of normalcy. As the two clashed, an endless wave of energy extinguished the surrounding specters. Both were sent flying backward. A gaping hole appeared in the chest of Xiaohongchen, while the phantom on Huo Yuhao's heavy-eyed armor dimmed slightly. In an instant, Xiaohongchen's chest healed, a testament to the power of abundance and exquisite restoration, the forbidden arts of Kalankaya. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and both Huo Yuhao and Xiaohongchen turned their gazes to the horizon. The crimson sun descended from the heavens, warping the very fabric of space. Their expressions changed in unison. The searing heat was unbearable in their current state. They bolted toward the distance. The torrid air surged after them, vaporizing the specters in its wake, while several titled titles were evaporated before they could evade. Chapter 28, Escalation of the Battle Where the Red Sun Struck. Long Outyin stood resolutely with clenched fists, his entire being suffused in crimson. Ouyang Chia knelt beside a gravestone, eventually rising to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Sensing that Long Outyin had withstood the blow with what seemed to be a lingering breath, a trace of astonishment crossed her face. Flames morphed into a bow, and an arrow shot toward Long Outyin. It was time for him to exit the stage. A dark green hand seized the arrow formed of red flames, and then a colossal green figure turned to Ouyang Chia, whisking Long Outyin away from Jialing Pass. Huo Yuhao and Xiaohongchen crawled out from the ruins left in the wake of the heat wave. One bore the heavy-eyed armor, now spectral and dim, while the other's injuries had begun to heal at a sluggish pace. Xiaohongchen vanished from sight, gathering gold elements in his hand. The intensely compressed gold transformed into a Gangjin longsword, which he swung toward Ouyang Chia's head. This woman posed a significant threat. She must be dealt with first. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiaohongchen's eyes. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao surged skyward, intent on claiming the legacies. As for that woman, she was not of this world, and Huo Yuhao had no desire to intervene. Besides, she was indeed dangerous, so eliminating her would be prudent. As the Gangjin longsword approached, Ouyang Chia's eyes ignited with a crimson hue. She had only one move left, albeit with dire consequences. When the sword descended, Ouyang Chia's form dissolved into specks of light, and Xiaohongchen turned to pursue Huo Yuhao in the sky. The legacies would not escape his grasp. Suddenly, the temperature in the realm of Jialingwen soared dramatically. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of this change, whether it was the formidable Ilex or the numerous titled individuals restrained by him. Xiaohongchen and Huo Yuhao simultaneously parted ways, directing their attention to the searing origin. Above in the sky, a figure gradually materialized, adorned with golden ribbons that entwined around her form, concealing Ouyang Chia's modesty, while a gray band obscured her eyes. She emanated a fiery aura, causing the surrounding space to distort as an overwhelming heat enveloped the area. On the ground, a cerulean halo radiated forth, and with it, Long Outyin reappeared. Having eluded the grasp of the poison that sought to claim him, he was determined to seize the legacy, while the poison returned to the realm of the heavenly soul, where turmoil awaited. A spectral azure robe draped over his shoulders, and behind him emerged an illusory ocean, teeming with an abundance of azure lotuses. Both warriors unleashed their true flames in hidden carts, the stellar goddess state and the bitter sea azure lotus state. Their fierce battle raged on. with shockwaves scattering in all directions, compelling even the titled individuals, Xiao Hongqian and Huo Yuhao, to evade the fallout with great difficulty. However, it remained an arduous task for a mage to contend against a warrior. In a fleeting moment, Long Outyin seized an opportunity and struck Ouyang Chieter squarely in the abdomen. The stellar goddess state was shattered, and Ouyang Chieter plummeted from the sky. Long Outyen's hand was stained crimson, as he relentlessly expended energy to mend his wounds while in the bitter sea state. Just as he was about to exit this state, his injuries were finally restored. He gazed at the descending Ouyang Chieter, his fist coalescing with cerulean light. This punch was destined to shatter that woman. Am I to perish? In the end, I remained so utterly useless, Ouyang Chieter thought, as an impending attack loomed. Her eyes reflected not fear, but a sense of reluctance. Boom. A colossal explosion reverberated through the air. Long Outyin coughed up blood and staggered to the side. Huo Yuhao, Xiao Hongqian, and Long Outyin positioned themselves in 3 directions. Their eyes ignited with fierce combat spirit. Each harbored a profound motivation for victory, one for family, another for vengeance for a sister, and the last for a so-called future. I ask you, have you contemplated your demise? A hoarse voice resonated in the depths of the pit as Ouyang's son emerged through the swirling dust. One hand encircled Ouyang Chieter's slender waist, while the demon god staff was lodged behind him. The other hand was grotesquely broken. This injury was a consequence of his desperate attempt to shield Ouyang Chieter from a devastating blow dealt by Long Outyin. Ouyang Chieter's eyes suddenly brimmed with warmth, and with great difficulty she lifted her hand to caress the face concealed beneath Ouyang's son's mask. Ouyang's son straightened his broken arm and gently lowered Ouyang Chieter to the ground, withdrawing the demon god staff without uttering a word. Ouyang Chieter understood that Ouyang's son was genuinely furious, intensely so. The staff traced a golden circle upon the ground, which ascended to form a protective barrier around Ouyang Chieter. At that moment, a colossal, celestial Martin appeared behind Ouyang Sunday. His voice was cold and unwavering. Protect her, he commanded. You find this amusing, do you? Let me join the fray. With a swift motion, the heavenly soldier staff struck, sending Long Outyin hurtling away. Ouyang's son landed where Long Outyin had stood. The demon god staff pointed menacingly at him. The heavenly soldier sword pierced forth, a golden beam aimed directly at Long Outyen's heart. In a moment of peril, Long Outyin summoned his strength to divert the blow, yet his arm was swiftly perforated. His condition was dire. He was no match for that peculiar adversary. Logically, one would expect that after enduring such a prolonged battle against the so-called deity, his opponent's state would be worse than his. Yet, the opposite was true. Ouyang's son's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear as a golden silhouette behind Long Outyin. The demon god staff lashed out at him, and Long Outyin, flipping over, raised his arms defensively, but was still sent flying. Xiao Hongqian and Huo Yuhao watched in silence as Long Outyin was ruthlessly beaten, too fearful to move lest they draw the creature's attention. You truly deserve to die, Tang Hao exclaimed, tearing through space with a blood-red gigantic hammer. Ouyang's son paid no heed to the descending hammer, striking Long Outyin once more, sending him crashing to the ground repeatedly until he temporarily lost the ability to move. Boom. Ouyang Chieter looked on with deep concern for Ouyang's son, while Huo Yuhao and Xiao Hongqian's expressions grew increasingly grim. The battle here seemed to escalate. The giant hammer returned to Tang Hao's grasp as he quietly surveyed the tumultuous dust. He should be dead, Ouyang's son said, his back turned to Tang Hao. Eyes fixed on Long Outyen's position, the demon god staff resting on his shoulder. He then turned to gaze at Tang Hao, flames igniting in his eyes. Come out. All of you. Why hide? Planning to ambush someone? Ouyang's son, while conversing, made his way toward Long Outyin, lifting the latter's head with one hand and dragging him before Ouyang Chieter. He carelessly tossed Long Outyin aside. A series of applause erupted. Muir, gripping Tang Wujia's neck, materialized before Tang Hao and subsequently snapped Tang Wujia's neck, reducing him to nothingness amidst flames and thunder. He then began to applaud. The figures of Di Tian, Xiong-jun, and Guyana appeared on the opposite side. Ain and Niu Tian Titan emerged behind Tang Hao, both severely injured. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Lan Shui arrived, having safely escorted Zhang Lishuan to safety before returning. It was time to impart a lesson to Shrek. Lan Shui's eyes radiated an astonishing aura of murderous intent. Xiao Hongqian retreated behind Muir, recuperating, while Huo Yuhao found himself encircled by the others, the weakest among them all. Unless he risked blindness by utilizing his heavy eye, he could not compare with these formidable beings. Chapter 29, Divine Battle. I, Awakening, the catastrophic Buddha ape. A dangerous aura emanated from Ouyang's son, as Huo Yuhao's heavy eye and the will of Douluo continuously provided him with warnings. A silken ribbon detached from Ouyang's ear, binding itself to the tips of Ouyang's son's hair. Both purple and green diamonds illuminated simultaneously. Ouyang's son's shadow materialized beside him, bolstered by the purple diamond's enhancement. Humph! With a disdainful snort, 10 soul rings manifested around Tang Hao, 6 black, 3 red, and 1 gold, as the Haotian hammer transformed into a golden weapon, shattering its 10 golden soul rings into energy. This energy surged into Tang Hao's being, elevating his aura beyond the critical threshold of Douluo, reaching an entirely new level. As the Haotian hammer became a massive black-red sword, the domain of slaughter coalesced upon the great sword, which exuded a ghastly aura of bloodshed. Lan Shui ascended into the air, as countless rays of light converged upon her. These points of light coalesced into a colossal dragon of light, the spirit of the light element. Upon the appearance of the golden luminous dragon, it emitted a pained roar. In an instant, the dragon's eyes turned pitch black, and its body transformed from a sacred gold to a deep, dark hue. Lan Shui set her jade foot upon the head of the dark light element dragon, gazing down upon the members of Shrek. 6 elements surged within Muir, and after vanquishing Tang Wujia, the murderous intent emanating from him was fully unleashed. His crimson eyes surveyed all present, each one deemed an enemy. Thunderclouds mingled with torrential rain, as a stone pillar erupted from the ground, ascending toward the thunderclouds. Green vegetation sprouted upon the pillar, only to wither as thunder struck it. The pillar cracked open, revealing an armor radiating a white gilded aura. Such was the essence of a demigod. Muir once again harnessed the 6 elements, forging the white Emperor Star armor capable of unleashing semi-divine power, albeit lacking the true strength of a demigod. The armor enveloped Muir, manifesting both divine and demonic essences upon him, a blend of half-god sanctity and a world-consuming malevolence. At this moment, Muir embodied both celestial and infernal realms. A mere thought could summon heaven or hell. Gu Yunan narrowed her eyes, caught off guard by the unfolding circumstances. Each adversary seemed to possess extraordinary advantages, leaving her feeling somewhat inferior in her own capabilities. A flicker of conflict crossed her visage as she turned her gaze towards Ouyang's Sunday. During the recent auction held by Xing Luo, both Ouyang's son and Gu Feng owed her a favor. However, the relevance of that favor now remained uncertain. A voice resonated in Ouyang's son's mind, conveying a message. You and Gu Feng owe our Soul Beast clan a favor which can be repaid by assisting us in obtaining those inheritances. It is not necessary to acquire them all. A portion will suffice. The melodious tone echoed in Ouyang's son's ears, whereupon his sanguine eyes lifted towards Gu Yunan. Oh, a favor? Indeed, that is the case, he acknowledged, then shifted his focus to the center where Huo Yuhao stood, sensing an extraordinary presence. Huo Yuhao's eyes oozed blood as he opened them once more, revealing a pair of twin pupils. These dual eyes manifested Huo Yuhao beyond the encirclement, and a colossal phantom of eyes materialized behind him, for irises fixated on the gathered crowd, exuding an aura of chaos. The 1,000-handed Buddha statue rose behind Ouyang's son, casting a shadow that rivaled the heavens. 1,000-kill divine net. Chi Tian. The 1,000-kill divine net subsequently shattered, transforming into luminous particles that flowed into Ouyang's son's being, while the shadow of Chi Tian coalesced a staff of shadows in his grasp. Across the continent, all beings slain by the Void Reapers, the abominations, the true insect, and the chaos of war, had their souls converge towards Ouyang's Sunday. You shall not harm her. Though she may be feeble and somewhat foolish, she is mine, and no one shall bully her. A calm voice erupted with unbridled fury, a tempest of wrath ignited. God Hunter's strike. Boundless energy coalesced upon the staff in his hands, as Ouyang's son and the shadow behind him synchronized their movements, raising the staff high. With his right hand bent backward, Ouyang's son prepared to hurl the staff as a spear. A peculiar sound reverberated from all directions. In the chaotic realm beyond human comprehension, Chi Tian stood shoulder to shoulder with the celestial, while the fragrant mist of Aulai wafted through the air. With the God Hunter's strike, a myriad of stars shall fall. The divine demon staff slipped from grasp, its radiant light soaring towards the multitude, emanating an energy capable of annihilation. In Tang Hao's hands, the black and red giant sword drew forth the bloodlust permeating the battlefield, a concentrated essence of slaughter embodied in the blade. Subsequently, Tang Hao pointed the sword towards the heavens, unleashing a beam of light that ascended into the firmament. The gods of the divine realm were still in contemplation, unable to reach a decisive resolution. At that moment, a brilliant column of light erupted skyward, and they sensed its profound significance. This was a plea for aid from the core of the divine realm, destruction. Sensing the familiar aura, turned his gaze towards Tang San from beneath his hood. Yet, he refrained from confronting Tang San. Realizing that even deities sought power from the central divine authority, indicating the gravity of the situation. Although destruction had previously been at odds with Tang San, he was now compelled to set aside personal grievances. The central divine authority transmitted energy to Tang Hao, transforming the appearance of the black and red giant sword. Ultimately, it manifested as the Shura demon sword, while Tang Hao's body began to crack under the immense power he could not sustain. The demon sword took form Shura blood sword. The colossal Shura demon sword swung towards all present. The 6 elemental forces surrounding Mir surged with intensity, his hands forming the shape of a cannon-esque muzzle. A massive vortex materialized in the sky, and the 6 elements coalesced into 6 distinct abyssal behemoths: thunder, forest, earth, water, metal, and flame. These elemental titans engaged in a ferocious struggle, giving rise to an ominous, elemental cannon aimed directly at the battlefield of Jialing Pass. In his final confrontation with Lu Xing, Mir had previously wielded the Doomsday Cannon, an embodiment of absolute destruction. However, devoid of Hell's blood, he was unable to summon the true Doomsday Cannon. Nevertheless, he could harness the elements to create an alternative version. The 6 elements intertwined, culminating in a vibrant cannon muzzle, distinct from the blood-red Doomsday Cannon of the past. Yet, both symbolized annihilation. The Doomsday Cannon. The elemental currents surged forth, and the space above Jialing Pass fractured under the might of this elemental artillery. Lan Shui's form dissipated like a fleeting mirage, leaving only a silhouette. She transformed into a projection of light, her true essence vanishing from that place. The black light dragon fragmented into countless stars, merging with the luminescent image created by Lan Shui. In her pure black form, Lan Shui conjured 2 short swords, one gripped reverse and the other in a standard hold. The brilliance of the sky was consumed by her, a black streak carving through the air. When the speed of light reaches its zenith, it touches upon time. This revelation was imparted to her by light itself, as a celestial horizon gracefully swept across the sky. A spectacle of exquisite beauty. Enemies would be cleaved without exception, severed in the darkened skyline. In the dimly lit skyline, the fabric of space was rent asunder, dividing the horizon before the multitude and separating all that lay in its path. Chapter 30. The Divine War, Part 2. The eyes of Huo Yuhao were suffused with an aura of chaos, radiating a sense of majesty. It was the visage of an emperor, and above, a colossal phantom with dual pupils gazed intently upon Jialing Pass. In those eyes, the cycle of life and death unfurled. Countless mortal lives emerged, from the moment of their first crawl upon the earth, through growth, marriage, and parenthood, to a life of mediocrity or remarkable achievement. This encapsulated the existence of ordinary individuals, entwined in a fate from which most could not escape. The regal presence of Huo Yuhao diminished, becoming ordinary. Life and death, the ebb and flow of reincarnation, ultimately coalesced into a pair of eyes. These were the ancient dual pupils, embodying the cycle of rebirth, life and death, flourishing and withering. The phantom's dual eyes emitted 2 distinct beams of light, one a vibrant emerald and the other a deep ebony, which intertwined in midair. The gray beam shattered the very fabric of space, hurtling towards the crowd. The collective assault of the multitude collided almost simultaneously, and in an instant, sound vanished. The impact of their attacks birthed a minuscule black point. This unassuming speck absorbed all energy in a fleeting moment, manifesting as a cosmic singularity. Alternatively, it could be aptly described as a black hole. As the black hole materialized, Jialing Pass seemed to be erased by an omnipotent hand. The pass began to contort, drawn inexorably into the black hole's embrace. A dark glow forcefully broke free from the gravitational pull of the black hole, disappearing into the distance. The dark stream left behind a trail of blackened essence in the air, as Lan Shui expended half her life force to escape the vortex. Without a backward glance, she fled, indifferent to the fate of those left behind, who were no longer her concern. Perhaps she would emerge as the last victor. After all, none could withstand the black hole's might. A flicker of satisfaction ignited within Lan Shui, a delight in the impending calamity that would befall Shrek. Muir, with a smile, glanced at the resolute Shrek. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes before he snapped the neck of Xiao Hanchun. Both Muir and Xiao Hanchun were consumed by the black hole. Following the black hole's insatiable hunger for the 6 elements, its gravitational force surged, accompanied by arcs of lightning and flames encircling it. In the boundless sea of blood within the Sun Moon Empire, Mir and Xiao Hongchen re-emerged from the immense blood sphere. A torrent of fresh blood erupted from Mir's mouth, forcing his way out of the black hole with Xiao Hongchen through the secret technique of Kaya. He had preserved his life, yet he found himself bereft of the strength to continue the fight. How many of those fellows, apart from the ones who fled, will survive? I hope some manage to live. Otherwise, my subsequent plans will lack an audience. Mir cast his gaze towards the direction of Shrek City, indifferent to the eventual fate of the black hole. After all, the worst outcome was one he could accept, provided he did not have to take action himself. See Coming Divine Array, Heavenly Gate Formation, Chi Tian, Thousand Kill Divine Net, Celestial Soldier Lock. Ouyang Sun strained himself, unleashing all the abilities available in the current environment. The instant the black hole manifested, he positioned himself in front of Ouyang Chier, cradling her delicately in his palm. His immense form resisted the gravitational pull of the black hole, his crimson eyes ablaze with flickering flames. He contemplated a way to break the impasse, needing merely an opportunity. His colossal eyes fell upon the now slumbering figure of Ouyang Chier in his grasp. She could not be left behind. He possessed a means to escape, yet it could not include her. He resolved to wait, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Ouyang Sun's great eyes turned towards the curled-up silhouette of Ouyang Chier and nestled in his hand, a trace of tenderness and resolve glimmering in his gaze. Before them stood the resplendent blue-green-blue-silver emperor, as Ayin transformed into her true form. Sturdy vines ensnared Tang Hao, Neo Tian, and Titan. Gravitational field. Titan employed his innate domain to augment their mass, resisting the black hole's insatiable hunger. However, should this be all they could muster, time would ultimately lead to their consumption by the black hole. Azure Blue, Annihilation Thunder. Azura Blood Sword. A cerulean thunderbolt and a blood-red sword struck towards the black hole. As they approached, both began to distort, ultimately transforming into pure particles consumed entirely by the black hole. Due to the reckless actions of these two fools, the black hole's gravitational pull surged once more, causing fissures to appear in the earth, with chunks of land being drawn skyward by the black hole's force. These fragments were subsequently disintegrated into torrents, further augmenting the black hole's insatiable appetite. In front of Huo Yuhao, a half-plane of the undead was opened. Yet the passage to the half-plane was warped by the black hole's voraciousness. Blood tears streamed continuously from his eyes. The chaotic aura shielded him from the black hole's pull. But this was not a sustainable solution. He could not endure for long. If a means of escape could not be found swiftly, his journey would conclude here. Memories of his life flooded his mind. In contemporary terms, it could be described as a fleeting glimpse, symbolizing the imminent demise of someone. Born in the Duke of White Tiger's mansion, his father was indifferent, and his mother had departed during his childhood. He had long believed that the culprits were those within the Duke's estate until the will of the heavens revealed the truth to him. Due to an unfounded crime, a so-called child of destiny, it seemed he had obstructed that person's path. A manipulated fate, a life spent in mockery. Anger flickered in his eyes, and the intensity of his hatred jolted him awake. A fissure appeared on his forehead, revealing a phantom vertical pupil, intricately adorned with a labyrinth of patterns. Within this vertical eye lay a peculiar orb, its pupil a pure white. At its center, 9 waning moons materialized, linked by special markings. The river of fate in Douluo manifested, and Huo Yuhao's figure gradually became ethereal. Just as he was about to escape the black hole's reach with the newly awakened third eye, time in the Douluo universe came to a standstill. A great presence cast its gaze downwards. An outsider to the script, this is not your reason to meddle with the narrative. A figure surged upstream through the river of time, intent on erasing this world of unforeseen variables. Their script had no place for them. Ah. The end is still so cunning. This is the final remnant of that shattered territory from years past. It cannot be obliterated, or else the fun would be lost. An indescribable shadow obstructed the great figure in the river of time. Countless masks aimed at the indistinct form, with a smiling mask staring directly at the phantom within the river. This is a moment worth commemorating, a reminder of fate's stirring. As the light flickered, all who tread upon the path of destiny in the cosmos felt a mechanical voice resonate within their hearts. A reminder of fate's stirring. A blessing for the birth of demigods. The gaze of the floating entity traversed over Aha and the end, directing its attention towards the depths of hell within the Douluo universe. Oh, is that fellow not dead yet? Ah, how delightful it is. The figure of Aha departed from the echoes of the floating conversation, casting aside the end, and ventured towards the realm of the Douluo universe. Chapter 31. The Divine War, Part 3. In the boundless sea of stars, the gazes of various entities fixated upon this peculiar place. Both weak as dust, yet possessing the might of celestial deities. The bountiful spawn has appeared. The celestial vessel commands the extermination of the spawn. A centaur-like being issued orders to the celestial vessel. Its upper half resembled a warrior, while the lower half was that of a horse, dragging a burning chariot behind. This is the celestial deity revered by the vessel, known as the Imperial Bow of Command, the Supreme Marshal's Office of the Celestial Vessel Alliance. A decree was dispatched to the various celestial vessels, yet most possessed their own pressing matters. Currently, only a few vessels were able to mobilize forces. They were the celestial vessel, Ruofu, the celestial vessel, Zhuming, and the celestial vessel, Yaoqing. The three vessels sailed towards the location in the starry sea that had drawn the attention of multiple celestial deities. A colossal space station loomed, where three unique figures engaged in conversation. The simulation of the universe requires an update. In my research with Ruan Mei, we have uncovered another war rivaling the campaign against the Insect Emperor. However, this data is difficult to gather, as the Star Corps has currently fled to Penacony. A humanoid figure, approximately 1 meter tall, gazed at a robot with a resigned sigh. They had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation, yet no data could be extrapolated or validated. Ruan Mei quietly observed the Black Tower figure pacing back and forth, seemingly indifferent to whether this new cosmic information could be reconciled. She sat serenely on the side, gently swaying her wanti. Just as the three of them found themselves at a loss, a voice resonated in the ears of every fateful traveler, including them. The Black Tower figure momentarily froze, disconnecting abruptly, while Ruan Mei stood up in astonishment. Only the serene figure of Suo Gum remained unchanged. A commanding voice emanated from the space station. "Come, Suo, Ruan Mei, let us proceed to that place." On Azure Star, a figure clad in a blue-violet attire suddenly rose, opening the connection passage of the space station and subsequently raising several protective barriers above Azure Star. The Black Tower hastened towards the passage. At the space station, a spatial door materialized beside Ruan Mei and Suo Gum. A similarly attired blue-violet figure emerged. The three of them borrowed a spacecraft from the station master, Aista, and then set forth towards the Douluo universe. In the Xianzhou Luofu, General's Mansion, the martial ceremony had recently concluded. Upon returning, Yaoqing's Feishu was cured of her lunar madness by the successor of the steppe-laden leader, Hulei. General Huayan of Zhuming and General Jinyuan of Luofu, along with her, received an assignment from the Alliance Marshal to head to that location, resolve the abundance, and, if necessary, the Imperial Bow would spring into action. Fei Xiao paced within the General's mansion, her gaze drifting towards the horizon, revealing a hint of concern. Jingyuan and Huayan exchanged knowing glances, as if they had both noticed that Fei Xi was no longer the carefree individual they once knew. Now, she often found herself lost in thought, staring into the distance. Suddenly, Jingyuan's eyes widened as he looked towards the location mentioned by the Marshal and the Imperial Bow. The direction Fei Xi was gazing at coincided with the one spoken of by the Marshal. Jingyuan quietly approached, seeking to steady Fei Xiao. Surely, General Fei Xiao must possess considerable knowledge regarding the location mentioned by the Marshal. Would she be willing to share, even a fragment? A rare heaviness surfaced on Jingyuan's face. Indeed, the majority of the celestial beings were fixated on that location. Should misfortune befall them, Luofu, Yaoqing, and Zhuming might face annihilation. Fei Xi was cognizant of her own improper mindset. She could not afford to display such sentiments in front of the soldiers. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her demeanor and, after some contemplation, divulged to Jingyuan and Huayan the unexpected circumstances surrounding her arrival in Douluo and her return to Yaoqing. The expressions of the two men darkened as they absorbed Fei Xiao's intelligence. After pondering the information, Jingyuan analyzed their potential course of action. This meant that the realm known as Douluo contained remnants of Tsanqing. Additionally, there were those peculiar beings Fei Xiu mentioned, along with the demon lord who rivaled the celestial beings. Jingyuan inquired further, seeking precise details to formulate a rational strategy. Fei Xiu simply nodded in quiet affirmation. With her confirmation, Jingyuan began to pace thoughtfully, subsequently sharing his thoughts with the two. "Ah, I had not anticipated such a place exists. What is this, Huanlong? Are you unable to seize that location? It seems you have come to seek my assistance to venture into that underdeveloped realm." A towering figure gazed at a swirling mass of sickly green flames before him, the destructive legion poised for action behind him. "Oh dear, Finfeng. Do not tell me you are not intrigued to witness the world of beings that can rival the celestial lords. A sultry voice emerged from the green flames, which coalesced into the form of a female fox. It was the esteemed Miss Ting Yun of the Minghua Merchant Association. Of course, I am intrigued, after all. They are akin to Lord Nanak, Funfeng replied, his countenance ablaze with fervor, his voice resonating throughout the vicinity as he prepared to depart. Beneath his feet, the planet began to crack, and once they departed, the entire sphere shattered into cosmic dust. Huanlong and Finfeng rode atop the Doomsday Beast, leading the destructive legion toward the Douluo universe, obliterating everything in their path, be it living or inanimate. Oh dear, being forced to work overtime is indeed a nuisance. A voluptuous woman draped in a violet coat reclined on a sofa, sipping tea while gazing out at the starry sea, her eyes reflecting the exasperation of her forced labor. Kafuka, has Elio mentioned anything of particular interest? A hoarse voice emanated from the shadows as a man, his torso swathed in bandages, slowly emerged from the darkness. The fragmented sword trailed behind him, leaving crimson traces akin to the blooms of a distant flower with each glide across the spacecraft. Subsequently, the blade was sheathed, and with scarlet eyes fixed upon Kafka, he awaited her response. Do not fret too much. This time, we are likely merely bystanders. After all, the celestial deities have descended, and our role is primarily to gather information. Moreover, do you truly believe we can withstand the residual forces of those divine entities? Silver Wolf set aside her gaming device, casually blowing a bubble, her demeanor suggesting that this mission was merely a leisurely outing. Do not worry, Aaron. This assignment has no stringent expectations. We simply need to be apprised of the situation at the earliest opportunity. Kafka rose slowly, patting Aaron's shoulder before turning her gaze toward a girl reminiscent of a first love. Our limited strength is indeed of little consequence now that the celestial beings have intervened. Wouldn't you agree, little firefly? The girl, resembling a firefly in her dazed innocence, lifted her head from her conversation, her eyes reflecting an unclouded simplicity. Oh dear. To whom is little firefly chatting? Do share with me. Kafka inquired, her curiosity piqued. Firefly's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Chapter 32, The Divine War, Part 4. A crimson-oiled paper umbrella moved gracefully through the curtain of rain. Huang Quan glanced up at the downpour, which seemed unceasing. She extended her gloved arm, delicately brushing against the falling droplets. Her gaze transcended space, reaching into the Douluo universe. The attention of the entire cosmos was drawn, initially stirred by a twist of fate that captured the interest of both the End and Aha. Huang Quan recalled a fleeting vision she had witnessed. A sorceress figure stood before a multitude of celestial deities. Behind him loomed countless abyssal beasts, while shadows adorned with innumerable masks confronted him. A towering and majestic presence stood before an infinite legion, led by Nanak, accompanied by a swarm of uncountable insects. The Insect Emperor, the bountiful healer, the hunter of storms, the joyous Aha, the elusive memory, the annihilator Nanak, the breeder Tez Euros, the order of Tai Chi, and the Concord of Hype. In that monumental war, all celestial deities were present, though only a select few engaged in the fray. Annihilation, breeding, gluttony, and the disruptive Aha took center stage. The clash of three celestial beings against the Demon Lord, alongside the warfare of bounty and hunting, safeguarded that segment of the universe. Memory chronicled this unprecedented battle, as gluttony devoured the abyssal beasts lurking behind the Demon Lord. Breeding sought to claim the Demon Lord's realm as a stronghold for propagation. Annihilation was driven solely by a desire for destruction, while Aha reveled in chaos. In the shadows, a mysterious entity observed the conflict unfold. Concord and Hype aided King Amber in maintaining stability within that universe. A single tear of crimson blood flowed from the eyes of the underworld. She beheld visions not meant for her eyes. Despite wandering far within the ocean of nothingness, she remained wounded. A figure, akin to a black hole, ultimately emerged, erasing all traces, explaining why the cosmos bore little evidence of that conflict. Would he venture forth this time? The underworld was uncertain. Yet she felt compelled to witness the might of the celestial beings, for the purpose of ultimately vanquishing him, the original celestial deity. Nihility 9. The blood-red katana was drawn by the underworld, leaving trails of tears upon her visage. An oiled paper umbrella danced amidst the rain. A realm of nothingness unfolded, as the crimson blade sliced through, creating a vast rift in space, and the underworld vanished from that place. In her absence, a wound remained, an indelible mark of the power of nothingness. Thus was it proclaimed, fourfold break of my existence. With no direct path, she cleaved through space, traversing to her destined location, should anything await at her journey's end, that strike would land upon it directly. 5 beams of light converged from the divine realm, coalescing into a colossal sword of radiant hues. The 3 realms, sword of judgment. A radiant sword descended from the heavens, striking the minuscule black hole at Jialing Pass. The black hole had only recently formed when the 5 divine kings, Tang San and his companions, unleashed a formidable combination of their divine powers, supplemented by the core essence of the divine realm. After expending half of their physical strength, they cleaved through the black hole. However, they were utterly unaware that such a rupture would precipitate an explosion akin to a supernova. The colossal detonation reverberated throughout the continent, causing immense tremors across Douluo continent. The ocean surged with towering waves, while Jialing Pass was obliterated in the explosion, along with the city of Shrek beyond its gates. In an instant, a second sun appeared in the sky, casting a crimson and white glow, only to vanish without a trace shortly thereafter. Following the annihilation of Shrek, the explosion's reach continued to expand, extending to the periphery of the Stardow forest, the fissure carved by the Huangquan, and the blood-soaked shores of the sun and moon. Thus, half of the landmass of the continent was lost, alongside numerous tidal Douluo. The vibrant world trembled. The divine realm diminished, and deities fell. The first victims of the black hole's detonation were not the denizens of Douluo, but rather the divine realm itself. The calamity that befell Douluo was merely an aftershock. At the moment of the explosion, the 5 divine kings simultaneously sensed imminent doom. They united their strengths to withstand the energy unleashed by the black hole's cataclysm. In the divine realm, the hidden powers of Rong Nianbing and Zhou Weiqing, those on the precipice of divinity, exerted themselves to safeguard their domain. Yet, the divine realm continued its relentless collapse. Destruction and life gazed upon the impending ruin of the divine realm, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared sorrow and responsibility. Suddenly, they withdrew their divine power. Tang San was immediately overwhelmed by an immense pressure, resulting in a cough of blood. He looked at destruction and life, who had unexpectedly retracted their support, and a flicker of intense resentment flashed in his eyes. From that moment on, regardless of his meticulous plans and efforts, the ultimate fate of Douluo was no longer his concern. He feared that a reckoning might await him, and his expression twisted in anguish. Yet, amidst this calamity threatening the safety of all in the divine realm, no one noticed that the usually gentle Tang San had transformed into a veritable fiend. Simultaneously, 2 distinct voices rang out, Xiao Zi and Xiao El. They laughed, and then fell silent, their essences entwined. A vibrant column of light pierced through the barriers of the Douluo divine realm and the continent itself. On this day, the remaining inhabitants of Douluo witnessed a true miracle. Within the transcendent, multicolored beam, a figure slowly emerged. With flowing silver hair and mesmerizing violet eyes, the imposing figure, adorned in bandages, stood amidst blooming colorful lotus flowers at her feet. This was the power of the Creator God. The forces of destruction and life have sacrificed themselves, wielding their power. This primordial force erupted in an instant, quelling the might unleashed by the cataclysm of black holes. Her gaze turned towards Douluo continent and the evil spirit forest, where she sensed his presence. In the moment the colorful beams of light appeared, a thunderous roar emanated from the evil spirit forest. The 9-headed chimera, the god of divine retribution. The furious voice echoed across the continent. Ha ha ha, creation, after countless years, I shall make you witness the annihilation of the world you have forged. A looming figure appeared above the evil spirit forest, plunging the Sun-Moon Empire into chaos in an instant. Though his injuries had yet to heal, it mattered not. He was determined to obliterate all remnants of creation. A roar thundered from the depths of the ocean, the earth-shattering growl of the 9-headed white dragon resonating through the skies. Its scales were shattered, 4 of its heads severed, and its counterpart, Songyu, was not faring any better. One hand dangled limply, bones shattered, hanging weakly at her side. Half of her body lay in ruins, drenched in blood, encased in a layer of ice that clung to her injuries, while one hand gripped a demonic blade. Her eyes burned with boundless fighting spirit. What of death? She is Songyu, both empress and king. Long worm, today it is either your demise or my own. The blood-red cold lotus bloomed. The 9-headed white dragon had yet to recover, but neither had Songyu, whose strength paled in comparison to that of the dragon. The dragon's heads turned towards the woman within the colorful beam of light, and its gaze shifted. The 9-headed white dragon soared towards the god of creation, intent on devouring that ethereal figure. Longworm, you seek your own death. The chimera glanced at the 9-headed white dragon ascending from the depths. a torrent of fury surging within. With wings unfurled, the chimera charged at the dragon. The colossal ice dragon trailed behind Song Yu, pursuing the nine-headed beast. As Lan had proclaimed, today it would be either your death or my fall. Where do you think you can escape? Chapter 33, Divine War, Part 5. The brutal battle unfolded in a world drenched in crimson, the city of floating heaven. A man, bare from the waist up, stood like a statue amidst the city. In the blood-soaked sea below, the abyssal behemoths that had managed to survive lay in ambush within the depths. They represented the most formidable of the ancient beasts from the demon realm, and they were among the last of their kind. A man with flowing black hair opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze devoid of any emotion. Gu Feng's memories remained a chaotic tapestry. At the moment the sword of judgment from the three realms descended, his blood-red eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Held her open a rift. And Gu Feng traversed dimensions, arriving in the vast expanse of Douluo continent. He gazed at the colorful energy conglomerate hovering above the land. A stream of gray ether manifested in his hand, crossing the void to appear at the periphery of the divine realm. This was a calamity more terrifying than the explosion of a black hole. Above Douluo, the fused creator god and the god of divine punishment separated once more, sensing a new crisis emerging within the divine realm. The god of divine punishment also perceived an extreme force descending upon this planet. The deity and the beast refrained from further combat, their gazes fixed upon the heavens, where that presence revealed itself without any concealment. The creator god felt the surge of gray ether, and their expression shifted dramatically. Colorful lotus flowers coalesced beneath their feet, and a towering beam of light surged from Douluo towards the gray ether. Black-red calamity clouds formed as they obstructed the path of the lotus. Boundless divine punishment thunderclouds clashed with the radiant beam, thwarting the creator god's attempt to intercept the gray ether. Although the god of divine punishment sensed that the creator's power was insufficient to halt that assault, it mattered not. As long as the creators sought to achieve their aim, they would not be permitted to succeed. Celestial Guardian, you seek your own demise. A furious feminine voice echoed from the creator, resonating throughout Douluo. With no opportunity to save the divine realm, she now aimed to obliterate the god of divine punishment, who sought to sever this solitary chance. Ha ha ha, creator. Remember this. I am no longer the celestial guardian trailing behind you. I am now the god of divine punishment. Austin Griffin. The 10-headed chimera sprouted its 10th head. This was its true form, the 10-headed chimera, the god of divine punishment. A tremendous explosion erupted from the evil demon forest, which was laid to waste amidst the furious battle between the creator and the desperate god of divine punishment. Heartblood cold lotus, frozen world. The blood-red ice crystal lotus shattered completely. Freezing time, space, and elements alike. This was the last desperate effort of Song Yu. She had not yet recovered, and this creature was a being of demigod caliber. It was of the same tier as that mere fellow, whom they had all fought together against. However, this beast was not as formidable as Muir. Muir was a general of Kalen Kaya, possessing combat experience and secret techniques beyond the instincts of this demigod. Even if this demigod was the natural deity of the heavens and earth, it would not suffice. 9 white dragons were imprisoned in the air by Song Yu. The blood-red demon sword sliced through Song Yu's palm, with droplets of blood blossoming in midair. The evil emperor, the snow empress, and the mermaid princess simultaneously separated. The snow empress bore an unhealable scar upon her body, her pristine white gown on the verge of shattering. She radiated a haunting beauty of destruction and defeat. The scales on the mermaid princess's tail fell away, her lower half drenched in crimson, her breath feeble. They were already no match for the evil emperor. And one had undergone a rebirth while the other, for reasons unknown, could not harness the ocean's power. The evil emperor was not unscathed either. The armor formed from the throne of slaughter and judgment was forcibly torn apart by the snow empress's imperial sword, although both long swords remained intact. The murderous aura had been significantly depleted. After all, he was not a warrior. He was merely a mage, unlike the snow empress, who practiced both martial and magical arts. The essence of the evil eye was frail. Their clan's strength lay in mental prowess, yet in this frigid expanse of the northern ice sea. The mermaid did not lag far behind. Were it not for the throne of slaughter and judgment, he might not have fared well against those two formidable women. Despite his current state also being dire, the torn armor bore the mark of a jade hand strike. Emperor S. Palm, great cold without snow. The ultimate ice element tore through the protection of slaughter and judgment, freezing his essence. However, due to the nature of this pseudo-super artifact, his injuries were not as severe as theirs. Subsequently, the evil emperor retracted the throne of slaughter and judgment. His most potent abilities lay beyond these. A colossal single eye emerged above the icy sea, adorned with 108 tentacles, each stretching 1,000 meters. This was his true form, the tyrant of the evil eye, a super ferocious beast of 690,000 years. A ring of blue light condensed around the single eye, a manifestation of extreme mental compression. This intense mental energy affected both space and time. Light of time and space. The pale blue halo spread across the realm, sending the hearts of the Snow Empress and the Mermaid Princess plummeting to despair. They possessed no means to counter such an assault, just as despair took hold. The sound of shattering space echoed in their minds. The demon sword in Song Yu's hand traced a beautiful arc, layers of shadows overlapping in unison. This was a newly comprehended technique, her most formidable move to date. This technique was named Breaking Extremes. Breaking Extremes, Cold Lotus of Heaven and Earth, Cold Lotus Slash. All of Song Yu's spirit, strength, stamina, and the ice elements at her disposal converged into a single strike. A colossal red blade of light cleaved through the sea, severing the godlike monster. While the aftermath of this strike thwarted the evil emperor's lethal blow, the fabric of time and space shattered, and the evil emperor suffered a backlash from the very essence of spirit. His furious roar echoed throughout the realm, his mind plagued by the vivid imprint of that crimson blade of light. In a desperate bid, the evil emperor tore through space to escape. Remaining here could very well result in his demise at the hands of the Snow Empress and the Mermaid. Song Yue's figure descended from the heavens, her shattered form gazing upon the silhouette that had been cleaved in two. Though he was not dead, she was devoid of power. Song Yue closed her eyes, and just as she was about to plunge into the depths of the split ocean, a warm embrace caught her. The deities lingering in the divine realm watched in despair as a presence more perilous than a black hole approached. The god of life and destruction was unable to arrive in time. The god of Shura lacked the capacity to withstand such an onslaught. And the heirs of the evil and good gods were bereft of even the most formidable artifacts. They could conjure no means of survival. Tang San's expression could no longer conceal his turmoil. It was a manifestation of utter distortion. Why? I refused to accept this. After years of meticulous planning, I was on the verge of reaping the fruits of victory. How can these meddlesome interlopers be so powerful? The darkness within Tang San surged uncontrollably. At last, as the grayish mist neared the divine barrier, an enraged roar erupted. Why? I refused to accept it. Why? His silvery white hair billowed as the blood-red Shura armor lay in tatters, and the Shura demon sword in his hand emanated an unprecedented aura of murder. Yet this would not resolve the impending crisis. A shadow, adorned with countless masks, abruptly materialized before the gray ether. A mask with a smiling visage radiated an eerie glow, fixating on the man in the void. Ah, ha 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 ha. Demon Lord, to see you once more is truly delightful. Ah, ha 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 ha. This is simply too amusing. Ah ha ha ha. Chapter 34, Divine War 6. Annihilation. Gu Feng's blood-red eyes gazed intently at the shadowy figure. It seemed as though he could perceive the form concealed beneath the masks. A faint recollection flickered in his memory, a name that seemed to linger at the edge of his consciousness, though its significance eluded him. Gu Feng raised his arm as the gray sun ascended. A great sun, comparable in size to that of Douluo, gradually rose. The gray sun descended towards Aha, while behind it, a crimson crescent moon shimmered behind Gu Feng. The red crescent began to rotate, and a colossal starry side swung menacingly towards Gu Feng's back. The gray sun was devoured by a mask. The smiling mask re-emerged before the dark mist. Ah ha ha, fascinating. It seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Truly intriguing. Aha's figure vanished with that bizarre utterance, leaving no trace of his departure. No one comprehended the manner of Aha's disappearance. The blood-red crescent shattered, a fissure tearing through the swirling crimson moon. The rift slowly widened after cleaving the crescent. A female silhouette, connected to a peculiar entity, materialized before the crack. The upper half of the woman was human, while her lower half consisted of pink tendrils, extending deep into the rift. With her arms crossed over her chest and eyes narrowed, her face bore an oddly enigmatic smile that beckoned all beings to investigate further. Behind Gu Feng, a void fissure tore open, revealing a blood-red corner of the world within the emptiness. The denizens of the divine realm and all inhabitants of the Douluo continent sensed impending calamity. The crimson world surged, as countless ancient beasts were forced to soar from the sea of blood. Enormous ancient creatures engaged in a brutal struggle, tearing at one another. A colossal, tumor-like cannon, rivaling the true sun, took shape, its barrel aimed at the fissure where the female figure had manifested. A deep crimson energy beam cascaded forth, engulfing the female silhouette in a terrifying glow. A fragment of energy spilled from the beam, descending upon the divine realm, obliterating half of its expanse, a display of true might. Far beyond the capabilities of these worthless gods, more energy rained down upon the divine realm in the Douluo continent, plunging all into despair. Lan Shui lay in Zhang Lishuan's embrace, gazing at the impending blood-red descent upon the continent. She gently rose, embraced Zhang Lishuan, and then took her hand, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Ouyang Sun's frenzied god mask shattered. He knelt upon the ground, cradling Ouyang Qier, who opened her eyes and, with great effort, lifted her arm to tenderly caress Ouyang's face. They exchanged no words, merely gazing into each other's eyes. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, Ouyang Sun rose, lifting Ouyang Qier to lean against his shoulder as they both beheld the final twilight. Mir, long absent, retrieved the icy coffin of Meng Hanchen. As the coffin opened, the figure within appeared vividly alive, seemingly untouched by death. Mir raised his hand to smooth her hair, then held Meng Hanchen close, gently sitting upon the path of the blood sea of sun and moon. Observing the colorful clouds in the sky, he understood that they were the remnants of energy collisions, while the uninformed beheld only a beautiful aurora. He envied those mortals who knew nothing and met their end. Perhaps it was not such a bad fate after all. The Snow Empress and the mermaid returned to the far north with Song Yu. Within the grand icy ancient tree in the resplendent palace, the Snow Empress returned to the place where she had first met Song Yu. Song Yu propped herself up, grasping the blood-red demon blade, which no longer radiated crimson light. It merely rested quietly in her hand. The demon blade was plunged into the palace floor as Song Yu pointed to the beautiful aurora above. She knew it was not truly an aurora, but rather a terrifying entity appearing as such from a distance. It had been ages since she last witnessed an aurora. Snow Empress, knowing you brings me joy. In the end, let us watch the aurora together. A soft voice emerged from Song Yu's lips. A smile bloomed on the Snow Empress's face as she gently approached Song Yu, resting her head on her shoulder. Thus, the two spirits of ice and snow leaned together, gazing at the final aurora. At the palace entrance, a mermaid observed the two ice and snow sovereigns leaning against one another, and a realization dawned upon her. A flute materialized in her hand, and a melody softly began to play. If one wishes to escape the mortal realm, let them wait for the rain to fall. Admiring the fireworks released by the deities, I pause my steps, allowing my desolate heart to sprout anew. As I embark on my journey once more, I shall not fear. The most tenacious flower blooms upon the precipice. Let the scars of the past be carried away by the wind. Qianqiyu nestles in Gaichen's embrace. Yechen, she inquires, do you think our little one would be devastated if he knew? Suddenly, her eyes glisten with tears, and her eyelids redden. She glimpses a figure on the horizon. One that is her child, yet not entirely her child. Her true offspring is not this harbinger of destruction, yet she understands that this being is indeed his progeny. Gu Yechen uttered no words to suggest that he was not their child. He had never deceived her, even in the final moments of his life. He could not bring himself to lie to this kind-hearted angel. Although it could be deemed a benevolent falsehood, he found it unbearable. In those last moments, seeing his child journey alongside her to the afterlife felt rather comforting, did it not? Gu Yechen contemplated deeply, ultimately turning his gaze towards the weeping Qin Shouyue. In his eyes, an indelible tenderness shone through. He gently wiped away the traces of her tears, enveloping her in a quiet embrace, his hand soothingly caressing her golden locks. Behind him lay the desolate frontier he had toiled to establish, while before him stood the enchanting figure with whom he wished to share a lifetime. Moreover, they would leave traces in this world, testifying to their existence, which was already a profound blessing. I can only hope that in the next life, we may once again cross paths, he mused. In the eyes of Gu Yechen and Qian Shouyue, an endless affection resides, though neither has recognized it. The joys and sorrows of the mortal world are indeed unique to each individual. As ordinary people gaze upon the rare and breathtaking vistas of the horizon, they engage in conversations about the morrow. They eagerly anticipate the life that awaits them, as new beginnings beckon, and together they marvel at the splendid skyline. This embodies their hope and expectation for the future, sustaining them through each day. In the midst of such celestial beauty, the weariness of their daily toil dissipates in an instant. Yet, no one informs them that this vibrant spectacle is but the world's final elegy. Ah, the mortals, blissfully oblivious, accompany the world in its demise, which, in truth, is quite serene. Those in high positions experience a different spectrum of emotions. Some attain enlightenment, perceiving the futility of worldly attachments and the cycle of life and death, patiently awaiting the sunset's embrace alongside their most cherished companions. Others, in desperation, expend every ounce of their being in a frantic bid for salvation, only to find that in the end, they have achieved naught but emptiness. In the final moments, Emperor Tian, Lord Xiong, Princess Si, Princess Bai, along with the myriad kings of beasts, the spirit beings, and the Red King returned to the lifeless starry forest. Having dwelled there for countless years, they yearn to revisit their origins as the leaves return to their roots. Gu Yunao's life resembled that of a marionette. Born from the schism of the dragon god, and pursued relentlessly by the deities, despite not being the dragon god herself, she remained in a state of recovery until recently, having experienced little joy in her existence. Yet, in this final moment, she felt a long-lost sense of ease. With nothing to ponder, ignorant of burdens, this conclusion was, in fact, quite satisfactory. If there is a next life, I wish to live it with fervor. Ultimately, it is a matter of unyielding regret. Gu Yunao lifted her head, choosing not to accompany Di Tian and the others back to Xingdou. Unfamiliar tears fell from her eyes. The demon lord and the Buddha child nestled together, while Lan Shui remained with Zhang Luxian. The snow empress and Song Yu gazed at the horizon. And Gu Yichen embraced Qian Xiuyu, admiring the splendid aurora. The entire continent faded into silence, leaving no trace behind. Apologies, dear friends. I find myself unable to continue. There is no audience, and the words I wish to convey have not been adequately expressed. I shall take a respite and embark anew, steering clear of such narratives. Ultimately, Douluo remains a mere stepping stone. Now, let me briefly outline the forthcoming events. The battle remnants of the Demon Lord, and the gluttonous Tan Tao wreak havoc upon the world, with the fissure resembling the gaping maw of Tan Tao. As the Demon Lord engages in combat with Tan Tao, observes the spectacle. The apothecary and the end also make their appearance. Subsequently, a mysterious entity reveals to the wise Demon Lord that the key lies within the obliterated continent. The Sage of Knowledge seeks truth, endeavoring to uncover the means. Although it is not within his destined powers, Memory, eager to preserve this moment, lends a hand. Together, Memory and the Sage of Knowledge locate the apothecary and the end. The combined powers of the apothecary and the end restore the entirety of the Douluo universe from the brink of destruction, pulling it back just before the cataclysm. Then, destruction manifests, intent on annihilating all. Seeking amusement, intervenes, inflicting significant damage upon destruction during their clash. In the meantime, the hunter perceives the aura of the apothecary, unleashing a cascade of luminous meteor showers from the endless shores. At this juncture, the Guardian intervenes, shielding his destiny by intercepting the hunter's arrows. The apothecary vanishes upon restoring Douluo, while the end observes the fate-altering Huo Yuhao, who is cast into the grasp of the Star Core hunter, Elio. After the end departs with Huo Yuhao, the battlefield conjured by Shi Pei crumbles under the conflict between the Demon Lord and Tan Tao. Shi Pei consumed Tai Yi, expanding all of Shi Pei's destinies, necessitating a modicum of order maintenance. Realizes the situation is escalating uncontrollably. Should the chaos continue unabated, the universe may face dire consequences. However, the god of amusement remains indifferent, allowing the turmoil to unfold. Destruction fixes its gaze upon subsequently joining the fray alongside Tan Tao and the Demon Lord. The Guardian appears, bestowing a hammer upon each of the three, while the Amber Arrow witnesses the simultaneous updating of three epics. The company soon senses the anomaly. As Shajin, Topaz, Emerald, and Diamond venture into this universe. As the scale expands, it begins to affect other universes. The Guardian, the Apothecary, Tan Tao, Shi Pei, the Hunter, and Destruction all plunge into battle. Amidst the celestial chaos, Memory, the Sage of Knowledge, and stabilize the battleground, preventing further escalation. In the end, only the Demon Lord sustains injuries. Though the Demon Lord possesses formidable regenerative capabilities and strength, he is not a star god. He merely wields the might akin to a star god, comparable to the ancient chaotic beasts of the ancient beast era and the heroes of the Amber Age. Ultimately, the Demon Lord merges light and ether, forging a new power. Chapter 1. The foreshadowing buried during the conflict between Gu Feng and Lan Shui, the ethereal force instilled a sense of vigilance among the celestial deities. Subsequently, this enigmatic power summoned 9. Heralding its arrival, the void is not immobile. Its movement does not contravene its destined path, but rather it creates anew. Almost all the celestial deities gathered. They were subsequently drawn into the realm of the void. In the end, the memories of the Demon Lord resurfaced. And as Gu Feng gazed upon the battlefield where the celestial deities had lost their memories, he recalled the words spoken to him by Lu Xing from Chapter 1. In that instant, A transformation occurred, and a new generation of celestial deities was born. The celestial deity bore the name Hope. As for how Hope came to be, I shall refrain from elaborating. I'll leave it to the imagination of those who have read this far. Thus concludes the Divine War arc. The Slaughter arc unfolds concurrently with the Divine War. The narrative of Slaughter commences with the End and the Apothecary. They successfully brought Douluo back, only for Huo Yuhao to be taken away. Tang Xin witnessed the true might of the divine. Soon after, his ambitions drew the attention of the Envoy of Abundance. Tang Xin ascended to the status of the Walker of Abundance. Simultaneously, his insatiable greed and jealousy intensified, with nearly all stellar gods present. Avaricious glances were cast upon Tang Xin. He became a walker of avarice, not an envoy, but a dual-path traveler of his own design. This unique dual-path status significantly amplified Tang Xin's power, elevating him to a level comparable to the weaker envoys, placing him among the strongest individuals just beneath that rank. Soon, those who had initially dared to enter the Divine War re-emerged. The immortal vessel detected the Envoy of Abundance, and with Tang Xin by its side, it perceived Tang Xin as a follower of the Apothecary. Subsequently, Tang Xin was manipulated by the Envoy of Abundance, drawing the ire of the immortal vessel. This led to a conflict in the divine realm, tainted by the influence of abundance. The three great immortal vessels engaged in battle against the divine realm, which had been corrupted. The overwhelming odds were evident. However, the essence of the divine was akin to the soul, much like the Sun of Ages, making them formidable yet difficult to vanquish. Coupled with the Apothecary's abundance, they became increasingly resilient. The immortal vessel found itself ensnared in the divine realm. The Legion of Destruction, led by the Illusory and the Blazing Wind, arrived, and they beheld the battlefield of the stellar gods. The Blazing Wind contemplated annihilating Douluo star, believing it to be a trivial task. Yet, the Illusory, who thrived on intellect, sensed that this planet was indeed special. Its uniqueness warranted the simultaneous arrival of numerous stellar gods. Subsequently, the Illusory persuaded the Blazing Wind to explore Douluo star in search of its peculiarities. Meanwhile, the Legion of Destruction commenced the eradication of all life on Douluo star. En route, the trio from the Black Tower encountered the Starcore Hunters. The mission of the Starcore Hunters had already concluded, and the End casually handed Huo Yuhao over to them. However, Huo Yuhao was troubled by his concern for Douluo star, prompting the affectionate Starcore Hunters to escort the newly joined Huo Yuhao back to Douluo star. Along the way, they crossed paths with the Black Tower, which detected something amiss with Huo Yuhao, traces left by the stellar god. The strength of the Black Tower remains shrouded in mystery, especially since the newly emerged omniscient Polka had not confronted the Black Tower's true form. Moreover, the Black Tower had likely confirmed its status as the envoy of knowledge. The Black Tower sensed the aura of the End's stellar god emanating from Huo Yuhao, coupled with the erratic behavior of the Starcore Hunters at the space station, as well as the resonance with the place they were heading. Consequently, the trio from the Black Tower engaged in conflict with the Starcore Hunters. Meanwhile, on Douluo star, this cataclysm unleashed the inner demons of all, save for a select few: Gu Yechin, Ouyang's son, Song Yue, and their companions. Muir also relinquished the notion of annihilation, for this world had already faced extinction once before. Muir encountered an individual who resurrected the dream of Hongchun, which he believed could not be revived. If that individual were to write normally, a name would suffice: Du Ruo from Endless Maze, a capable priestess with the ability to resurrect in the game. Muir, accompanied by Dream Red Dust, chose a life of seclusion, while Du Ruo took away the uncontrollable Nox. Although Nox was taken, the chaos she left behind persisted, the Dark Ring voraciously consuming all within its grasp, transforming them into undead servitors. The concept of undead servitors need not be elaborated upon, as it bears no significance. Conflict erupted everywhere, and in this era, mortals were regarded as lesser than swine or dogs. Their plight went unnoticed and unheeded. It resembled the dark turmoil often depicted in fantasy literature, where the underclass is treated as mere fodder. However, in this realm, they were merely tools for venting frustrations. Subsequently, Song Yu and Ouyang's son established the VV Academy, along with measures to halt the bloodshed. These individuals grew amidst the apocalypse, regaining their strength in the process. They decisively vanquished the majority of the instigators. The chapter of bloodshed culminated in the relentless campaign of Song Yu and Ouyang Sunday. In the final segment, the Douluo continent returned to its former state prior to the calamity, albeit under the suppression of Gu Yeching, Qianqiu, Gu Yuna, and Emperor Tian. who joined the fray during the chapter of bloodshed. In their moments of despair, hope emerged. The ascended demon lord, whose powers could not be vanquished, caused the celestial beings to retreat, as they were oblivious to the realm of authority. Ix's domain was forcibly returned to Ix's habitual dwelling by the collective might of these celestial beings. The underworld was transformed into a new world, wherein all extraordinary beings from Douluo were cast. Ultimately, the demon lord subdued the divine realm, with the bountiful envoy fleeing upon the arrival of the celestial beings. For the tempest truly struck. Destruction safeguarded the trio of burning wind and phantom mist, with neither the Star Core Hunter nor the Black Tower triumvirate managing to gain the upper hand. The Star Core Hunter concluded their mission, returning to Pinocchio with the newly recruited Huo Yuhao, where further matters awaited their attention. The Black Tower acquired the intelligence and data they sought, returning to the space station to develop the new universe. On the celestial vessel, Fatio and the ascended demon lord exchanged glances. Ultimately, they became mere passers-by. She was a general, not a devoted wife, and that was her most cherished memory. He was a celestial being and a demon lord, placing his hopes upon Fatio before retreating to the underworld, vanishing from the gaze of the crumbling iron cosmos. He became an absent celestial being, eternally watching over the general Fatio until her lifespan concluded. Hope reemerged, taking Fatio's soul and intertwining it with a fragment of his own essence in a new life. They were named Gu Feng and Salon. The end of the book. To those who have reached this point, I apologize, as I genuinely wish to continue writing. However, the lack of readers and the recent frustrations in my class have deterred me. This marks my inaugural attempt at authorship, and I concede that my prose may leave much to be desired. Thus, this book concludes here. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I may embark on a new literary endeavor which will undoubtedly differ from this one. It is highly likely to be a pure narrative of the Dragon series, the original work by Jiang Nan, encompassing volumes 1 through 5, with my own embellishments. Alternatively, it may delve into the realm of myriad worlds, though the chances of that are slim. Ultimately, it will be a tale of fantasy, akin to resurrection. Yet it will certainly diverge from the conventional narratives currently in vogue, as I am not one to adhere to the predictable. In closing, I express my gratitude for your companionship on this journey, and I hope we shall meet again in the future. Synopsis: Elements from Collapse of Iron, Thief of Stars, Eternal, Grey Keeper, and the Douluo series. Grandfather, do soul masters truly exist in this world as you mentioned? They do. However, they either conceal their identities or have departed to another realm. Can Yaya see those soul masters, grandfather? She should be able to, as long as she strives to enter the realm of compassion. The elder was lost in reminiscence, recalling the tumultuous times of yore, the chaos of the world. The aberrations of Xing Luo, the dark rings of Do Ling, the demons of Tian Han, and the inaction and resistance of Shrek. Indeed, this world is rather splendid, devoid of the boundaries that separate nations.